Is it hard organizing and scheduling guests for the new panel show you've been doing this week?
Nah. Listen, piece of advice. If you started your town on some dumb shit and you're thinking about doing like that map 11 Terran, you got to switch ASAP. You catch up so quickly. I feel like an idiot that I didn't do it earlier. 923. Wow.
Oh shit! Yo! Okay. Not bad.
Post town? That's not good. I think I have like 10,000 people. I need to get to township 110. That's like what's taking me forever. Have you read Irk's post on the subreddit? Nope. Is it about the manifesto shit? Hold on. Try to work at a 13k pop, you need that for fun. Yeah, no, you have to get a 13k anyway. I just upgraded without switching my cape. Oh, all right. I don't understand township at all. It's not that complicated. Watching that video creator Anna recommended? Maybe. I don't know. We might. We'll see. Are we actually chilling today? I don't know. I thought we were chilling yesterday. We definitely were not chilling.
Hi, Destiny. I just emailed you whether you'd be interested in talking to a Libertarian Party candidate, economist, and famous trans woman Deirdre McCloskey. Check when you have time.
I will indeed check when I have time. That's when I typically check my emails. That's how it usually works.
Destiny, what's the best mic that isn't XLR for voice quality?
The best mic that isn't XLR for voice. Dude, any USB mic
DGG
is
4 Life
generally
DGGL.
like okay. Like if you get a if you get like a Blue Yeti.
Now, Lil Bro really still defending Lav in 2022, Lil Bro, just accept she is flowered. Some walk in those 1,000 styrofoam cups with some Zaza and get faded than a whole Yodi family.
Is Anna ever coming back? I have no idea. She lost it yesterday. She told me to fuck myself or something like that.
Destiny, what did you say to Nathan when he asked about Andrew Tate?
Oh, he didn't seem like he knew him very well. It seemed like he just kind of knew about him, basically. Lav's thoughts about yesterday. Do you see the threat Lav made? Everyone felt like Subreddit was shit about me when I spoke for minutes out of an hour's call. Extremely. Oh, nice. Nice. Oh shit. I watched I just understood this. I thought that the ending of the Green Knight was ambiguous. Like, do you think he actually kills him? But I understand now. Or I rewatched the end of this. It's not ambiguous at all. He doesn't kill him. It's cute. I understand now. I thought it was like it could have gone either way. I think he doesn't. No, I know he doesn't.
Well done, my brave knight.
It's a play on words, I think, at the end.
Now, off with your head.
I understand. He does a little play cut, like off, like go off now with your head. I understand. It's a joke. This is cute. What a cute ending. I understand it. So an old folk. Oh, the Green Neck nicks his neck as a joke. Or I might have invented this in my head, but it's cute. Okay, I don't know why I was thinking that movie today. Okay. I need it. I got food. I'm eating my...
It was a great honor to help with the change my mind stuff. I will use the money to pay off my bills like a good boy.
Just kidding, it's going to go to spam.
Stop.
Things I do in a case, Lisa, is I always make sure people know that if I feel the person is living or not. And
So you'll always know
Yes.
when you talk to a family member, when you start a case, you'll know if this person is dead or
Yes.
alive.
and that's the point, is that
Every time.
Yes.
But apparently her psychic abilities didn't see this coming.
Lori, I'm going to show you something,
Okay.
okay?
Yes.
Does this girl look familiar to you?
Yes, she does. I worked this case.
This is a girl who you said was beaten and killed.
Okay.
Oh my god,
This
it's her.
little girl
It's
is me.
Oh my god. Uh-oh.
And you told somebody that she's dead.
Wait a minute. You didn't disappear?
I'm right here.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it?
How do you explain being
I
completely
can't
wrong?
explain it. I can't explain it.
You're charging them hundreds of dollars.
You know what, dear? I
Hundreds
think
of
we're done.
dollars. You're taking advantage of desperate people with a bunch of hocus pocus, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I think we'll go. Thank you. It's been an interesting experience. You all have a lovely, lovely evening.
Nah, little bro. Little bro, what are you doing? Have you seen this news? What the fuck? Hold on.
I got a deuce. I got a deuce. I got a deuce. Got a deuce. On my neck. Around my neck. My neck. I got a...
Jesus Christ. Guys, you need to chill.
Now, the craze for sending text messages shows no sign of abating. In fact, last month, people in Britain sent over 1 billion of them. But now, a new generation of phones is about to hit the streets, and these handsets can send not only text, but take and send pictures as well, as Rory Catherine Jones now explains.
At the school gate on the way home, evidence of the text messaging craze is everywhere. The phone makers never expected it to take off. It was teenagers who decided this was the way to keep in touch.
I send about 15 a day. I send about 20 because I just love texting people.
But with mobile phone sales expected to prove disappointing this Christmas, the industry is desperate for a new
Way back in these days, they charged you per text message, guys.
gimmick. This could be it. Next year, phones with cameras built in will arrive in the shops. The idea is that wherever you are, at Buckingham Palace or on the bus home, you can send your friends or family a photo with a message attached.
It brings a whole new dimension to the mobile phone industry, allowing people to take images, send them, and for people to receive not just colour images, but also text and audio as a message.
The whole mobile phone industry is desperately hoping that in a year or so we'll all be sending these kind of messages. Even now we're spending over £100 million a month just on text messages, and this could be an even bigger money spinner. Sending a picture will cost 2 or 3 times as much as an ordinary text message. Not everyone's convinced it's the next big thing.
The takeoff of texting did surprise a lot of people, but picture texting is something, again, it needs a lot more
DGG,
network
rise up,
capacity. And I think
DGG.
you've got to persuade all your friends.
LOL.
To pay hundreds of pounds for this piece of kit again.
The next big thing.
The takeoff of texting did surprise a lot of people, but picture texting is something, again, it needs a lot more network capacity, and I think you've got to persuade all your friends to pay hundreds of pounds for this piece of kit if you're going to use it at all. So I think we're a little way off seeing picture texting becoming a mass market thing just yet.
They once told us it was good to talk, but mobile phone networks saddled with big debts know their profits now depend on persuading us that a picture is worth 1,000 words. Rory Catherine Jones, BBC News.
That's you guys right now with Meta and VR, okay? Oh no. $4,000 Twitter employees laid off. Do you think they fired the fucker that kept manually banning me? Do you think I'm safe to make a new Twitter account?
A 28-year-old woman lies paralyzed in the ICU. The result, her family says, of a neck adjustment.
When Scoria's TPs while free falling in the air, why doesn't she take falling damage at the end of her teleport? Who says, why do you guys think Scoria is free falling? Where did that come from?
Adjustment by a chiropractor. Caitlin Jensen was fun-loving and loved the outdoors. Her mom is devastated.
She can communicate only by blinking. She can nod now. She can also give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down on the left side. She cannot speak. She's just laying there.
What is it like for you as a mom to see her like this?
It's heartbreaking. If I could trade places with her, I would do it in a heartbeat. And she's got her whole life ahead of her. So it crushes me.
Caitlin went to a local chiropractor in Savannah, Georgia for a stiff neck after studying for college exams. During her neck adjustment, her family says things started to go horribly wrong. 4 arteries were ruptured. She suffered a stroke and cardiac arrest.
Okay, I hate chiropractors. It's all bullshit pseudoscience. I 1,000,000% don't agree with it. I never recommend them. But did this woman have a pre-existing condition? Did this really all happen out of nowhere from one chiropractic or a couple chiropractic adjustments? I don't know if I believe that. This sounds insane.
I got a phone call from her phone, but it was actually the chiropractor, and he told me that she was having a reaction to the treatment and that they had called an ambulance.
Do you blame the chiropractor?
Blame is a strong word, and I mean, I feel bad for everyone in this entire situation. I mean, nobody wanted this.
Caitlin's chiropractor, Dr. TJ Harpham, declined to discuss the incident, citing patient confidentiality. We found this video of him on a local TV show.
Very fortunate to be a third-generation chiropractor. Both my grandfather and my uncle were chiropractors, as well as Shane and I's youngest brother, who is also a chiropractor.
Chiropractor Dr. Robert Pomahawk, who did not treat Caitlin, says accidents like hers are very unusual.
It's about 1 out of 100,000. So very, very uncommon. I've probably given 300,000 adjustments in the 20 years of practice, and I've never had this situation occur.
Caitlin's mom has this message.
Okay, hold on. 1 out of 100,000 adjustments leads to a permanent paralysis? That doesn't sound like good odds. I don't know about that.
For anyone thinking of going to a chiropractor.
People should stop having neck adjustments. It's not worth the risk, period.
People take everything personally. I think the world revolves around them, right? Particularly on Twitter, right? I don't know. I'm not tweeting anyone. I'm just tweeting.
Oh, I can't watch
okay?
it.
I don't know who's following me. I've got 12 million followers. I don't know who's following me. They can be following me without me knowing, right? Choose to read my tweet and then take that personally. That's like going into a town square, seeing a big notice board, and there's a notice, guitar lessons, and you go, but I don't fucking want guitar lessons. What's this? There's a number here. All right, call that, right? Are you giving me guitar lessons? Yeah. I don't fucking want any. Fine, it's not for you then. Just walk away. Don't worry.
Pay a month to keep your blue tick.
Oh, dude, nothing.
Nothing.
See, I'm hanging on by a thread right now.
Well, that's what I think. When you see Elon Musk talk about Twitter, he does this thing where he goes, well, it's the town square. It's the town square, that's what it is. I'm like, but it isn't. Because if someone puts up a poster in a town square that says, guitar lessons available, like, you don't get people in the town go, I don't don't want to play the guitar! I want to play the piano, you piece of well, then that sign wasn't for you. It was for somebody else. You don't have to get mad about all of it.
Yeah, and it's all right, piano lessons. What about people with no hands?
Yeah.
What happened here? I feel like he must have heard the joke privately from a friend and then repeated it thinking it wasn't a joke from Gervais. Ricky Gervais is incredibly popular. There's no way that you would intentionally steal a joke or somebody had written the joke for him. They must not have known. There's no way you would intentionally steal a joke from one of the most popular stand-up comedians, or at least British ones, and like, no, probably of all time, he's a very, very, very popular guy. I think nobody would notice. That's gotta be it.
Why can't you be kind, you piece of
On you go, sing.
Okay.
A controversial signing has Bruins management playing defense, and it's because of this defenseman, Mitchell Miller. The 20-year-old was once convicted of bullying and abusing a disabled classmate. The victim's mother tells us that the abuse went on for years, and the facts of the case were so vile, another NHL team already cut him. But tonight, the Bruins are feeling the wrath of fans. Christina Rex has been working the story. She has the reaction, the player's apology, and the victim's emotional mother.
Sorry, I didn't listen to any of that. Was that worth listening to? I don't care. He was 14.
Whoa, who's that famous guy over there? Hey, dude, come on. Oh, dude, this is nothing. This dumb thing. It's just, I'm the same old guy that you've always known. I don't want you to think that you have to treat me different or anything.
Wait, can't anybody get one of those now?
Well, do you have one?
No.
Well, I guess you answer your own question, bucko.
How is that verification?
If you don't have $8 to give to a billionaire, then do you really have anything worth saying? I run a crypto blog and I own 6 businesses. Hold on, I got a call from one of my investors. Hello, Mom? No, I'm in a meeting, I told you. Yeah, I'll be home by 9.
What is the point of this? I don't understand.
Listen, Elon Musk has this whole...
I always say this with ice fishing, it's not the size of the pole.
Hey, I'm getting a call. Will you give me a second?
Oh, sure.
I'll be back in just a minute.
He's gonna be great.
Oh my God, I gotta get the out of here.
Where are you going?
Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Weren't you just inside?
What happened to the phone call?
You caught me. I was gonna do the Irish goodbye, so.
Where you leave without telling anyone?
That's what we do.
No, sir, we don't do that here, okay? Let's get you back in the house so no one sees you.
You know what, I gotta be somewhere in 10 minutes, though.
Well, you should have thought about that, 7 hours ago. Look at this, you didn't even finish your beer, you silly goose. If you really want to leave, you go say goodbye to Chaz, okay? He's the host, that's polite. But remember, you gotta say goodbye without actually saying goodbye.
That's what I was trying to do 2 minutes ago.
Okay, you can't do that here. Here's what you do. You sit next to him, you slap your knee, and you say, "Welp, I suppose."
Why?
We don't say why.
Would you find it easy to forgive the parents of a kid that bullied your son? One, it would depend on the type of bullying, and 2, it would depend on if the parents defended the kid bullying him.
Around here, okay? We just finish our beer, all right? Follow the rules. So go say goodbye to Chaz. You'll be out of here in a jet. 5, 6, boom. Killing you, father.
Well, I suppose...
Oh, hey, can I get you another beer there, pal?
No, I'm good. I'm actually gonna be hitting the road, so...
Oh, hey, have you met Father Joshua?
Hi, Father. How are you? I love your homilies. How you doing?
Could be better.
I'm gonna hit the road, though.
The Packers, I'll tell you what.
What?
Exactly.
Hang in there. You're doing good, fella.
So you like the Packers?
I'm more of a Pats guy myself.
Oh, you're from Boston.
Yeah, there's no fooling you, Father.
Oh, you gotta try Colleen's chowder.
You mean a tuna casserole? I did. It was god-awful. I gotta go.
Oh, you gotta be shooting me.
Listen, man, I gotta get out of here. That tuna casserole was absolutely disgusting. If somebody starts making Folgers, that toilet's gonna be pulverized porcelain.
Make sure you take some leftovers.
Absolutely not. It's a chemical weapon.
Hey, you must accept the leftovers.
Oh no, I insist.
Wait, am I crazy? I feel like I know some Midwestern stereotypes. These people don't even sound like Midwesterners. These people sound like they're from fucking Minnesota. Am I crazy? Where am I? I don't know what's going on here.
Fine.
Don't say it to me. Say it to her.
Fine, thank you.
Now where did I put it?
What is she doing?
She's looking for the good Tupperware. Have a beer.
Oh, that's all right, hon. You can just wrap it in tinfoil. It's going right in the garbage anyway.
She can't hear you right now.
Oh, you were hiding on me.
It's all about the presentation.
I can taste it in my mouth.
That's the point. What do you say we go check out the hot water heater?
Why?
There she is. Installed her myself. Have a beer. Isn't this nice?
Yeah,
Jeez
that's a hot
Louise.
water heater, all right. What are these people doing over here?
Watch for deer, watch for deer.
I was playing euchre.
Is this guy gonna be all right? He's been mowing the lawn since I got here.
Oh, that's just John. He loves to cut the lawn. Why don't you give him a wave?
No, that's all right. I'll just say hello to him when I'm leaving.
When you're leaving, give him a wave.
You know what? I'm just gonna call the police.
What?
Call my niece. Gonna give her a call. It's her birthday.
Oh, I'll give you some privacy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where are you going? You can't leave. You gotta give everyone a hug and shake everyone's hands and make empty promises about plans you never intend to keep. You can't just go like this. Where do you want to go? I'll give you directions. Where do you want to go?
How long have you been here?
5 years.
You live here?
No, I've been trying to say goodbye for 5 years.
You gotta be frickin' kidding me.
It's not just me, Father Joshua. He knew you were lying about his homilies. He hadn't been to church in 3 years.
Well, what about Colleen?
He's a newcomer, 6 months.
I gotta get out of here. Why am I moving forward right now?
A Midwest goodbye.
Why do I have a sudden urge to see Chaz's lawnmower in the garage?
Because it's awesome.
One of the new Taros?
Yeah, one of the new Toros. It's fantastic.
I gotta see this.
Come check it out.
You do this gutter work yourself?
I did do the gutters. You want to help me clear them?
I would love to help clear the gutters.
I got a ladder right here.
Oh my God, look at that snowmobile.
Check it out. Yeah, it's pretty slick. Hey, you want another beer?
Yeah.
Yeah, had a way.
I want some more of that casserole,
Oh,
too.
yeah. Casserole's pretty good, ain't it?
Excellent.
Okay. 5 out of 10. Five out of 10.
I wanted to be a drumline kid. Like, I wanted to be a drumline. Why not? But I can't read music. I couldn't then, I still can't now. All I wanted to do was be in a line of drummers all playing drums.
I was decent. I wasn't like your level. Like,
Dude, stop saying I'm a good drummer because I'm the most basic fucking drummer. If you listen to Nevermind, the Nirvana record, I pulled so much stuff from the Gap Band and Cameo and Tony Thompson on every one of those songs. All that. That's it's old disco. That's all it is.
Can I not hear that?
Nobody makes the connection.
Wait, I don't understand that every single musician does this. What is he even saying right now?
Straight up Gap Band. I told Tony Thompson that came to my house for a barbecue with somebody, and I was like, man, I just want to thank you because, you know, I owe so much. I've been ripping you off. I wanted to be a drumline.
I don't understand this. Okay, I'm almost done with my oatmeal. We white American Jews are living through a golden age of power, affluence, and safety. Acceptance of this welcome reality threatens the entire Zionist enterprise, from lobby fronts like the ADL to the State of Israel, because Zionism relies on Jewish insecurity to justify itself. Wait, it was Max Blumenthal. Yo, I'm gonna be honest, we talk about like trans genocide and all the genocides everybody's talking about. Are we about to start killing Jewish people again? There's been a lot of weird fucking shit. There's been a lot of weird anti-Semitic shit going around from like mainstream motherfuckers. It's a little bit strange. Gray Zone is a Russia cuck. You're about to get into a lot of trouble for stating this. Reminds me of when I said something similar about the NAACP and BLM way back when you disrupt the trauma economy and call out the not-for-profits that benefit from it, you become their next target. I think the ADL is a part of organization too, but our teen, Max Blumenthal, who spends his life covering for Jew haters and stumping for Israel's destruction, makes the conversation significantly worse. It's garbage. I don't know if Ben can talk about this. He might be the worst guy to do it because Ben is Jewish. He literally wears the fucking hat thing on his show. I feel like that's just gonna make people even more suspicious. How's Dan doing? Jesus. Jeez. Unnatural neck movements can cause strokes in healthy people. Just Google beauty parlor syndrome, where tilting your head back way too far to get your hair washed has caused shocking deaths in young people. Hold on. If we get over a 900, nothing bad will happen to Jewish people. Let's go. We're going to save Jewish people right here. God, I'm so sorry, guys. Hold on. Well, I tried. Good luck. You're on your own. What's the highest you've gotten? Isn't it like 924? Did we do better than that?
Well, let's take a brief moment to kind of get everyone up to speed with what's been happening so far, as if they haven't been watching the Dota action so far.
I was perusing the hotel entertainment, actually, for the ritual to get ready for today, and it turned out, censorship, the Chinese hotel had disabled pornography, so it was very hard to kind of get ready for the show. I mean, don't get me wrong, I watched it. Mr. Wang's amazing wheelchaired antics were pretty amazing. I brought in that's great prop. Yeah, we can see it. So we had 1D and lack of growth.
You're fired.
James, tell us about your problems. Tell us about who's causing you problems in your life.
Probably just me. I think I'm the biggest problem.
Then you've come to the right place.
This is too deep. Yeah. I think it all goes back to my father. I wish I had one. Can I call you Daddy, Cap?
Oh, they got Roshan. We should be able to stop that. It's like, well, this was an abnormal silence. Is online here, so Alliance feeling more confident to move forward. See the sharks coming through. There's the Phoenix saying, Ake being forced back. They drop the OD, it's going to get the one kill. EGM burning down in the flames. He actually do the 4 points in stun build, and I think because you're, it's Alliance. You've got Bulldog in the offlane who takes out there.
What the fuck did I just hear?
Win against the cores of EG, and they just couldn't hit the timing.
Did they say GG?
They definitely didn't. I was like, wait a minute, did I miss them saying GG?
If Chronos have any damage to do with this, they are going to drop the Death Ward, but mid one comes right in, rushing. What? What the fuck?
And are you satisfied with the result?
I think it's a long day game. It's a very long day game. We are very confident that we surely can get back to. I mean, not surely, but confident. But we didn't expect that we play a long day game.
今天一整天的赛程都很长。
Could you really hear this in the background?
Super duper.
Hello everybody, LD here. I'm just touring the venue, and here we have the VIP room. So me and Catalyst are going to take a look at this.
We're very important people.
So they've added some chairs since I last came in.
Jesus.
You know, as you can see, some comfortable relaxation is available, but only for important people.
Rip.
Died, and one of them lost an arm. So I think we're going to be talking about that at length.
2 years old.
From my understanding of them, a lot of them are...
I'll respect your destiny even though you don't like me. Alex Stein, $9.99. Thank you. I do not love and respect you, though. You're probably one of the most disgusting people that I've ever seen in politics. One of the few people that if you lost your show and everything, I would not feel bad whatsoever. You're actually fucking disgusting. Thanks to the $10, my dude. The last screen of that video gets a little close, but you don't see any injury. Jesus. This feels a little dark, but okay. Jesus. Hold on. Guys, I don't think I can just watch people get murdered on YouTube, okay? Jesus.
Guys, Cody and the gang are at the park playing football with Down Darius Jackson.
Let's go! You're not going anywhere without your big game liquid slam.
Excellent!
one's going downtown. Whoa!
Whoa! Check that out! Now I got a full team. Yeah! Yeah!
Liquid Slam!
Liquid Slam!
Oh! Jesus Christ!
We gotta go! Out back! Out back!
Come on! Die!
Oh. Tough day, kids? Well, I've got just the thing. How about some big game pizza pigskins?
Awesome!
Yeah!
Hungry got me in a grapple. Big game pizza pigskin is my hunger that you tackle. All day, every day, big
Touchdown,
game.
Mrs. D.
Big game pizza pigskins for your taste buds a touchdown.
Sack your hunger with Big Game Pizza Pigskins. Pizza that tastes better on a football.
Always use your flamethrower with adult supervision.
Evil Fossil, listen to me. I'm speaking to you and directly to you. You are having a mental breakdown. Put down the credit card. Stop donating. Go get help. Help yourself. Stop. Don't do this. Dude, do you ever think my neighbors hear the wild random fucking noises I make? They must wonder what the fuck is going on in here. I feel so bad for them. Alright guys, we got a new resource that we're mining today. That holodemite or whatever the fuck it is. Destiny, announce the DGG meetup on the Reddit now. Why the fuck would I announce your meetup? If you want to go talk to Dan, he's having a meetup in Israel. There you go. Don't get Hamased. There you go. I'm going to Wendy's later. Can you do an announcement? Yeah. Holmanite is easy to process. Do you think, Proteus, do you think it's good to do core miner stuff on like 2 of the veins so that you can get, I think I needed a like some bullshit ass resource for this. Oh, it was the anion exchange beat. Wait, but that comes from, no, that wouldn't help anyways. Never mind. Wait, why did, oh, it's for the pyroflux, so I don't have to ship in pyroflux, that's why. I had like 1 or 2 core miners on most planets, though I didn't have any primary cryonite anywhere near me, so it didn't for that. Yeah, gotcha. I'll figure it out. All right, let me have a Red Bull and we will watch some videos.
What top 5 you smoking on, Kendrick? Cause my top 5 is Drake, 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 Drake. If we broke it off, then you know it wasn't painless. If she got a watch,
I
then
love
you
this
know
video.
it's not a stainless. I was out here fucking fans, I was shameless.
One second.
I got attacked by the bear yesterday, but thanks to Obama, I live. Why ye rise up?
Good morning, BB. Rest up today. It's Sunday. Rest today. Don't work. We live in God's grace. Even though we are sin and godless, we rejoin him in the end. One must suffer for many to exist. One died for many to thrive. There is no one. Only is.
Hey Tiny, I'm a black man and I'm coming for you. I am the root cause of everything bad and good in your life. I'm in your walls.
When Scoria TPs, while free-falling in the air, why doesn't she take falling damage at the end of her teleport? Does teleporting stop all momentum? She should take 20d6 damage, no. No chat. I want Dano today. I'm going to church to pray for Destiny and his career. By tilde tilde. Check out Ego Death by Polyphy, you coward. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. If you were to commit a crime, and that crime would never be committed by anyone ever again, would you commit the crime? Which crime? Are you sure? Tilde, tilde, tilde. Destiny is just too cute and he won't read my super chats. Anyway, I'm trying to sleep, but I'm having him next to me and in hella parasocial chi tilde tilde tilde. Destiny, I swear, I will stop Dano for like a week if you watch Dilbert Free by s6buR PLS, I promise.
Absolutely, dude. Joji has new music video / album.
Some PLS, I swear, oh, if you just watch Dilbert Free. You know exactly that I will too.
There's a D&D dono you missed. Wait, was it? What did it say?
I live in sin.
Oh, no,
I
that
live
was
for the
earlier. I
chance
already
to see Dilbert
responded
Free
to it.
on his stream.
Burning photos. How to learn.
Okay. This is 7 days old. Fuentes declares war on you over gay accusation. I don't care. We're not giving Fuentes any more attention. He's Keffel's listed right now, okay?
My walk with God is what defines.
So no jumper debate. No, I'm pretty sure I'm doing that at the end of the month with him. But I don't want to give him a bunch of. I don't want to have like a quote unquote feud or fight with him. It's irritating.
10/10 must click.
Is there like a more up to date video of this? What does the 538 midterm model say with 2 weeks left? Is there one with like 1 week left? Black divest.
Let me ask you a question, Dr. Umar. Are you totally against interracial relationships?
I am totally against it, and I want to make sure you understand why. It's not because. Cut it out, Envy. Cut it out, Envy.
Jesus. I'm not a doctor, but I can give you this advice. Don't take advice from a
Lavender,
doctor.
my sweet Sephardic Jezebel, yet undefenestrated, shall be the black Israelite queen alongside Dan, forever tied in unholy matrimony. The couple's therapy shall be legendary. She rises from the shores of Engluid to speak unto thee destiny.
Don't take advice from a doctor on marriage who has 4 children by 4 different women and has never married any of them. Jesus.
Hello and welcome to the 538 Politics Podcast. I'm Galen Druk. I'm Nate Silver. And this is Model Talk. And in fact, this is Model Talk live from Washington.
Wait, this sounds like it's going to be the most boring fucking thing in the world. Is it?
In D.C. Election Day is just 2 weeks away, and we're recording one of our final Model Talk episodes of this election, along with 600 friends of the pod at 6th and I in Washington.
Friends of the pod.
DC. Yeah, there we go. It is our first time back in front of a live audience since January of 2020. And in fact, this is exactly where we were in January of 2020. Our last live show, pre-pandemic, was here at 6th and I. So I wanted to start off by saying a big thank you to everyone who's here tonight. Being together in person like this is really nice, and you, the audience, are what make it what it is. So give yourselves a big round of applause. And of course, a special hello to those of you who are joining virtually, like my grandmother. Hi, Grandma. It's great to have all of you with us as well. So, like I said, Election Day is just 2 weeks away. It's an election that's seeing record levels of voter enthusiasm in the polls. It comes after the Supreme Court's historic decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, amid 40-year high inflation, and as some politicians continue to cast doubt on the legitimacy of American elections altogether. Tonight we're going to talk about all of it. For those of you who aren't familiar, Model Talk is the part of the 538 Politics Podcast where we talk about the numbers behind the 538 forecast. At the time of this recording, those numbers are as follows. Democrats have a 55% chance of keeping control of the Senate, and Republicans have an 81% chance of winning the House. The governor's races are currently toss-ups in Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, and Oregon. And since this is a live show, I'll give you a sense of how this is all going to work.
Dude, that Anna clip is probably my favorite clip that has ever been on my stream ever in the history of all of my stream. Everything that was leading up to that moment was worth it just for that one clip. Oh my god.
It's a normal panel show. Uh-oh. Chat, is it toss or not?
Shall we?
Chat, is this toss or not? Uh-oh.
Why is he opening this?
And hold on. And then you was like, it's women like you who are coming in here defending black men. Like, what the fuck you mean by women like me? You're gonna try to call me a goddamn mammy.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that is true. Okay, hold on. That is true. Anna, you did kind of call her mammy. That is true.
I called her mammy after she assumed that some fucking nigga broke my fucking heart and I'm a single fucking mom. Bitch, kill yourself.
Okay. Okay.
Where's the lie? Where's the lie? Where's the fucking lie? See, I got you now because you're really mad. Whenever you try to tell me to kill myself, I got you.
Jesus, man. Okay, I mean, that was pretty heavy. I mean, holy shit. That went pretty hard. Man, that was interesting. I enjoyed that. That's a little unhinged if I've ever seen it. It's okay. It never sparked like watching it, I don't think. No one can. It's very like closed
by
off.
saying less than 5 of them. So then the fact that
we more or less treat this like a regular podcast taping. You'll hear things that never make it into the final cut. Maybe some swearing, maybe a lengthy tangent. I don't know. I don't think that's something Nate would ever do. Only you here with us tonight will ever know what happened in this room tonight. Later on in the show, we're also going to be joined by some special guests. We'll play a round of midterms trivia, and then we'll take some questions from the audience. So is everyone ready? Woo! Before we get to the state of the midterms here
Level.
in the U.S., I do want to answer a really important listener question that we received from across the pond. Brett asks, how does the model feel about the head of lettuce that predicted the end of Liz Truss? It seems that vegetable got worldwide attention for one correct off-the-cuff prediction, while the model sits in obscurity in a server room in Manhattan doing all the hard work.
Yeah.
If I was the model, I would hate that head of lettuce with the heat of 1,000 suns. So,
I mean, the model has not hated anyone so much since Paul the Octopus in the World Cup.
This is what you wanted, politics.
So I guess maybe for...
There it is. Here it is, guys.
For those of you who aren't familiar, this head of lettuce became famous after The Economist published the following quote. Liz Truss blew up her own government with a package of unfunded tax cuts and energy price guarantees on September 23rd. Take away the 10 days of mourning after the death of Queen Elizabeth II, and she had 7 days in control. That is roughly the shelf life of a lettuce. Serious question. Is it easier to forecast political outcomes in Britain?
Oh, no. In fact, it's like hard to even follow political outcomes in Britain because people are making so many jokes and memes. I'm like, what actually happened? It takes like a long time to find the actual information.
They also seem to have just wilder swings than we do.
Okay. What was this?
Greeting. Welcome to the Some More News Network, Some More News, a silly show about silly things. But today, we're going to get serious and talk about my favorite guy, the smart and normal Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. This guy.
There's no such thing as climate, right?
Okay, wait, let him finish. Not to fanboy out or anything, but I'm a pretty huge freaking fanboy of his, so show some absolutely mother-hecking respect, and let's hear him out.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Shut up, he's not done! Surely he's not done.
And that's what bothers me about the climate change types.
Oh, okay, I see what he means. See, you just gotta let him talk more to really understand him. So he's being derisive here, see, as though the climate change types claim that climate is everything, and they want to change everything. I don't really think that's true, but maybe I just don't quite grasp exactly what he's saying. Also, I don't know what he means by everything, but let's give him a little more time. We keep interrupting him.
This is something that bothers me about it, technically. It's like, climate is about everything. So, okay. But your models aren't based on everything. Your models are based on a set number of variables.
Yeah.
So that means you've reduced the variables, which are everything, to that set. Well, how did you decide which set of variables to include in the equation if it's about everything? And that's not just a criticism. That's like...
God, what is he saying right now?
If it's about everything, your models aren't right. Because your models do not and cannot model everything.
All right, maybe this isn't the best clip to start with because I hadn't seen it before. But don't worry, I have other clips.
Okay, we'll intersperse this with some call-ins. Grey Worm, you were here yesterday. You didn't say shit because your shit was fucked. Are you here today? Hello? Okay, and your mic is fucked. Oh, wait. Hello? Oh.
Oh.
Oh my God. You did it?
Yeah.
Okay, what's up?
I have a question. So.
Okay. We got answers.
How do you know? Yeah. How do you know you love your child?
Yeah.
But what if you they do something wrong? Like, do you love them still? You have this feeling of hate for them, you know?
Do you have any kids?
No.
Would you love your dad if he did something bad?
I don't know. Like, what does that mean?
Well, I don't know. You tell me. What does it mean when your kid does something bad?
Like what if they steal something?
Like gum? Or like a kidney transplant?
Kidney transplant? No, like a car.
I don't think I would hate my kid for stealing a car.
You don't hate your kid for stealing a car. How about murdering someone?
Depends on why you murdered him, but that's probably getting closer. Yeah.
Because I had this feeling, it's like if they did something wrong, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna feel bad from this like social pressure that it's gonna be my fault that the kid did something, rather than the kid's fault that he did something. That's my thinking, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you can probably feel like you failed as a parent a bit if your kid is murdering people. Probably not. Probably means something got fucked up. Yeah.
Like, so, yeah, I think that's about it. Yeah. All right, nice talking to you.
Yeah, good luck, dude.
Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, wow. Gabe. What's up? Gabe, don't do this to me. Gabe! Gabe, wake the fuck up!
Oh shit, shut! Oh holy shit, I was fucking muted, man. What the fuck's up, dude?
Jesus. What's up? How you doing?
Steve, I don't know what's going on with these colors, man.
Yeah, well, I don't know. You're one of them now, so thanks.
Oh shit, no. Wait, am I a schizo now?
I don't know.
Shit.
What's going on? Talk to me, babe.
Hey, dude. How you been doing?
Good.
So, yeah, just wanted to talk to you about... I just wanted to ask you one question, man. How far along have you... how far along are you in the factorial mod? Like, give me a percentage.
I don't know, dude. Hopefully 50%.
Wait, no. You can't say 50%, man.
No, I hope so, man.
Oh, come on.
Is that all you got?
Okay.
Is that your question?
No, dude. About the... Whenever you were having those discussions about, like, you know, black culture.
Yeah.
And how do you navigate giving pushback to, in this case, Annalicia, I think that's her name, when she's talking about like what seemed to be really peculiar or particular experiences to the black community, but you know that some of the shit that she's saying is crazy, but the optics of you like fighting back hard would look bad. How do you navigate it?
Very carefully. I posted something on my subreddit yesterday. Did you see it?
I think so, but I didn't read it. I have it on my 80 tabs that I have to read.
Why the fuck would you come on here and ask me this question, and then you didn't even read a post that had to...
I didn't even know it was about that, dude. I just have it open on my tabs. I have like 80 of them open.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Just explain it on stream because people aren't gonna read the subreddit. Like all of your fans. Just do it, man.
Well, if people aren't even gonna read it, well, why the fuck would I explain
I'm gonna read it. Just give me the thing. Just tell me about it.
Tell you about what?
Listen,
it's a
talking about, Steven.
It's a complicated ordeal. I don't know what you're asking me. It depends on the time. I don't think I can give you an answer to a question like that. How do you moderate black issues as a white person? I don't know. Very fucking carefully. Make sure you're not talking over people. Make sure you're respecting people's perspectives.
Okay,
Make sure you're providing pushback when it's appropriate. Yeah, go.
I'm gonna just give you like more specific questions.
Okay, cool.
So she's being extremely racist, all right, against other like black men or whatever, and you usually don't want to platform that kind of speech without giving proper pushback, but pushing back in a certain way kind of looks bad as well. Like, what things do you keep in mind, or do you use not provide pushback at all, or do you
I don't know. I'm not going to give you a rule here. I can't do it. It's probably going to be on intuition. If I feel like it's too much, I'm going to say something. If I don't feel like it's too much, then I'm going to let her go. It just depends. But it's a feel thing. Like, that's not like when she's done 5 points of racism, then I'm going to fight back on it. Or, like, I don't know how to. Yeah, I don't know how to.
Okay, let me ask it in a different way.
Sure, go ahead.
So, recall your experience that same moment. Okay, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and just think about what you were feeling then. What was like your thought process going through it at the moment?
Thought process going through what?
What the fuck are we talking about, Steve?
Thought process going through what? The entire conversation. I need a more specific question. What was your thought process during a 6-hour conversation? I thought about a lot of different things. I need a more specific fucking question. I don't know what you're asking me. I don't know what you're asking me right now. What are you asking?
Yeah, I'm asking you to walk me through what you were thinking inside when you were listening to that. And
I'm thinking a lot of different things. I don't know. I'm reading chat. I'm thinking about the porn I'm gonna watch that night. I'm thinking about my factory and how behind I am on my space sciences.
The fucking conversation, man.
Can you give me a more specific question?
Okay, man.
You can do this.
Give me,
yeah.
give me.
Go ahead.
No, you can do it.
You can do this.
I don't know if you can.
Give me a more specific question. Go ahead.
Okay, give me 1 minute.
Yeah,
Okay,
dude, you got all the minutes in the world, Gabe. Go.
Okay. I'm thinking about it. Okay. So, you're having this talk with this person that says some pretty out there stuff.
Yeah.
All right. So she says some. Wait, I'm sorry. I need to close chat. Some big fucking generalization about black men. How I don't know. They need to stop being so fucking lazy. That's her words, not mine. What's going through your mind? Like, what's your reaction inside when you think of that?
I guess I'm trying to think of, like, are her arguments, is she at least making, like, somewhat statistically informed or, like, data-driven arguments, or does it just sound like she's, like, insanely fucking hateful? That's kind of what I'm trying to think of in my head, I guess.
All right, what was the conclusion that you arrived to, like, in hindsight?
It's some complicated mixture of both, maybe.
Could you explain that a little bit further?
Can I explain a little bit further?
Can you expand on that? Yes. If you can also say no and just don't expand on it. Giga chat. Yeah.
I'm trying to listen for arguments that she's making that seem like they're somewhat data-driven, that explain her motivations and her actions. I'm trying to think of where she wants to go with things. Like, is she about to just say at the end that we need to kill all black men or abort all black babies that are male? How informed is her opinion on what she's talking about? Is this just coming from a place of resentment or hatred, or is this, like, data-driven? I don't know. I'm factoring all the... this is going to be, like, a complicated web of, like...
Yes, I'm trying to get into the web, Steve. I'm trying to understand the web.
Sure, it's like giving me, like,
the
machine learning code and asking me to, like, tell you, like, what each line of programming is.
I'm
Like,
trying
not
to
gonna be able
understand the machine learning of Stephen Bonnell.
Okay, yeah, it's not... It's indecipherable, okay?
Yeah, it's too advanced for me to understand. All right. Okay, sure. Also, another question, Steve. I think somebody's girl gunning me. I think I'm being framed of raping a girl. I think there's a helicopter in the background.
Wait, there's a helicopter? Wait, what?
Never mind.
Sorry, my brain.
Okay, just look for, in Steam, just look at a game called Cosmo Tier. It's an autism game about simulating starships. You'll love it. All right.
Thanks.
All right. See you.
Bye.
Love you, babe. Bye-bye.
Didn't I tell you to never join my chat rooms when I'm streaming?
You did, but I just don't listen.
Oh my god. So brave. What's up? How you feeling? Are you a divester?
Am I what?
Have you heard of the divester community?
No, what's that?
Are you fucking with me, or do you want me to genuinely explain? I can't tell, because your sarcasm voice and your normal voice sound the same.
No, I don't know.
Okay. The divester community is the name of the community, I think, that's given to the very radical black women that are saying that they need to divest from the black community and stop dating black men and abort.
No, I'm not one of those.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm one of the good ones.
Please stop.
Okay, I wanted to ask you about the stats thing, because I'm thinking about the conversation. I feel like I really understand where you're coming from.
Where I'm coming from about the... Which part?
About the moderation.
Oh. Did you read my post?
No.
No? Okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
TLDR, I just assume all of the good
cares?
intentions, I assumed you added it in there.
Yeah, let's go with that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. You've been doing politics for a while. Your family is pretty political, pretty conservative.
Yep.
Do you remember the times when, I mean, they're still used against, like, the black community now, but the crime statistics?
Oh, yeah.
Like, how long did it take to really get the empathy out of, like, understanding those numbers to where majority of people understood that there wasn't anything inherently wrong with, like, black men who were mass incarcerated?
How long did it take to get to understand that. Well, I mean, there's probably still some people that do think that, right?
Yeah, but I think it's more common that people don't jump to that negative conclusion, like today. Would you say so?
Then in the past, yeah, I would hope so. Yeah, probably, yeah.
Like, how much effort did that take to get there?
Probably generations. A long time, yeah.
Because I feel like that's what's happening with a lot of the stats that she's that like Annalise is throwing forward. Like, if you take somebody who does have a bias, but isn't willing to say it's a bias, like, I don't think she's willing to just tell people that she has a bias here. She's making it seem like she's very informed by statistics. But I don't think any normal person just digests like this much of this like one given topic if it doesn't come from a bias.
Oh, sure. It's the classical like libertarians that like immediately want to debate you about like the age of consent or something, and they happen to know a lot about it, and it's kind of weird. It makes you wonder why. Yeah.
Yeah, or like when I go on, what is that one called with the conservative dude, BPF?
Oh yeah.
He will always have like right-wing debaters who are debating from like their religious beliefs, but they have all of the data and the stats because they want to just debate you on your grounds. Like, I know you're just like looking for the data that supports your beliefs.
Sure.
And it seems like a lot of the stats that she pulls forward, it makes her seem very like informed, very knowledgeable, like her opinions are based in fact. And I think we mostly know that like these numbers, while they maybe paint a picture, that they can be used to paint like the wrong picture.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so how do you get through to that?
I think the scary thing about her conversation was that I don't think the picture that she was painting was all that wrong, and it seems very challenging for black women to exist in that environment. I think that a lot of what she said comes off as or feels racist in the way that she speaks, but I think that underlying that is a lot of like valid frustration that doesn't really get any credibility, because it seems like, and I saw this happen several times, unfortunately. It happened with the pimp dude that came on. It happened with Tree.
Wait, is he really the pimp dude? Why is that his name?
Because I don't know, he's famous for being like he was like pimp of the year or something. I don't know. Apparently he's from the AV community, yeah. But
okay.
And then treated it, yeah. The problem is that like you have to be really careful not to discredit an individual's perspective while also taking into account that their perspective might not be wholly correct. But yeah, I don't know. It seems like there is a lot of genuine frustration in black women communities about stuff relating to this, and like a lot of that data, like a lot of that is true stuff. It's not just total fantasy. Now that doesn't mean that like divesting is good, or black women need to abandon black men, or that all black men are horrible. But I think it probably speaks to a real frustration that a lot of those women are feeling.
Yeah, so it's not to say that the issue is wrong. It's more so, I think it's specifically when it comes to Alicia, that what's your goal with what you're pushing? I think ABBA really pressed on that. Like, are you, is this like a call and respond? Like they're being hyperbolic, so now you be hyperbolic? Or are we trying to reach an understanding? Are we trying to help black men? Or are we trying to bury black men?
What's my goal or what's her goal?
Her goal, because you don't have a voice in this, right?
Well, I mean, I do.
You're kind of just, you're treading water. You don't, no,
I'm chilling.
Not really.
Excuse me, I can have a voice in anything I want, okay? But yeah,
no,
obviously
you absolutely don't have a fucking voice. You're so scared to speak up.
Well, hold on. God, fuck. So many people, I have no idea what it means to be intelligent or careful in anything. You guys, you drives me fucking crazy.
No,
I'm not,
I'm not saying it's a bad move that you're doing it, but wait, that you're treading water.
Yes, I'm not scared to speak up, okay? I'm being careful because I don't have enough information about this perspective. I don't know. Black women are the most...
and why are you being careful?
Because it would be irresponsible of me, because I don't have a fully informed opinion to say
So
anything.
You're worried about something. So you're scared. Don't be afraid of the fucking word scared. It's fine to be scared.
It's such a normatively loaded word. It's so stupid. It'd be like it'd be like driving up to a stoplight and you're like, why are you stopping? Well, because the light's red. And? Well, I don't want to drive into oncoming traffic. So?
Yeah, because you're scared.
No, what a stupid fucking way to describe something. Yeah, I'm scared of getting hit by a fucking car, right? No, I don't have all the information. And black women are like probably one of the least represented groups of people on the internet would be my guess.
Yeah.
So it's like a totally new world to me. So yeah, I'm trying to I just want to be careful before I like enter really strong opinions on a topic and then end up getting like
I
blindsided.
understand.
Yeah. Because I'm scared. Yeah.
But yeah, so I felt like ABBA pressed that a bit, and then obviously the conversation goes in a bunch of different directions. And I think probably what most black men hear when like she talks like that, and I think you already understand this, that it feels like they are being villainized. Like them as a group, they're being rejected.
Sure.
And it comes off like it really lacks empathy for them or their struggles, or maybe even understanding why they're failing. And even your explanation of, well, this actually, I mean, look at the data, it seems like a real problem. I feel like I understand where it's coming from. And I understand the concern. These are the same sentiments echoed by black people over the crime statistics.
So here's
like they didn't even know how to empathize with themselves.
Yeah, so here's where I will hardcore empathize or sympathize with what Anna was saying. And I understand this, and I saw this reinforced in my community a ton. Now, I'm sure that black men have problems. That seems to obviously be the case. And I'm sure that it's worth paying attention to those problems. That also definitely seems to be the case. But up until she came on 2 or 3 days ago, I don't think I'd ever heard about black women problems in my entire fucking life. Everything I've heard about black community problems, and this might be because I'm a man, but everything I've always heard about black community problems are through the lens of black men. So when you bring up crime statistics, that has nothing to do with black women. That has nothing to do with black single moms.
Yeah, it's just an analogy here.
Well, you say that, but it's
for
one
comparison. It's literally the only one that I have to work with.
But like when we talk about like black problems in the United States, a lot of it is through the frame of like how unfair the criminal justice system is and how welfare is destroying the black family. And it's through the lens of all of this stuff that feels like very masculine. So I can understand her perspective when she's saying that like, I'm sick and tired of hearing about black men complaining about black issues through the lens of black men, and nobody cares about how like what black women are doing or anything. So I can sympathize with that perspective. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, even right there, I feel like the crime statistics and the mass incarceration of black men does heavily affect black women. But maybe what you mean is that people don't talk about that aspect of it, like how much they have to take on because of it.
Exactly, yeah. It's always just like, how sad is it that like black men are going to jail and it's not fair and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, yeah. Not to say that it is fair or something, but I'm saying that it's always done through the lens of like black men. How does it affect black men? Yeah.
And I think another thing that she mentioned, which puzzles my mind, and I wonder what you think about it, is the idea that being in these broken homes, whether even on the panel people were disagreeing if like, you know, having a kid out of wedlock meant that the father wasn't present. Whatever the fuck it is. The statistics just show that like having a kid out of wedlock, that they have a less likely chance of being successful later on in life.
Yeah, of course.
Do you think that linked like poverty and a disruption in the home and the correlations with success in life, do you think that that will ever change over time?
Like in the black community, or what do you mean?
Like overall. So I think back in the day, there used to be like a direct correlation between being middle class or upper class and having that money in the household and like education or having knowledge. But I would say now with technology, information is like really accessible to a lot of people. It feels like the formula for what will be successful for people growing up, like that formula's got to start changing soon. No?
I don't know. Will it? It feels like it's all kind of like been heading in one direction, that like having a strong family is generally good, having more education is generally good, coming from money is generally good. Like,
yeah, so I obviously when it comes to like the household, we're talking about how assimilated they are and how like social they are. But I think it also meant something to do with how successful that family was and financially, because a broken home tended to have more financial problems.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, so I also question using like that type of statistic.
Well, I mean, it might change in the future, but for now, it's true, right? Children coming from like well put together homes tend to have better outcomes, right? That's almost inarguable. Yeah.
Yeah, for right now, absolutely. But I would say any like solution for the Black community and raising families and lifting families out of poverty, it's like a long-term goal.
Yeah, it is. But I guess like the struggle that she seemed to represent, that again I can be sympathetic towards, was that it feels like Black women have made strides. Like Black society is more matriarchal than like any other society in the United States. That Black women work, they take care of their families, they're going to school at huge rates. Yeah. And like if they're able to do all of that and they're not making excuses constantly over it, and then you've got another group of people that are, and those groups of people are having negative impacts on the women, the Black men versus Black women, I'm just saying I understand the frustration.
Yeah.
Because I think her thing at the end of the day was like, okay, well, like, what are you waiting for? And I've heard this echoed by other Black men too, right? From celebrities, it was Cosby, Morgan Freeman, Denzel Washington. I'm sure there are like Black, the Farrakhan's and all those people are fucking crazy. So I don't know how much those kind of like Black pillars of the community or whatever, but like how long are you going to wait for, not you in particular, or maybe you in particular, how long is the Black community going to wait for the white community to like step up and fix problems? That's like I can see that being a source of frustration. Like that can't be the answer, you know? It can't be that we have to wait longer and longer and longer for white people to fix everything.
Yeah. I mean, there's been like moments in time where Black women have come together to kind of check Black men. I forget the exact situation, but it was like gang wives or something, or mob wives who denied sex until they stopped like killing each other.
Okay.
I think that was in Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think more than just now, maybe like now you're hearing Annalicia and you're like, oh, Black women have a problem with their community, but it's definitely existed for some time, and very like on like a public scale, like not privately behind closed doors. Like they've made movies about this shit.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But I'm a white guy. I already don't know
Yeah,
much about
and
Black
your
issues, and Black
communities.
female
Mhm.
issues is completely obscure to me. Yeah.
Okay, and one last thing.
Mhm.
Something that she said when she's talking about her experience as a Black woman, she's like invoking her friends' experiences as biracial people.
Mhm.
It does seem like in that conversation that it was like hard for other people to have space to have experiences that were different than hers. And it could be because of like the 2v9, you know, I think maybe that could have added to it, but
Maybe. She definitely seems like the kind of person who would have trouble listening to somebody that had like very different experiences than her. Like that wouldn't surprise me.
I'm
at
trying
all.
to be charitable, but that's basically my point. The fact that almost no one was given space to just have a different lived experience,
Mhm.
which makes me feel like when you invoke the Black women that you know, the biracial people that you know,
Mhm.
that I probably don't have to take that for like any value, because it does kind of seem like she would be the person to be in an echo chamber, that she wouldn't really, I don't know, do you take the way that people behave in debates to relate to their personal friendships or relationships?
Like, is the way they behave indicative of how I think their personal friendships go?
Yeah, like if they're very combative in a debate about personal issues, do you think that they could maintain friendships with that sort of combative?
I have no idea. I'm not
ideology?
sure, actually. I don't know. I feel like it could go either way, but I truly don't know. Like, I'm sure there are some, like, I'm incredibly aggressive in debates, but I don't think I'm like very aggressive, like personally or interpersonally. So who knows? Yeah, I don't know.
No, I don't think so. Especially over like the past couple weeks, you've very much been having conversations with people who don't agree with you. You give them a lot of space to talk and to share their opinions, even their opinions of you. And I don't think that the way that you handle debates is anything like
Oh, the way that
somebody
Anna
who
does?
is, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. I don't know. That was my food for thought.
Okay. All right. Be careful.
All right,
okay?
bye.
he's great. And you know, we're pretty fair and balanced on Cody's Shody, and again, I don't know what he means by everything, so a good question to follow up with would be...
What do you mean by everything?
Perfect. Thank you, Joe. Great question. Hope this clears things up.
What do you mean by everything when you say...
Well, but that's what people who talk about the climate apocalypse claim in some sense. We have to change everything. It's like...
Okay, hi. What's up?
What's up, dude?
Nothing much, dude. What up?
I wanted to talk to you a little bit about JVP, maybe Candace Owens, and lastly, the black subject matter, the black misandry subject matter.
Okay, what's up?
Did you know that Candace Owens kind of started off as like an online lefty?
Nope.
One of her first interviews on Joe Rogan was just Chillin, a website that she and some independent investors created to sort of tag online personalities with online harassment and bullying. It was, she got in a huge fight with Blair White, and Blair White sort of convinced her of the error of her ways, and then she shortly thereafter became a mainstream right-wing personality.
Nice.
And that was when she got picked up by, the conservative circuits to sort of be the token or, the person who pushes back on the black community and, Democrat policies in general.
Okay.
And then, so, I mean, maybe that's edifying, maybe it's not. I do sort of know what JBP is talking about when he's talking about global warming here. He's largely trying to talk about the fact that the NOIA was given a sort of a blank check to investigate whether or not CO2 was the reason for global warming. And CO2 is the singular variable that he's sort of criticizing. He's saying if you're investigating one variable and there is warming, and
he might need all of this, but I don't really care to hear like this guy is an incredibly intelligent person. He should be able to get all of this out pretty hardcore, like pretty easily. Like for him to stumble through an answer like, well, what does it mean when you're looking at everything and all the variables and blah blah? Like he sounds like he's mentally challenged. I don't know why he's giving remedial answers. There's just no excuse. There might be like a better explanation behind it, but like as far as I'm, like you're telling me how you feel about it now, I wouldn't take this to be how he feels about it. Like he should be able to express that on his own.
I understand what you're saying. Mm-hmm. I think until we start talking about urban heat islands and solar minimums and things like that, we're not going to ever compromise with one another in terms of across the aisle on this particular issue.
Maybe anybody that's talking about like radical lifestyle changes in response to climate change is probably not going to make any progress. Like I would agree with that. Yeah.
Lastly, on the black misandry thing, Anna didn't seem to be actually kind of stats light to me. I understand that people are saying that she had a bunch of papers, she had the Moynihan report, et cetera, et cetera. And, there's people like Edgewell, Stephen Edgewell, who ended up in the Clinton administration, who pushed back against the stats she's pushing on black children born out of wedlock. Mm-hmm. There's also Charles Murray, who countered Edgewell while Edgewell was countering Murray, back in the 60s. And Moynihan himself was in 64. There's a whole exchange of ideas about the black children born out of wedlock. However, we don't really get into the 1938 minimum wage laws that were passed, and then inflation in the 40s rendered those minimum wage laws increases, or those wage increases mandated by law, irrelevant. And then
hold on, hold on. I'm sorry. Give me one quick second, okay? I'm sorry. Hold on, real quick. Okay, for all of you fucking morons who keep saying she's citing an 80-year-old paper as evidence of anything that's happened today, she's not citing an 80-year-old paper saying like, look, oh my God, this is like telling you what's happening today. The reason why she's citing it is because she was saying like, these are issues that happened in the black community 60, 70, 80 years ago, and they're still carrying through to today. I'm not accepting an 80-year-old paper as evidence of what's happening today. If you can't listen to what anybody's saying, don't comment on it. Just shut the fuck up and listen, okay? You have no reason to input anything on it. You're too fucking stupid for the conversation. Stop. Jesus, fuck. Sorry, I had a huge cough. Okay, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, so all I was saying was that in 55, well, let's start with 48. In 48, the unemployment rate between black and white teenagers was roughly the same. And then in 55...
Wait, what was roughly the same?
The unemployment rate between black and white teenagers.
Okay.
And then in 55, black labor force participation in those same teenage age ranges, all the way up to 24, was roughly the same as white labor force participation.
Okay.
So there, and we know that the Great Society programs are what Anna was referring to, where marriage was de-incentivized. Having children outside of wedlock was incentivized. That's what she's alleging happened in the 60s. But we see this gap start right around 56, 57, where there's a gap between black labor force participation. And it's because there were unintended consequences to changes to the minimum wage at that time, where the cost of discrimination against black minorities was lowered by the result of the fact that they would have a large pool of potential employees to choose from, and they could discriminate or soft discriminate against black applicants by choosing white applicants, while having the same amount of budget as they had previously to afford these higher wages. Does that make sense?
It was easier to discriminate against black employees because there's less of a cost for it. Yeah. What else about it? Or
black applicants.
Sure.
So you've got higher minimum wage. You've got a pool of applicants. You can choose the white person. That means that black people who would otherwise be employed acquire skills in the workforce at a lower rate. Okay.
Okay.
And that means that that basically means we're in trouble, because the skills you acquire govern how much you're paid.
Sure.
So that's a huge problem. On top of that, there were, I think we know pretty well that black Americans ended up concentrated in urban areas. And we know that by the age of 12, 80% of black youth in urban areas are experiencing at least one traumatic event that might be conducive of PTSD. And this is a pretty terrible thing. We don't want our children to grow up with, seeing gun violence or people, hurt, or their parents hurt in domestic violence, or the breakdown of the marriage, or women, black women going from deadbeat dad to deadbeat dad, so to speak. So we need to sort of rescue the black community, but we need to do it in a way that is conscious of this lived experience over the last 60 years. And we need to stop reducing things to single variables. In terms of global warming, CO2, we need to talk about other things. In terms of the black community, we can't just talk about out of wedlock births. We have to talk about unintended consequences of minimum wage laws. We also have to talk about systemic racism insofar as it exists. And we can debate whether or not it does, but so long as conservatives carte blanche say that it doesn't exist, we're fucked, I think. So.
Okay. Okay, sure.
Okay, sure.
I don't know what you want to say. I don't disagree. Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, so, and then, I guess that's really all I had to say on that particular topic. Are you still on your gym grind?
Yeah, I've started up again, but I traveled a fuck ton the past 2 months, so what about it?
How are your gains?
Okay. I'm a little weaker than I was a month or two ago because I haven't been working out, but...
Something that really helped me was getting a gainer in my diet and just pounding like 1,200 calories during my workout.
Yeah, I definitely don't need to do that. But
yeah, you don't. Do you count calories or no?
Kind of, yeah. I don't every day, but that's because all of my meals are kind of like portions. So.
That's right. You do like a service, right?
Yeah, and then I like a Soylent, the oatmeal I portion out every day. Like, yeah.
Every year, do you go to a party with Dan where he gets put up on a chair and then a bunch of men kind of push him up and down on that chair?
No.
No? I had just figured if he's 13 going on 40, he'd have a bar mitzvah every year.
No, does he? I don't know. I don't know how Jewish Dan actually is, but that's like an important thing to him.
Yeah. You let him know.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, man.
Have fun.
Take care.
Okay, guys, we need some voice inflection if you're going to talk. Okay, otherwise it's very, very, very hard. Very hard to follow you. Hello, hello?
Hey, what's going on?
Hi, what's up?
Oh, not shit. You?
Not shit. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Why? Can you not hear me very well?
No, I can now. Yeah, well, what's up?
Question 1. How do you deal with people who have pretty strong confirmation bias?
How do you deal with people that have strong confirmation bias?
Like, yeah, in a debate.
It depends on the topic and the person and the confirmation bias. I don't know. That's going to be a super variable question. I mean, you can show people sources. You can try to change their mind. You can appeal to emotion. You can...
Oh, let's say I have a source and they don't like it. How do I go from there? Find a different one?
Yeah, I guess. Or find out why they don't like the source, yeah.
All right, here's the example. We're talking about wolf hunting in Wisconsin. And one of the big points is that deer population is too high, but what happens if they just deny the DNR projections of deer population? And you're kind of shit out of luck, eh?
Well, then you have to ask them why they're denying those particular things, I guess, huh?
You're going to have to walk them through the whole shebang?
Yeah, I guess. Or, I mean, I don't see anything else you could do, no?
Damn. Wow, yeah, I don't know. That's why I was kind of coming to you.
I mean, if they're not going to believe in data, you're kind of fucked at that point, aren't you?
Yeah, right, but isn't that a problem we have kind of in a lot of different discussions?
Yeah, so I have to argue with people about, what sources they believe and what they don't believe, right?
But isn't that just all in their head? And it's all confirmation bias.
I mean, the whole world is all in our head. I don't know how I'm supposed to engage with that. Yeah, everything is in our head. What do you mean?
Wow. Believing whether or not something is true. I guess then we're just going to go down a deep philosophy too, but it's not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, you got to challenge people where they're at. Like, I mean, if they don't believe in any kind of real source, then you have to challenge them on that. Like, well, what do you believe in, right? That's usually what I'll ask. If you don't believe in this, what do you believe in? And why? And how is it free from the same biases you claim the other stuff has? It's always my kind of questions.
Perfect. That was an excellent thing. Now I have somewhere to go next, eh?
Okay. Well, good luck, buddy. I love you, okay?
That was it. Thank you. I love you too. Have a good stream.
Yep. Bye.
Deuces.
Hello?
What's good?
What's up?
Ain't shit, man. Hey, thank you for having the Black Panther the other day, man. It's good to hear you talking about some of that stuff.
Yeah, it was a pretty wild ride.
Yeah, it was. It was. That Anna chick, she, as a black man, I could say that she did. She had a lot of valid points, right? As far as black women carrying the community on their back. A lot of black women probably do go ignored as well. And she said a couple things I agree with, but for the most part, it just felt like it was coming like from a bitter place, something like that. I didn't really hear the. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think that was one of the big things that I was kind of talking to her about. That like when you speak in a certain way, it really makes it seem like you you are just coming from a place of hatred instead of a place of compassion, and it makes people less likely to listen to you because it feels like you're just there to shit on people, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. And then some of the stuff she said, it even kind of made me feel like she didn't even really know black people. Like she said Pookie and Ray Ray go to college and had a job. Like amongst black people, I can tell you as a black man, when we hear the name Pookie and Ray Ray, we're not thinking about nobody in college. We think about a hood nigga who do shit, maybe selling drugs,
Yeah,
get
but
in trouble a lot.
I think this is part of the this is kind of the weird shit that she was on. She was saying that like basically all black guys are Pookie and Ray Ray, even the ones that go to college, even the ones that get jobs. That was why she brought up that, I don't know how valid that study is, but that's why she brought up that one study where she was like, even black people in like middle class environments still divorce their wives or leave their families at high rates or whatever. So she was saying that like basically all black men are Pookie and Ray Ray.
Divorce, I think I don't understand how divorce. So Pookie and Ray Ray are hood. Divorce doesn't equal hood, or having problems in your marriage doesn't equal hood.
No, not having problems, but having problems at disproportionate rates.
Yeah, none of that equals hood. Like let me be clear. I'm not denying that there is a problem there, but it doesn't mean that it's like a Pookie and Ray Ray type problem, because a Pookie and Ray Ray type problem is like some hood shit going. And so like if you're living in the middle class type situations where you come from one of the rare families that maybe have money, but for some reason you're still going through some type of social problems that may be aware in our community because of other things that black people have to deal with. Like you can't assign that to a Pookie and Ray Ray.
Yeah,
It's
like
cool with recognizing the statistic.
Yeah,
dealing with it, but
I understand what you're saying.
Go ahead.
I understand what you're saying, but I think that was her point, was that like when you say like Pookie and Ray Ray, people think you're talking about people from the hood, but the point she was trying to get across was that like no, like Pookie and Ray Ray are going to college, and Pookie and Ray Ray are these middle class engineers, like they're still all bad. I think that was one of the big reasons why so many people were having so much of a contention with what she's saying, because she was making it sound like black men are bad, literally no matter what, no matter where, no matter what.
Yeah. She spoke about us like we're just all a monolith. We're all the same everywhere you go.
Yeah.
Every black man's going to have the same opinion. Every black man's listening to the same music. Every black man feels like Future is right about everything. And it's like, nah, I hate Future and the message he gives. And I personally don't like none of the present message of hip hop. I remember when we had good rappers like Andre 3000 or Common or stuff like that, or Kanye's debatable, but you know, there's plenty of other things you can rap about besides killing people and drugs. And so you know what I'm saying? I think people can talk about that and talk about how that's wrong with the culture and how we can fix it, versus just saying, hey, everybody black who does this is bad and it only comes from you because you're black and all of y'all are the same. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, and actually, and even something I should have pushed back on more, because I had a few emails of people saying like a lot of the black rappers that are popular today, it's not like the gangster rap stuff like isn't what it was, or isn't even really as much a thing anymore as it used to be. Like when you've got popular writers say like Kendrick Lamar, it's not really comparable to the stuff that you were hearing in like the 90s and the 2000s. So it's kind of silly to pretend it's all the same. I had a few people email me commenting on like a lot of like modern rappers and stuff don't really have the same messaging as the ones 20 and 30 years ago.
Yeah, I would say they just don't push those artists to the front, but they even do, because I want to say Travis Scott. I don't really listen to his music, but I don't think he's like a violent type rapper, and I know he's like wildly successful. J. Cole is another one that's pretty inspirational. So like they can't just like we as a people isn't among the view. So categorizing us like that, it was kind of perverse.
Yeah.
And I think it's a shame too, because she really did have some valid stuff that really do need to be addressed and talked about.
Yeah, but if it comes from a place where it just sounds like insane vitriol, no one's gonna want to listen to you, because
it's like for me, because what I heard was, for me, I totally agree with Tree. It sounds like she done got dogged out by some dude and left, and now she's just blaming it on every black man that she sees. And I don't know if that's what happened in her life, but that's kind of what it feels like. Like just listening to it, like the bitterness is just so deep. Where is it coming from?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Careful, but
you're
gonna summon her. I don't think it's fair to try to like get like trash her whole perspective on that, though. Like, I think, and I understand that why, 'cause she gets really mad when people do that. And I can understand a lot of people getting mad at that happening. Like, oh, like, you're going to just summarize my whole life experience by saying that I'm mad at somebody, when she's arguing with a lot of, like, even if it's not good data, she's still using a lot of data and she's arguing from that perspective. So, but yeah, I mean, I think it is worth paying attention to the fact that it does feel like it's coming from a place of extreme fucking hatred, right?
Feel super bitter, like somebody took the top off a can of Morton salt and just stuck their tongue in it. Like
Sure.
that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you taking my call, boss. Have a great stream. Glad you touching black stuff. I was starting to think you're racist, but I don't think you're racist no more.
Yeah, thanks a lot,
Cool
man.
now.
Have a good one, dude. Bye. Oh no, I saw this. Not good.
Thank you guys so much for coming. Enjoy Worlds.
OTK, OTV.
Thank you guys so much.
Lily, what are you doing? Guap. Wait, is that a racial slur?
No, it's totally made up word. You're thinking.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you're thinking of WAP.
Oh, okay.
What's up, buddy?
Nothing much. Wait, why'd you just say that word if it's a racial slur? Gotcha! Permaban! Get out of the server! Okay.
No.
What's up?
How you doing, buddy? I guess I just wanted
Oh my
to
god,
talk
you
about
sound like that
moderation a
Oren
bit.
guy came back in, but now he's got voice inflection. What's up? I'm
Oh
sorry.
no.
Okay,
no,
go.
you're good. I figured we could talk about moderation a bit. Just to give you like a little bit of context so you know I'm not talking out of my ass.
Uh-huh.
I have like a full-time career in esports as league operations.
Jesus.
So moderation's something I generally handle quite a lot.
Okay.
So I thought picking your like brain a little bit on how you handle your community and like also how you handle your moderation team would be kind of interesting.
Okay.
So I guess obviously there's like a shit ton of controversy right now, right? Between, with like everything that's being discussed on your stream. So I guess like first and foremost, how is it that you determine and draw the line for when you stop a discussion? Because that seems to be like a pretty big point of contention right now.
It's pretty rare that I'll ever stop a discussion. I think people are way too sensitive about shit like that. I think discussions can use guidance. If I feel like a discussion is like truly like over and nothing good could come from it, maybe it'll be good to like stop a discussion. But like I think in general, you can usually let them run their course.
I know that like
If it gets to the point where people are
free
legitimately like calling people slurs or like screaming at each other, then at some point it's like, okay, well, time to shut this down. But yeah.
How would you go about that? Would it just be full stop, like we're ending this conversation, sending people their different ways, or generally?
Well, like
I've
yesterday, I
seen
got to the point where I kind of had to start
get like control of it, right?
Yesterday, I had to kind of start muting people and stuff. So
When you have bigger free form conversations like that with 8, 9, 10 plus people, have you ever thought about just kind of muting everyone and controlling when they? I guess that would take a lot away from the discussion itself, right? Because you can't have people naturally respond.
yeah, and it'd be a lot of work too to like manually mute and unmute everybody. Yeah.
I mean, there are probably systems that could be developed to do it, but it would still require work on your end. From your perspective, from your point of view as the creator and the person that kind of cultivates and manages this community, like, what do you think about the recent discussions, and then I guess like how people are reacting to them, how people in your community are disliking the fact that some people are involved and some people aren't? I read your Reddit post. I thought it was really good, but I think honestly, at the end of the day, a lot of like moderation and administration policy just kind of escapes most people because it's not something they care about, right? Like
The
they just
difficult
wanna
thing-
have their opinion heard.
Yeah, the difficult thing about moderation or the difficult thing about controlling communities is there's two like not paradoxical. There's two contrary poles that both counteract each other, okay? One is that as an individual, you should never really assume that you know more than a huge group of people. And two is that huge groups of people in communities don't actually know what they want, so you have to know more than them. And that's a very interesting pull, because as an individual, you're incentivized to do things to benefit you, sometimes to the detriment of the community. And as a and as a community, you're incentivized, or not incentivized, but just sometimes people just say shit and they don't know what the fuck they want. Gaming communities have learned this, or game devs have learned this over and over again. It's like people claim, we want this item, we want this thing, blah, blah, and then it happens like, this sucks, we don't like this. And it's like, yeah, okay, you fucking people have no clue what you want.
I think a lot of that comes from not having the context of how things actually work, though, especially with, I guess, using your example with gaming, right? How many times have we all wanted something in a game, or seen an audience be really outspoken about something? That feature gets introduced and it's not at all what they expect, right? I think that's kind of what you're describing there.
Yeah. It's also hard to know what could have been. People have a very hard time imagining other types of scenarios. And those are things I have to keep in mind too. So you're taking flack for things that don't even exist sometimes, or could exist, but people don't realize it. So for example, a lot of people are saying that I should have been, here are two pieces of moderation that I think 80% of the community would probably agree to. One would be that Lav should have been removed from that conversation almost immediately. And the second is that Anna should have been hardcore moderated. She should have been much more aggressively kept to not interrupt people and everything. I think the vast majority of the community, I think 80% plus would have agreed with that. But I know for a fact that if I would have followed through on those two things, Anna would have left immediately. 100%. I know she would have. So that's an area.
You're putting in a really hard position in that circumstance to even continue the conversation.
Yeah. So there are situations like that come up where it's very complicated to navigate, because the community will think they want one thing, but I know if I follow through with it, it's going to be a disaster. And then if I do that, then everybody that wanted it will be quiet, and then all the people that thought that was a horrible idea will come out, and now it looks like the community was always against you, and you've just got new voices coming and going, and it's a very complicated thing to manage,
Yeah. Yeah. How and I don't know, I assume this is something that you're comfortable speaking to or whatever, but when you talk to the guests before they come on and have debates or long-form conversations, or if there is a discussion before they come on, how in-depth is that? Are you setting a lot of expectations in terms of hey, this is what you can expect when I say stop, or when one person, Abba, for example, pauses you to let someone else speak, you need to respect that? Or is it sort of a free-flowing address as it comes up type deal?
Yeah, I don't really do much of any of that at all. Something that I've learned is that everybody's different in the actual heat of the moment, so it's really pointless to have a big conversation about all this stuff in advance, because when the conversations start to happen, people will just do whatever. There have been people in the past,
especially once they get emotional, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. So people in the past have had kind of more in-depth conversations, hey, make sure when you do this, blah blah blah, but it doesn't really matter, because as soon as people start getting into the heat of the moment, they're going to be they'll lose it, and then it's oh well, everything we just talked about was pointless. So then you kind of have to moderate on the fly.
Is there a way that, and I know this is all constantly being reiterated, I mean it even is for me, right? But currently with kind of the scope of the community and how they're reacting to these conversations, is there a way that you would like to see moderation pushed, or I guess a direction you would like to see it pushed in? How do I articulate this? In a perfect world, what is your preference? Would you just want fully everyone has the capability to freely speak and address whatever they want to whenever they want to, but then when someone from your moderation team or you speaks up, they need to respect that? Or I guess wait,
hold on, wait. When you say moderation, what are you
ahead.
referring to specifically here? Me moderating a discussions, my moderators, or what are you referring to specifically?
I don't know if you moderating discussions, I guess as a viewer, I don't know if that's best for the content, because now we're approaching two separate problems, right? Because you're having to insert yourself in the moderation as opposed to contribute to the discussion.
Oh yeah, I mean it depends. I can moderate and contribute to a discussion, like I did yesterday. It just depends on the type of discussion. I'm okay doing both roles. It'll just depend. But again, when there's a discussion about black women's issues, and I've got, was it 3 or 4 black women in the call? There was Tree, there was Jay, there was Anna, and I think it was those 3. And then I've got one or two or three other black guys in the call, like that feels like a good moment for me to kind of like step back and just like listen for a little bit, because there's a possibility of me saying something really fucking clueless because I just have no fucking idea. So like it's good for me to gather data and understand what's going on. Yeah, there's just a lot of perspective.
So like my response to that would be not necessarily to moderate what they're discussing, but also focus on like moderating how they're discussing, right? Because at least from what I caught last night, it seems like at different points in the conversation, things were getting out of hand, and there wasn't really even a conversation happening. It was just people yelling at each other.
Yeah,
right?
it's
like, once you get to that point, something is lost.
Yeah, that's probably true. The Anna person has a very rough time like conducting herself in conversations, but then it's also hard because she's in a way getting like 1v5'd or whatever.
Yeah,
but like
she's getting dogpiled pretty hard, which
Yeah.
then can make like the emotional, like that flip getting switched way faster and way harder.
It probably would have been good to have a few moments where it's like,
they're fucked.
yeah, it probably would have been good to have a few moments where like, okay, well let's let everybody slow down and take a breather and figure out what's going on, because like, yeah, people are getting way too heated.
How do you feel about the expectations you've set for your community in general? I know that's a really like loaded, vague question. There's no gotcha or anything there. Just like, I think you are one of the content creators that I've seen in this space that has taken like a much more forward approach and active approach in moderating their community. So kind of just interested to pick your thoughts on that a little bit. I know it's been like a reiterative process over a long period of time, but how do you feel about it now and like how it's progressing?
I feel like it's pretty good. I think the biggest complaint that I have about my community, I ban so aggressively now. I just ban people when I see them do this. I don't like people that have no fucking faith in me. That's probably the thing that I ban for the most now. So like, if people are like, oh, like I wish Destiny would have done this, or I wish Destiny would have done that, that's fine. I'm totally cool with that. I like that feedback. That's good. Because it helps me like flesh out like, okay, people want to see this more, people don't want to see that more. But like, when people like after one discussion start posting shit like, I look at Destiny differently now, or like, I think that he doesn't understand anymore, he's turned into a different, it's like, okay, get the fuck out. You're such a crybaby. Like that shit just irritates the fuck out of me. But yeah, for the most part, I think I appreciate like most of the feedback and everything.
You ever with that line of thought, do you ever worry that you get caught up in your own mind where like you expect people to give you the benefit of the doubt for these things, but then sometimes you may not do the same? Not to say that you are, right? But like anything on the internet can make us emotional at different times. So I guess like those knee-jerk reactions, is that ever something that you're worried about or hyper aware of? Or is it just kind of like, with the way that your banning policy is, people can always submit.
People can always get unbanned, and I feel like at this point, I think that I feel like I've developed a healthy enough rhythm to understand when I'm being right and when I'm being wrong. Like I'm still receptive to all the feedback, even if I think some of it is fucking annoying. But I think at this point, I think I trust my intuition enough to know when I'm doing well and when I'm fucking up. Like I think that's something I've kind of developed with myself, but that's just kind of been something I had to develop a feel for over time.
Yeah, no, I can totally get that and relate to that. On that line, and feel free to like let me know that people want to talk as well. I can dip, but I guess for the last thing on that line of thought, are you ever worried about getting too comfortable? Because this is something I constantly have to think about with league operations. Is like, hey, I have a lot of experience, so I know that X, Y, or Z thing or policy is effective and will work. Therefore, I'm less inclined to think about other policies that might be effective or work because I know this works. Like, do you ever get in a position where because you've gotten so comfortable with how things are done, or because you're so used to how things are done that you're not considering other ways to do them anymore?
Hope not. I mean, I try to keep it up in mind, but I mean, that's the best I can do, right?
Yeah. All right, cool. Hey, man, I appreciate the convo. I've been a long-time lurker, so I'll be around. Just let me know if you ever want to talk about any of this stuff again.
Cool. All right. Well, hey, have fun. Be careful, okay?
Yep, you too.
Bye.
Peace.
Sorry, Oren donated $5 and told me to tell him next time he was a little monotonous. Sure thing, buddy. It wasn't like a horrible thing, but I'm just saying a little more voice inflection helps. I'm sorry. I love you, buddy. Oh, hello. Hutch Larry 2010. Going once. Hi.
Wrong to ask, by releasing those studies that Annalicia gave you?
Do what?
Would you mind releasing the studies Annalicia gave you?
Yeah, I might link them at some point. I have to scroll up through our DM. She linked me like fucking 50 videos and shit, so Jesus.
Yeah, because over the last 2 nights, me and my wife been listening to the conversation because it's quite entertaining, one way or another. But as we were sitting down doing some of the research, like one of the ones on black femicide, if you look up the numbers she gave from the study, it showed that the black women that were murdered were not murdered through domestic violence in the black community. They were murdered without even the person knowing who they were. They were murdered because of high gun violence in the black community. So I can understand how you can still pin it on black men because most gangs are filled with black men in the black community. That's understandable, but to say to portray it as domestic violence lends a different lens.
Yeah, to portray it as domestic violence is probably not fair. The reality is probably just that it might be gang related or something, because like people tend to be victims of people of their own communities. That's why like crime victimization surveys are like kind of point towards violence in different communities. But it's probably not like, or you need more data to show it's actually like husbands killing their wives or something, right?
Yeah, like I found that one, and it was like it compared white women and black women, and like I think it was 53% of the black women that were murdered never knew like the person, while for white women it was like 35%. No, 25% did not know.
Well, that seems like a weird stat. That's possible, but I don't know how you find out if somebody knew who murdered them, or what. I would have to think about that one for a second.
Through police investigations.
Sure. Huh. Okay.
That's how the study said it.
Gotcha.
Another one was like the 1965 black household. It was at 22% of no fathers in the house. She cited that study. We found that one, and if you read through it, it says, "Hey, these 22% of black men that are not in the household are mostly due to economical situations."
Are mostly due to our bad economic situations, or what? Say that again.
Yeah, mostly due to bad economic situations.
Oh, okay, sure.
Like they're unable to find jobs and everything like that. But once again, the lens she portrays it as is different. That's why I would like to read all her studies to see, is it just like the coronavirus study situation or the Nick Fuentes situation that you had back in the day with him, where you listened, where you saw him go through studies, but he only portrayed his viewpoint instead of what the study actually says.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So
Okay.
that's all.
Yeah, maybe I'll post all the videos. She sent me like it was literally like 50 YouTube videos and like links and stuff. So some was like Brookings Institute, some was like the National Family Council or something. But yeah, I might post those later, I guess, if people want to look through it.
Okay, that's pretty much it. Thank you very much.
Cool. Thanks a lot. Have fun. Hello, hello.
Yo.
What's up?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, shit. Oh, never mind.
I beg you.
Okay, hello?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me now? Hello, hello?
Okay, Destiny?
Yeah. Hey, can you hear me? Hello, hello?
Okay, yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, bro, been a big fan for a while. Wanted to push back on something.
Yeah, go for it.
So basically in that conversation yesterday with Annalicia,
Yeah.
there was one point you were making about or that both of you, I guess, you were empathizing with it, but it was a big point that she was harping on, was that black women have been able to have upward mobility throughout the years. And in contrast, black men haven't had as much upward mobility. And then the question then becomes, okay, why can black women do it and black men not get the same kind of outcomes?
Gotcha.
And there was one thing you said that I see. It's a common sentiment I see, and it's a common mistake I see a lot of people make, which is they'll say, okay, this identity, this person is black and a woman, so there's kind of this double jeopardy situation that people kind of assert because it's like your disadvantages are stacking on top of each other, right?
Yeah.
That isn't the case when you consider how race and gender kind of have they kind of have a dynamic that gives different outcomes. It's not like something that stacks up like RPG equipment, you know what I mean? It's like when your race and your gender mix, you're perceived differently because of how those things interact.
Sure.
So for example, because someone is there's a study that was done, and I'll link it to you. I don't know where you get how to send you links or anything like that, but there was a study called Soft Skills and Race that was doing studies on how employers perceive black men in particular. And there were a lot of employers that were basically saying things to the effect of black men are intimidating to customers when they were talking about retail work, or black men are considered scary in the workplace when they're talking about how they interact with coworkers.
Sure.
Whereas with the black women, because their gender and their race interact differently, they aren't perceived as intimidating or as scary as black men are in the workplace. There's plenty of studies that have been done on this. So for the most part, black men and black women, there isn't a hierarchy in terms of how in terms of their positioning in society. But because they're not the dominant culture. They're pretty much, and I don't like to play the privilege wars or who has it worse kind of situation.
Yeah.
I just kind of want to emphasize that, like, when you're not the dominant culture, it isn't a question of like, oh, these black women or black men have it worse, or Asian men or Asian women have it worse, because we're all not white. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
I understand. There's an intersectional approach to where you can say that women who are black might have some added issues because they're women and because they're black, but it doesn't necessarily mean that like black women are below black men every single time when you like stack up situations. Yeah.
Exactly. When I'm walking down the street, it is far more likely for someone to go to the other side when they see me than it is for them to do that when they see a black woman, for example. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And then even when if you want to talk about like dating and desirability on dating apps, right? Black women are considered. There have been studies that they've been considered the least desirable, right? And there are a lot of reasons for that in terms of stereotypes of black women being considered difficult. And because I am black and male, my masculinity is over, it's almost like intensified, right? Because of stereotypes and things like that. So that can be an advantage for me in dating sometimes.
Sure.
So there's a lot of different things at play when people talk about why can't black women do this or why can't black men do that. In addition to that, and I know I'm kind of, because this is a topic you really need to read up on black male studies. It's this framework that's been kind of I guess pioneered by people like Tommy J. Curry, and he's really been leading the charge on this because there's been a lot of myths that have been pushed because of not feminism, but particularly white feminism, right? And how some of those talking points have been adopted by feminists as a whole, while ignoring how race can interplay with gender and things like that. So, but to circle back to the point I was gonna make, there have been studies also about how black children in the classroom are viewed. So, and I don't know if this was a hot topic on Twitter like a couple months ago, but like they put teachers in a room to observe different races of children playing with each other, like just kind of in the classroom doing their thing, right? And they asked the teachers, which after they watched the kids for a while, they asked the teachers, which kid do you feel was like seemed like they were causing the most trouble?
Yeah.
Predictably so, most of the teachers said the black boy was causing trouble. And conversely, they said that they pretty much ignored the black girl, right? The black girl, it was like she was almost not even there.
Sure.
Whereas like they treated the white girl as if she was the most behaved, and then the white boy was the second most behaved. So there are a lot of things at play when we talk about like how black men are able to engage with education or engage with institutions, or how they have to maneuver these systems in a different way than black women are able to, and vice versa. It's not like a game of, again, it's not a game of like
Someone
who has
strictly
it
on
worse
top or bottom, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, that was the main point. I kind of just wanted to like, because it was bothering me a good bit, because I know this isn't like is not a common framework that people are really talking about much yet. But we really need to make sure we pay attention to how race and gender interact when we have these kind of topics, so.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Well, anything else?
Oh, no, that's all, man. Big fan. Like, keep doing what you're doing. I'm glad you're talking about this kind of stuff now, too.
Yeah, cool. Well, thanks a lot. I appreciate the perspective.
All right. Thanks, man.
Yeah, have a good one. Okay, why do I have so many black fans? Jesus. I'm curious what the percentage is now. Between all the posts, the emails, and then we just had like 4 in a row in Discord? Jesus. It's because we listen to Hopsin, guys. I knew it! Hopsin and Joyner Lucas. I knew that would bring all the black fans around. Yes! Oh, actually, it was because of Ankh. It was because of Ankh. Wait, have there been any new Ankh videos? Hold on.
Oh, you want to spark it? Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Uncle Adam's rapper. True. He's got a website and everything. Damn. Ankh, where the fuck are our videos at, dog? Are you serious? Hello? Cristoforo. Fara, hello. Time to wake up. Wait, how do I tell this to take all of my... Oh, it's 0 to 0. That's what I probably want, right? There it is. No, what? Okay. Fonz, you're up. Okay, Fonz. Roma. Oh, wait, Fonz, you're here? Hello.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. How's it going?
It's going great, dude. How are you going?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Doing fine. How's that drug-addled brain of yours feeling?
It's drug-addled, but still pumping.
Yeah, well, that's always good to hear.
Thanks.
So, I want to talk about consciousness.
Okay, well, what about it?
So, well, see, we probably have a lot of different ways of, like, approaching this. So, I was wondering if you could, like, put on your Kanye hat and just, like, give me a landscape.
Yeah, conscious experiences are hard because I don't think we can see them or identify them really in any way other than we seem to have them, and then we identify things that look like that and hope that the same thing is coming from it, maybe. Yeah, that's about all I got. What about it? What else?
Have you heard of the term relevance realization?
Nope.
So it's a cognitive science term, and it's because you can't have like a theory of what's relevant because you need like your context. So they made like a theory of relevance realization.
Okay.
And so then it becomes more of a like an emergent process than a static state.
Okay.
And like, so for higher states of consciousness, like, you know, like mystical experiences or whatever, you have experiences that like that are like, I don't know, people describe it as like more real than real. And then it like changes your behavior in the real world, right? So it like helps with people's addictions and stuff.
Can you give me an example of one of these experiences?
So like people will like think that they met God, right? So,
okay.
Or you like become like in tune with the universe, and like, you know, people will say that it's like love or whatever, and like it's interesting how that experience is so foreign from any other experience that we have in our day-to-day life, and then we come out of it thinking that it's like more meaningful than day-to-day life, and then it directs to like personality changes and habitual changes, which usually like are really hard to do, but people will like quit smoking or quit drinking from this experience that is like not like anything else, but then you believe that more than what you were doing.
Yeah, okay, makes sense. I've heard that mushrooms are one of the only things that like will cause an actual long-lasting change in a person's I think it's the openness to new experience thing on the Big Five or whatever, or openness or something, I don't remember.
Yeah.
But that doing mushrooms is a way to do that, and that has like, I think over or up to a year, I think is what the study says, seems to show long-term changes. But yeah, which is, as you said, really hard to do in people. Yeah.
Yeah, and like quitting smoking and like all of those things, right? Those are like deeply ingrained habits, and then all of a sudden you have an experience that like uproots them all, right? So like the relevance realization is it's like it's self-organizing in the sense that it's like interested in itself, right? Like your body is self-organizing. It stays together, but the complexities can emerge because the things that are there feed back on themselves, and then the patterns new patterns can emerge, but then there's still an emanation from old patterns into these new things that we didn't really know.
Okay.
And so like I like, this is my own little like pet theory. I think when you do like psychedelics, it creates like an echo of consciousness, and I think that's why you have like those mystical experiences, is that there's like a delay of like the relevance realization, and then it sees itself, and but yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I just was curious about your thoughts about if you knew anything about like those sorts of states of like altered states of consciousness, and then it goes into like building blocks of reality and from like a phenomenological perspective. But
yeah, no, I guess I haven't read much research on it, but I mean, I visited them before. That's
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, anything else?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay. Well, hey, I love you, buddy.
Alrighty.
Be careful, okay?
Hey, love you too. Bye.
Bye. Nah, that dude faded. Dano, get it, get it, get it. That's the meme. That's the meme line. That's the meme. That's the meme. That's the meme. Tatoes, what up?
Hello. Let me mute this.
Mute away.
Okay, is my sound coming through correctly?
Your microphone is a horrible echo, and it's making it hard to understand you. But otherwise, I got you. What's up?
Getting off the black topic a bit.
Okay, good.
We talked, you talked a lot, or a bit at least, how Love is getting a lot of hate just because she's a woman.
No.
Or am I?
I said there's a lot of misogynistic hate, but I think that Lav, most of her hate is because of her demeanor. I think Brittany got a lot of hate because she was a woman. I used Lav as a counterexample. It's like, well, I think that some people get hate because of how they act, and other people can get hate just because they are women. There's some misogynists hating against Lav, but I think Lav is genuinely does a lot to make people not like her. It's not just because she's a woman. But go ahead.
Okay, then I must maybe misremembered some things.
Yeah, that's okay.
I saw only parts of stream because that was my impression yesterday. It's like Love was just getting hate because of the obnoxious behavior and the way she engages when she talks to people.
Yeah.
To me, it just looked like doesn't listen, constantly interrupts and tries to railroad, and it's just like, okay, you got a debate, bro. And when she gets hate, it's misogyny. At least that's what she says. And
yeah, I mean, I think I said this to her, that you can't complain about getting dogpiled when you come in and you act a certain way and then you do a certain thing over and over and over again. Yeah.
Well, that was it from me. Thank you, and have a good stream.
Okay. I love you, buddy. Be careful. Bye. Nah. Faded. What does that even come from? I have absolutely no idea. 1 second. Oh, hold on 1 second. Okay. Oh, hello.
Oh, my. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Uh-oh.
I am loving this Black woman content.
Yeah.
100%.
Are you loving it because we're talking about black issues, or are you loving it because you're here to shit on black men?
The first one. The first one.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Well, what's up?
Nothing. I just wanted to say that I'm enjoying it, and that's all. And Anna, come back. I know you're hearing me.
I think she's mad. I don't think she's ever coming back. How do you feel about the divester community? Or are you familiar with the term? Or
No, what's that mean?
oh, just I guess like apparently there's a very militant group of black women online that are encouraging all black women to divest from the black community, to leave, stop having babies with black men, and abort black male babies. Yeah, I don't know how popular this is in real life or in some black communities or whatever, but yeah.
Abort seems excessive.
Yeah.
Seems very excessive. But I have seen a lot of black separatist stuff online. So I think that's really pretty common. I don't care who you love. It doesn't really matter what color you are. But I think a lot of us are, especially us black girls who are like dismissed and are thrown against this identity that we have to be this particular type of way in order to be accepted. We're like one or two bad experiences from becoming Anna. So I'm glad that we're talking about it. That way we can kind of like flesh out what's actually happening.
Do you feel a certain type of way about like black men dating non-black women? Like you said, you don't care, anybody can love who they want to love. Do you feel a certain type of way about like racial dating preferences or anything, or do you just not care? Or
I don't. It only matters when the black man specifies his reason. And that was one of the things that I think Anna forgot to mention, is that there are black guys out there that are saying this is the reason why we don't date you. Because they do say that, you know. And that's where that is coming from, I think, is that she's saying, she's getting these responses back. We're not dating you because you're aggressive. We're not dating you because you're masculine. And in these, we are these ways because I can't depend on you to take care of me. And if you can't take care of me, who's going to take care of me? Me, right? But now that I'm taking care of me, now I'm masculine. Now I'm aggressive. Now I'm not being submissive enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's so weird.
Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. I think I kind of feel similarly. If like people have dating preferences, it's usually okay. But as soon as somebody starts on some like, I'd never date this type of person, or I don't want to date these types of people because they all act this way, then it starts to feel a little bit weird, you know?
Yeah. I actually had that experience in Discord recently with this guy. Somebody asked him, would you date a black woman? He was like, no, because they are so aggressive.
Yeah.
And they're like, is Sophia aggressive? And he was like, no, she's fine. And I'm like, the fuck?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So
I used to be
people
I was gonna say I used to be the same type of way until I started meeting more black people, and I was like, oh, this is fucking stupid. I didn't even realize in my head I had kind of like an image of what black people were like, and until you start meeting some, you know, that image can change pretty quickly, depending on who you meet. Yeah.
Yeah, and people act differently in different circumstances. So even if she is acting a particular way, you know, because she's in a particular dynamic. So how I am at work, like I'm super like, when I'm in work mode, I'm in like boss mode, but I'm not the same way at work as I am at home.
Yeah.
But some people don't translate that from day to day. It's almost like we're not allowed to be, what's the word? Multifaceted?
Maybe, yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, sure.
But yeah. Anyway, and I also like seeing ABBA in a different light too. Because I noticed earlier when you first talked to her, she said she had smoke with ABBA, and I watch a lot of ABBA content, and he used to say some wild ass shit.
Okay, yeah.
He's calmed down a lot over the last year or two.
Yeah.
But
Well, that's good. Good for him. I'm proud of him.
So, but anyway, Pepe wins. Bye.
Gee, gross. Bye.
Hello?
Hello, what's up?
Oh, I did not. A second. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Oh, cool. I can hear you. Am I allowed a little bit drunk or semi-drunk?
Yeah, as long as you don't say anything too crazy, you're good to go.
I think I'm good. Sorry, it's been a huge drinking session with my cousin and my mother and a friend of ours. So I'm a bit, slightly drunk, but I might not have another opportunity to ask you my questions. So I decided to, you know, come in.
Okay, that's a little dark, but okay, I'll hear you out. What's up?
It's literally a little dark because, you know, no electricity.
No electricity, yeah.
So yeah, and I have it now, so that's why I'm, you know. It's a strange sound. Can you hear it? Like boom, boom, like something. It's like a car or something. I don't know.
Nope, I can't hear it. But if it's in the background, I'm probably not going to pick it up on your microphone, so yeah.
Whatever. I was just like confused about it. So here it is.
Jesus, okay.
It's a list.
Gotcha.
Handwritten list. Are you prepared?
I'm super prepared. Yeah. What do you got for us today?
It's a bit wonky, so apologies. The question is, why leftists call everyone Nazis? Isn't that really dangerous? That's my question.
Why do lefties call everyone Nazis?
Yes, in the United States, apparently.
I think that this is probably true all across the world. I'm sure it's true in Ukraine. I'm sure it happens everywhere. We tend to stereotype our political rivals as being the most extreme thing they possibly can be. So lefties will call everybody to the right of them Nazis. It used to be that people on the right in the United States are called Republicans. They call everybody to the left of them communists and socialists, right? So like even our Democratic Party, which is in the United States is nowhere near communist and socialist. Republicans for a long time would call communists and socialists. It's just, that's what people do. Yeah.
I see, but isn't that like, so to me, from my perspective, when I hear that, it's very similar to the way communists did in Soviet Union. They called like Ukrainian Nazis that were anti-Soviet regime, anti-Bolsheviki, communist shit. And they called like the Tatari Nazis to basically legitimize, justify genocide in people. So when I hear that, to me, it's like a warning, like a little warning call, you know, like a red flag, basically.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that.
For the Soviet Union, I think they had a policy that started in I want to say it was the late 30s, but I think it was called social fascism, right? Which is where they tried to paint basically every liberal or all liberal regimes as being fascist, and that was part of the.
Basically, was Red Terror period, which started in 20s, it kind of like continued in 30s, like you said.
Gotcha.
So yeah, so basically they would call pretty much anyone. They justified it in terms of class mostly. So they would call like people like bourgeois or something, you know, like they would say there was like on the book policies that said that anyone who is like the enemy of the like proletariat, the enemy of Soviet liberation of proletariat of the people and all sorts of shit can be pretty much executed without any even without any judgment or any anything. People, they literally, one of the orchestrators of this thing on the book, he wrote that you don't need to ask them anything, you don't need to hear their case, you just need to know if they're like enemies of the Soviets, of the like unions, and if they are of a wrong birth. So basically, if they are like intelligentsia, if they are like maybe aristocracy in some way, so those people just can be like straight ahead eliminated.
Gotcha.
So when I hear leftists pretty much say stuff like kill the rich or eat the rich or kill landlords and shit like that. So of course it's mostly like blah blah blah, because it's like people who say that in the West are like not really going to do a revolution or some shit, you know. So it's pretty much, I think you guys like in the West, I think dismiss it because it's they just cringe, you know.
Yeah.
So like a niche group that doesn't have that much power in the government, as I see it right now, like in the United States. But there is a kind of like a risk, I think, of them like growing in power and of all that dehumanizing stuff, like calling someone like a Nazi, and then you can justify doing whatever to them, which is pretty exactly what Russians did with this denazification shit they invaded Ukraine with. So Yeah, so to me, it's kind of, I understand they're in small numbers comparatively, a lot of them on the internet apparently, but in real life, as I understand it, they're like not that big of a group. But yeah, I just wanted to like point out to people to be kind of like wary of that, I guess. Because
Yeah, I mean,
to
it's
me,
not. Yeah, it's not good. But
yeah.
I mean, they don't limit in
Yeah.
terms of violent power or whatever. Like, they don't really have much right now. They don't do much. So.
Yeah, so you say you should worry about stuff like that if they gain like substantial power, I guess, right?
Yeah,
But
or
then
if they
again,
start
when
acting
they
violently,
did-
like. Yeah.
But then again, when they did, it was a little bit too late for us, you know.
Sure. Yeah, I agree.
So yeah.
I mean, it's
yeah,
bad. I don't support it.
so-
I think it's like fucked up. But yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I see. I guess I need to line this question that I already asked. Next question. People compare Ukraine's situation to Afghanistan and Iraq. Afraid to stuck in another forever war, they say. So yeah, I personally think that situations are completely incomparable to Iraq and Afghanistan, but I would like to hear your like take on that.
There is no take. I mean, like, people just see one war and they compare them all, basically. Yeah, I don't think that there's any.
It can't be that dumb.
Yeah, it is, because there's really no comparison between like Iraq or Afghanistan. The lead ups are completely different. The rationale for going in is completely different. The current leadership structure is completely different. Like, there's just no real comparison. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But
So I made like notes. Maybe you can like say if I'm wrong on something. So basically, as I understand it, like I'm not an expert, obviously, but USA invaded like with troops and shit, like with boots on the ground, with like actual military troops in Afghanistan and Iraq after 9/11, as part of the like war on terror. Was sort of like a retaliation against the terror attack that was done in 9/11. Is that correct?
for Afghanistan, yes. For Iraq, it gets a bit more complicated, but yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's like Bin Laden and Hussein both were like declared like enemies of the United States, right? In like Iraq and in Afghanistan as well, right?
Yeah.
So
kind of, yeah.
point is, you literally invaded, and you were not asked by Afghanistan people or Iraq people to come and save them and give them weapons and shit. It was like pretty much nobody asked you to be there, right?
Yeah. And they weren't like
So
invading other countries or anything too. The situations are like completely not comparable.
Yeah. So it's not like someone invaded like Afghanistan basically, and then you're like, oh, we're gonna go like and protect them or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just don't understand why the fuck people compare it all the time to me, and it confuses me.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like when you're a certain age, like this is just what we remember. So we just compare everything to like everything is like Iraq, everything is like Afghanistan. It's just the same shit. Yeah, it's that stupid. Yeah.
Yeah. So I wrote, did not ask for help. They weren't attacked by another country. Yeah. So. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I expected some kind of like a very good explanation, but apparently you just compare shit because that's what you know. So those were the words that you engaged in, and most people, as I understand it right now, find it bad that you did that, right? So in the United States, people generally say it was a bad move to do that, right?
For Afghanistan or Iraq or both?
Both, I guess.
Yeah, people say both. I feel like Afghanistan, the invasion, I feel like was justifiable. And Iraq, Saddam Hussein was not a good guy, but I don't know if that invasion was justifiable. And the whole weapons of mass destruction thing is really weird. But the main criticisms that probably should follow the United States was the situation, the handling of things after the war. That's where we made like huge mistakes.
Yeah, so like creating a government that didn't like work out because it was pretty corrupted and just not supported by the people, which is again not comparable to Ukraine in any way.
Yep.
Because Zelensky was voted. We chose them like democratically elected. Before that was Poroshenko, who was also elected democratically. So kind of like I don't get it. Like I said, to me it seems like just all the like intervention United States does is bad. So this one is bad as well.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
So yeah. Well, boring, I guess.
Yep, it is. You should try to ask. You should ask lefties about it. Like try to get on a channel where like, hey, I just want to like ask you questions.
I decided to go like on a podcast that Dylan was on. I vanguard something like Marxist dudes, and I really want to like press them on this shit and maybe try to be more like not like aggressive but more like combative, I guess, because I have nothing to fight with you about. So there's that.
What did they wait? So have you done this yet, or is this something you want to do in the future?
It's the first thing I want to do like that. I asked they want to like connect me with them. If they want to speak with me, then they might be fun, I guess.
Okay, yeah, you definitely should. It'd be interesting.
To say honestly. Also, one thing that people like always say, like Afghanistan was like incredibly like bad, evil, and shit. Which I, by the way, think in a way that, of course, like war crimes obviously were committed somewhere, I guess. So yeah, so there's that, and I think invading in general was not like the best idea at all, because like I said, nobody asked you to, right? So it was like more of a retaliation thing. On the other hand, you were attacked, people were killed, and you know, you prosecuted like Al-Qaeda, who was directly linked, as far as I know, with this attack. So whatever, I'm not going like to even go into that, but I just did some like research on that shit, and people like paint like, again, America like this horribly evil like empire, compare it to Russia all the time, but just in terms of death toll. So during 19 years of your like presence and war in Afghanistan, apparently by the different estimations, 15,000 people died, civilians were killed. So one is 46,000, another is 550 plus thousand. So bad, I guess, obviously. But
wait, did you say 550 plus thousand?
Oh no, 50,000 plus. Sorry, it's
just
hard
okay.
to say in English. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So either 46,000 or 50,000. So that's it. For the entirety of 19 years. So just so we can clear, half of that already dead in Ukraine for 8 months. So, yeah. And also, I would like to point out, I'm not saying that those people's lives don't matter. I'm just saying that obviously this shit is kind of a little bit heavy that is going on here. Also, Soviet-Afghan war that nobody talks about for some reason. Do you know how many people Soviets killed Afghani people, civilians?
In terms of how many died, I actually don't know for that.
2 million.
How many?
2 million.
Oh, gotcha.
One estimation says 1 million, another one says 2 million. So let's agree on like 1.5 million, like in the middle, basically.
Sure. Okay.
And that was for 9 years.
Jeez.
Yeah, just to yeah, I don't think I need to comment on that, honestly. But it just shows you how Russia treats lives of civilians and how United States do.
Yeah. If you want to, if you ever want to get really mad, actually, the funny thing is if you bring up the Soviet-Afghan war, my guess is going to be is that most lefties would probably say that that war was entirely the fault of the United States. So.
Well, of course they will, obviously. But even if it's stupid. I know quite a lot about that, so I can talk about it with them. But in terms of, even if I would like to concede for some reason that this is the United States' fault, who killed those people on the ground, literally?
Probably Russian or
raped them, tortured them. Yeah. Also, 3 million civilians were wounded. 3 fucking millions. When I read that, I was like, holy shit, Afghanistan been through some stuff.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why like I get really irritated when people compare, like they'll say that like the United States is like a terrorist nation because we're involved in so many things. Like, yeah, the United States definitely fucks up and does bad things, and there are inexcusable things that happens. But like the United States doesn't just go around the world like indiscriminately like murdering civilians and shit. Like if we did, there'd be way more people dead. Yeah, it wouldn't be. Yeah. So it's a little annoying to get the comparison all the time.
To me, this statistic I told you, like for 19 years, the amount of the number of civilians that were killed, shows me that United States did quite a lot to prevent civilians from dying, which is pretty clear compared to, in other statistics that I just told you about. So there's that. Also, I've been told for a couple of people, like when I say like genocide, they say like war is genocide. So they pretty much denied like what Russians are doing here as genocide. And they ask like, what Americans were doing in Afghanistan or like Iraq, genocide. So basically, did you guys like deported thousands upon thousands of Afghani people or Iraq people to United States forcefully? Did you like stole their children? Did you like created mass graves with civilians, hundreds upon hundreds? Did you like mass rape women in cities and towns? Is this like on record? I never heard of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's stupid. Yeah. Same thing with
so it's
people.
not true, right?
Wait, it's not true that the United States. I mean, here's an important thing that I would say to be careful of. I think that the United States' foreign policy was far different before and after the fall of the Iron Curtain, pre and post Soviet Union. Like, you have U.S. foreign policy from like 50s, 60s, 70s for sure, up to like 91. But then past 91, I think things have been like considerably more chill. Like, if you're looking for like really fucky things, that the United States did or whatever.
Vietnam?
Yes, yeah, for sure. Where you can see like lots of napalming,
Yeah.
like indiscriminate like destruction of like a lot of property and shit like that. That's gonna like be a lot worse.
A lot of not like exactly a lot of comparatively to Russians, honestly, but still quite a lot of rape of civilians and quite a lot of like brutal treatment. I saw it, and footage of that and pictures of that and all sorts of shit.
Yeah, potentially.
So but pretty much nobody brings Vietnam up, so that's why I like ask about Afghanistan and Iraq, because those to me completely, I would not call war, even if it's an invasion, genocide, 100%, if it's not committed, right?
Sure.
But people deported, thousands deported, torture and rape and mass murder of civilians. A stated goal of destroying our identity as Ukrainians, our language will be prohibited, already is in the areas that are occupied. So destruction of our state, they pretty much, as you know, plant like Russian flag everywhere they go. So the goal is to completely annihilate us as a nation, which to me, well,
it's pretty bad.
It's just that we fight. Yeah, it's just the fact that we fight pretty well.
Yeah.
So I mean, like we're not allowing this to all cities to be. But if we did not have like the will and the support, will to fight and support of the Western countries is what I mean, then most likely that all cities would be butcher right now.
Yeah.
In some capacity.
That's one of the frustrating things too. When I talk to people, they try to compare like because I talk about how one of the really bad things that Russia's done, aside from the all of the human rights abuses, is like the idea of a country invading one country and taking territory from them is not really something that is supposed to happen in the world anymore. We're not supposed to do that, especially in Europe. And people will keep comparing like, oh, well, isn't what Russia is doing to Ukraine the same thing as the United States did to Afghanistan and Iraq? And it's like, no, it's totally different. Like, we didn't take any of that territory or start
to... Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I never heard of it. I never heard of it actually. But you talked with a person that said that this is like the same shit. I think it was this Michael Tracy dude. But but it's just so ridiculous that he does not see this like a substantial difference in literally coming, taking pieces in destroying that nation. So there's no that country anymore. That's the goal. You know. And I quite honestly never heard of like United States doing that in terms of in like modern times. I mean, like to be like to come and like this is our shit, our flag is now here, and you are like a nobody. This is a part of United States right now, and we like prohibit your language. We terrorize everyone who comes who like protests this shit. I just never heard of it.
Yeah.
And to me, it's very like confusing. Either I have been living under a rock, or those people are just not honest, I guess.
Yeah, a little silly, I think.
Yeah, well, next question. Oh, it's not exactly a question. It's Brianna Joy Gray vomiting.
Oh, God.
It's also say white and blue-eyed lives don't matter.
That person is just fucking crazy. There's nothing else to really say about them. That person is fucking insane.
Yeah, well, so the eye roll. Have you saw that? The infamous eye roll.
I saw
like,
the 2 minute.
Twitter.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about on Twitter. That clip. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't really want to like specifically talk about her because I just like don't see the point. To be honest, I understand what she's about, and it's very clear to me.
There's a really good point actually about her. Somebody made a really good post on my subreddit about this. I didn't even realize it. But are you familiar with the term populism?
Yes.
So my understanding of populism is essentially it's kind of this, it's a reaction to a failure of the state to render some services. That people essentially think that like, okay, the government's failed us, businesses are against us, we need to rise up and realize all these people suck, and we're going to come from the outside and we're going to fix everything. We've got our own people. Yeah. And one of the weaknesses.
And your policy is like addressed. Your policies are mostly addressed towards the people.
Yeah.
So it's
like, ideally, it's supposed to. Yeah. But it's interesting to see that a populist's rejection of all establishment types, it was really interesting to see what happened to everybody in the orbit of Bernie Sanders when his campaign died. Because, oh my fucking God, there were so many bad people that were involved in his campaign that afterwards, as you've seen them go on to make their own media careers, are like, holy fuck. I'm not going to be able to find that post on my subreddit, but the Brianna Greyjoy, she was one of those people that I think she was his lead communications. Joy Gray, not Greyjoy, she's like Brianna Joy Gray. She was like his lead like communicate. Yeah, she worked on his campaign. She was a big part of his campaign.
Greyjoy is a Game of Thrones dude.
Yeah, sorry, fuck, I always mix her name up. But there were 4 or 5 other people that were like big members in his campaign that when you follow them afterwards, they're just fucking insane people. Fuck, I wish if somebody has that post on my subreddit. Wait, actually, I might have saved it. Nina Turner was one of them as well that also worked on the Bernie Sanders campaign, who's also a little bit fucking crazy. Yeah, but there were a few. Wait, hold on.
You cut off, I think.
Oh no, I was saying there are a few crazies. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Give me the crazies.
The crazies.
I don't have enough of those here, you know.
Oh my God, Sean King worked for Bernie. You don't know who Sean King is, do you?
No.
An insane person.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, Jesus. David Sirota, who on top of being Destiny tier unhinged on Twitter, was working as a journalist without disclosing that he was working for the Sanders campaign. That was one. Yeah, they were just, oh my God, there were so many horrible people. There were so many horrible people in Bernie Sanders' campaign, but I think it was a result of that. Like, well, I'm a populist, so I'm not going to hire any people from the establishment. I'm going to hire my own people, and all those people were fucking crazy. But yeah,
tends to happen. Yes. I wanted to to ask like this thing. Not only she says this, I saw it like a couple times, but mostly in like very like leftist MLMs, with the Lenin picture behind. So I kind of wanted to disregard them just because of that, but then I thought maybe ask you about it. So what is this shit that white people cannot be genocided? The fuck is going on?
That's a really that's like a really complicated thing that you're.
Introduce me to like American shit, please. Like.
Oh man.
Literally everyone who says that is American. So
yeah, but because
confused.
Dude, there's so much shit I would have to. Okay, let me start for a little bit. Okay, so in America, in the United States, when we look at people, there's like Hispanic people, Chinese people, Japanese people. There might be people that are African American or black or from Africa. But when it comes to white people, we just say white people. In the United States, we don't really see different types of white people. And because of how the United States engages with the concept of whiteness, it's got an interesting history in that some people would argue that the category of whiteness has been used to exclude other people from participating in like mainstream society. So for instance, like Hispanics at varying points in US history have been white, but also not white. So it's interesting, like if you look up crime stats in the United States, sometimes it has to specify like including Hispanics or not including Hispanics just because of how weird their categorization has been. And so when people look at like whiteness as this majority group, they'll jump to other kind of things and they'll say, oh, well, if white is a majority group and they've got the majority of the power, obviously they can never be genocided because they always have like the power to not be genocided because they're the majority power holder. But yeah, I would say you always have to be careful when you listen to white people, when you listen to Americans talk about the world is America. Like there's nothing outside of the United States. So like the idea of like white people killing other white people or like everything that was related to like Yugoslavia and Serbia, it's like that, none of like Americans don't think about any of that. They have no concept of any of that type of stuff. Or like the fact that a lot of people in Europe hate Eastern Europeans that are oftentimes white. Like, there's like a lot of like weird stuff like that Americans we just don't engage with it. We have no background. Like the idea of an American, a white person being racist to another white person is like impossible. It just doesn't make any sense to us. Yeah, because they're all white people, right? Even the people in our country that are very racist, like the white nationalists and the alt-righters and the fascists, even those people are very inclusive of like all types of white people. Like you can have people that are in the United States with like Serbian backgrounds and shit who will be Nazis because it's like, well, no, like the Nazis would have liked us because we're all white. Or Polish people, like, oh, like with Polish ancestry, oh, well, we're all white Europeans.
No, Nazis didn't like the Slavic people at all.
Yeah, or Slavic, yeah.
Well, we were like third group on their list of scum that does not deserve to live.
Yeah, I know, yeah. But in the United States, like neo-Nazis are like very diverse in terms of all the different types of white people that are like parts of their groups. Yeah, so it's kind of funny.
Well, that's if I understand it correctly, that's because to you like the race is the shit. So it's more important, and if you like look kind of white, then you're okay.
You're basically,
you're like so I see, but this does not explain why I understand why like Americans think would like white people cannot be genocided in America. I guess that makes sense. But what about like Asia, Europe, like people
you're making
in Asia genocide each other?
You're missing a huge point there. You're talking about stuff that's not America. And yeah, sorry. Does not compute. Don't know what you're talking about.
So this is like America-centric shit, right?
Yes.
Basically, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's kind of dumb. I don't know, like open a book or something. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I mean that's how it. Yeah.
I'm descendant, but.
Yeah.
Well, I guess if you don't want to open a book, don't open the book. But if you're talking about like white people cannot be genocided, this is like ridiculous on all levels, like objective reality, history, and all sorts of shit. And you just if you want to talk about it, then I guess like educate yourself or something. What about you have to know like at least about the Irish, I guess.
I mean we learned about like the potato famine, but that's it. Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, well, interesting. That's dumb.
Yeah,
well,
I mean, a lot of it is just going to be dumb. There's not. I'm not going to have like very like good answers for why people believe the shit they do. A lot of it's really fucking stupid. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
There's a whole concept that you might not even know about this, but like, it's funny because I've traveled quite a bit, and only in the United States, especially when you're talking to, I don't want to say just racist, but like white nationalists or very, very, very far right people, a lot of them will talk about how important it is for the United States to maintain like a European identity, that we have to be like loyal to our European roots. But the only people I ever hear use the word like European when talking about a whole group of white people are Americans. I've never been to like heard British people talk about like Europeans or whatever, but it's only like very far right people in the United States do that. It's very interesting. Yeah.
It's true. People don't talk like that. Honestly, also I never heard a single person in like I mostly like know Eastern Europe countries, honestly, but I've been to the Western Europe somewhat, but mostly here, and I never heard a single person say that an American person is European.
Yeah, but yeah, some of our.
I mean.
Yeah.
Even if they're like white, I mean, you'll be American, right? So you won't be like called a European because you don't like live on Europe. You're not, no, you know, like your ancestry might be from Europe, of course, like maybe English people, maybe like French.
Sorry, hold on, fuck, because I have a lot of conservatives in my YouTube chat. Destiny, the European Union exists, LeMail. Europeans do consider themselves European. If you go to like France or Spain or Germany, they don't all call themselves like European. Like they very much have their own different countries and cultures. I don't think they see themselves as like a unified, like they're not like, oh yeah, like, oh, like if you were to ask like somebody from Spain, like, oh, like what are you, they're never ever answering, oh, I'm European, like that, unless maybe they're in the United States talking to an American or whatever, but like people don't identify that way.
If you talk to a United States or person, you might say I'm from Europe or like I'm European, but most likely a person would say I'm French, I'm German, I'm like Romanian, I'm Ukrainian, and you know, so like nationality wise, not like so either ethnicity or nationality or something like that.
Yeah.
So of course, like we know we are like from Europe, basically. Obviously, we live here and stuff, but it's not like the biggest point of conversation, I guess.
Yeah.
Because in the United States, people mostly talk about race, but here people mostly talk about nationality or like ethnicity, stuff like that. But mostly like nationality, in my opinion. So. So of course European Union exists and European people exist, and people understand that if you like European, like you live in Europe, then you're like European basically. But it's not like like you said, it's not something we like talk about all the time. Also, there's no like a monolith culture or something. So
in the United States though, Like in the U.S., like far right people do believe that there's like a monolithic like European culture, that there's like a one thing like they want to be like, yeah, like we like the early Americans were European and that's like an important part of like who we are, or whatever. But even back then there wasn't a monolithic European culture, and it wasn't all Europeans that came to the United States. It was like Anglo-Saxons and shit. Like it wasn't like Germanic people or anything. Yeah. So yeah, it's just a dumb like American thing.
Gotcha. Well, another question. We vomited about Brianna Joy Gray, that we did that. LGBT stuff. The question is, transgender, what is going on? I'm not sure what I meant. What I meant exactly. Let me think. I wrote it a couple, like, many days ago. What the fuck was I going to talk about? Maybe there's a notes here somewhere.
Yeah, I need a more specific question. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit weird. I think I was going to ask about so basically when I talk to people like here about LGBT stuff, I generally like try to, to I guess be a little bit cautious and to like see what their position about that is, and then kind of maybe talk them out of being homophobic if they are in some way. So not always, but sometimes I like practice that shit, obviously, if I'm interested in such a conversation, and they are, of course. So what I wanted to find out is, how do I show them stuff many LGBT people do in America, in United States, and not sabotage my whole job as making people less homophobic?
Don't just don't do that. Stay off Twitter. Just don't do that.
I mean, I got the trans stuff. I did not know about trans people, to be honest, at all. At some point, like maybe a couple years ago, I like didn't like know what it is. All I knew was like transvestite, which is like gay men dressing up like as women, basically. But then I found out that trans people is completely like separate stuff. It's not that, because those men, they don't identify as women. They identify as men. They just like, dress up like drag queens and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, so what's the difference? The difference is that trans people, like trans women, for example, will identify as like women. So they are born like physically, like biologically like men, but they identify as women. They present as women mostly. So stuff like that, right? So I was like, okay, makes sense. And the way the people like explained it kind of like made sense in the terms of there are certain like gender like expression things, terms like preference and stuff, like, or not preference, like gender performance stuff, like you present a certain way, like you behave a certain way, you talk a certain way, and people like trans.
Whoa, hello?
As people.
You were lagging hardcore.
Want to be how it's now.
Oh, hello? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead. You got it.
Maybe I just touched the something.
Okay, so
a cable or something. Yeah, so basically that's what I understood. So they want to be perceived in the world as like another gender, basically. So that's why they are transgender, and it kind of makes sense to me. I did not like have any like questions pretty much or issues with that. But then then the rest of it came along. So if you like so basically trans women are women, I kind of like understand, I guess, but many people like straight up say they're like biological women, which I don't really get that point. And also they're like stuff like non-binary. I recently figured it out what it is, kind of half understand it, half don't, but whatever. But also there are lesbians. What the fuck is that?
Okay, yeah, so you can't get in. There's a lot of weird Twitter stuff, right? Like if you spend like a lot of time reading this, you're going to be having debates on whether or not femboys can be trans women, and it just gets very, 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 very complicated. There's like a whole lore to like, do you know like what? Have you ever watched like anime?
Yes.
Do you know like Dragon Ball Z?
Yes.
like arguing about some of this trans stuff is the equivalent to getting into like very heated back and forths on whether or not like Gogeta would beat like Vegito in a fight, and there's just like so much esoteric background knowledge that you need, and it gets really complicated, and it's also like a very minority of these issues. It's a niche thing, and a lot of it is like, so far it's kind of like on Twitter, and it's not worth even engaging with it. Don't do it.
Yeah, I understand that, but just to me, it's kind of like I don't want to like be dismissive because like to call it like crazy or something, because you know people call like gay people crazy and shit. So I did not want to use that argument. So I was like mentally ill or something, right? So I was like, I will not call people like mentally ill like that just to, you know. But when a person says they're a deer, what else do you do?
Listen, I have no comment. Okay, yeah, just the Twitter stuff is crazy. Okay, let Twitter people be Twitter people, and don't worry about it. Okay.
All right,
Yeah,
got it.
they do
It's way a little bit too much for my brain. Gotta say. So a close friend of ours, he is my sister's friend. He's a psychiatrist, pretty like famous in Ukraine. So he works with people mostly with schizophrenia. How to say it in English? Schizophrenia. Oh.
Okay.
So he works with people with schizophrenia, and when they say they're Napoleon, like they don't actually think they're Napoleons. So how do you like make a difference between that and someone calling themselves like transhuman or a deer or something?
Okay, so the broad idea in the very, very, very broadest sense is that the newer kind of idea in the United States is that people view gender as not like a real thing, but more like a form of expression. So when you view it as a form of expression, it becomes possible for you to identify as or incorporate a lot of different things into your identity, because it's just a way of identifying yourself. So somebody might say that they identify as a deer, and they might even call it their gender, but what they mean is they might have qualities about themselves that they consider to be deer-like. They don't actually think they're a real deer like that.
But then nothing makes sense. I mean,
yeah, well, what are you gonna do?
I mean, I understood like trans people how they like, but to me, it only makes sense if there is like one gender and they like transition to another.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and that's largely my position. But I'm just saying that you can go down a really complicated road. Yeah, like you said, like he, him. Like, are there lesbians that can be he, him? Like a lot of those people would say yes. Or like,
how are you a lesbian then?
I mean, there's a lot of complicated. it's very, very, very complicated. You can read a lot about it.
I give up.
Yeah,
I'm too drunk for that shit.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's not even worth digging into. Also, and then hold on. I'm sorry. I got just one more chat thing, because the chatters, all the conservatives always trigger the fucking out of this shit. There is a greater European culture. It's disingenuous of destiny to say that. Nowhere else in the world do cultures have a common use of laws and the structure of society. So I could be really wrong, but I've been to a lot of European countries, and I've talked to a lot of European people, and I've studied a lot of Europe at this point, and I do not ever hear this from anybody except for Americans who have never been to Europe. I have never in my life heard people, and everybody is always shitting on other people. I hear people in Western and Northern Europe shit on people in Southern Europe. I've heard people in Southern Europe and Northern Europe shit on everybody in Eastern Europe. I've heard everybody shit on the Balkans. Everybody in the Balkans hates everybody else in the Balkans. People in Sweden hate people from Norway. People on the actual like everybody hates, like Irish people kill other Irish people. The NRA and the Northern Ireland, like, so this idea that like there's this common European culture. Maybe if you're talking to an American. But I've never in my life seen that when I talk to European people. It just doesn't, maybe there is in some case, or maybe on internet forums they do, but like, I've just never seen that personally. But
for me, there's like two answers to that. First, either those people like jerk off to this idea of united European race that they want to be like a part of. That's why they think it exists. Or they talk to extremely far-right Europeans. They might be talking about, this like European like people need to like be, I don't know, like when they talk about no immigration and stuff like that, so we don't let like brown people in or something, like we need to preserve European like something, I don't know, like what they want to preserve, because for me, like you said, there is no united European like anything.
Maybe the only exception I can think is maybe if there are like certain groups of people that are really shilling for like the European Union or trying to get that going. But even my understanding of that is that like there are a lot of Europeans that don't like that greater integration into the European Union, that people fight over that all the time too. So like after the UK left, I think there were other countries that were even considering leaving the European Union after. It was one of the big fears of the UK leaving, but yeah.
Yes, but of course, like in a large context, when you talk about like a political something like European Union, like a organization or like a political movement or something, you will say European word. But like in day to day, you are like correct. Most people like talk only about like nationalities and you will hear screaming about being a European from countries that really want to be integrated in European space. So like Ukraine, Georgia, for example. I remember when this whole thing after Russia invaded Georgia and this whole Abkhazia Ossetia situation, they like annexed, killed a bunch of people as they do. So basically after that, many Georgians would say like, I'm a Georgian, but I'm also European, so they would like say it in a way because they wanted to be part of European Union. They wanted to be like integrated in a sphere.
Sure,
and
yeah.
I hear sometimes stuff like that in Ukraine as well, of course, because they want to like separate from like a Russian sphere, like Asian sphere or something, and want to be like integrated in like more like Western type of like European Union.
Sure.
But people who are already in European Union very rarely say like, I'm European, I'm European. So they pretty much still feel like they already in there, I guess. So no sense. But this is more like where we want to politically ally ourselves with, not like on day-to-day like conversation, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So another question is misogyny ironic ? It's something I read. People like write to me when I like look it up after we talk or something, and the people like, I love women unironically and shit like that when I say something.
Yeah, there's
I figured out that I need to ask you as the god emperor of Destiny community, what the hell is that? What does it mean? And yes, also people say like a community is super misogynistic, which I did not encounter so far, but your comment.
Yeah, I don't think my community's not misogynistic, but it's not it's kind of like a big, if I say like boys club, does that mean anything to you? Yeah, it's a boys club.
Internet is basically like spaces, like political spheres, like all boys clubs.
Yeah,
mostly,
exactly.
because
Yeah,
mostly men are interested in that.
Yeah, so I'm trying to do better at like making the place a little bit more inclusive of like women's voices and making women feel a little bit more welcome, and like it's not like a giant boys club. Basically, is kind of what I'm shooting for. Yeah.
But what prevents them from being in your club other than not being interested in topics or something?
I just think the way that we tend to talk about women's issues, it kind of feels that way. And as long as people have like that feeling of it not being like it always feels like it's by men and for men. That's kind of just like the broad feeling I think that there is when I talk about issues in my community. So I'm just trying to make it a little bit like, or like, for instance, whenever women come on, people will say like, oh my God, she's so cute, or that woman's hot, or like, this woman is stupid, she's making me hate all women. Like there's just like ways of talking like that are just kind of annoying. Yeah.
So it's not like if you like shit on women, on a certain woman, like a person, like not all women, like a person, a woman, then it's not like misogyny. You might just don't like this person, right?
Maybe.
But,
yeah, it's fine not to like people. And yeah, it's
Yeah.
like I have no problem with people shitting on women. Like that's fine. I just don't want them to shit on women because they're women. That's kind of what I'm trying to avoid. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what's misogynistic, I guess. Yeah, but I see. So, but would you say like saying someone saying like, oh, she's cute or like beautiful or hot or something? Is that like misogyny?
Kind of, yeah. I want to get rid of it, yeah. Just because, like, I feel like I should be able to have like women that are on to have conversations with, where it's not, the conversation isn't about like, oh my God, look, there's this cute woman. Because it feels like really weird. I think if you're a woman entering the space and everybody's just like talking about like how somebody looks,
I might be too Slavic for that shit, but
yeah, this is we're talking it. These are advanced American social norms. Okay, don't worry about me. Okay, this is our yeah.
I have not progressed so far.
Yeah.
So DGG, feel free, to say what you say.
Okay, yeah.
Say I'm cute.
You'll be yeah. Don't worry. 5 years from now, you'll hate people calling you cute. Don't worry. Trust me. Okay.
Maybe, but not now, and definitely, I don't think it will happen. I'm sorry.
Okay,
So
we'll see.
no, not like it's like if it's in like a stupid way when you like talk to a man and you say something to him and he's like, oh, you're so pretty, and that's all he says. Like he doesn't see you like as a person and doesn't listen to you. Well, yeah, that's kind of like not offensive, but annoying, I guess is the word. So yeah, and people also this whole thing, like I don't want to like say anything about you, but United States and stuff, like I'm not aware, but I don't experience much of that here, honestly. So I mean, people will comment on like how you look if they like know you, but not like on the streets randomly or like.
Sure.
Oh, there's such thing as catcalling is barely exists here. So yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so also there is this kind of like I guess like chivalry like kind of like behavior still that you kind of expect. I mean, so not like dehumanizing or something, but people like hold doors for you and shit, which I think people should hold doors for everybody, honestly, no matter what their gender is. But stuff like that, some kind of like treatment, maybe would be a little bit more like protective of you or something. So if like my guy friends will like come to the house and they will like like treat me a little bit differently, maybe I don't think it's that bad if it's not it's not belittling to me, I guess, is what I'm saying. So I don't feel it like it's a reason for feminist screeching, basically.
Gotcha.
If someone holds the door for you.
Yeah, I think
I'm
generally we're okay with stuff like that.
Yeah, okay. If it's not done like in a disrespectful way, then what's the problem?
Sure.
Yeah. What else? Yeah, it's about misogyny also as well. So does just hate women or stupid people who happen to be women?
I think sometimes it could be both. My only issue is that like if a woman comes on and she's dumb, then you should just say you hate her. But it's when people come on and it's like, oh wow, this woman makes me hate all women. That's like the problem. Right?
Yes, that's misogyny. Yeah, so it's generalizing. So you like see that person and she's like for some reason like a representative of all women.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's the issue that my community has. Yeah.
So if that's a man, then that doesn't tend to happen, I guess.
Never,
that's true.
Correct. Yeah.
Because if a man like is it like a dumbass, people say, oh, this fucker like is dumb, but they wouldn't say like, oh, man's so dumb, like all men are dumb because this person is dumb, right?
Yep. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks. Another and pretty much the last one in this thing, patriotism bad.
No, I think patriotism is good. I think you should probably be somewhat patriotic towards your country. Just don't go like crazy.
Something I see like in the West. That's why I wrote it. So white people, honestly, are incredibly terrified to like say something good about the United States or some shit. And to me, also like patriotism in itself seems like a cringe moment for some people, and I don't really understand why. I mean, if patriotism grows to be chauvinism or like turns to be like very chauvinistic, like in Russia, for example, like you think others suck, other nations compared to you suck, they are not as good as you, you're like the master nation or something, you're like superior in every way, and then you're like completely incapable of taking like any criticism of your country, which also is like bad, of course. But to me, that just doesn't equal patriotism.
Yeah.
It's not what patriotism is.
Yeah, I think the issue is that for a long time, our right parties kind of used patriotism to excuse everything. And if you ever attacked them, they'd call you unpatriotic. So now people on the left are like, well, fuck patriotism, we hate it. It's kind of like a reaction to how the right would use it all the time, basically.
Can you be a little bit in the United States? Can you be a little bit more chill?
No, we basically everybody defines themselves by like the people on the other side that they fucking hate. That's just what we do here. That's got to be common around the world, though. I'm sure you guys do it too. Everybody does it.
Well, not in a such degree, I don't think.
You don't think so? Oh, maybe not.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I don't know enough to tell you you're wrong, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. It's like not honestly don't like know, but to me it seems like very like over the top all the time for some reason in like politics, I guess, in the United States. But maybe it's just like and I don't know, like not really, like just an impression that can be wrong as well, I guess. Yeah, so nationalism does not equal Nazism, patriotism does not equal chauvinism, I wrote. So yeah. which again, for some people, nationalism is basically you're a Nazi.
Yeah.
Which does not have to be. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So also the last thing I discovered like recently, I was like shitting a lot on like leftists and like MLM and Lenin worshippers because they basically like torment me on Twitter and also are very spreading insane bullshit about my country, which I obviously don't like. But also I kind of find out that right-leaning people in America are also a bit crazy, apparently.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
I said,
a
I
lot
kind
of
of
them.
look. I view it all as like
Mhm.
populism. Populists are on the far right and on the far left in the United States right now, and yeah, both are
Mhm.
gaining popular. On the far right, they're very popular. The populists are, and then on the far left, they're very
Yeah.
popular online. So
So I found out this very interesting person called Marjorie Taylor Greene or
yeah,
something.
that's she's a United
that.
States person. Yeah, she is a person, all right.
The fact that she's in the government is honestly quite hilarious. Yeah,
Glad it's funny to you, but
Not-
yeah, it's pretty fucking crazy.
yeah, it is because literally you like many people in the United States like say, oh, Nazis in Ukraine, and literally you have a person in the government that speaks about Jewish space lasers.
Yeah, that we.
I
Yeah,
mean,
you
you
know,
wouldn't
she's a.
find that shit in our parliament.
Yeah.
I tell you that. So yeah, I'm not like saying she's like representative of all right people, obviously.
She's
but,
representative of
it's
a
just-
pretty decent part of the right now. It's pretty fucking
Oh
crazy.
no!
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah, our right-leaning
Oh.
people all kind of lost their minds, so we're seeing what'll happen. The Donald Trump
Oh.
guy kind of broke a lot of their brains, so we'll see what happens next election cycle.
So maybe that's when I tell someone like my friend who's very like pretty right-leaning or right person in Ukraine, they're like, oh no. So that's what they like see in their heads, like Marjorie Taylor Greene person.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I was confused about that, but our right-leaning people, you have to understand that they are pretty different, like as I found out from like your guys in the United States, because not all of them obviously, but if you meet a right-leaning person in Ukraine who says like identifies like right-leaning, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only thing you can be certain of is that they hate Russia
Sure.
since 2014, and they are very against anything Soviet, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you can like 100% rely on if a person says they're like that's about it.
Mhm.
So the rest of it is they can be very. So for example, my cousin that came to visit us today, Vika, she's considers to be herself be very far right. So she says far right, not right.
Yeah.
Just, but she's very like pro-LGBT. She wants marriage to be allowed in Ukraine. She is pro-abortion, like not like pro-choice, pro-life,
Yeah.
pro-choice.
I figured, yeah.
So yeah. Sorry, I just she's not against abortions, is what I'm saying.
Mhm.
So she considers like she's very like kind of feminist, I guess you could say. So this is very not like far right in United States, I
No,
think,
yeah.
positioned wise.
Very different.
Yeah, so she's very like she's like pretty like climate change, like fight like stuff about that. So she's also like a vegan for quite a long time. But so basically those are like all positions that I don't think you would like expect in the United States if a person says they're far right.
Yeah, our far right is
yeah.
pretty unique in the United States in terms of how the Western world works. We're very special. Our far right is very special. Our normal right is very special.
Special, I see. It's a nice way of putting it, right?
Yeah.
Special needs kind of
Well,
special.
yeah, they're very special.
Sorry,
okay?
sorry.
You're okay.
Yeah, special, little special snowflakes.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically is what I'm saying is I'm learning stuff, So
Mhm.
that's now I know why people like when I say someone is far right, they're like immediately like very oh my god far right person, like
Mhm.
Maybe I was like thinking they were like just crazy leftists, but now I see that they might be confused because of how far right is in your country actually.
Yes.
So
And also
yeah.
there's also kind of this weird thing that like our far leftists they're very loud online, especially because a lot of them are very young and they have a lot of power over like our culture and our schools. But they're very ineffective when it comes to getting power in government. So the far right is much more influential and powerful government, right? So when you talk about like the far left in our country, if you talk about our Verkhovna Rada, that's your parliament, right?
Yeah, Verkhovna Rada.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm not fuck your pronunciation. Okay. But like in
It was
our
not that bad.
yeah, there's like 450 seats in your thing, right? I right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Something.
We have
I think so. Yeah.
in our parliamentary body, there's like I think it's like 536 or something seats that we have. 4 of them are like far left. 4. But when it comes to far right, it's like maybe half. Like it's a lot more like people. Yeah. So in government, the far right is way, way, way more represented. Whereas like the far left is like there's like a few of them. It's not even close. You know, they have no power in government. Nothing socialist or communist is ever happening in the United States no time soon. But we might not have free elections anymore if Trump runs again. Like that's the difference. Yeah, in terms of like power they have legislatively. You know?
Yeah. So basically, what you're saying that I shouldn't give a fuck.
Hold on, wait, real quick.
Leftists on Twitter because they.
Wait, one sec. I'm sorry. Destiny's by showing. When I say far right, for people that are triggered in chat, I'm talking about anybody that supports Donald Trump. If you support Donald Trump, you are a far right person. Anything else is a massive fucking cope. If you're somebody that supports Donald Trump, if you're somebody that is willing to toe his line, if you're somebody that is going to support his claims, I think how many different, is it over 100 candidates that are up for election or over 50 that like believe the election was stolen? How many of those people? Like these were all far right people. There is no such thing as a moderate support. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, what I was wanted to say was that we in Ukraine literally don't have like far right people in the government at all. They're like
no, I know. I think there was
like.
I'm gonna say I looked this up because when I was researching the Azov battalion shit, I think there was one person from your far right party like a few years ago that was in your parliament.
No. Yeah, but no longer. So zero right now.
Yeah.
So so that's what always like makes me like triggered to use like this lexicon because honestly deal with your far right dudes, you know. So when people from United States like talk to us like that, they have like zero power, like literally zero, and it's just it's very confusing in all sorts of way because it's just repeating like pro-Soviet Russian shit that you know, like all Ukrainians are Nazis. It just doesn't make any sense because nobody speaks about like some couple battalions like that exist in a, you know, country's army. That, by the way, not all of them are like I said, in our country, if a person says you're far right, the only thing for certain is that he hates Russia.
Yeah, gotcha.
That person. That's about it. So, and very anti-Soviet everything, which is good. I support both of those. But, you know, so, but the rest is like a, you know, like a roller coaster. So they can give you like all sorts of answers, basically, so that you would not expect. And to me, like apparently in America and United States, as I see it now, it's very like certain that some sort of positions will be held if a person is far left or like far right. They will like certain positions that you can like 100% expect from them, like maybe on abortion or like LGBT rights, on maybe like climate and something like, you know, like for certain. But here it's like a literal like roller coaster. You wouldn't like know that much. So when people say that they like leftists should die here or something like that, they mean like Soviets, communists, you know.
Sure.
Yeah, so they don't think about like leftists in the terms like, you know, your like lukewarm European like social democrat or something, or socialist maybe even. It's like those like red terror, red plague, red fascist guys, you know. That's what people mean. And also they are mostly talking about pro-Russian fractions. So that communist party we had in Ukraine that was prohibited. Oh, I don't remember when, like not recently, but I think Zelensky or in Poroshenko time, whatever. So there was basically a communist party that was like prohibited. And I heard like leftists like losing their shit about that. Like, oh, they're not communist. They're like not communist even like politically. They call themselves communist, but they are just Russian hacks.
Yeah, sure.
That were caught colluding with Russia, like important information from the government sold to Russia and gave to Russia. So there was like straight up traitors to like to us, a country that we are at war with.
Yeah, no, yeah.
So
I understand
it was not like so it wasn't like they were like Lenin and, you know, Marx and shit. They were like just basically pro-Russian. So Russian agents inside the government. So yeah, it's very different here, I guess, in a way that people would we talk about stuff. So
it's kind of like
yeah,
there were challenges that I think this was under Zelensky that he was facing in terms of banning Russian-speaking media or making it not the primary language in places like Crimea, and a lot of people viewed that as in the United States people were framing
Crimea
it as
was no longer a part of Ukraine when Zelensky was so yeah.
Oh no, okay, so then it wasn't Zelensky. It might have been earlier, or it might have just been in parts of Eastern Ukraine. But the challenge was that like there's a lot of Russian radio that is literally just broadcasting propaganda right into Ukraine.
Yes,
and it's
I
challenging
about,
to do. Yeah.
That with Lonerbox, I think a little bit. I had like a conversation with him. So this is like important to understand that nobody like prohibited Russian people to speak Russian. So that would be bad. But nobody in the government like prohibited. I could talk Russian with anyone. I was free to like speak it, and every Eastern Ukrainian was free to use Russian in their day-to-day. But people in the government, officials, should know Ukrainian. It should use it. It's our national language. It was decided as such since 90s, since our independence. And it's really crazy that our president spoke Russian, for example. So they like did not know Ukrainian. What the fuck?
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
like, so it shows clearly like the allegiance and everything. Also, media, like you said, speaking Russian is not the only language. It's just a cultural sphere you're in. So you would watch like Russian TV, listen to Russian media, radio, whatever it is. And it is like that propaganda machine. So basically, this is what happened in a lot of like Eastern areas, like Donbass, for example. The majority of people did not want Russia there. It's just like reality that leftists deny. But those who did, like 30% or something like that, also correlates with ethnic Russians there. So I don't think that's a coincidence that people who supported, like, you know. So basically, yeah. So that was, by the way, their place there after genocide in the previous population, Ukrainian population. So yeah, for them it's a strategy to like pretty much kill the population, native population, then replace the population with Russians there. So it gives him the leverage and the cultural influence there, which is pretty fucked up, but that's what they do and what they did quite a lot of times in history, not only to us, to be fair. So yeah, so basically what happened is those people, they were like watching Russian TV, they were like spreading this whole Nazis are going to come and like destroy you and stuff like that. Russians will be killed on the streets. Those Nazis never came, but they like, you know, spread that belief, and this was like a pretty intense situation because of that. So because they were like consuming Russian propaganda and Russian anti-Ukrainian like sentiments for a very long time. So prohibiting this sort of shit, in my opinion, is reasonable and has nothing to do with language itself. It has to do with the culture you consume with that language.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, so there's that. Basically.
Yeah. What else?
As a Russian speaker, you know, I'm not like exceptionally like anti-Russian as language, but I understand those moves and I supported them. I also support everything that involves like Ukrainization, so to speak. So like reviving of like Ukrainian language in the East. And people scream about that all the time, but literally nobody under the age of like 35 or 40 doesn't know Ukrainian here. So we taught it, we learned it in schools, we passed exams, you know, for the language. And so it's only a problem for like elderly people who were in Ukraine in Soviet times and did not learn language at all. So Ukrainian was not allowed to be learned, you know, in Eastern parts. So basically for them, for like people like my parents, for example, it's a bit harder. But again, nobody told them you can't speak Russian. It's just like on an official level. When there's paperwork, like official documentation, yes. But not in like day-to-day, of course not. And yeah, so also the other thing is that we all, like I said, younger people know Ukrainian, because there's not a big deal. And also, I don't see anything wrong with that, honestly. So reviving the language that was destroyed and was like prohibited heavily in these parts. They did the same stuff in Georgia, nobody talks about that. So pretty much all Georgian people, my mom's age, she's like was born in Georgia, so her like friends from school and stuff, they know Russian and they speak it. But younger people don't in Georgia. So people like 20 years old, they already don't know it. So they just speak Georgian. and that's it. And nobody says like they like discriminating and stuff like that. Nobody cares about Georgians. Sorry, Georgians, but that's why probably. But yeah. So but they were like free to do that. So basically, I want Russian to sort of disappear, honestly, in time. So not like physically and like prohibited with laws and shit, but just people, children already speak primarily Ukrainian, even in the more pro-Russians, more like Russian-speaking areas, because they just teach it at school. People send their kids in Ukrainian schools now, so Ukrainian speaking schools. I know plenty of parents who who are Russian schools, so in Ukrainian speaking schools, and it's not that like big of a problem. The Russians just made it out to be as an excuse to invade, that they defend Russian speakers. They did same shit in Georgia and Moldova. It's like the same tactic they use pretty much all the time. Yeah. So there's that. I guess that's it, I think, from my questions. Thought I had more, but apparently not. I also have a silly question.
Yeah, go for it. What's up?
So it's not that silly, but people, like I told you, are very afraid like of saying patriotic stuff about the United States for some reason. And
hold on, wait. Real quick, when you said you want Russian to disappear, you're talking about the language being spoken in the country. You'd rather people speak Ukrainian. Sorry, there's a couple people in chat here.
Can you say it again? I did not hear.
When you said you want Russian to disappear, you're talking about the language Russian inside of the country of Ukraine.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Some people
I wanted. What they thought I was saying.
Yeah.
Or
they thought that I don't know if they're trolling or not, but some people think you were referring to like the country of Russia, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that one I also want to disappear.
Yeah, sure, but different, yeah.
No, I'm speaking about, I'm not saying like disappear probably is a little bit of a harsh way of putting it. I think it will naturally like occur. More people prefer speaking Ukrainian now,
Yeah.
Because it's not discriminated, so people like naturally will gravitate towards like Ukrainian language, and that's fine. Like I don't see like anything in the slightest wrong with that. Plus this like whole genocide and then killing us business make people a little bit icky about Russian,
Sure, makes sense. Yeah.
Strange, right? Yeah. So when you like people say like you will not, like this law I told you about it in first time we spoke was called Valuev Circular. It was a law in Russian Empire times that prohibited Ukrainian language, it prohibited publishing books in Ukrainian, teaching people Ukrainian. So it was a long practice, like centuries-long practice of destroying Russia. And you know what Valuev said about Ukrainian language?
What?
The person who created the law. He said that Ukrainian language never existed, it doesn't exist, and it wouldn't exist.
Gotcha.
I actually think it's pretty cool because he says it didn't exist, it doesn't exist now, and it wouldn't. If something doesn't exist, why are you talking like in three times, like in three past, future, and present? So basically what he was saying, that man, was exactly something you can hear from Putin today. So those guys kind of forgot to evolve with time,
Yeah. Well, or they're trying to fit the world to what they want it to look like, at least, yeah.
Yeah. So what I wanted to say was about like patriotic shit, that people are afraid to be like patriotic and stuff. And always talk about what they hate about United States. But what do you love about it, Steven? Stupid question.
What do I love about the United States?
You like it?
Yes. Our legal system. Our legal system is really cool. Our endless system of appeals. That's what I like.
Oh no, not that. It's not. Can't be the only thing you like love about it, right?
I like our First Amendment. I think our First Amendment is very unique. I really do like our legal system. I think our legal system is set up really cool. We have a lot of rights afforded to us in the United States. I think guns are really cool. I like playing with guns. They're a lot of fun. We seem to have a really unique relationship with that. Yeah, I'd probably go with those things. Yeah. Jazz. Oh, I'm a musician, so I like playing like jazz is cool, and everything that came from that is cool. Our contribution to
it is cool.
Music. Yeah.
I see. Well, that's cute.
Yeah.
It's just so kind of overwhelming to me. Like people like shit, and don't like say anything good about it.
Mhm.
So I was like, what about like I don't know, like free speech, like good quality human rights, like wealthiest people like on
We
the
have-
planet.
We got like a lot of different types of cultures here, which is cool. We have a lot of different types of food. If you go to like LA or Miami or New York City especially, or any large city in the United States, you're gonna find a ton of different food from a ton of different cultures, a lot of different entertainment. Yeah, I think that stuff is cool. Yeah.
Yeah, so like it's multicultural, which is like integral, I think, to like America. So when people like think about the United States, they like think about some like blend of different stuff, which is cool. It's not something you see here, for example.
Yeah.
Not in such a sense, I guess. There are like different people here, but most of them are like pretty monolith, I guess you could say.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, in the United States, I think it's pretty cool that this like blend of stuff actually works. And this shows, I think, that it can be done. I think like multicultural, like kind of sweet. I mean, like people like you from different backgrounds, different like ethnicities, different languages, religion, maybe, but still coexist in like one country that clearly works.
Yeah. Well,
So,
hopefully.
yeah,
It's kind of working. Yeah. We'll
I
see.
think that sort of working. Yeah.
Mhm.
So also, should I be afraid of your like elections as a Ukrainian? Yeah.
Hopefully the war is over by then. Let's just go with that.
I mean, they are going to be soon, right? In 8th of November.
Oh, those
or
elections probably aren't as big a deal. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about those ones. But hopefully in a couple years, yeah, you guys have figured your shit out. 'cause-
I just saw this. Figure your shit out. Interesting way of putting that.
Yeah,
So
you
like,
need to
so,
get done with all that stuff.
So like unalive some people that who starts some orcs, let's put it like that. Yeah, so yeah, we will try, I swear, if you continue to give us support, I guess. Oh man, how do I want that to be no war anymore?
Yeah.
And no words to express how much. So yeah, and yeah, I guess people just wrote comments like in Twitter that if Republicans have like the majority, they will cut support to like Ukraine. But I saw like statistic that it's pretty much very like bipartisan stuff. So like I think the majority of Democrats 100% support us, so more Democrats support us. But I saw that Republicans I think also support getting aid to Ukraine, as far as I
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
as far as I
don't
see.
think Republicans would cut aid on their own. I don't think they would do that. But with Trump there, maybe. Because Trump is very much like NATO skeptic. He doesn't like NATO very much. And
Also Putin's pal. No, I mean,
that's
pretty
really weird. Yeah,
related.
I truly don't know
Yeah,
what Trump
so-
would do for Ukraine. He could go either way. He could be the biggest. Trump might send U.S. troops to Ukraine because he wants the United States to be strong, or he might say the U.S. shouldn't waste any money at all, and then he doesn't do anything at all, and he just pulls out of NATO. Like it's impossible to say because Trump has no coherent ideas about foreign policy or
Because it's Trump.
Yeah.
Who knows what the fuck he will do?
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense, right? So I just a person wrote that it's like this Marjorie Taylor Greene person. She was like, "No penny will go to Ukraine," blah blah, like stuff like that. And I was like, well, I shouldn't probably believe like her word on that. She was like, if Republicans come to power, like no penny will go to Ukraine. And I was like, well, and then someone like DGGers, I think, wrote that actually like Mitch
McConnell. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That he's like the boss of like Republicans basically, and he wants more aid to Ukraine actually. So I was like kind of like trying to Google shit, and it's apparently like most Republicans still do in fact support aid to Ukraine. Not as much as Democrats, but
Yeah.
still do.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
nothing to be that afraid of, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
This election at least. Yeah, when the president ones are going to be happening.
Yeah. Well, true.
Mm.
Yeah. I don't know what else. Anything else?
It for today. Yeah, not a lot of like I have like a lot of questions, but another time I think, and don't want to like waste your time for too
you're
long.
good. We're just hanging out today, so.
Oh, I see. I was chilling.
Just chilling,
I think all of your things are called chilling.
Well,
I was like,
sometimes
this
yesterday
man
they were
is
very
not
much.
chilling.
Yeah, yesterday was very much not chilling, but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't saw it. I had no electricity, so you know. I think I sent you like a very sad like candlelight.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, because
That's about it.
yeah, the
Yeah,
electricity getting cut
yeah,
off. Not cool.
yeah. Today I was running around 14th floor again, so I'm starting to get used to that thing. Also, my cousin, she said like I will rather die than climb to the 14th floor. So tell me when this like period when I can for sure come and do not have to climb the stairs. And I was like, Vika, for real, you're like on the front lines getting like artillery shot and tanks and shit at you all the time. She's like a war journalist basically. And she was like, nah, not the 14th floor.
Okay, yeah.
I can deal with that shit. I was like, I see. So artillery, whatever. Tanks, whatever. Missiles, who cares? But 14th, climbing to 14th floor, nah. I
It's a
guess
lot of
that's because
stairs to
she's
climb, I
overweight.
mean. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that probably doesn't. Well, hey, that's a good way to lose weight if she's trying to, so.
Yes, I told her so. She said, fuck off.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
that sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's deserved.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, that's. I think I also wanted to talk about like victim culture and stuff like that, but for another time. I think I need to go like to bed.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, sure thing.
Yeah. Yeah. So GGers. Hey, I love you. Don't stop telling me I'm cute. Don't listen to Steven. It's not misogynistic. What else? Yeah, love you and you as well.
Cool.
Steven, I mean.
Yeah.
So yeah, goodbye. Talk to you, I guess, sometime when I have electricity.
Yeah, sounds good.
Which I don't know when it be.
Hopefully
yeah.
soon,
So
yeah.
yeah, bye.
All right, have fun.
Yeah, bye.
See you later, bye. Ignore everything she said about misogyny, okay? We don't listen to her. Okay, give me a second, then I'm calling the STV Philly guy. Hold on, I'll be back.
Bro, you won't even honor a video request. You'll love Dilbert free. I know most of it is schizo posting B, but it's real this time. A real request. B Baka. I had to go through so many walls to be here greater than less than. S6buR and go to when you laughed at Lav when she used bombastic, that beautiful word, and treated her the same way, bro. Dilbert free. s6buR. Evil fossil. Destiny got rich. Now his only pleasure is derived from talking down to the peasants, unwarranted praise, and neglecting his child.
Shut up for a sec. I dreamt I met a Galilean, a most amazing man. He had that look you very rarely find, the haunting, hunted kind. I asked him to say what had happened, how it all began. I asked again. He never said a word, as if he hadn't heard.
Yeah, I'm evil. I'm sin. I'm aware. So I gotta support him to survive. YouTube era has been the best era. Thank you, Twitch. Is there no option for anonymous subs? I may be blind. Your workers don't want spotlight. I am banned from all his stuff. Weak questions get me in here. I read your post. It means you oppress. You're trash. Yes. Hit a pussy. Add me an ill scare, because you're always scared of tickets, dumb shit, and the loss of any system. I am an anarchist and you're scared, bro. I had your boy Mr. Girl type cuss. He treated cakes flakes like me, just cussy, salty, and he was stunned. Hack, I couldn't even answer questions they agree with. I'm coming for you, son. Ha ha ha. Wait, I seen what you said. You're right, but I had to wait 24 hours to post regardless. I can't post yet. BGGL. You said you chillin' today. Unban me on Discord, and I tell you about being 666 black poly black man blue collar who don't give a shit about our corny non-GL you cute. That's why I got 2 wives. Evil X hash 1111. Son, I listened to Denpa. And been in more Quidditch HD than these clowns talking about an outlet for trauma trashkin, and now these clown ass PPL trained to be authorities.
Bro, if you think I'm lacking inflection, say that to me at the beginning of the discussion so I can try to improve the manner in which I'm speaking. It's hard enough to come onto a platform where my ideas are not welcome without that.
Can y'all convince Destiny to debate me on the value of Schizo, Donna, and PLS? I will win, see her, free. Might as well support content I want to see more of.
Hey, bud. If you're not familiar with John Haidt, I highly recommend checking him out. He developed the concept of moral dumbfounding that you've used in the past. He was also on Lex's podcast a while back.
I hope you're doing well, Destiny. Please start playing Runaway on your piano XD. Yo, you right, M5D risk taking R and I don't got no money, bro. Done. How much I'm spend, but my schizo dono video gonna he free brew. I might have to work mad though, Walty he tilda. Yo, bros, I swear on my grandpa's grave. If y'all spam and get me unbanned from his Discord, it'll stop schizo donoing to him 10,000,000%, I swear. I'm from Denmark, but I can guarantee you, on my life, nobody in Europe describes themselves as European, Ukrainian, Danish, Spanish, French, etc. Khaled Moppins, I'm back from my weird spanking scandal video premieres in 5 minutes. Destiny bogged. What mod packs do you have installed? This girl is restoring my hope in women.
On my mama, on my hood. I feel fresh and I feel good.
The entirety of chat be like, not that W.
Cut, 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 cut. John, I got the enhanced crystal weapon seat at 876 Casey. This is Bigley. I have left the red prison for good. Bonus meme. Eurocuk, Eurocuk.
Any man who must say, I am the king's no true king. I'll make sure you understand that when I've won your war for you, Ubame, L. Now the dick eating in here is crazy.
He wins.
Chad, let's get ready on 3, 2, 1. No, bro, no, H.
Honey came in and she caught me red-handed. Creeping on the girl next door. Picture this, we were both but naked. Banging on the bathroom floor. How could I forget that I had given her an extra key? All this time she was standing there. Nah, little, bro. That election be buzzing ain't no way. Obama, little, bro. There.
Hello, DGG. Are you ready for some more schizo donos? L, 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 Peach Mui MGLW Nafkathu or Lie W Gunagl FH10. Peach Mui MGLW Nafkathu or Lie W Gunagl FH10. Peach Mui MGLW Nafkathu or Lie W Gunagl FH10. Peach Mui MGLW Nafkathu or Lie W Gunagl FH10. Peach Mui MGLW Nafkathu or Lie W Gunagl.
My sprinkler at Mar-a-Lago goes like this.
About and a banana. Oba emna. MMM.
Euro cot, you're a Euro cot, Euro cot.
This is the bonus meme.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talks. Here comes the money. But she caught me on the counter.
Wasn't me.
Saw me banging on the sofa.
Wasn't me.
I even had her in the shower.
Wasn't me.
She even caught me on camera.
Wasn't me.
She saw the marks on my shoulder.
Wasn't me. I hate 3D women. 2D anime girls are the best. Real girls bring me nothing but pain and misery. Duh feels.
My faith in women is.
No, do it.
Depends entirely on if Steven finishes space exploration by November.
Anyone else in here faded than a...
OEST dies quack surgimus, nemis multum gravati sunt populi, et non subsistem proio. Compressio questionis qui de hodierno loquer yesti remotionis modus vio in DGG chat. Nos populus pro nostris iribus stare debit et pub stakes qui merimur luxury.
You there! Take your Cisco exam! Right now, young man!
Hi, what's up?
Mic check, mic check.
Hey, you actually sound better this time. Did you get a new one, or?
No, I don't know what's different this time. I don't know. I didn't get a new mic though. Same mic.
Okay.
What was it shitty last time?
I thought it was, but maybe I'm just misremembering. I'm just used to so many people having fucking shitty mics now that I just assume it, so. What's up?
As long as it sounds good, that's all I'm worried about. As long as you can hear me loud and clear, we're good to go.
Yeah, you're good.
So, what's up, man? I thought we agreed on 5 o'clock. Black people are usually the ones that are late, right? I thought that was the thing.
Wait, did we agree on 5 o'clock?
I think so, right?
Oh, shit, never mind, I see.
Listen, you know I'm messing with you.
I know.
Listen, people.
You're good.
No big deal.
What's up? How you doing?
I'm chilling. So obviously a lot's been going on the last few days. You've been getting a lot of conversations coming in. But I think I hit you up a little bit before all this happened to talk about something specifically. I want to touch on that quickly before we move on to Anna and that whole thing that was going on.
Yeah, sure.
So I don't know. Sometime the end of October, Abba said, I just caught, it was like a 10-second thing, but he said something about like you had made a comment about white girls choosing the good ones or something, and he sounded like he took issue with it. I don't know if he was like playing around or what, but
I think it was playing around, but who knows?
Oh well, who knows, right? But I just thought it might be an interesting conversation to breach, because I have a lot of, I guess, experience you could say in that area. Just to give you a little background about myself, I grew up in South Philly, but then when I was around 13, my mom moved me up to Chestnut Hill, which is like one of the like whitest most well-to-do parts of Philadelphia. She moved me up there, like hoping to, give me a better chance and opportunity at life, give me, just so I can, get all the opportunities afforded to me. So, but living up there gave me a unique experience in the sense that I got to see how kind of otherized I was just for the plain fact that I was black,
Yeah.
So like this whole comment of like white girls choosing the good ones, it resonated with me because my girlfriend, who happens to be white, this is literally what she said to me. She said, we all, yeah, no, so we would always talk about like how different we are, like our backgrounds. She used to talk about how racist her father was and the kinds of things she would hear growing up, the circles she would run in, the things that, that the conversations that she would have with other white people that would never be had around black people. She shared some of these conversations with me. But the interesting thing was, I would always ask her, like, so what about me? Like, what, so if, you're coming from this racist background, not saying that she was racist per se, but she just heard it all basically.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, what made you choose me? She was like, well, you're not like the other ones, you're not hood, you're not that, and so, yeah, it made me cringe too. It is cringy. But it is the reality of the situation.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So
unfortunately,
right.
But yeah.
So unfortunately, right. I'm not under any illusion that of the dating intricacies that come into like interracial dating and like how partners are chosen and what people look for, like in other races. You know what I'm saying? Now it could be the case that there were a multitude of other reasons that she was attracted to me, but that seems to be the one that she kind of stuck on. When I would specifically ask about race, like why am I the first black guy you ever dated? Well, you're different than the other. So I'm not trying to ramble, but just so like what
if it makes you feel better, and I don't know her and I don't know you and I'm totally talking at it, I have no idea, but like my guess is that like even if you were hood or whatever the fuck, she'd probably still like you. And this is probably like an afterthought. I doubt she's explicitly choosing partners that's like, oh, my dad would like this person. I could be wrong, but like, I'm sure she would have liked you regardless. That'd be my guess. But
well, it's funny you say that because she actually brought home, and she's, the way she tells this story is this was just like a friend, like this was in high school. She brought home this Asian dude, like completely platonic, but her dad ended up like kicking the dude out, yelling at her, don't you ever bring those, slurs in here again. Cause he's like a Vietnam War vet. So he's got this extra layer of racism against Asians.
Jesus.
Which is, yeah. It's
wait, how
crazy.
old is your girlfriend?
So we're boomers, bro. We're older than you.
Oh, I thought you were like in your 20s for some reason. Never mind. Okay, gotcha.
No, I'm 37.
Okay,
she's
gotcha.
A little bit. She's a few years older.
Okay.
Yeah. So So he had this extra layer of racism. So just coming from all that. So
in that case, maybe she did actually only choose you because you were a friendly presenting black guy. Maybe. Fuck, your relationship's fucked, dude. My bad. No, I'm just kidding.
No,
Go ahead.
No. Like you're not wrong though. Like that like started. This is a 7-year relationship. This is not like something that happened yesterday. We have 2 children. Like we're well into our relationship.
Oh, damn.
So
Okay.
anything that initially sparked it off, like all that has been settled. She likes me for who I am. Like that it's not. I'm not even questioning that at this point.
Sure.
But so I literally say all that to say, like, what is so coming from Nebraska, like, what is your angle on that? What is your experience on that? What have you heard white girls say about black men in terms of dating them, like their preferences? Will they, won't they? What have you heard?
I mean, I don't normally hear preferences stated like that. It's usually in the context of the conversation of like, is my dad going to kill me if I bring this type of guy home? Like, right. I think that my general feel for like the Midwest is most parents will say, I think it's fine if like white women date black men, but not my daughter. Like, I think that's usually like where the general feel is. Like, they're never going to outwardly say that like I'm against race mixing or anything crazy like that. But if it shows up in their house, there's like weird shit that can happen. So like, if like you can have like a black guy that is like very much like a hood dude, and then you can have like a black guy that went to school with like 95% white people, and he no offense, but like he kind of sounds like Steve Urkel. Like he's like a very like, oh, this is a guy, I know this is a black dude, but I'll show my dad this guy and he's gonna like him because he's really respectful and kind of cool and he doesn't sound like he's from a rap music video. Like that's like the general feel. Yeah.
That was me.
Yeah, yeah.
That literally was me.
And I don't think
not the nerdy anime thing, but
sure,
definitely the like sounding white. I heard that a lot. You sound white. You talk white. What's up with that? That was a topic I always wanted to explore with people. But go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, yeah, I was gonna say yeah, but like I've never heard of any girl saying like, oh, I'm only gonna try to find like a nice sounding black dude. But it's definitely like it'll be like a consideration. It's like, okay, well, when this guy's getting my parents, like, what kind of black guy is it? You know, like shit like that will be like on the minds of a lot of for the white girls with like the kind of conservative Midwestern parents, at least in like Nebraska and Iowa.
Sometimes it's like sometimes it could even be a subconscious thing that they're not even like, it's not even like a forethought in their mind, but like you know how like you make decisions and you're not even like sure on the reasons why, but like that really, even if they bring it up like, oh, my parents might, you know, not like they're not like thinking of it as in like, you know, this guy is black, my parents aren't gonna like him. It's just more of a like, my parents aren't gonna like this type of person. Like even if it was like a, you know, a white guy that talked hood or whatever, and they brought him home, their parents probably wouldn't like them either.
For sure.
So like, you know, the racial component might sort of, it's part of it, but it's not all of it, for sure. So it's interesting you brought up the people who are willing to admit. You know, you were saying that, you know, that like people well they're okay with like interracial marriages, but they don't want their daughters to do it, or they don't want their sisters to do it. It's interesting you brought that up, because there was this study that was going around that said 96 or 94% of Americans like agree with interracial marriage or something like that. But like when you dig into the numbers, it was something like only, please don't quote me on these numbers, I'm gonna get within 5 points, but it was like 28% of white people, it was like 56% of white people are cool with interracial dating. But then like when you dig, like when you ask them another question, like, are you okay with your, you know, close family member or friend dating, that number dropped to like 28%.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, like I totally can understand. Like even for me, like I'll say that like I'm pretty cool with trans rights and all that. Like that's fine. Like I love trans people, no problem with any of it. Even minors on HRT, all of that, whatever. You know, like I can make the arguments for it. But if my kid came out as trans, that's like a way harder conversation to have. It's a way more challenging thing to deal with. Yeah. So
100%.
It's very easy to be for things socially, but once it starts to get into your family, it gets a lot harder. And I think the social thing is good. So like if 24% of people are against it personally, but they're for it socially, it's good because it shows progress at least. And then hopefully the next step is being okay with it personally. But yeah, it definitely kind of like happens in phases, you know?
Yeah. And the good thing is that people like, for the most part, they come around to accept, so for me, a big question coming up was like, what if your son turned out to be gay? Like, of course I would still love him. I don't want that. Like, and I can't even put my finger on why. I just, you know, it's just something that, and something that you and Fanatic had touched on, like a lot of black people are very socially conservative, like, you know, transphobic, not transphobic, but like, you know, not used to trans people, don't want gay people around. You can call it homophobia. I'm okay with that. There's a lot of that goes around, and the black community, I put that in quotes because what the fuck is a black community? There's what, 30 million black people, more than that.
Apparently it's my fucking DGG chat, because I've had like fucking 20 black people in here today, but no, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's not like a monolithic black community. Yeah, I know.
Right. So like, yeah. So, damn, I lost my train of thought.
You can call it homophobia, whatever. That's what you were on.
Right. Yeah. So like, So when you ask, like, you can ask people all the time, like, are you okay with, you know, gay marriage and all that? Yes. But when you ask about your close family members or your children, that number is absolutely going to drop. So I say all that to say, like, that conversation is an interesting conversation when you want to talk about like interracial dating and race relations and all that. Because these conversations definitely do come up in relationships, believe it or not. And people are a little bit more open to these conversations. I think like the more proximity you have to these people, because if you're around all black people all the time, you're not going to have these conversations about race as often. So you'll meet a lot of black people that like their only interactions with white people ever are like seeing them on the bus or their bosses at work, or, you know, they don't have a lot of interaction with them. So then you'll see a lot of racial animosity that happens that way. And vice versa with white people. So I just, you know, I'm really into, you know, kind of advocating for as much interaction with each other as possible, because that's the only way we're going to understand each other. Like growing up, I never, ever my mom would always say, and she never said this in a racist way. Trust me. Like
Yeah.
she would always say, "I can't wait till you bring a beautiful black woman home."
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't like, you know, don't you ever bring any other race in this house. It was just like, you know, I can't wait to see which beautiful black woman you pick in this world, like to be your queen. It was sort of that vibe. Like it never was anything negative. To me at least. It never
Yeah, it's
came
all
off
good.
that
We talked to
way.
your mom yesterday on stream of the day before, Anna, right? No, I'm just fucking with you. I know what you mean. Though.
Yeah, I have a few things to say about what she was saying, but so all right, let's get into let's just say criticisms. So wait, before I do that, did so you said you thought Abba was joking? Did he or Abba? Sorry. Did he ever get back to you about that, or was he?
No, we didn't talk about it. It was probably like a half joke, half true thing. Like you probably don't want to be like, it's probably a shitty way for someone to characterize you for a few reasons. One is because it's a little emasculating. Like, what do you mean I sound like some nerdy, safe white dude? Like it kind of feels shitty to be referred to in that way. And then two, there's like weird like pick me or token vibes with that as well. So yeah, I can imagine like if somebody's seriously levying that at you, like it probably feels like pretty weird. Yeah, for sure. I can understand.
Yeah, because like I said, growing up, I would always hear like, you know, you talk white, and you know, why do you talk white? Why are you different than all the other ones? It's just it is draining, and it's like, listen, most black people want to just live their life and you know, take care of their family. Believe it or not, that is the overwhelming consensus with black people. They just want to exist. They want to survive. They want to move forward. Now you have you do have your, you know, more activist side of things. You do have your more radical side of things, but like for the most part, and then you have your obviously the criminal element, which is the big bane on the black communities these days, which we will get into. So just like before we really get into it, it's 5:54 right now. I have two more topics I want to touch on, but within that third one are like maybe like 6 quotes that of Anna's that I want to go over. So do we have like maybe like a half hour?
You got all the. I don't start streaming until 10, so you got 4 hours. We're good.
Right. Okay. Perfect. All right. So let's just like ease into this a little bit. So where did you come across Anna? Like what was your first you know?
I've been trying to like put the vibe out into the ethers that I'm like looking for more female voices on stream. I want women, and it would be ideal. And what I've started is women arguing with women. For a quick aside, when women are arguing with men, it's very easy to see the differences, and it's very easy to call out like, oh, wow, she's making me hate women, and I feel a type of way about women. But when women start arguing with other women, it's really hard to be sexist, because now you've got two different women arguing with each other, and it feels stupid to say like, Lav is making me hate women, and Tree is making me love women. You start to evaluate them more on like their arguments. So I've been like reaching out more, trying to get women to come on stream. She ended up reaching out to me in Instagram DMs, mentioning, I think that, and then mentioning my appearance on Fresh and Fit, and she said she wanted to come on and chat about a bunch of stuff related to that, and that's how it came out.
Did you know how nuclear it would have been?
No, absolutely not. I didn't know anything about the divester community or anything like that. No.
Okay. All right. So my main issue with you and that whole thing is it seemed like that initial conversation that first day, I guess it was 3 days ago, it seemed like you were kind of memeing your way through that conversation a little bit. Like, for instance, she was just spewing her, and these are my words, she was spewing her bullshit. And you were like typing in chat like, damn, this girl's based, you know? And then another instance was Fnatic had brought up gig workers, and you typed in chat like, what does he mean, gig workers? Wink, wink. And then it was closing out, you said it was one more thing I can't remember, but it was like you were totally, it seemed like, for as serious as the conversation was, you weren't as, and I want to choose my words carefully here because, listen, you were just a guy, all right?
You're not gonna hurt my feelings. Go for it.
No, but like you're not in control of everything. Like everybody's gonna have their own opinions, and listen, you're just here, you know, just like everybody else is. So you have no control over what she was saying, what she was doing. None of that. I don't blame any of that on you. I'm not into that whole platforming thing. You should none of that. But you did bring a blatant racist and sexist onto your show, but then it seemed like you were like memeing your way through. So I guess my main point is like, I've always heard you say like, when it comes to the N-word, like if white people can't say it, black people can't say it. It's all or nothing. If white people can say it, or if black people can say it, then white people can say it, right? But
I don't know if it's exactly that, but
right.
close enough. Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Well, essentially, right? Or am I wrong?
That feels a little reductionist. I think it was probably more in the context of like if it's like in rap songs and black people and white people are rapping it, I don't think it's a big deal and stuff like that. But like I don't think that like white people should ever be calling black people the N-word. That's like crazy. Like I wouldn't say that.
Well, no. Yes, I think we agree there. Obviously.
Yeah. So roughly, I think I probably agree with you. I just don't want people to come over in the context like, oh, Destiny thinks white people call black people the N-word. That's not my position. Yeah. But okay, just clarifying.
All right. So I say that all that just to say that like. All right, say the opposite of her, a white or a black woman, or the opposite of her would be a white male, came on there saying the same exact things. Just replaced her with a white male, like swap them out. I don't think you would be as allowing of that.
No, definitely not. But I think it's because I'm way more familiar with that perspective and those talking points that I feel more able to like provide a lot of resistance. Whereas for her is I don't like black women is like a minority on the internet that is like a minority of minority. Like I've never interacted with this group of people before ever. So I kind of have to like just listen and absorb and hear and then figure out what I think about it over the next day or two.
Gotcha. And like I said, I'm not into the whole like she should have never been on the show in the first place. Like I really appreciate you bringing her on because it really does expose a lot of wounds within like certain spaces in especially on the internet, certain spaces of black people. Like it seemed like at first she was talking about dating, like okay, she has a really big problem with like dating black men and like all that, but then like every time you would try to nail down into the dating points, she would just broaden it out to all black men. Like for instance, like her and Fanatic specifically were speaking about why black men aren't married as much or why they don't stay in the marriage, why black marriages fall apart a lot. And I wrote this down. Yeah, so so they're talking about that, and then so she's like, well, why do you think that? And then Fanatic brings up like economic reasons, and there's a bunch of things he brought up, and she's like, well, black men just don't do shit. They're out here toe tagging each other and they're not marrying their women. And she just broadened it out to like a whole bunch of other stuff that had nothing to do with dating. And it was like, okay, well that's one issue. Like black dating is one issue, but then if you want to talk about like crime and stuff like that's a whole different conversation. It just seemed like she was lumping everything in together like as one big problem when there's obviously specific areas of things you need to talk about.
Sure.
Yeah,
she's definitely like in terms of like being an interlocutor, like conversationalist, she's like all over the place and very aggressive the entire time she's doing it. So, which is a problem.
And that's fine. Like, it is a problem, but
it's a problem when it's paired with like her aggression and then like arguably with her racism. That like if you're gonna be like really aggressive and hop all over the place like that, that can be pretty frustrating to deal with, I think, or there should be a little bit more.
And you have to expect pushback. Like it's like every time somebody pushed back, she was like, I can't talk to this one, can't talk to this one, can't talk. No, she didn't want to engage with anything. And it's like, well, you have such a problem with black men. Here's some black men, talk to them about it, and let's get to the bottom of this. And it was like she just was completely unwilling to do that. She just wanted to come on and talk her shit and think that like and that's another thing. It didn't seem like there was an end point to it. Like it was like, okay, these are the problems. Now what? And then you brought it up. A couple people brought it up. Like, where do we go from here? And it seemed like the one time she did go, I think you had got up and walked away. The one time she did actually go to the end, she was like arguing with herself or chat, I don't know, but you weren't there, and she was just ranting, and she was like, what black. I'm not quoting her, but this is essentially what she was saying. Trust me. And she was like, black men. What are you're gonna sit around and wait forever? This is what you need to. You don't have the power. What you need to do is go take the power, and that's the only way you're going to. How are black people going to take the power? Like what? So like if you really want go to the end with her, that's where it gets a little weird. Is like yes, it might seem like she's racist against black men, but like really, really, if you want to dig down deep into it, like she kind of like, if you, like I said, if you take it to the end with her, what she really wants is for, you know, black men not only to improve themselves, but like take over power or something. Like, I don't know how 13% of the population would do that.
Yeah, fuck. I don't really want to be here like still minding her positions again. But like, I think what her thing was that like it can't be a it can't be that black people are waiting for white people to give them all the answers. That it has to be something the community has to grab on their own, I think is kind of her point.
I don't think I disagree with that, but at the same time, we have to realize that the power structures are the way they are. There's nothing we can do to change the numbers. There's nothing we can do to make them be more black people. We are only 13% of the population, and it's hard to kind of address our specific issues that are unique to us with a system that's not willing to engage with us at all. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna say at all, because I'm not a very hyperbolic person like that. Yes, there's been a lot of progress made over the last 50 years. Yes, the system has improved a lot. Yes, black people are in a way better position than we've ever been in this country today. I will acknowledge all of that. However, there are still things like, you know, every time she would bring up her stats and her racial marriage stats and her interracial dating stats and all of that, like, when people would come with the answers, like for instance, you had the PhD guy on, and every time you guys were asking like, why is the black college graduation rate so low? And he was like, well, it's simple. Like, you know, incarceration rates is a big reason why. He wasn't saying it was the only reason why, but he wanted to start there, and it was like she didn't want to talk about it. She was like, no, I don't want. Here we go with the excuses.
I don't think that's a good answer. I think the answer has to be more than that. That's not the reason, right? Like crime rates would be more the reason than incarceration rates, right? And then there could be a conversation about like crime rates, but to blame it on incarceration rates I don't know why he came on and gave that answer, because that was probably the worst direction to go, I would say.
All right, well, can I give you like just a little bit of like why somebody would say that?
Sure.
Okay. Now, just think, the city of Philadelphia. What do you hear about? Like when you hear about Philly, what do you hear?
Rocky.
But in the news lately, like, do you ever hear Philadelphia in the news or like mentioned in the news?
If it is, it's probably going to be violent crime, right?
Yes, and that is a humongous issue here, and it kind of encapsulates everything that she was talking about, because here we have the epitome, the end of what all this discrimination looks like. Here we have proof in the pudding right here in Philadelphia of what is going on and what will continue to go on in this country if things at a structural level aren't improved. Because listen, while incarceration might not be the best answer for the question of why black people don't graduate from college at a better rate, it's a very abysmal like 42% or something. It's horrible. But that is a valid reason, and that is part of the reason, you know, and it's not obviously it's not a sufficient answer, and that's not where the conversation should start or end. You're right. I agree with you there. But it was just dismissed as if it was irrelevant. In Philadelphia, Stephen, Philadelphia police are averaging nearly 9 arrests per day for illegal gun possession, which is a non-violent offense. Now, think about it. This is the murder rate capital of the country. More people die here per capita than any other big city in the country. You know, Chicago, New York, any other big city, Miami, anywhere. Okay, and who's doing the killing and who's doing the dying? Obviously, black men, right? So, and who's getting arrested for these illegal guns, right? Black men. Now, so my point in that is saying is that 3,000 people were arrested last year for having illegal guns, and there was 582 murders. So that shows you that people are carrying around guns. They're trying to survive. They're trying to not die. Like, and that is
okay.
Now
Hold on.
illegal
I don't
in this
want to.
country.
Jesus. Okay. We might need to bring in another black person. I don't know how comfortable I feel arguing this, but like, so okay, I'll go full power with this. Okay, I don't buy that at all. I don't buy that. I don't think that's real. I don't think that's true. I don't think any black guy anywhere in the United States is buying a gun and then getting caught with illegal possession of a firearm just because he feels the need to protect himself. I don't think that's true. I think there's probably other stuff going on there.
Right. Okay. I'm not going to disagree with you. Like,
and
yes,
then also, like, if it is
criminals.
like, if it's the murder capital of the world, or I'm sorry, if it's like one of the big murder capitals of the United States, doesn't it make sense that police would be like aggressively trying to arrest people for illegal possession of a firearm?
Okay. So then explain to me the 48% conviction rate, 49% conviction rate.
What am I supposed to explain?
Meaning half the people that get arrested with guns aren't even convicted of what they're being charged with. So if you have a car of 4 black people and they get pulled over and there's a gun in that car, they are arresting and charging all 4 black guys with that one gun because nobody wanted to claim it because it was illegal. Now you have 4 guys in jail for one gun, and you're saying this isn't a problem? This doesn't affect things like incarceration, being in jail? Like,
if that is a thing, that's bad. I don't know if that's a thing, but if that does happen, that's
no. I'll send you the article right now, bro. It's absolutely a thing. I'm gonna put it in Discord right this second. No, that's absolutely a thing. And so the reason I bring up Philadelphia, because it really encapsulates, like I said, the major problem we have, not only with incarceration, but when you boil all that down, when you go to the root of all that, it's still poverty. So no matter which way in this conversation you want to go, until poverty is addressed, you know, black men are still going to be bitter at black women, and we're still going to be at the bottom of the social ladder fighting each other, saying who's to blame for our situation, when really we need to be looking upwards to the systems that are over top of us. And it's not an excuse. It's really not. Now, are there cultural problems in this country? I run a YouTube channel, STV Philly. Every single video is about gun violence culture, how it is ridiculous, how it's stupid. Drill music is destructive to the community. It needs to stop. You know, I'm showing faces, names, you know, who got killed, why they got killed. I'm breaking it all down. So trust me, I am not here to make excuses for anybody. But at the end of the day, the root of the problem is always going to boil down to poverty. Now, if you want to talk about unemployment rates, like, and you want to look at that, because that was another stat that was brought up.
Sure, but like, okay, so like the poverty rate.
I'm sorry, I'll let you address it. Yeah, please address the first thing. I'm not just going to keep rambling.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So like the poverty rate is there and everything, and I believe you, and I believe that's a thing. But like, women aren't out in the streets shooting each other. Black women aren't out in the streets shooting each other, right?
Not at the same rate as men are, but women in general aren't, you know, committing as many violent crimes as men.
So when Anna talks about like, when Anna talks about like the black men stepping up and being more responsible, like, I'm understanding everything you're saying, but the response that I imagine she would give is that every single negative thing you're about to say that impacts black men probably impacts black women maybe twice as much, because like, being an impoverished black man is shitty. Being an impoverished single mom is probably even more shitty. But like, I feel like her answer would be like, yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Her answer would be what?
Or her answer would just be like, well, if black women are capable of like hoisting the black community on their backs, then like why can't black men step up? Yeah, it would be, yeah.
She said that, and she said that a lot, and I really didn't know what she meant by that. She never really expanded on that. Like, I don't know what she meant by that at all. Like the black women are hoisting up the black community. What does that even mean?
So something that I've gotten emails from like 4 or 5 different black people at this point, all my black friends. Yeah, sorry, it's so weird to say this. But something that I've been told a lot, I didn't know this beforehand, and maybe it's not true, maybe it's just a handful of experiences, but like, I'm getting a lot of black experiences or black people telling me that like, black communities are oftentimes very like matriarchal centered, that like the grandmas, the aunties, the moms, these are like the pillars of the black community. These are the people keeping track of everybody's kids. These are the people that are like taking care of each other, that are communicating in the community, that are going to church, that like that it's like a very big, like, the black women are like the pillar stones of like black communities in the areas where anything is functioning at all. So my guess is Anna's referring to that. I don't know if that experience tracks with everybody. That's just what I've had a lot of people tell me, but I don't know if that's true or not.
At least that's an answer, and that's an acceptable answer. I mean, I get where that's coming from, but like, she just didn't expand on that at all and just kept saying that, and I'm like, what does she mean by that? Okay, now so I can go with that. Like, okay, grandmoms, the moms, the aunties, they're the ones that are taking care of the households. They're making sure the kids get to school. They're sending the bail money. They're visiting the fucking boyfriends in jail. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. All right, but okay, why is that though? Like, why? Where are the men? Did they disappear?
Well,
No,
that's her
they got
question. She said,
killed,
"Where are the
or
men?"
they're in.
Yeah.
They got killed, or they're in jail.
Yeah,
Or
but then the question is why?
in the cases of the people who aren't like right, and that's for like places like Philadelphia, like I said, like the hoods and ghettos of America. But then you've got Middle America, and you want to talk about Middle America, like they're not dealing with these problems of crime and poverty, and then you still have the divorce rate, that problem. You know, the education level goes up, the wealth attainment goes up, all that tracks, but then you have that divorce that doesn't make sense. Where's that coming from, right? And that to me, that problem boils down to it's a bunch of things. It's not one answer, but it would be these same issues that we're talking about in general, like why are there so many problems in the Black community? And of course, marriage and divorce, a lot of the time boils down to economics. And economics, obviously, poverty is a part of that. Now, if you're talking about the middle class, I don't have an answer for that. I don't have an answer for that. But if you turn to her good friend Cynthia G, Cynthia G would tell you that it's because the Black middle class is out chasing white women, right? That was a big talking point that she wanted to bring up, and I realized later where she got that from. 25% of Black men are dating outside their race. Now, some would argue that is a huge problem in the Black community, and Black men are leaving their Black women in droves, or and nobody brought this up, or maybe Black men are less racist than white men.
I don't know if that's the answer there.
I mean, listen, nobody brought it up though. It wasn't part of the conversation. It was
I think the reason though is that like when you look at the for the Pew Research stats, if you look at who's dating.
By the way, I don't believe that.
You don't date what? Or you don't believe what?
I don't believe that Black men are less racist.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I was gonna say it seems like
brought that up.
When you look at the interracial dating stats, Black men massively out racially date.
Yeah, it's like 25% or something
compared to like 11% of Black women. Yeah, but I mean, like it's and it's also the only. I think it's the only race where it's flipped between men and women. White might have changed recently, where it's like 9% and 7%, but it's like a lot of Black men are dating outside of like Black women communities. And then, yeah, go ahead.
And so she comes on screaming and yelling, "Black men, you the fucking worst," and Black da. Why are you guys dating outside your race? It's like I'm scratching my head here like, wait, you're a Black woman coming on here screaming at Black men about how shitty they are and how fucked up they are and how, they're just fucking losers who need to get their shit together. And then you're scratching your head like, why aren't they dating us? It's like,
well, hold on, careful, because now we're like repeating the cycle. Now it feels like we're going, because I think this is what it feels like is happening. It's this back and forth of like Black women end up getting fucked over by a Black guy, leaves them. Now they're a single parent household. Now Black women are hating a lot of Black men. Then you've got these Black men, boys that are growing up that are being told that they ain't shit by every Black woman in the community. And then they grow up hating Black women. And I've watched this. I'm actually watching this played on my subreddit a little bit, where some Black people are talking about, there's a lot of like Black guys in my community that grow up, they go to college, they get jobs, they're doing well, but they've kind of carried with them this like weird feeling their whole life that like Black women hate them. That there's like this weird kind of feeling that some of them picked it up from their moms, some people get it in their communities. So I think that's careful that back and forth, the back and forth doesn't continue, because yeah, it feels like there's a lot of resentment that's like building up and fostering on. Yeah, that's building up and being fostered on both sides. I think we probably have to be careful to avoid that. Yeah.
I know, but my point is like there's all this bickering, like I said, between Black people, and in my opinion, this Anna character person, she is like in the extreme minority. Like black women do not, for the most part, feel this way about black men. But like if we're gonna engage on like what she wants to engage on, now yes, I do get side-eyed with my white girlfriend out in public by black women all the time. I've been told at the DMV, you know, why didn't you just find yourself a good black woman by a black clerk there at the DMV? I get it. Like this is like a resentment that black women have against black men, like when they see them dating outside the race. I'm not a racist. I didn't date outside the race because, you know, I have some resentment towards black women, like, or like, you know, I had a bad experience with them. That is some people's experience, but there's a multitude of different reasons for why black men look outside the race. And like I said, like, you know, it was kind of tongue in cheek, but like maybe like black men just like since all right, so like in 1960 something, the anti-misogyny law was passed. Yeah, yeah, that law was passed, and at the time the interracial dating was like 3% in the United States, and that number skyrocketed afterwards. So like I think as time goes on, these numbers might even out, they might not, but like we're like maybe like 50 years into this experiment. Let's like cool out a little bit, guys, and not like try to demonize black men for everything. I mean, Jesus, it's just like it was like every problem in the black community. It was when you boil it down, it's like, yep, black men, you're the problem, you're the issue, like that, and that's where the conversation was supposed to stop. And when she got any pushback to that, and you tried a little bit the second day, the first day, like I said, you were memeing. I really didn't like that.
Well, it's more like generally I have to, this is going to be, and I'll give people a warning on this because apparently people get super triggered. The first conversation I have with anybody that is a dramatically different point of view than mine, it's probably going to be me like listening and kind of like half joking. Like that's going to be every first conversation. Like I'm not like, there's no shot. I know my name is Destiny, but like I can't pull on like a black woman and then just start like going hard at me like, no way, you're wrong about black men and this, because like, dude, I have no fucking idea. I don't have those experiences at all. So yeah, like it's always going to be like a learning process at first. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, listen, and I'm not saying like that's your point of view and that's valid. That's not like you didn't say anything wrong there. But my counter to that would be, you know, like you wouldn't, like I said, you wouldn't accept that from anybody. Like I don't care if it was a white guy's first time on your show.
No,
like,
I wouldn't.
And I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Like you don't have the perspective of a black woman to tell her that she's wrong. However, you know racist language when you hear it, right or wrong. Like you wouldn't let a person come on and say true things about Jewish people that you know are true, but you wouldn't let them ramble about anything, you know, and because you know that language is
yeah, but in interracial stuff or intraracial stuff is so much more complicated. It's hard for me to. That's just hard for me to navigate. I feel more comfortable now doing it, now that I've heard her whole position, and I've gotten like a lot of the back and forths, which is why yesterday I was able to push back a lot more against her. But like, if an Indian woman came on and started ranting about like Indian men, or if like you know, Nigerian men came on and started complaining about Nigerian women, like I'm probably just going to be listening a lot because I don't know, like I don't have much perspective to argue back there, you know. And it's going to be weird as a person with no touch on that culture to do it. But now that I've heard more, now I can do it. But that's always going to be I'm always listening and learning for the first.
No, and I you know, and that's what people love. That's what they love about you, bro. Like, you know, like you really, we run the whole gamut on this channel. You know, like there's been so many topics talked about on this channel that like you would think like I don't know. It's hard to explain, but yes, that's why you're at where you're at. And I would never tell you or try to come on here and give you advice on how to run your shit. So I was just curious to ask you, like, what was going on that first day? Like, how'd you meet her? What was going through your mind? I think you sufficiently explained that.
I wrote a post on this called "Some Thoughts" on my subreddit for people that had, because there's a lot of stuff going on the last couple of days. So yeah.
Yeah, I was listening a little bit earlier. I heard one of the callers bring that up. I am gonna go in there and read that. For the last hour, I've been kind of just getting all my talking points together because. You have a large viewership, my man. God damn, it is nerve-wracking coming on this show.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about some of the like explicit racist things she said, because like I don't want like to just like say like somebody's racist and like not have anything to back that up. Now she came on and she said a lot of valid things, like, and I get, just like I can get where a white racist is coming from, I get where her feelings come from. Like I get what she's saying. Like I could feel it in my bones. Everything that she said, I feel the hurt, I feel the pain, I feel the emotion coming from her. However, some of the things she said are just beyond the pale. Like it's not even like, you know, she's coming from a place of hurt at this point. Like I think this girl has turned like full-fledged racist. Now I'm going to read a quote to you.
Go for
Not very long. All right. There's a term. It's called intersexuality. Basically, it means how poverty interacts with your race, how your ethnicity stipulates your economic mobility. It's just the way that all of your challenges, this person was talking to another person. No, okay. It's just all the way that your challenges that you have are connected. You cannot separate racism and poverty. You cannot separate the disproportionate numbers that we see with people of color in mental health facilities. You can't separate that from economic instability, and you can't separate that from race. You can't separate that from ability and disability. These things are all connected. Now, can you just take a guess? Like, I'm not trying to, this isn't a gotcha. I'm just, can you take a guess who said that?
Jesus, I have no idea. It sounds intersectional, but I have no fucking idea who would have said it.
It's really weird. Anna said that.
Okay.
She said that in her conversation that with that guy, Saints and
the
Sinners.
Sinner or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, that's how she opened their conversation. So, whatever happened between then and now, this was January of 2021, so this is about 2 years ago she said this. She doesn't not understand the problem. She doesn't not, like, this is like you said, this is an educated black woman who, she's a grad, she's post-grad now? She's postgraduate?
Social worker. She's obviously smart and well-read. Like, she rattled off, like, fucking 10 authors at some point. It's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so this is not, like, just some, like, hood rat chick just just blasting off on black men. She's coming from a perspective. Now, how she got from that to where to what she was saying yesterday, black men don't have the bandwidth to compute any of these issues, I think was like her quote. Black men don't take the burden of responsibility, and just left it at that, like ... like that was the end of her sentence. It was a few other things she said. I mean, anybody who was listening, you just take any 10-minute quote from any section of the last, like, the 2 times you had her on, and you'll find a lot of questionable things in there. So, like, all right, so are we at the point where we are able to separate, like, because I know you've had a lot of feedback on this. You've talked to a bunch of people, white, black, you talked to a lot of people about this. Are you at the point where you can separate the fact from the fiction? Or, like, do you still have questions on, like, well, she had a point here, why are black men, like, still, like, are you still at the point where, like, you're still asking why are black men leaving?
I mean, like, I think she still has lots of good points. She just, like, her solutions are, like, really bad on everything. But, like, I don't know how much she said that was just, like, flat out wrong. If there's, like, a point on that you want to challenge her on, or challenge me on, I guess I can speak from that perspective. You can tell me why you think I might be wrong on it, but
all right, so this is what you said, and this is definitely not a quote, this is a paraphrase. You said other communities pulled themselves up by the bootstraps with the New Deal, talking specifically about immigrants, and, like, the context of this is Anna and Fanatic were talking about, like, why white people are able to mobilize and they're able to take care of these poverty problems, and they're not just, basically, why aren't they in the same position? And New Deal was brought up, and both you and Anna were like, well, why can Italians prosper and why are Asians prospering but black people aren't? And you got that whole discussion around the New Deal and what was afforded to black people and what wasn't afforded to black people, and, like, that being, like, the I guess breaking point at where we saw a massive inequality starting to happen, because at that point everybody, like, basically in America, like, most America was, like, dead broke, like, the banks all collapsed and everything. But some people got it afforded a way to prosper on and restart or whatever, and some people didn't, and we know who did and who didn't. And it wasn't just like immigrants came here and pulled themselves up by the bootstraps, right? Or
sure, yeah. Or, well, I guess it depends what you mean by that, but you can keep going.
Well, no, but that's what you said, though. You said immigrants did come here and
like, I guess, like, so what I was saying was that, like, it seemed like there were a lot of immigrant communities that came here, like, especially after that huge, like, European diaspora, I don't know what you call it, from, like, through Ellis Island and everything. We had all sorts of, like, Italians, Irish people, was it like 13 million people, I think, came through there with little more than like the clothes on their back and their children. And they managed to carve out communities for themselves, you know, make careers. They had their little ghettos where they kind of like built out the businesses that they were known for. And it seemed like they were able to overcome quite a bit through like community building and structuring and everything. Yeah.
Well, that's true, but you gotta think like there was a certain event at the end of like the 1950s, like throughout the 60s and the 70s that was happening in America. Well, actually it started like the late 40s. There was an event that really devastated the cities, the big cities of this country that happened. Some people call it white flight. Some people call it the Great Migration. You know, there's a lot of different terms people have for it. But if you look into that and like the specifics of that, not only what you had back in the 40s and 50s was all these people you're talking about, the immigrants, the blacks, the Jews, everybody, even like regular white people, but a lot of like ethnic white people, like, you know, Irish, whatever you want to call them, but they're still all white. But everybody was in one city, like Philadelphia, for example, or Chicago, or you know, in Nebraska. Which is not a city, but any city, well, no, not Nebraska, take that out, but anywhere in the North, it was like everybody was together. They were living in the slums and in poverty together, or, you know, but it wasn't like the slums and poverty like today. Like, yes, there were poor people, but like the poor people were able to manage on a job and get by with like a job, with the man working. And, you know, there were still problems. Obviously there were racial problems, but why everybody else kind of moved up and out of that and moved on, it was because they left the big cities, right? They went to these suburbs, these well-funded suburbs, while the cities were continued to be ignored. And I know to people this sounds like an excuse, but it's really just like if you look at history and why we're here now, if bad decision making is always going to be part of the problem, but those are individuals making bad decisions. I'm talking about like the major systems like that, or the overall trajectory of America. Yeah, so the white people, including Italians, Irish, you know, they moved out, they moved to the suburbs, and the cities were left distraught, with very underfunded, over-policed, and then I'm not gonna go through the whole history. You know what happened.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and say that, like, obviously, like, I've studied enough to know that like black people had a lot of issues. But I think that what Anna is going to say at the end of the day to all of this is, so what? What now? Like, what are you going to do now? Because
no, that's what we're saying. No. We have solutions. She's the one. We're asking her what now. Like,
well, what she's going to say is what now is that, like, because black women are already stepping up. That all of this history is true, but black women are still...
And they're still discriminated against.
They are, but they're...
But they're still the lowest paid.
Well, but they're getting degrees, right? They're getting educated. They're taking care of their families. They're taking care of their children. And that the only thing they're not doing is they're not leaving their race in terms of like dating preferences. It's like 11% of black women.
So 75%. But 75% of black men aren't either. So like,
no, but black men are. But black men are more likely, way more, like 2 or 3 times, or over 2 times as likely as black women to date outside their race. And so I think what she would say is like
the issue.
Well, I mean, she would say it is, yeah.
But like, this is what I'm saying. What's the issue? Like what? So her end thing is just to keep everybody black and everybody white, and no interracial dating, no interracial, like that. She's not bringing up the issue in that. Like,
I think the issue she's bringing up is that, like, if black men are leaving their communities, especially the wealthy and successful ones, that there's this like weird, I'm extrapolating a little bit because I don't think we got into this, but like when Jewish people get popular and famous and wealthy, they help other Jewish people. When Asian people do, they help Asian people. Like, people tend to like help people. Hispanic people do this. Everybody kind of does this. But then there's this weird phenomenon, I guess, with black men in the black community, that when they get wealthy and famous, they leave the black community. And then they like go and they marry. They marry like white women, you know, or they're basically gone. So black women get less and less to choose from. I know this is a divester stat. I've had a couple women email me this, but it's like something like in some neighborhoods there are like 2 or 3 black women for every 1 black person, or for every 1 black man, because a lot of the black men are just like in jail or just gone,
or dead.
Yeah. So that like if this is the case, that like black men don't seem to be supporting their communities. They don't want to have healthy relationships with black women and have beautiful black babies and blah, blah, blah. That her thing
But is that the case though? I mean,
well, it seems like the numbers bear that out. Yes, that is the case. Yes, that is the case.
For 25% of black men.
Yeah, which is
like,
a greater flip, but only for 11% of black women. It's 12. Hold on, let me check. It's 12% of black women are marrying outside of the race. 24% of black men.
But what's stopping white women from marrying outside the race? If like it's such a huge problem, and these like, and I know this argument, I've heard this. Somebody brought this up the other day. I'm not trying to like retread the same argument, but like, it's a valid point. Like, what I think it was Forethought who actually brought this up. What is wrong with that? Like, why can't you just go find a good white man or a good, you know, Puerto Rican dude? Like, what?
Well,
like,
that's what she's telling them to do, because she's saying people will generally.
No, she's saying black men aren't shit because they're dating outside their race. Like, that was her big thing. Like, black men aren't shit because they're leaving us to you know, take care of the household. They're leaving to go marry these white women when really you're talking about like middle class and upper class black people. That's really not affecting which. Like I said, she wants to tie all that into crime and all that, but that's like a completely separate problem. You get what I'm saying? Like, that has nothing to do with like forwarding the black community. Now, keeping the money in the community, I get that. I get what I completely get what you're saying. Black-owned businesses need to be supported. They need to be started. They need funding. They need all that, and the major support is obviously going to come from the black community. I don't disagree with that at all, but we're not leaving, like 25% of black men are not leaving like a whole race like demolished because they're dating outside their race. Like, that's not the problem. That is a problem, but that is not even
well, sure, she's not going to say that's the
only
only problem. She's going to say there's lots of problems, but that's one of those problems, right?
And how do we solve? How could we solve that, right?
Well, like, she's saying her solution is that women need to abort black babies and start dating outside their race more. I mean, that was her solution.
It's like a smart ass answer. That's not really going to solve any like that. What? That's not. How is that going to solve the black men that are alive not dating inside their race, aborting black babies? Honestly, like intellectually, can you think about how that would solve the problem? Like,
I mean, I don't think it's a good solution. That seems like some wild shit. But I'm saying that was her solution.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, it was some wild shit. Thank you. Okay. All right. At least we agree on that. Like that. I just want to make sure, like, I'm not crazy, because I heard you say you agree with her a few times, and that.
No, I agree descriptively with some of the points that she's bringing up. Like, I can understand the frustration. Like, Asian men complain about this a lot too, because Asian women outmarry a lot at like a huge rate. Like, I think it was like 40%. So I mean, like, yeah, I've heard these complaints before from different racial groups.
Yeah.
The answers are complicated, right?
Fanatic brought it up. Did you read Stacey Abrams' policy for black men?
Nope.
Here's a strong black woman running for the governor of Georgia.
Yeah.
Who sees the plight of the black community, who sees all the issues that maybe not the relationship issues, maybe because she's not so deep in the internet red pill dating scene, which apparently like Anna is deep into. Stacey Abrams, obviously she's coming from a different perspective. But if you go to her just simple website, StaceyAbrams.com, you click on the policy for black men, she has like 20 things laid out that she thinks would, and I agree with completely, that would help, mobilize and improve the lives of black men, which would in turn improve the lives of black people everywhere. And she talks about economic security, 10 million towards small businesses, purchasing black-owned businesses by the state, like meaning the state needs to invest more in these entities. Just different thing. I'm not gonna go over it all, but just different things. And I'm just saying like that. I think that obviously she's a politician, so but here are some answers to these questions that she's talking about, and they all boil down to economic, healthcare, housing, education, jobs, and criminal justice reform. The same thing the black people have been screaming from the top of their lungs for like the last 60 years. None of these things are like substantially being addressed, and then we're like sitting here looking at each other like, what the hell is wrong with black people? Like, why can't they just get it together over there? But like,
yeah, and again, I'm gonna keep reiterating this, okay? That like every time you say these things aren't getting addressed or these things aren't happening, right? Anna's response would be, so what? Black women are stepping up anyway.
But they're not. Okay, they're stepping up. What? Stepping up how?
So this is her. I'm trying not to shoehorn you here. Holy shit. Okay, sorry. It's a hard cover for me. But like, because her perspective would be that right now you're doing what she accuses black men of doing. That you're coming on and you're saying that like we need welfare, we need healthcare, we need help from the government, we need all these things, and these are the reasons why.
I didn't say any of those things. Hold up, I didn't say that. I didn't say anything about welfare. Or I didn't say anything about that.
Okay, and not welfare, sorry, but like government investment in black businesses or economic opportunities, like whatever it is, that you're saying that you need these things, like the government has to step up and do things. But what she would say is that like this is black men crying, like women are already stepping up and they're already going to college at greater rates than black men. They're already working more than black men. They're already taking care of their families, and they didn't need like, or they don't need like more government help or more anything. They're just doing it. That's like her response to these things.
This is a big ass loop because like, why are they going to college more? Like y'all address this. Why? It's just a big loop, and until I like people like her need to understand that. And there's a couple strawmans in there. I heard the first time she was on. She said, black people need to stop sitting home and waiting for the government. And trust me, nobody is sitting at home waiting for the government. These like black men are out there. In some places they're getting it criminally. Some places they're getting it, you downplay gig work, but that's like a big source of income for people who can't get a job otherwise. Like maybe they have felonies, or maybe they have the work schedule, who knows what it is. But gig work, I think the gig economy, which is over the last 10 years become a huge part of the American economy, I don't think that should be so easily dismissed.
Well, it's dismissed because it's not reliable, right? It's not as good as even a part-time job, right?
Well, in some cases, right, that is true, but in some cases it is.
Hold on, wait. We don't need to do the sum and sum. In most cases, it's far worse, right? In the vast majority of cases, it's worse to be a gig worker than to have like a reliable, like part-time or full-time job.
Well, when you're talking about the type of people you're talking about the lowest jobs in the market. Like if you're working a gig work job, that means like I said, you can't get you can't get a job anywhere else, or you don't want to, or whatever. But like any job you would have we're not talking about like executives or like CEOs.
No, even like having like two different jobs, even having like a job at like 7-Eleven, and then after that going to work a job at Burger King. Even those two part-time jobs would be better than any kind of gig work.
No, like I said, in some cases.
In some cases, that sum is 5%, but in the vast majority of cases, you're going to be better off with like 1 or 2 part-time jobs. Like 1,000,000% than doing like Uber every now and then.
All right, I will concede there, but because I don't know the numbers, that's the only reason I'm conceding. Not saying you're right, I just don't have enough information to argue that point. But it is a, but that's the opposite of sitting there complaining and waiting for a government handout. You see what I'm saying? Like it's not, like her point was, you need to stop sitting around waiting for the government, and we counter with, well, it's not really like as bad, like it's not really like what they say if you look at the unemployment numbers, because there's plenty of black people that get money other ways, and your counter to that will be, it's not as reliable. But that's not an answer to the premise of black people need to stop sitting around and waiting for the government and complaining. Right now, what you're saying essentially is it's not sufficient to move forward.
Yeah. Because she's saying that like black women have been like doing so much work, and in terms of taking care of everybody, that like so I don't know if this is true or not, but I'm going to venture a guess and say it's probably true that if black men stayed with their black families after getting a woman pregnant, like half the problems might go away in the black community, maybe more. I think that would be her argument, and I might believe that. I might agree with that. Because then you've got dual income households. Now you've got 2 parents in a single house. So you've got more money and you've got more stability for the family. You've got far less likelihood of the men being involved in crime because parents don't have time to go out and gangbang, or you've got real jobs, so you're not like doing illegal shit and getting arrested. So now all that whole criminal justice shit doesn't matter anymore because the engagement with the criminal justice.
That's not true, because I already proved to you that there are people that, like, yes, they are engaged in illegal activity like carrying a legal gun, but
I understand, but like I'm gonna be racist. I'm gonna borrow from Bill Cosby's pound cake speech here, and I'm gonna guess that like if you're a married guy with a family, you're probably not hanging out with friends with illegal guns as much. Like all of the likelihood of that
Destiny.
shit is going to go way, way, way
Steven.
down. Yeah.
Steven. Bill
What's up?
Cosby came from North Philly, like one of the roughest parts of town. And if you're telling me that Bill Cosby never owned a gun when he was young, then he obviously, like, most people just don't want to be a victim. Like, they just don't want to. Now, I understand, like, most of the times when you're getting killed, like, or if you kill somebody in self-defense, that's like the extreme minority of cases. Most of the time, an illegal gun is not going to protect you on the street. We do have self-defense cases, but they're like, you know, like,
no, I'm just saying that, like, the
1,000 in
likelihood
last
of you
4
being
years.
caught with a guy with illegal, or like if you're married and you're dealing with like family stuff, you're probably not in
Yeah.
situations as much. You're hanging out with people with illegal guns. It's probably just not happening as much.
Well, what if you're the one with the illegal gun and you're married?
If you're married and you're like working and you're doing that shit, I don't know if you need an illegal gun as much.
Destiny, if you catch a felony at like 18, right, and you change your life completely around, but you're 32, you still can't own a gun legally.
Yeah, but why do you think that? Do you think? I don't know if those people. I don't know if married.
guns?
I don't know if married fathers taking care of their families and working normal part-time jobs. I don't know if they need to buy guns. I don't think that's the case.
What do you mean? What do you? Destiny, you're married, right?
Yeah.
Do you own guns?
Yeah, but recreationally. But
That
if I had
doesn't
if I
matter.
wait,
It doesn't
wait,
matter.
if I had a felony, I wouldn't own a gun.
If you had a felony, you wouldn't own a gun. Now, what if you lived in the middle of South Philadelphia? You weren't a streamer. You're still a carpet cleaner. But
Okay,
you're living in the middle of South Philadelphia.
Okay,
But you're still responsible. You're married.
Sure. Okay, hold on. This is my. Dude, I don't have any experience in like rough parts of cities. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. So I can only go by the experience of sharing. I'm going to reiterate that. So I could be completely wrong. Okay, but I don't
the reality
think.
we're talking
No,
about.
I am, and this is the reality that I'm sharing that other people told me. Okay, places like Chicago and Detroit are not these like. Or even Philadelphia are not these hellhole cities where random people are just getting shot and killed all the time. Like every now and then, maybe somebody will catch a stray, but vast majority of the violence is drug related. That like drug dealers and gangbangers aren't just walking up and down the streets looking for innocent black people to kill. That just doesn't happen.
That's not what we're talking about.
Then
That's not
why do you
what
then
we're
why do you
talking
need
about.
why do you need a gun as a black person?
Because the fear of getting killed.
I don't buy it.
You
I don't
hear
buy
on the news
that. I don't buy
what
that.
All right.
I don't buy it. I just
I'm
don't
telling
buy
you
it. I don't think you.
personal
I don't think that the average, even the average black man. Here, I'll make this strong of a statement. I could be totally wrong. I'm welcome to being wrong. I hope I get a bunch of emails saying so. But I bet even the average black man living in Chicago or Detroit is not fearing for his life every day that he's going to get randomly killed by a drug dealer or like a gang person. I don't think so.
If he's out the way, right? If he's not like involved in that.
Yeah,
lifestyle.
if he's not in that
Like, if
lifestyle
he's just
at
like
all.
a regular everyday. Yeah. I get what you're saying, and I know how you can think that. I get it. But I'm telling you from a person who lives here, who talks to these people every day, who runs a YouTube channel like dedicated to this issue. Now, I'm not some authority on it. You don't have to listen to me. You don't have to believe me. But just, you say you want different perspectives. I'm telling you, like, from my experience, I know a lot of ex-felons, or people would still call them felons, but people who have changed their life around, who carry illegally because they don't want to be the next victim. They don't want to be the next person whose name I'm reading on the Inquirer the next day.
Sure.
And
Let's
every
say-
day you open up the paper, this person was killed.
Yeah.
Oh, this many people were shot. This innocent person was shot.
Let's say that I
this
agree with all of
little
this.
2-year-old
Let's say
kid.
that I agree with all of that. Okay, why aren't black women all
Mm-hmm.
carrying guns? Wouldn't they have even
because
more of a
they're
fear? They're smaller, so they need it to protect themselves. They could be victims of rape or sexual assault. Like, it feels like if the gun thing is a real thing, then it feels like women, 100%, black women should be getting dinged for illegal firearms everywhere, but they're not.
No, they're not. The answer to that is actually interesting. But then you would have to get into like the amount of black women that are actually illegally searched and stopped.
Yeah, I'm sure they're
you would
illegally
have
search
to-
and stop, but you don't hear black women complaining about incarceration rates. That's a black man problem, right? It's not black women generally that are complaining about.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Philadelphia Police Department just settled a civil rights lawsuit over unconscionable pedestrian stop and frisk. Officers they've been presenting more and more cases of guns, and more of these cases have been either dismissed for insufficient
And
evidence.
despite all of
or,
this, it's
you know,
not
some
keeping black women
technicality.
from taking care of black families. Yeah, there's going to be bullshit with the criminal justice. I'm not going to deny that, of course, but it's still not keeping black women from taking care of them. You don't hear stories
So
of
if
like,
if I'm in jail for an illegal gun, right,
Mhm.
which happens 9 times a day, I just told you 9 men get arrested every day for an illegal gun. If I'm in jail for an illegal gun, how am I going to take care of my family?
that's Anna's point. Don't have the illegal gun. Black women don't. Why do the black men need them?
Oh my God.
I'm
Because
just saying that's
we're
her
the ones getting killed. Black women aren't the ones getting killed at an alarming rate. They're not the ones that are on the fucking news every day.
Yeah, but because they're not the
laid out
ones.
on the
Because they're
street.
not the
They're
ones.
not the ones treated like a fucking like entertainment. Do you know how many like gang entertainment channels there are on YouTube that use this fucking gang war shit as some sort of entertainment? Go to Chiracology. It's a fucking Chicago subreddit dedicated to these gangsters.
Yeah,
in
I
Chicago
agree,
and
but that's
shit.
going to be another.
That's what we.
That's
what
another.
people fear.
That's another.
Not women.
That's another Anna complaint, though, right? Is that a
But
lot of
that's
those
like
YouTube channels that are
1% of the
ran by
population.
black men for black men that
No,
are
no,
encouraging
no.
that
That's
type
my
of.
point. They're not ran by white black men. They're not. Black men aren't into that. Into like putting shit on YouTube for like. Yeah, you have your DJ academics, you have your cases, but he's been like run out of the culture. Well, not recently, but like there was a huge contention about whether he was hurting the culture or helping the culture. Rappers hated him for a long time. They threatened to beat him up and all that for the shit he was doing and the shit he was saying. So like, no, it's not like predominantly black people behind these YouTube channels. Trap Lord Ross, No Jumper, I can name a million YouTube channels that thrive off of black men killing each other, and this is what we see. And listen. I, all honesty, I was convicted of a felony when I was 19. I do not own a gun for that reason. So I agree with you, and I live in Philadelphia. So listen, it's definitely a thing you're saying. Like the only reason I don't own a gun is because I can't legally own one, right? So I agree with you, but to say that everybody that's arrested is just in the criminal lifestyle, or like
I'm not saying I'm not saying in the criminal lifestyle. When I say the pound cake speech by Bill Cosby, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
His whole point for that, I think it was at an NAACP thing, but his whole point for that speech was like, okay, it's been a long time since I've heard this, but I think there was a kid that either got arrested or shot by a cop because he was accused of stealing some cake, basically. And it was bullshit. It shouldn't have happened, and it was wrong. But I think Bill Cosby's point at that speech was, why was he there? Why did he have the friends that he had? Why was he there at the stall? Why was he doing what he was doing? And the point was that, yeah, there are going to be times when the cops are doing bullshit, and there are going to be times when bullshit is happening, but like, you have a large amount of agency over the types of situations you put yourself in. And that when you're in situations where you constantly feel like you need a gun, or when you're in situations where, there are certain people around you, that black men put themselves in these situations and black women don't. And I think that's her whole point, is that like, why have black women constantly been asked or forced to step up, and now they are stepping up, they're getting degrees, taking their families, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, but black men are still like, well, it's the gang violence, it's the criminal justice systems, it's the rap culture, it's the YouTube channels, it's all of this and that and that and that. Like, that's her argument, right? And I don't know what I don't know what a good response is. Sorry, go ahead. Wait, are you still here? Shit. Wait, hello? Hello? Wait, I don't know if my Discord is bugging or if you're fucking with me or...
It's actually pretty fucking good.
Oh, no.
What's up, dude?
Okay, wait, hello? Okay, Abba called me, but he's just sitting here not saying anything. I don't know why.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah. Wait, hold on. I'm just, in case this guy comes back, I just don't want it to seem like I just ditched him, so, okay.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I was just going to say.
Yeah, please, help me. Or help him.
Very briefly.
Yeah.
No, very briefly. The vast majority of people who get caught with illegal firearms do so because these guys are involved or they're adjacent to criminal activity.
Yeah.
Casuals, people who do not want to be dinged for this kind of shit are not carrying unless they're in really close proximity to somebody who is really involved in it, which does happen sometimes. But you generally don't want to be carrying illegally as a result. It's just too much of a risk. It's just too much of a risk. So the people who take that risk generally are involved in crime life. So I thought he was a bit disingenuous when he was saying that. It is true that, you know, they are pretty aggressive with like claiming anybody's involved, but like sometimes you're hanging out with your homie that you've known for a long time and then they got guns on them, but you're not involved in life and then you get dinged for it. So that's like some of the stuff that has happened. But to Anna's point, I think she probably end up saying like, well, if you're being a responsible adult, you don't want to
hang out with those people. Yeah.
So yeah, I thought the argument, and the other guy who made the argument in regards to like college admissions and talking about like, well, the reason why black men are not in college as much is because of incarceration. Like, that's such cap, bro. First off, men in general have completely dropped out of school overall over the last couple of years, and white men lead that pack as the ones who are dropping out the most. But to say the reason why black men are not in school nearly as much is because they just lied. So I want to say, like, I think there's arguments to be made to counteract her points, but I think the guys are making it.
Okay, can you make some of those right now, please?
For what? For why?
Can I talk?
Yeah, let him talk. He sounds like he wants to.
Yeah, but because he was saying something that was interesting when he was saying that.
Oh wait, is this Preach?
Yeah, that's Preach, man.
Oh shit, what's up? Yeah. Okay, yeah, go for it.
So they're saying some shit like, "Oh yeah, black people are getting dinged because they have guns, and they have guns because they protect themselves." But that is completely right. Black people are getting dinged because they have guns, and because they have guns, they protect themselves because they're doing shit illegal.
Well, okay, fuck. Well, that's
if you're getting dinged, like, we know black people are getting hit by the police more. Why the fuck would I carry, like, I get stopped and pulled over by the police all the fucking time. Why would I add to that me carrying an illegal gun? Who in their right mind would do that? If you're doing that, it's to protect yourself because you're also doing illegal shit.
Well, all right. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you heard, I said I'm in the same situation. Like, I'm in that situation. I'm a felon who can't legally own a gun, and I don't carry guns. So I get what you're saying. I agree with you. Like, why would you put yourself in that situation? But all I'm saying is that is like people's reality. That's how they think. Like, I talk to people every day. I'm around these people every day. This is how they think. Now, what are we going to do to change the way they think or make them feel safer that they don't have to carry illegal guns around? I don't know the answer to that, but that is the reality of the situation. That was all I was trying to express. I wasn't defending it. I wasn't saying, you know, that's the way it should be, but that's it.
You're saying you're a felon, right?
Yes.
Do you still hang out with those people?
No. No, I've completely turned my life around.
So what are you defending yourself from? You're not around that environment anymore?
I kind of am. I still live in the hood. Yeah.
You still live in the hood?
I still live in the hood, yes.
So you know some people in your hood, but you're not involved with them.
Yeah, I know plenty of people in my hood that I'm not involved with either anymore or go ahead.
Most of the time these motherfuckers are not gonna fuck with you like that. They're not gonna bother you, because they consider you a citizen. Even if you were a felon. So they're not gonna, like, you're not a threat, you're not an ops. If you turn your life around, they usually leave you alone. So what are you gonna, I'm just trying to understand, what are you gonna protect yourself from with that illegal gun?
Well, let me, all right, I get what you're saying. Well, but let me ask you something, and I'm not trying to dox you, but like, where do you live in like up Canada, right?
Yes.
Okay, so like in your newspapers when you open it up, are you opening it up to murders every day, or is it like just different news, like just whatever the daily topic is?
Especially now, there's a whole lot of murders.
But I'll be charitable and say that we don't get it as often as you guys do.
No, definitely
but
not.
Yeah,
we're less people.
So you guys get
we're less people.
So go ahead.
But what I'm saying is, like, every day, every single day, you open up the newspaper, we're hearing about some violent crime over here. Somebody got killed over here. Somebody got carjacked over here. This cop got shot yesterday. This dude got fucking headshotted yesterday on camera. Here's the video of it. Like, the shit is raw and it's real here. Like, and it's not like, you know, no people aren't sitting here like hypothetically thinking like, like people in these situations. I get what you're saying. I was able to drag myself up out of the situations I found myself in. Like, my mom even moved me away from the hood for a little bit, but I still found like economic situations, like we had to come back to where we're back down here. But like, my whole point is that, like, I get what you're saying, I get what Destiny's saying, but there are people to counter what Anna was saying, like, people carry guns for protection. They're not all criminals, is what I'm saying. Like,
okay,
people.
Okay, I'm going to ask you. You lost your right to have guns legally because you made some poor decisions, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I think what Anna would rebut is the fact that now that you can't protect yourself, it's your own fault for being an irresponsible adult black man. That's probably what you would say.
Yeah, and if I get killed, that's what everybody would say, right?
Probably. Like, if you can't defend yourself or protect yourself because you made a felony and you made criminal activity that you probably should have never been engaging in the first place, Anna would say, why can't black men be more responsible? If you didn't commit the crime, then you could have owned a gun legally and then still been an upstanding citizen. But because you did the crime, now you can't do that. Now you're engaging in more criminal activity. Do you understand? Her argument is always going to be that black men are being irresponsible. Nothing that you say, even if everything you say is correct, would rebut that.
I agree that carrying an illegal gun is irresponsible. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm not saying it's the right decision. I'm not encouraging anybody to go out and buy an illegal gun. I never say that. Like I said, I have a whole YouTube channel. I'm very small, I have 30,000 subscribers, so I'm a fucking ant compared to you guys. But I do have an audience, and I do talk to this audience, and we always talk about these things, like how to stay out of trouble and what's like, you know, what, like, different ways that will get you killed, that, you know, how to stay out of jail, all this stuff. Like, I understand everything you're saying. Like, nothing that you're saying I disagree with. But all I'm saying is, for Anna, like, if she would just open her mind a little bit, she keeps asking why, when the answers are right there in your face. Now, how are we, now what are we going to change about that?
Can I ask you something simple? Do you think that most people who are carrying guns and getting nicked for it are doing illegal activities?
Well, like I said, the conviction rate for illegal gun possession is about 49%. So it's hard to say.
Most of the convictions, would you say that they're for people being involved in gun activities? Like illegal
yes. Oh, well, a conviction, I don't know. That's hard to say. But so the only way I can look at that is to say that there was 500 murders last year and there was 3,000 gun arrests. How many murderers are on the street?
This is real quick. This is something that I would.
No, that's silly, because just because you didn't commit a murder, it doesn't mean that you're not carrying guns for illegal activity. It doesn't mean that you have to go and shoot somebody. You may be involved in the drug trade and just holding on to it for protection, for intimidation purposes, for constant security, and you still shouldn't be allowed to have that gun. So whether or not there's a correlation between how many murders and how many gun charges that happen, that's irrelevant. The point is, do you think vast majority? I agree that some people do use it for protection. There's some ex-felons who have to get it because maybe they're still worried about people coming after them, or they got that paranoia from being in an unsafe place. Sure, but it doesn't change the fact that if you're being very honest about this discussion, vast majority of people who are carrying these guns illegally are doing so because they're involved in illegal activities.
I can't say that. Like, there's no way I can say that. How?
Here's a random thing that I would ask, or I would actually suggest it. I'm curious if you agree. If somebody were to come to me and they say, Destiny or Steven, I need you to give me the best advice you can to protect myself. What should I do? Buying a gun would be like number 6 or 7 on that list. Number 1 would be don't do crime. Full stop. Number 2 would be choose your friends carefully. Number 3 might be pick where you live. And then maybe at like 4 or 5, you know, maybe like get a gun. But like the idea that getting a gun is like
where you live?
Yeah, sure.
That's above getting a gun. Oh, like, are you talking
about
like reasonable, feasible options?
Yeah,
because most people can't just pick where they live. Like, if you're in a situation like where you're living in a war zone, like, nobody chooses to live there. You know, if they can leave, they do.
Sure. Yeah. If you have, I'm not saying you have to. I'm not saying, and maybe it's different in some places, but like, fuck, even in the even like a 2-block difference can represent a huge change in like the type of community that you're in. I'm not saying you have to move across the country, across the state, even across the city, but I'm just saying that like buying a gun to keep yourself safe, that's like a last resort type of thing. That's like at the bottom of the list. Like you're getting ready to kill somebody because like for everything that we just said that was negative about like the criminal justice system, holy fuck, you're about to engage with it to the max if you end up blasting some dude away in self-defense. Because if you think that the criminal justice system is harsh because you're getting pulled over because you're in a nice car or something, it's going to be 10 times more brutal trying to justify why you shot and killed somebody in self-defense as a black guy, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, yeah, trying to claim self-defense as a black guy in this country is that is a tall order. I don't disagree with that. Listen.
Yeah, sorry.
My whole point of that was not to like make excuses for in any of this behavior, right? My whole point of that was like, okay, we're talking about these things, we're asking questions. Here are some of the reasons why. Why are people carrying guns? That's the and so you guys' answer is they're engaged in criminal behavior. That's true in a lot of cases. I'm not going to disagree, but will you agree that there are some people that engage in like paranoia and they buy a gun just because they don't want to, be a victim?
Yeah, I'm sure there are some, but my guess would be that's less than 5%.
Really?
Yeah.
So how do you explain the 49% conviction rate?
I don't know. I'd have to look and see why.
Okay.
Well, hold on, wait. We can read the article. Hold on.
I don't think it really like says the reason. It just goes over some of these things. I mean, they do mention the civil lawsuit for unconstitutional pedestrian stop and frisk. Okay. Are you reading? Are you on the article?
Yeah, I'm reading the Philadelphia Inquirer. Hold on. Or give me like 1 second. Sorry, yeah, I'm just.
No. Just tell me when you're ready.
When it says there's no convictions, does that mean that other stuff could be happening in court? That the people are either pleading it down or maybe they just feel like... yeah, go ahead.
So with that, so what happened was the DA they're talking about, Larry Krasner, is like a super progressive DA. So what he has like under his administration, what he's been saying is unless you have all your ducks in a row, like we will not have any more illegal stops. Like unless the police have all their ducks in a row, they're not going to convict. Like if there's one technicality,
well then hold on. Then this sounds like, well, it made it sound earlier like you were saying the convictions are low because like they're being arrested wrongfully, but now you're making it sound the convictions are low because there's a really progressive DA that just doesn't want to convict people.
Not that he doesn't want to convict people, he wants the cops to not illegally stop and search people.
Okay, sure, and I can say that might be a thing, but it doesn't sound like that. It doesn't sound like the people aren't carrying the guns for nefarious purposes. It just sounds like some of the stops might not be constitutional or might be done illegally. That's a way different.
Or it says that we don't know, right? Like there's no, like just because the DA is progressive doesn't mean that these stops are legal. The police they didn't change to progressive all of a sudden.
Sure, but I guess this is the thing that's confusing me, and I might just be misunderstanding you. It sounded initially like you said there's only 49% convictions. It sounded like you were implying that these people that were pulled over for illegal firearms didn't actually have illegal firearms. Were you implying something else?
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. What I'm implying is that we don't know. Like, so the question was posited, like, why are people carrying illegal guns? Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is I don't know, but what we do know is that less than 50% of them are being convicted for these illegal guns. So, like, wow. And then I brought up like my example of like how some of these cases might play out. Like, this is not just something I made up. Like, when you have like 4 people in a car, they get stopped for one gun, and they put it on all 4 of them, and now you have 4 violations of the Uniform Firearm Act, the VUFA arrest they're talking about, nonviolent offenses that can range from carrying an unlicensed weapon, which is a misdemeanor, by the way, to being barred from possessing a firearm due to a previous conviction like myself. So, like, yeah, I mean, why do people carry illegal guns? Are a lot of them criminals? Listen, I'm not even going to argue with that or argue on that. Yes, there is a lot of criminality in this, but to just like stop there and say, oh, well, okay, so black people just get your shit together, like that's kind of like a shallow end to a very deep conversation.
Sure.
And it seemed like that's where she wanted to just end everything.
Well,
Like,
her end was her end wasn't that. Her
interesting.
end was black women need to stop marrying black men. That was her.
Right. And okay, that like, I mean, yeah. Also, just one more thing. I don't want to drag this out.
Yeah,
Did you ever check out that Cynthia G lady?
I haven't yet. I haven't had a chance to look at it.
Holy shit, bro. Not only is she anti-white racist, it's like specifically white women. She has a serious grind or extra grind with white women. I think you'll have a blast watching her. I'm sure you will find a few things you disagree with.
Sure.
Yeah, it's interesting. But like you could tell this is where she's getting a lot of her talking points from. Not to like discredit what she's saying, because I'm sure she believes a lot of this stuff, but like they're coming from like they're coming from a person that's not very reputable in my opinion. But let me see. I think that's it, man. Thank you for having me. I hope this wasn't too boring for people.
Yeah,
to have this fucking same conversation for the millionth time.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so I think I levied all my like criticisms, but like yeah, it seemed like you were like memeing your way through the first conversation. But Destiny, before I go, I gotta ask you. There was a post on your subreddit that I saw a couple days ago that I don't think is there anymore. It is it's chat messages of you. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I don't feel comfortable just like bringing it up.
Oh, being wild or some shit?
But you know what chat messages I'm talking about?
Probably.
Yeah, you're saying some wild shit in there.
Yep.
Yeah. Why'd you delete that off the subreddit?
Because I feel like people just bring it up over and over again to like troll me. Like, there's no reason for it. Like, I'll admit it if anybody wants to say, like, yeah, I've said wild shit in my chat before, but it's like massive concern trolling. Be like, oh, remember these logs and these Twitter posts? It's fucking annoying. Like, people just use it for ammunition.
But it seemed like you were saying like, no, it seemed like you were saying the only reason you brought them on was because it was entertaining. Like, you weren't really like invested in it.
Oh, wait, hold on. I don't know what you're talking about. Never mind. I think we're talking about something way different now. Wait, what are you talking about?
Okay, this is like recent. This was after the Anna conversation.
Oh, that post. I don't think that one got removed, was it?
I don't know. I was trying to find it before we had this conversation, just talking like.
Oh, I'm sure it's there somewhere, but there have been like a million fucking posts on my subreddit recently, so I don't know, but it should be there.
Oh, okay.
I think I was more just making the general comment that like some people were upset about the conversation, but it's like I thought the past few days have had really interesting conversations about black issues. It feels like, at least on Twitch and even on YouTube, when there's like a panel of black people and then a couple white people and there's a discussion, like it's always over like, can white people rap the N-word? Like 99% of the discussion, and it's so fucking boring and stupid and inconsequential compared to like other more important issues that we talk about. So I thought that the conversations have been like very interesting over the past few days. I think that a lot of white people and a lot of like internet people are being exposed to cultures and problems that they didn't even know existed. That was my general point.
Which is like awesome in my mind. Like, like I said, this is all I talk about on my channel. It does get a little I come here for like relief from all that shit, like, you know what I'm saying, like just to talk about normal shit. But to hear you start talking about that kind of thing, I'm like, well, listen, I have a little bit of a not only lived experience, but like a little bit of expertise, because running my channel I have to read up on some of these things. I just felt like I had a little bit to contribute to the conversation.
Sure.
But yeah, so I think that's it, man. Thank you so much, Destiny.
Okay. All right, well, hey, I love you, buddy.
All right.
Yep.
You too, man.
Be careful, mate. Give me 1 sec. Why did Lab get banned from my Discord? What happened? Jesus. How does it feel like more subs on day night? Does anyone even stream anymore? Wave Rider, what's up? Hello? You're just not gonna say anything? You get into the destiny of your... Oh, hello? Oh, nope. Oh.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can now. Hi, what's up?
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you. Can you hear me?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up? You can.
Okay, yeah, I had to read the YouTube. My bad.
Yeah, no problem.
So yeah, I wanted to come on here just to kind of talk about some things. You've been talking about the last couple of days. I know it's probably at this point gotten monotonous, so I don't want to stick on it for too long.
Oh no, it's not. It's far from monotonous. It might still be reaching its boiling point. So.
One of the things that Annalisa was talking about, and that you were kind of talking about with the last person that was on, was kind of the dating, dating outside of black men date outside of their race more than black women, and then those types of things, and black men are a problem and all that type of stuff. I guess where the thing that I haven't heard yet is, well, I guess why would that be, right? I would love to know from her perspective why she thinks that black men aren't dating black women as much as she thinks they should be. Because I have my points of view on that, but or at least some. I don't have all the answers, but I don't know if she ever gave you a perspective on that or not.
What do you think the answer to that is? Oh, I don't think you can actually hear me. Hello?
Oh yeah? I don't know if I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I mean, I can hear you, but I don't know who I'm talking to. I don't think you can hear me.
Oh yeah, I can hear you now.
Wait,
Sorry.
Can you hear me, or are you hearing the YouTube?
No, I can hear you now.
Okay, hi, okay. Yeah, go ahead, hit me up. What's up?
Yeah, so you didn't hear anything I just said?
No, I heard everything. I just don't think you can hear me, but I can hear you now. Yeah. So you were mentioning, like, why are the dating things the way they are? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you had an answer on that, but I guess I could just give you mine.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, I guess the question that it's sort of a perspective, and it's also a question, right? And you can always argue whether there's validity towards them or whatever, but when they do polls on like dating apps and different things like that, it's been shown, right? And it's hard for me to say this because it makes it sounds like I'm shitting on black women, but it's just the reality of the situation, at least from the polls that have been put out. It's just that black women have been shown to be the least attractive or the least desired women of all of the major, if you will, races in America, right? And my question to her is, from her perspective, why does she think that is? Right? Because if black men are still, and one of the things you look at is in 2021, if you go on blackdemographics.com, black men are still getting married, right? And so they're marrying someone. They're choosing to marry someone. She says black men don't want to get married, or that we don't see marriage as an important thing in society or whatever. But we're still getting married, and getting married more than black women, right? So if the black man is the problem, to me that seems counterintuitive to her argument that black men are getting married at a higher rate than black women are.
Yeah, but wasn't her response that black men still get divorced at really high rates?
Okay, yeah, but divorce that's a different problem,
Sure.
right? Saying that when black men don't see marriage as an important thing is different than, oh, are we able to maintain a marriage? That's two different things, right? So, I mean,
okay, yeah, I don't know what her response would be. That I can't answer for her. I don't know what her answer would be. For
yeah,
that,
exactly, yeah. Yeah, that's just a point that I was, unfortunately, throughout the conversation hadn't been brought up, and I would just love to hear her perspective on that. And then also, to me, it's just crazy that she sort of like negates all of the systemic issues that exist as like, black men should just just figure things out and just pick up the community on our own, which, and I've heard you say this before, is like systemic problems usually need a systemic solution.
Yeah, I agree,
right?
and I understand this, and I've said this, but again,
this
has been said a lot. Like, what she'd say is like, well,
Yeah.
black women already do this. Black women have already put the community on their backs.
And you said that in sort of from her argument standpoint. But I guess my argument would be is that what are they doing? They're going to college, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, but they still aren't out earned black men. They're still
I think
in
they
higher
might be
rates
out
of poverty than black men.
Well, yeah, but why is that?
Okay, exactly. That's my point, though, right? It's like, well, and so that, but still, the question is that is the only thing we're trying to. She's saying is that black women are going to college and getting degrees or whatever. Okay, is that the only metric to determine success in a community?
Well, for her, I imagine it's probably a big one. You're starting to earn more money, gives you more stability in a household, like.
Yeah, it does in a general sense, but is it producing those results? And so far, it hasn't. So I don't know what she means by black women are picking themselves up from their bootstraps if there's no results in the end. Yes, there's signs that maybe things are getting better, but the actual results aren't changing. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I don't know. If you ever get a chance to debate her, you can go ask her about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you ever have her on again, but yeah, that would be something I would love to talk about. But there is actually something I've always wanted to ask you, and I've been watching you for a while, and you've brought him up a couple times, and I've never picked up on what your issues, quarrels, I guess you can say, with him was. Is Jordan Peterson.
What about him?
So, I listen to Jordan Peterson, and I wouldn't call myself a fan of him, but I enjoy most of the things that he talks about and says. And I've heard you kind of you've sort of you haven't said anything directly in regards to what you didn't like about him or whatever, but you've definitely made like certain cues towards it. So I was just kind of curious on what your sort of overall issue with him was.
Generally is that it felt like he was a little bit sexist. Like he'd give like a lot of descriptions of problems, but he'd never tell people what to do. And it always seems like it was leading towards uncomfortable roads. It's like the answer is like women need to go back to like being in the house, or like women can't ever successfully integrate to the workplace. Like usually these were the issues psychologically. When it comes to politics, I have a whole host of issues with him, but.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard him really say that in particular. I guess I'd have to. Maybe I haven't listened to him enough, but yeah, I'm just sort of curious on that. And I guess the last thing that I've sort of disagreed with you on in listening to some of the things that you talked about, and this is something that you have debated with Fresh and Fit quite a bit on, is the like the ones, and this isn't something that I even like support or are trying to push or anything. But I guess you feel like the one-sided open relationship is like almost impossible or just unrealistic. And I guess I disagree. I guess the reason why I disagree with that is because in just general conversations that I've had with women and stuff, that you'll hear them say, and whether they're saying it jokingly or it's hard to know, or whether they're saying it seriously, they'll say they'll deal with the man if he's got a lot of money, right? And he doesn't have to be famous or anything, but if he's taking care of her and she doesn't have to worry about any bills or whatever, that they're okay with him stepping out. Like as long as she's getting everything she wants and she's living in a nice house or whatever and everything like that. But I've never heard that from the other way around.
It would have to be. I mean, it would have to be a guy dating down massively. Then it's possible, sure. If you're willing to go down really, really, really far.
Most of the time. Well, most of the time, I wouldn't say. I don't know about most of the time. I would say a lot of the time, a man that is capable of doing that, he would be dating down. Because
yeah, that's fine. If you, I mean, like, and you can always do, but that's what I said before. Like, if you're gonna find a girl that's got a ton of fucking issues that like you shouldn't be dating. I mean, you could do it. Like, I could do that.
But she doesn't have the issues.
What?
Well, she didn't have to have issues.
She has it. If you're dating that far down as a guy that she's willing to be okay with you stepping out, it's because you have a fuck ton of leverage over her because she knows that she shouldn't be with you. Like, that's the only way.
Well, what if it's not the leverage? It's the lifestyle that she's getting that she necessarily wouldn't be able to get elsewhere.
Yeah, that's called leverage. Yeah, that's leverage. I'm basically saying, here's my wallet.
She can still take care of herself. She can, you know what I'm saying? Like, she could still be a woman that can take care of herself, but she wouldn't be able to take care of herself at the extent that you would be able to, or that man, or whatever. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not. I agree with what you're saying. It's if I have a lot of leverage, if I can offer her a huge lifestyle that she can never pick otherwise. Yeah, I could go to Starbucks and find 10 girls that I could juggle at once because they want to live. If I go buy a mansion or some shit, like I could do it. But like, so that's like I have to go really far down. Like, I don't want to date any of those girls. I'd have to go like really. I'd have to dig deep to find like women that like I. That sounds really mean. I'm gonna sound elitist, but like you're finding people you have a lot of leverage over if they're willing to accept that type of relationship.
Yeah, okay. I just don't know. I mean, I think you're so you're basically saying, like, you basically agree with the premise. You just think there needs to be a shit ton of leverage in between, you know, the man and the woman in regards to that sort of dynamic. But I guess from my perspective, I would argue it doesn't have to be as large as you're making it seem.
No woman on your level is ever going to, not you personally, but no woman on the same level as the man is ever going to accept him stepping out. That's just a fantasy. That's just not going to happen. But if you find a really poor chick, or if you find a chick that's like living like a normal life, and you've got like you can offer
level, you mean socioeconomically, like how much money she earns,
class, status, whatever, anything. Like,
okay, so what if it's a very very beautiful woman, right, which would be seen as a top 9, 10, whatever, from a woman's standpoint, but then you got a not extremely wealthy, but a guy, let's say he makes $500,000 a year and he can, take her wherever she wants or whatever, like that type of like thing. You still don't think that would work, or that could even exist?
If she's really that pretty and that beautiful, she could find a guy that'll be loyal to her. She's not gonna be with some dude that's gonna fuck around.
Well, I think you maybe. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I just think also a lot of women understand. Okay, but
hold on, wait. I can tell you. Hold on, I'm going to be hard now. Okay, I can tell you this a lot of Fresh and Fit. That is not true. Women do not like that, and women do not think like that. That is some weird shit that Fresh and Fit gas everybody up on. The average woman does not understand a man's need to like spread his seeds above. That is absolutely.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
No. What I'm saying is that I think a lot of women understand that the higher you go higher earning men you go, the less likely they're going to be faithful.
No, they won't accept it. They'll leave.
You don't think
they'll
so?
cheat. No, they'll cheat 100%. Or if they cheat, they'll leave. They'll either start cheating or they'll just leave. No self-respecting woman, especially if she's like higher class, higher status, is going to accept her man stepping out on her. This is never going to happen. She won't.
No. I'm not saying accept it. I'm saying that those women, and I think all women understand this, is that the higher you go with a man that has either money, class, or status, the less likely he's going to be faithful to you.
Yeah, there might be a higher chance that
whether you know it or not is my point.
There might be a higher chance that he cheats if he's got more options, sure. But if she finds out, she's still leaving. She's not like accepting that. She's not like, oh yeah, he might cheat. Like, she'll leave if she finds out.
Right. Okay. So now that we agree that they understand that that's the likelihood, like basically that the chances of her finding a faithful man in that economic category is extremely, not extremely likely, but very unlikely.
No, of course you can find faithful men. There are faithful men that make a ton of money, of course.
See, I guess that's the thing that I guess that's the thing is that I just don't believe. I think that a lot of these men, they may be faithful publicly, but privately they're not, and we just don't know about it. Like,
it might be the case that they can't get away with it, but no woman accepts that. No woman is okay with that. That's a fantasy. That's a huge fantasy. No woman's gonna be like, yeah, I'm pretty high class, good chance that my husband's gonna cheat on me. Like, absolutely not. No shot, no chance.
Even if they have a family?
Especially if they have a family. They're going to want them to cheat even less.
No, but so you think they'd be more willing? You think if they had children, they'd be more willing to leave?
They might not be. Well, it depends on how bad the infidelity is. If you're in your like late 30s and you're a brunette and you're like insecure about your hair and your husband steps on you with like a 20-year-old blonde secretary, yeah, she might torch his shit and dump him immediately, like right there, and leave with the kids. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess I just don't think.
They need to have more women on those shows that are normal, real. I understand what you're saying, and seeing the fresh and fit women, I understand. But like, I'm around like a lot of like decently wealthy women. I'm around a lot of decently attractive, successful women in my industry, at least. And there's just no women would accept that. They just don't. There aren't women. Pokemon would never date like an A-lister, like YouTuber or whatever. Like, like he might cheat on me, right? Valkyrie is dating Hassan. She's not gonna be okay with Hassan fucking cheating on her. Like any of these, like this just doesn't happen. It's not.
But are you talking about, okay, when you bring up these women, are you saying women, because I would imagine they have a pretty high earning potential as well. So like, I think there is the difference, is that if you're talking about women that are beautiful and they make a lot of money,
are they not dating? I thought everybody was dating. I don't know.
But if you're just talking about attractive women that haven't lived this lifestyle,
if you're talking about attractive women, if they're attractive enough that they can land a really successful guy, they're going to look for faithful men. The only way that it can happen is if you're digging down to women that, like, if I go and find, like, I could right now date 10 different 6s that all work at like Walmart or Target or Starbucks. I could do that. I know I could. I've got the money for it. They'd love the lifestyle. They'd love to travel. It would be fun. And I could make them all be okay with each other. Because it's the only way. Like, you want to go with Aruba with 10 fucking 6 out of 10s from Target? We could do it. 100%. I know they do it. Fuck it. I can make them do it. Because they're never going to have the opportunity to unless otherwise. But like, what does that say about me? Why would I do that? Why would I find a woman that's okay with me stepping out because she knows it's like?
What about examples like Dan Bilzerian or whatever his name is, and then like examples like freaking the Playboy guy? I think he recently died or whatever.
Hugh Hefner.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can find like the one-off examples. I'm sure they.
But those are extremely beautiful women, right? These are the top 9.
Those
10,
women are for like Hugh Hefner's girls. Beautiful. Those people are probably fucking other guys too. Like.
I guess we never know.
Dude,
I guess that's just
sure. Okay. I mean, I could be totally wrong.
I mean, you might be right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying. I guess I hadn't thought of that perspective, that part of it. I guess, but yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, and I don't totally disagree. I just think there are.
You got to imagine that, like, and this is where I think that I might fight on this if I ever go back on the show. They have the Evo Psych shit 1,000,000% backwards. 1,000,000% backwards. What? There is way more risk of the guy stepping out than there is of the girl stepping out. There is way more risk when that's involved.
Well, yeah, risk in the sense of like, yes, I agree. I think the risk is different.
The risk is greater. Like if I step out, if I step out on Melina and I fuck up. Why we're not stepping as we're open, but if I get another girl pregnant, shit is fucked. It's fucked. Shit is actually completely fucked because now another girl has me on the hook for either 18 years or I've got to pay her $2 million of a fucking abortion. Like it's fucking.
Well,
over,
most of those, but that's the thing though. Most of if you're talking about hyper successful men, most of those, I mean, at least from what I know, obviously I'm not in that lifestyle, but from what I've heard. They're not sleeping with just random bozos. Like they're sleeping with escorts and people that are in that
for sure, yeah.
type of.
But escorts and shit, they're not exclusive. They're also those girls are also fucking other guys.
No. But what I'm saying is that those guys are married and they're having sex with escorts, and those escorts are never going to get pregnant because that's like their life, like that's their job. So that's not a risk that they're taking.
Sure.
You get what I'm saying?
And if that's happening, their wives are stepping out too, 100%.
Yeah, see, that's what I just don't.
They are guaranteed. Unless they're dating normie women. Unless they found like a totally fucking average ass normal woman, and then they're like that woman's like, well, fuck, I'm never gonna get this lifestyle otherwise. Then maybe I could believe it. But if they're anywhere near like the same level, then no woman is putting up with that. No shot.
Okay, so I guess, yeah, okay. I guess I kind of agree with you as far as when you say normie women, you mean women that aren't in that type of status, or you mean normie women?
I'm saying that if I go to Taco Bell, I could probably pick up 3 women that work there and convince all 3 of them to accept being in close relationships with me. But if I find another woman in my industry that makes the same amount of money as me, or a woman that is so fucking beautiful that she could be with any man that she wants, she's not going to take that from me because she knows she can find a loyal guy. Because women value faithfulness just as much as men do. Guaranteed. They do.
Yeah, I
understand. You disagree.
I don't
I know you
completely
disagree.
agree with you.
I know, but they do.
I know it's not that I disagree. It's not. It's not that I disagree. It's just I think there's certain women that are comfortable with it.
No, they're not. Well, there might be in the same way there might be some men that are comfortable with it. There are some men that are cuckolds, or some women that are cuck queens or whatever. Like some people are okay with it. But that whole, I'm sorry, but like Fresh and Fit and these Red Pill guys have ruined boys' minds with this idea that like, well, women have to be emotional to have sex and they're okay with their man stepping out because they know the bullshit. That's bullshit. Men leave women for younger women all the fucking time. There are plenty of guys and people see that. Like, it's funny because like we'll move out of the fantasy
married men.
Yeah.
Married
Hold
men?
on. Yes. Let's move out of the fantasy world of Fresh and Fit, where there are these ideal unicorn women that are beautiful and okay with their husband. And let's go to the real world. What happens in the real world? What is the scariest fucking thing for a woman when her husband becomes successful? It's that her husband is going to upgrade and leave her for a younger, thinner, more beautiful woman. That is a huge fear, and that is a real life fear. That's not some fantasy Fresh and Fit.
But men on average don't leave marriage.
We're not talking about on average right now. You can't do that too. I don't like this idea of invoking like, well, what is statistically the alimony and divorce rates when we're not talking about that. We're talking about 1%, remember, because the average Jerome working at Burger King is not juggling 3 or 4 women at a time. What?
Yeah, but even those guys aren't going to leave their marriage because of how much they have to lose if they do.
I don't agree. I just don't think that's true. But
I mean, how many hyper rich men have we seen? The actual examples have we seen that have divorced their wives? And their wife wasn't also hyper, because that's the difference, right? Because
I don't know if they're going to divorce their wives because I don't know if they care as much. If they're out fucking around, they're probably not going to be the one that divorced because who cares? They're just going.
Okay, so when you say leave, you don't mean get divorced. You just mean like
step out and cheat. And yeah, step out and cheat is what I'm talking about. Sorry. Or it could be the case when I mentioned upgrading before. There are men that will like break up or divorce their wives and then go marry like their fucking secretaries, or maybe have affairs or whatever. It's gonna get more complicated if there are like kids and shit involved. But
I mean, I could see. I agree with that. They break up all the time, but I don't know of many examples of men that are hyper successful and their wife isn't hyper successful, because that kind of evens the scale there. Where, because like they're not going to lose as much if their wife is hyper successful. But I'm saying if a man is hyper successful, I haven't seen many cases where the woman is just like a regular whatever, and he leaves her and goes with another woman, like divorces her and goes with that. To me, that doesn't happen. I haven't seen that, at least. I mean, I'm sure it happens, but I'm saying like it's not something that I've ever heard of. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And so for her to fear that, to me, it's an unrealistic fear, because it just doesn't. He has too much to lose to completely divorce her, and even if he does do it, she's going to gain. I'm not necessarily gain, but you know what I'm saying. She's going to win in that divorce settlement so much where it's not even something she should. She's going to come out fine. Like, she's going to be fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like. And if she's super beautiful, she'll be able to go and find another man in the same caliber.
Okay, hold on. So Lorenz Sanchez, didn't Jeff Bezos literally upgraded wives?
But yeah, she divorced him though.
Yeah, because he upgraded. He probably lost more wealth than every single divorce in the history of all of mankind times 10 combined, and he still did it. So the idea that men are too scared to do it, I don't know if I'm buying that. I just don't know if I believe that.
No. I'm saying, but he didn't divorce her though.
No, but he was clearly okay with the divorce. Otherwise, he could have just stayed with her. No.
No, you can't. No, I don't think you can. No, if somebody wants to divorce you, you can't stop them. In America, you can't.
No. But why did she divorce him?
Well, you mean the actual reason? Because I would imagine it's because he stepped out on her multiple times.
Exactly. And so the threat must not have been that big to the man if he was willing to go and get a new wife, right?
I'm sticking on the divorce part of it, though.
No, hold on. No, whoa. That's so dumb. You're blaming the woman for the divorce when he cheated?
No, I'm not blaming her. I'm saying I'm not blaming her. I'm not blaming her whatsoever. Obviously, if she's not okay with it and he steps out, then she should divorce him every single time. That's not what I'm arguing. All I'm saying is that you were saying that women would be scared of their man leaving them and divorcing them with a younger, more beautiful woman.
Yeah, because I don't think the average woman wants to divorce her man.
Okay, so
I think you're in your mind. Are you saying that like women
end up divorcing him?
Yeah, hold on. I'm sorry. So in your mind, when you hear the divorce stats, are you thinking that women are choosing divorce so that they can steal their husband's assets?
No.
Okay, then if a woman is initiating, why does it matter if most women are initiating divorces?
Well, the people. I mean, statistically, both parties cheat just as much as the other. So cheating is not the determining factor, or the determining factor in why there's a huge gap in between men initiating divorces and women initiating divorces.
So what is the factor?
I think there's a lot of factors actually, but I think women have a higher standard than men do. Really, I think just in general, like they have a higher standard, and they also have a higher. I think, at least today, they have a higher sense of like self than family and community in regards to like if they're not happy, that's really all they care about. And not all women are like this, but
okay,
so
let me get to the more interesting question. Do you think it's bad that women are initiating divorce? Whose fault is it?
Well, it depends. It depends on the situation.
What do you think in general? Because people cite this all the time.
I think yes.
It's bad.
I think yes. I guess it's one of two things. It's either bad that women are initiating all these divorces, or it's bad that women are accepting marriage, not ready for it. It's one of those two things.
Doesn't it take two to get married? I mean, like the men are the ones proposing, no?
Yeah, but what I'm saying, huh?
The men are
but I think a lot of women just want to, like, I think a lot of women aren't understanding of the amount of effort that goes into maintaining a successful relationship over years and years and years.
Wait, do you think women are the ones that are failing to maintain the marriage? If women were the ones that were failing to maintain it, wouldn't men be the ones initiating the divorces?
Because men are less likely to divorce because of the family law situation.
What does that mean? Like they want their kids, but they can't keep them?
No, well, that's part of it. The men are less likely to maintain custody of their kids, or at least get 50-50. Like they don't, like that's an issue.
Because I don't think a lot of them want it. I don't think most of them go for it.
No, that's because they know the chances of them not getting it is like you're gonna have to spend thousands of dollars to fight for your children, and even still probably won't get them anyway. Like that's just the reality of the situation.
Okay, I disagree.
So it's
like
why fight? It's a losing battle. So they don't fight in the.
I don't think that's true.
You should listen to family lawyers. Like there's have you heard of the lead attorney?
Nope.
Yeah, he's a 20-year law attorney, family law attorney in the state of Georgia, and he talks about this. He talks about it quite often, and like it's just how the judges they just the way they handle these situations, how they think. Like the chances of a man, like he said there's three. And I can send you a link if you want to listen to it. But he said there's three ways that at least it's in Georgia, right? He only practices in Georgia, so this isn't for every state. But this, he did it for 20 years. And he obviously has a lot of experience in this. But he said there's three ways that you will be able to get custody of your kids if you're a man in Georgia. The first way, she has to die. The second way is she has to either just write you, she just has to sign the papers, just say you can have them. And the third way is she has to be literally the worst mother in the history of mankind, meaning she has to be on meth and abusing the kids or something. Like there has to be something that she's doing to where the judge literally can't even make the decision to let her have the kids. And that's just that's just the reality that men live in. And I'll just keep it in Georgia because I'm imagining this is probably the same way all across the country because that's the way the numbers suggest. But men understand being told by their family lawyers, right? Their family law, the lawyers or whatever, the divorce lawyers, that you can fight for this, but you're going to spend thousands and thousands of dollars fighting, and in the end, your chances are you're still not going to get your custody of your children.
Yeah, I'll look it up, but this sounds like massive cap to me.
No, it's not. I mean, okay, I can only go off of. I mean, he seems like a genuine guy. He streams all the time, he talks all the time, whatever. But I can only go off of his experience that he's giving us. You know what I'm saying? But and it's to me, it's parallel to reality. At least it seems. right? So I don't.
Well, no. Hold on, wait, real quick.
I,
it's not parallel to reality because in reality, men
Men
by
aren't getting
far
custody.
abandon women with children way more than women abandon men with children.
Married men or just men?
Any men, period.
I disagree. I disagree. Yes, men do abandon women, that they aren't married to all the time, and it happens way too often. And I wish it didn't. But I don't think there's a ton of married men that were married and had children with their wives that are abandoning their wives or their children. I don't. That's just not happening. I mean, it happens. Obviously, everything happens, but I'm saying that's not a thing that we can say happens at a grand scale. I just don't. I don't. You'd have to show me something that suggests that.
Okay, I'll maybe I'll do a stream on this later. Sure.
Yeah. So to just wrap it around, I guess what I'm trying to say is that men aren't initiating divorces because of all of the. They know they're going to get screwed in the end, whether it's financially, right, with their assets and the amount of money and alimony and child support and all that stuff.
Alimony isn't alimony awarded in like 10% of divorces?
Yeah, it's not okay. Alimony is not
alimony. So all of these things.
Not very men. Yeah, not very men actually have to pay alimony. But I'm just saying that's a reality, though. Like,
but it's literally a super minority, so it's not a reality for most people.
You're right. Valid, but even still, like the way that men feel is like, whether they're let's say they're married for 10 years or whatever, right? And so and their wife hasn't been working. They've been the only one working. So they feel like all of the things they put into, whether it's the house, the cars, and all it, and the furniture and whatever, everything they pay for is basically getting offered off to the wife, or a very large portion of it, when they don't feel like that their wife worked for it. Whether I don't necessarily agree with that train of thought, because the wife obviously put a lot in, especially if she had children and taking care of the house and stuff. But that's sort of the train of thought that men have in regards to this, which is why overall, even if they're unhappy, they aren't initiating that divorce. Yeah. And so to answer your question, well, why are women initiating divorce more often? It's because they have less to lose. Like women have like divorce parties. You don't have. Listen. I understand.
This is like, these are just like red pill talking points verbatim. I don't believe any of it, but I might do a stream in the future, like researching it. But this is just like, it's just all like the most cap shit I've ever heard in my entire fucking life.
Well, what part do you disagree?
Literally everything you're saying, that like women love getting divorced. They get paid out so hardcore. Blah 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 blah. Like they're doing it because this is all like you just said women have divorce parties. This is the most cap shit I've ever heard in my life.
They do though, but I'm not saying women love getting divorced. I'm saying women have less to lose to get divorced. So therefore, when it's on the table, they're less likely to choose it than men are.
I don't even know if that's true. I'd have to think about that, because I'm pretty sure like dating later in life, men have advantages over women, don't they? Like, would you rather be a divorced guy who's
that doesn't go into the equation? That doesn't.
Wait. Would you rather? How does it not go into the equation?
Because they're not looking. They're not looking for another, like that's not the train of thought. It's like, oh, am I going to be able to find another man, especially if they're older in age? That's not what they're looking for.
They're just divorced and they just want to stay single forever?
They don't necessarily that they're going to stay single, but that they often think that they're going to be able to find another man anyway.
Okay, yeah, it's all just red pill shit, because they're over entitled. Dude, wait, don't lie. You're giving me like every single red pill talking point verbatim. It's literally a checklist of like every single red pill talking point, that women are okay with their men being in one-ended open relationships. Women initiate divorces more because they're selfish and evil and they steal money via alimony. Well, there's a huge the only reason men don't get their children more is because.
What's the reason? What's your reasoning for why women initiate divorces way more than men? Then I guess.
If I had to guess intuitively, without knowing 100%, if I had to guess intuitively, it's probably because men are probably okay being in shitty relationships more than women are. That'd be my guess. If like a relationship is kind of like falling apart, a guy will kind of like start and be like, fuck it, I don't care as much or whatever. Or he can cheat or he can do whatever. Men in like fucked relationships probably have a few more options than women. Intuitively, that'd be a guess, but I'm sure there are probably other factors.
Okay, so I guess my question is, do you feel if marriage wasn't involved, right? So just dating. Do you feel men stay in shitty relationships, especially men that could have options? Because we're talking about average men, right? Not men that, that are
for just relationships. I'm not sure. I'd have to start digging through data on this to get a good answer, because there might be other things.
Yeah, because men break up with their girlfriends all the time. Like, I wouldn't say there's a huge disparity between girls breaking up. I mean, they still break up more often, I think, but I don't think there's a huge, as drastic as a disparity between men breaking up with their girlfriend and girlfriends breaking up with their boyfriend. So marriage is to me, it seems that marriage is a determining, like there's a factor between marriage that's something within marriage is causing men to be less likely to separate versus not being married. Yeah. And so when you look at that, to me, you have to look at, okay, well, why are men less likely? Why are they less likely to leave marriages versus just regular relationships?
Yeah, but I don't think you care about the answer to that. Like this, it's all just red pill talking.
I do.
Then why would you cite alimony at me? That's rewarded in less than 10% of divorces. Like that's clearly not like a motivating factor, but it's like one of the talking points.
That's not the only thing I brought up, though. I mean, yes, alimony. We can throw out alimony, but still, child support's still a thing. They're still gonna have to pay child support.
Well, if the mom is supporting the kid, of course.
Okay, but that's the thing. Women aren't going to have to pay child support.
Well, if the guy gets the
children, but he's not going to. That's the thing. It's like an 80 or 90%. Like it's a crazy rate of how often women get the children.
That's because I'm pretty sure that's because women tend to be the primary caregivers. It's not just because like the court sees the man and like, no, fuck you, we hate men.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
As in, women are probably the ones that are spending the vast majority of the time taking care of the kid. If you're in a traditional relationship and you're working as a guy 9 to 5 and the woman is spending 95% of the time with the kid and you get a divorce.
But they don't even get 50-50. That's the thing, though.
I don't even know if they would get 50-50. If you want to throw the stats at me, we can look at the numbers if you want. I don't know if 50-50 would be awarded there or what, but I don't even know if I would give 50-50 there. If I'm thinking, because courts are only interested in the best interest of the child.
Why wouldn't you give 50-50?
It depends on how much.
Why wouldn't you give 50?
Because it depends
why wouldn't that be like the baseline where you would start at? It's 50-50.
Well, if the mom is taking care of the kid 95% of the time, then the start would be 595, and the father would have to argue his way up.
No mother is taking. I mean, I would say no mother, but mother. That's not a normal thing. Is for the mother to like the fathers are involved in their children's lives.
Hold on, and that is absolutely in a traditional household. That is absolutely the normal thing that the mothers are the ones taking care of the children the vast majority of the time.
Wait. All right, let's talk about this traditional lifestyle then. All right, and we're just going to talk about regular, everyday people. Okay, and the father goes to work and the mom stays home. Okay, cool. All right. By the time the child's 5, the child is going to school. So therefore, all of the hours that are a large portion of the hours that the father is not there, the child is not there either, right? And so there's a few hours, right, maybe in the morning and in the afternoon that the mother is alone with the child. But other than that, they're both at home.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they're both taking care of the child.
Well, what do you mean that?
Hold on. This is the biggest fucking cap I've ever heard in my life. Hold on. Are you telling me? Wait. I just want to understand. I'm asking a question. Are you telling me that in your mind, do you honestly believe that fathers and mothers traditionally put the same amount of time into parenting their children? So tell me, give me a guess on what you think the percentage divvying up is. Because that is the biggest cap I've ever heard in my life. What is the divvied up time between fathers and mothers taking care of their children? What were you going to say? Go ahead.
60-40.
Okay, I totally disagree. But I could just be wrong. This sounds like the biggest red pill cap. Like, oh, all these fathers are such good men. They come home and they...
pigeonhole me into this.
You're machine gunning them off. Like, traditionally, it is the case that moms are the ones picking... are going to all the school meetings. That moms are the ones that, when the dads get home from working, they just want to chill. They want to go on the couch and watch TV. They want to chill.
At work. That's going on during the time that the dad's at work.
No, but even when they get home, there's always like the tradition. It's the whole fucking archetype of...
Because the dad's human, he's gonna need time to rest and relax from being out in the workforce. Of course, he's human.
Exactly. Yes, I agree with you.
Okay.
But that's the reason why they're not doing a 60-40 split. It's like fucking 90-10 or maybe 85-15.
That's crazy because you're still only talking about 5 days a week. You still have the weekends. Right, most people only work 5. I mean, people with careers usually, that aren't like CEOs or whatever. That have this crazy whatever. They're normally working Monday through Friday, and they have the weekends off. And that's the time that you're going to spend the most time with your children because they're not going to school. And then fathers that are especially. I mean, even if they, I mean, you see all the time where these videos of fathers that are doing cheerleading things with their daughters and sending their kid to football, to play football and basketball. Like there's like fathers are involved in their children's lives. Like it's not just like he just shuns their children off to the wife, and then I'll see you sometime, kid. Like, no, of course he's going to spend time with his children.
Gotcha. Okay.
You disagree with that?
100 million %. It's this insane
crazy.
worldview where men are these like amazing,
I would
like
say
they're great fathers,
my-
they're providers, they're being fucked over by these evil women that are initiating divorces, and they're all asking for alimony and child support, and it's so unfair. Like, it is the biggest cap shit I've ever heard in my entire life. But I mean, I understand the perspective. I hear it a lot, but it's
But okay, let's stick on to but let's focus on the child part of it. You firmly believe that there's a massive. I would give it to you in the first 4 or 5 years of the child's life. Yes, of course, because the child's not going nowhere. The child has to stay home, whatever, and the mother's going to be there the whole time. I give you that. It probably is close to 90% of care is going to the mother. But once the child is school aged, and this kid has extracurricular activities and doing all these things, like, fathers are involved in their children's life at a much greater percentage that you're giving them. If you still think, even at those ages, that it's still like this 90-10 or 95-5 like disparity between caring of the child, you still think that?
I don't know. I'll look up the numbers later, but I don't think it's 50-50, and I don't think it's 60-40.
Oh, no, I'm not saying it's 50-50 either. I mean,
In houses with one worker, I think the non-working parent is spending the vast majority of time with the child. In dual-earning households, it might change a bit. You might see a closer split there, depending on the structure of the household. But in single-earning,
if that's the case, in most cases, even if the mother is working as well, and if they get a divorce, in most cases, he's still going to have to pay child support. Because she's going to get majority custody of the children. It's not going to be 50-50.
Okay, sure, but why shouldn't it be that way? Wouldn't it be that?
I don't know. The children need fathers in their lives. Why should they? Why
hold on. If she's going to be awarded sole custody, the father ought to be paying child support.
But that's what I'm saying. She shouldn't be awarded sole custody. That's my point.
Okay, then I'll go dig into later on why sole custody is awarded. When I looked into it before, but this was months ago, so maybe it's changed or maybe there's new data. My understanding is that judges will give custody based on who the primary caregiver is. And when you get to court, and you're a dad and you're a mom, and they bring in witnesses or family members to testify or whatever, and you find out like, oh, the kid is with the mom 90% of the time, and these dads are like, I want 50-50 custody because they're fucking deadbeat fucks that don't want to pay child support, and then they go out and they complain, oh my god, I didn't get shit for my kid. Yeah, fuck you. You weren't involved in raising your kid. So yeah, if you've got a deadbeat loser dad that goes in and he's begging for 50-50 custody because he's trying to get out of paying child support, and then the judge looks over the situation and he's like, fuck, like, you don't really do much with the kid. Every other person we bring in says that, like, I'm just saying that if that's the case, my understanding is that's why the vast majority of the time,
the case.
If it's not the case, then that's bullshit. I agree with you. And those cases suck when that does happen. But my understanding is that one, the vast majority of fathers don't ask for any custody, and two, a lot of them that ask for joint custody are only doing so because they're trying to get out of child support. And when the judge looks over the case, they're not primary caregivers. They're not involved in the children's life enough to justify it. But
here's this perspective that I've heard from lawyers that talk about this.
Well, hold on. When you say lawyers, are we talking about like actual like family lawyers that represent all these cases? Or are we talking about like YouTube lawyers that have like red pill fucking audiences that are trying to sell one message to everybody who are which lawyers are we talking about? Like when you say hold on, what is the name of the guy you brought up? You said lead attorney, was that his name or
the lead attorney, yes.
The lead attorney. What does he have, like a YouTube channel or what?
Yes. Yes, he has a YouTube channel, but he doesn't practice anymore. He's retired, but he did 20 years in family law. He was a guardian ad litem in many cases. He was he's done it all in regards to family law.
Gotcha. Okay.
So what I was going to say is that the way it seems is that a lot of the judges that are still handling these cases have been handling these same type of cases for 20, 30 years. So they're guys that have been, they're judges, well, I guess they're not all guys, but they're judges, of course, but they're judges that have been doing this for a very long time, right? Mm-hmm. And things have changed societally, of course, in the last 20, 30 years, right? Of course, right? There's a lot more women that are in the workforce, right? And it's more normal for there to be dual working households right now than there ever has been, right? And so, but the thing is that they're still sort of doing the same thing they were doing 30, maybe even 40 years ago. I don't know how old these guys are, but they've been doing this. They've been basically handling these cases the same way for the longest time. Because back in the day, of course, it made sense for the mother to get sole custody, right? Because especially if the child was young, right? Because like you said, the father would be there. I mean, sorry, the mother would be there all the time, and and the father just wouldn't have been there because he was at work or handling whatever it is that needed to be taken care of, right? And so it was just sort of like it wasn't even a thought back in the day. The mother gets custody, right? Every single time, the mother gets custody. Unless there's a crazy case or something going crazy on with the mother, the mother is going to get custody because that's just the way it was, right? And what they're saying is that they're sort of handling these cases the same way. And even if there's a good argument that the father should maintain either custody or at least 50-50 custody, that the judges aren't willing to budge on it as it seems. And that's just how it's been. And that's how it's continuing to be. And there's been movements and different things that are starting to, hopefully change that. I think there's a couple of states that have made it law, like, because it wasn't that way before, that it has to start at 50-50 custody, and then the judge has to disseminate and come up with a reason why it needs to shift one way or the other. But it wasn't written that way into the actual law, so it wasn't being handled that way. But now there's certain states that are doing that, and I think over time more will adopt that sort of same practice or whatever.
Mhm.
But that's basically the reason why they're saying is that it's lopsided right now. It's because it's just the judges have been sort of doing the same thing for years and years.
Okay.
So yeah.
Anything else?
But yeah, I think that's
Anything else for us?
No, that's it. That's all I got.
Okay. Well, hey, listen. I appreciate the perspective. Thanks a lot, Bo, dude.
All right, man. Peace.
Bye. My brain, I can't do the. Oh shit. I might have to do like a week of like going into all the weird red pill relationship shit. If you guys believe all of this shit like 100%, your brain is fucked. Like, you're gonna be lonely and miserable for fucking ever. But maybe some of you like that, or maybe you would have been anyway. The whole like the weird fucking dichotomy of like evil fucking woman that is like divorcing men at 90% because they hate fucking men, or they're trying to steal alimony and children and child support and all that shit. And all the one-sided open relationships because women want, like, your brains are like fucking rotted out your fucking minds. And it's insane too because like half the people that'll say shit like, oh, you just don't know relationships, are actual fucking incel virgins that are like telling me that like I have no idea like what the average woman is saying. It actually like rots my mind. Like, holy fuck, holy shit. Hold on, I gotta run downstairs. I'll be back in a second. Oh. Oh, hey, you're in here. Finally.
Yo.
What's up, babe?
Busy day for you, huh?
Not today. Today's been pretty chill.
Just a parade of people.
Well, they're the callers, you know? I drag them in. We scream at each other. That's how we do.
Well, I was hoping to talk to you today about men and women's relationships, if that's okay.
Hey, let's do it! Yes!
Specifically black women. I figure I'm an authority on this issue.
Hell yeah. You were in a music video once, right?
Yes, I was. A couple music videos.
Alright, hold on.
No rush.
Sorry, I'm getting you at. Saint and Sinner is roasting you live. Well, hey, if that guy wants to hop on and chat ever, tell him you can feel free to shoot me a message. But okay. Don't worry about it. Boom, boom. Pop out. Hello, hello. What have you been up to? How's life been?
Life's been pretty good, man. TwitchCon was a lot of fun. I'm glad you got to come out. That was cool.
Yeah, always.
Looking forward to these midterms, you know, tons of stuff going on.
Talk to us. Catch us up about it. I've heard bad things about the House. Very bad things.
Well, you can kiss democracy goodbye in about 2 days, so that's going to happen. No, I don't know. I'm actually pretty optimistic. I think people are sleeping on the youth vote, something that we can always count on, right? But I think there's a lot of young people out there that want to come out on Tuesday that are not planners. You know, when I was in my early 20s, I did not show up to vote 2 weeks early. I would show up the day of if I remembered. So a lot of these young people, I think, are going to come out. But have you been paying attention to the early voting at all?
Nope.
Okay. Well, Democrats have done pretty damn well. A lot of people have voted early, matching 2018 numbers, and even in some contested states like Georgia, matching 2020 numbers. So there's a lot of excitement out there, and people are engaged, and so things are looking pretty good in some places and a little bad in others. But we can talk about all of them.
Where do you want to start?
Well, I guess we could start with the House if you want, since you brought it up first. So Republicans have a 5-seat advantage, so it's not exactly difficult for them to take over the House. And
when you say a 5-seat advantage,
no
that means that 5 more Democrat seats are up for re-election than Republican ones? Is that what that means?
No, that right now we have a 5-seat lead in the House, so they only have to flip 5 to take control.
Oh, sorry. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, there's actually 35 seats that are considered a toss-up per Cook Political Report, 25 Democratic-controlled seats, and 10 Republican. So they have an advantage there. So it's not a heavy lift for these guys to flip the House. But the question is, if they do flip the House, what will their advantage be? Will it be 10 seats? Will it be 20 seats? There's a big difference between having like a 40-seat advantage and having a 10-seat advantage, for example. You know, they got to deal with people like Marjorie Taylor Greene. How are they going to navigate? How are they going to lead their caucus? How are they going to agree upon anything? So it might just be chaos if they don't have a big lead. So that's first. Second of all, in 2018, we got 40 seats. Nobody's talking about the Republicans getting 40 seats. This should be a total layup for these clowns, but somehow they blew it, and Democrats actually have a chance to possibly hold the House. It's a slim chance, or at best, keep the Republicans at bay with just having a small lead. So the fact that we're even competitive right now with inflation at a 40-year high, gas prices up, crime rampant, I mean, it's incredible. I think the Democrats have done an amazing job with the cards they've been dealt. Now, listen, I see the hopium in the chat. I get it. But I am always an optimist, man. I'm always going to look for the silver lining. It's not for everybody, but that's how I roll.
If Republicans win in the House, are we just done passing legislation for the next 2 years? Or?
Yeah, we're not going to pass any legislation for 2 years anyways. We're going to be in presidential election mode for 2 years, so I wouldn't expect anything to get passed anyways. Now, if Dems hold control of the House and we hold the Senate, then there's a chance if we increase our seats in the Senate, we eat the filibuster and we actually do some stuff like codify Roe v. Wade, pass pro-union legislation, make the child tax credit permanent, which is something I heard you talking about
Is there
recently.
any desire on the Democratic side to get rid of the filibuster?
Yes. Supposedly, there's just these two fools standing in the way with Manchin and Sinema, though I believe there's a couple more who are hiding behind them, like Chris Coons in Delaware, and there's even an independent besides Bernie who's in our caucus, Angus King in Maine. So I think there's a little more seats we have to flip to get rid of the filibuster, but there is the energy there for sure, especially with Roe v. Wade being overturned.
Is
What do
Roe
you
v.
think?
Wade still on anybody's minds?
So it has faded a bit for sure, but that's per polls, you know? I mean, I imagine who the hell's taking polls? I know this is like kind of an age-old argument. It's a little desperate, but I don't know about you, but I get an unknown number calling me, and if I even answer, can you answer questions for 20 minutes? That's not something I'm normally going to do. So
Okay, this
I
is
can't
starting to-
imagine that.
This is starting to sound like cope. Oh no.
Well, I can't imagine that there's like these demographics are being in the polled, you know? I know they weigh for this stuff, but still, it just seems weird. And have you looked at the polls? They're all over the place. Polls are a total mess right now.
Yeah.
Who's this third person we have here? I don't know, this Gideon?
My name is DeMarcus.
Oh, what's up, man? Nice to meet you.
No, I don't want to fuck up the flow of your guys' conversation. You guys continue.
What's up? This guy goes to live action role play traditional Southern events. He shows up as a slave.
Oh, based.
That's a way to introduce me, Dustin.
Well,
Are you a fan of Doug Mastriano? He likes to dress up as a Confederate soldier, Republican governor for Pennsylvania candidate.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Wait, does he actually?
Yeah, there's like a picture of him where he went to some sort of like, as a Confederate soldier to some sort of role play thing.
Oh shit! Maybe it was Gideon was at the event. Damn.
What's your name, my friend?
I go by I'm really important,
I'm really
but my name's Guy. Mhm.
Guy, what's a good guy? I love that
It's
movie,
all
Guy.
good. I don't know that movie. I do know the '90s group though.
Never seen the movie with Ryan Reynolds? Free Guy?
Oh, Free Guy.
Yeah, oh, bro, you should watch it, bro. It's so fucking funny.
It's not that funny. It's okay, but what's up? How you doing, Whitty? Whitty and Gideon. Well, I guess Whitty is okay. Well, yeah. How you doing? How's life been?
It's been great, man. I just need your wisdom.
Uh-oh.
All your
What's
all
going-
your liberal wisdom is just amazing. So I just had some questions.
What's going on, buddy?
Hopefully for you too, guy. What do you guys think about this Kanye, Kyrie anti-Semitic thing going on? Like my whole For You page is just taken over by it.
I wish that there was space for people in the black community to have hard conversations about how the black community feels about Jewish people. I know that a lot of people outside the black community now are talking about like Kyrie and stuff, but like anti-Semitism in the black community, there's a decent history of anti-Semitism in the black community, even among like basketball players and stuff. So it'd be interesting if there was a place for that conversation to happen. But obviously it's pretty scary when you've got like Ye and now you've got Kyrie like saying some pretty wild stuff. And it seems like, yeah, the response from the press or from the sports teams has just been to like or from like larger orgs has just been to like cancel or get the conversation not happening as much as possible.
What do you think, guy?
Yeah, I don't know about Kyrie. That's something new to me, but I know Kanye seems to be having some mental health struggles, and I feel like this is a cry for help, honestly.
I don't know if it's a cry for help. I think he's just a little crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't appreciate the anti-Semitism stuff. I think it's dangerous. I think it's actually going to have some real-world impact, and he's definitely not helpful at the very least. But it seems like he's getting quite the crash course in learning, hopefully.
No. Why? What do you think about it?
Kyrie,
Or-
the Kyrie thing, just real quickly, it seems like the Brooklyn Nets have decided his apology wasn't enough, and so he's suspended for at least a few games from what I read. And Adam Silver, the commissioner, decided it wasn't good enough either. So I think he's on a journey too, man. I don't know. It's a wild ride.
Nah, yeah, it's pretty crazy. But like, I think the craziest thing about it is, I feel like it's kind of crazy that when it comes to like anti-Semitism,
Mhm.
I feel like the media takes it a whole it's different than I think any other type of like someone saying the N word, or it's almost like a complete shutdown of like how they handle it. And they had like rabbis on ESPN, you know what I mean? Like, ESPN's a sports show, but they had like rabbis talking about it, and everybody that talked about it, like LeBron and Shaq and like everybody that they had talk about it, they basically had like the biggest athletes. Like, they say you guys have to go full force and denounce them completely, or else, you're gonna be like them. And you kind of see like in the interviews how much they're walking on eggshells. Is like it was actually really like low key, because whenever like someone says some fuck shit, it shouldn't be like a hot take to disavow what they say. But when you look at the way they disavow what he said, you see it's almost as if they're walking on eggshells. And so I was just wondering, like, why is it when it's anti-Semitism, it's more like a super touchy subject than when you're talking about regular, like, just, standard racism that you see every day?
I think there's two big things. I think one is that historically, a lot of the United States is still ran by old people. And old people traditionally, both Republicans and Democrats, have like massively supported Israel. It's like a staple of like U.S. politics. It's even Trump, I'm pretty sure, is like a huge, like everybody's like a huge supporter of Israel. So if you're an older person, you're part of the United States, you're probably already lean towards being pro-Israel anyway. And then there's also kind of like, it's pretty easy for anti-Semitism to like feel really bad when you've got pretty like recent reminders of like the Holocaust and stuff that had happened. It's just probably something.
So is that what you think it is? You think it's because like the Holocaust is more recent than like other things that is more touchy?
Probably that'd probably be a part of it, yeah. Because you see like where like anti-Semitic thought can slowly head towards, yeah.
Yeah, because like on my For You page, I've seen so many like Jewish people hopping on, like just like talking about this stuff, and then like I see like it's like a really big uproar right now, where it's like the other side is like, he's wrong, stop talking about it, and then the other side is like, oh, he did nothing wrong, and it's like this big back and forth. And I think it's really gonna start a conversation that's gonna be kind of like here to stay. What the conversation is, like, I'm not smart enough to say what the conversation is, but all I'm saying is like I'm just seeing it a lot more, and it's kind of like, yo, like, I've never seen this before because I don't know too much about Jewish culture or heritage or nothing like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know the signs of like anti-Semitism until like people start bringing it out.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, I think that it feels like a pretty are there, so here's a question for you. Do you feel like there are instances in like the NBA or in anything where there's like these massive portrayals of like anti-black racism? Like if somebody called somebody like the N-word, for instance, I feel like it'd be a pretty big deal. Like most people are like, holy shit, this is really, like it would be called out like pretty immediately, no?
No, it is a big deal, but like recently the Phoenix Suns owner, some emails leaked that he said the N-word or something like that. And it's just like, oh, okay, well, you can't be the owner no more. But it's like,
well, that sounds like a really big deal, no? Wait, is that?
Hey, I mean, yeah, you would think like, okay, he has to, but like, it'll be a really big deal if he has to completely leave and he gets nothing. But it's like, when you're forced to sell your team for $4 billion, is it really a big deal?
I mean, if you didn't want to sell, I don't know as much about the athletic world, so I'm just reading a couple things from chat. Owners got obliterated for, or go ahead.
I just feel like, and like me personally, like I feel like the N-word holds no power no more. I feel like if a person says the N-word, like Twitter might be mad for a couple days. And
wait, hold on, you just said a guy got forced to sell his team because of using the N-word in an email. That's a pretty big deal, no?
No, it's a big deal, but like when you're getting $4 billion, like if anything, he's getting when you bought the team for $300 million and you're getting it for $4 billion, like, I don't know.
I think if a white basketball player, I could be totally wrong, But I feel like if a white basketball player called a black basketball player the N-word on the court, I think that would like dominate headlines. I think that'd be a really big deal.
I mean, yeah, but like, I don't know. I guess me personally, is my personal views. I don't look at racism as, like, I don't get overly emotional when someone says like the N-word or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not like, oh shit, they called him the N-word. I gotta be on Twitter like nonstop about this.
Yeah, but I think it's because we kind of broadly agree in society that like racism is bad, and like what Kyrie and what Ye are doing is like, imagine if there was a basketball player that was tweeting out about how like maybe black people need to be back in the fields, and maybe the way society's right now, like, do they need to vote, like, et cetera, et cetera. Like, that's kind of the equivalent of starting to get into like JQ, like Jewish question related stuff. Like that type of stuff is just not acceptable. Like no one would say that. Nobody's saying this. That would be like insane. Yeah.
I actually watched the documentary because I feel like they fucking were promoting the shit out of it. And I was just like, fuck, I want to see what it's talking about. And then like, I'm not gonna lie, like they were fucking quoting Hitler and shit in that hoe, and it's just like, you know, if you're quoting Hitler, that's not a good sign that your documentary, like if you're quoting Hitler to support something, that's not a good sign that what you're promoting is a good thing. But like, I feel like a lot of people didn't even like watch it. They just heard, you know, oh, okay, this is bad, so let me just hop on it. And then also, I also feel like, you know, obviously Kyrie should get some blame for promoting something that's hateful, but it's just like, why is it still up? You know what I mean? It's like you have like, it's like why are you promoting the thing and like talking about it every single day? If it's so bad, why do you keep on promoting it, and why?
Well, I think it's bad. I think the crazy thing is
literally #1 on Amazon right now.
Yeah, well, I think the crazy thing is that right now, like the reason why people are talking about it is because it seems like there's almost like mainstream support for like anti-Semitism coming back, which is really scary. Like you're starting to see Ye, arguably the biggest and most influential musician of the world right now, like doing full on, like almost like Nazi talking points. And then you're starting to see major athletes do it. And they basketball players kind of had some of these positions. And they haven't, it's not as public. And you're starting to see more and more people kind of like open up to this. And I think that's a very scary thing because we see where that type of stuff like normally leads, right?
Yeah,
like
definitely.
multiple times in human history that's been like time to kill all the Jewish people again. Like it's been like, you know, it's been 50 years, time to do another.
I completely see how Jewish people see how this is leading back to like the same thing that was being talked about like in the 1930s or whatnot.
Well, not even just in the 30s, to be clear. Also, it's like this is a worldwide thing. A lot of people like to kill Jewish people. But sorry, go ahead.
Nah, I was just wondering like why. I don't know what I'm wondering, but like just
Gideon, don't let Destiny gaslight you.
Oh no.
What do you think about all this, Abba? Do you feel
Gideon, listen, these guys are gonna sit here and they're gonna tell you like, yo, you're imagining it, but like, no, the media uproar when the anti-Jewish
wait,
is
these guys
exponentially worse. Do not let these guys convince you otherwise. You are correct in what you're seeing. The media attention when an anti-Jewish comment is made is exponentially worse than when an anti-black comment is made. And don't let them tell you otherwise.
No, I can wait, hold on. No, I can prove this. Wait. I can prove this wrong. I can prove this wrong with one example, okay? A guy that was on the Scuff podcast a few times, so I'd say a close friend of mine. NBA player, that Myers dude, he used an anti-Semitic slur, kike. He used it on stream. He just shouted it at some player. I guess he didn't know it was anti-Semitic, but he did it, and he got fined and I think suspended for a game. But nobody talked about it. That's anti-Semitic, but there was no mainstream coverage about it. Nobody freaked out because it was just a slur. That's it. Same thing with like saying the N-word is just a slur. But if you had a player that went on stage and started talking about like we need to bring back slavery, and you had like major figures supporting it, that would get a ton of coverage. But nobody does that because people know that's fucked up. We're not going to go back to slavery. But like you've got these like NBA players and Kanye are flirting with like JQ shit. Like that's some pretty insane. Oh, Myers might have gotten dropped from his team too. Sorry, but still, like equivalent of like a slur. There wasn't like huge mainstream media coverage around it, right? But I think it's because the JQ shit is like a whole boatload conspiracy. It's not just a dude saying a slur.
I think a player last year or 2 years ago got suspended for a game for calling someone like a white boy or something like that.
Sure.
Montreal Herald. I think he got suspended a game or two. Well, Abba, what do you think?
Hey, Jadion, I think what you think. I'm in the same boat, bro. I see what you see.
Really in the same boat? You're gonna go with that analogy, Abba? Okay, buddy.
Yeah, that's it. Analogy I'm gonna go with.
Yo, chat. I wanna ask chat. Like, I feel like it's very ignorant to compare different people's struggles. You know, I feel like every culture, every race, every religion's been persecuted in some time in history. So I'll never compare. But like, I just feel though it's like maybe it's because more I don't know. Like, I just feel the media coverage that's happening today is different when other things happen, when other people say certain things. And
Okay.
I feel like
Hold
I
up,
feel like
Jadion.
it's covered differently a little bit in the media.
Jadion, what did Kanye say that was bad? Tell us about Jews. If you listen to those comments, I want you to tell us. What did he say that was bad?
I'm not gonna lie, I can't really tell you because I just see clips on TikTok, like, you know what I mean? So like I can genuinely not tell you exactly what he said. So if someone could give me like a quick rundown of like what he said, like I could give you my opinion, but like I just genuinely cannot give you like, oh, okay, all he said was blah blah blah. All I know about Kyrie is that Kyrie just shared the link to that book. That's
And
that's
then he
what I
doubled
know.
down when asked about it, right?
Okay.
I guess I would ask you guys, do you think that there would be a similar blowback if somebody started talking about race realism in like a public way, right? Because we saw this kind of happening with the 90s with the bell curve coming out and all of that. There was a lot of controversy around it. I feel like if we saw like race realism being talked about in a mainstream matter, or one of these people kind of spouting it, I hope that we would see the same kind of blowback.
Okay, wait, I'm dumb as fuck, so can you tell me what race
It's the
realism
stuff that Nick Fuentes was talking about.
Like the idea that like
okay,
black
okay,
people
yeah, that
are
shit, that shit cray.
But that's I just don't like the comparison to like this Jewish question stuff to like people saying slurs, because I think the Jewish question stuff is a lot scarier and it's starting to get a lot more mainstream support. So yeah, I agree with you. People are talking about it.
Wait, what do you mean by the Jewish question stuff? Like, I don't
So,
know.
like, broadly speaking, there's this concept called the JQ, the Jewish question. And the question is, like, what do we do about the fact that Jews are running everything in society? And the answer usually involves some form of, like, genocide. Like, we have to get rid of them. Like, they're going to fight for their ability to fuck with society. They're going to oppress everybody. They're controlling all the levers of society. Like, we have to violently go against them. You know, in Nazi Germany, there was like concepts called like cultural Bolshevism. This idea that like Jewish people.
Well, do Jewish people even have a country?
Israel.
Yeah, they got Israel, bro.
Yeah.
Which
Isn't
belongs
that
to
like,
Palestine. I'm just playing.
Isn't that like a tiny country though? So like compared to like the rest of the world.
Yeah, but it's
So
got
why
a
are
lot
people
of
like
money,
so
bro.
like
They're rich.
why are people so scared of them?
There's a lot. It's a complicated.
Aren't they a tiny country? Like, why are people?
It's a tiny country, but it's arguably like a Jewish ethno state that has massive military and geopolitical power because it's like one of the most important allies of the United States. And there's a lot of other countries in the Middle East, predominantly Arabic countries, that really don't like Israel. And that's why there's a big fight over what ought to happen within the state of Israel and how it should be ran in relation to the interests of both the Jewish people that live there and a lot of the Arabic people that live in and around Israel. But it's a super complicated issue.
Okay.
Gideon, did you vote?
Yeah, Gideon.
I am never going to vote.
Why?
Because I feel as though, I feel like, you know, I'm not gonna put my life in the hands of politicians. That at the end of
So
the day,
you can leave it up to other people?
No. I mean, what's gonna happen is what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to put myself in a hive mind of like, oh man, bro, like, yeah, Obama, man, I'm a ride or die. Yeah, he's gonna get it done. Or I don't want to be like, oh yeah, Trump, man, he's like, you know, like, I just want to take care of my life the best that I can, and whatever policies get politicized or whatever, I'm gonna just run with them. But you know, I feel like it really doesn't matter. I feel like we have no control over what happens. That's just what I think. I think voting's bullshit in my opinion. But like, if you want to vote, like you can. I see all your things in the background.
True. A voting
Damn,
loser.
call me out.
You're a votard.
No.
But
Like, that's just me personally. Like I literally like.
You say what state? Do you say what state you live in?
Oh, I live in Texas.
Damn.
Texas is pretty important, man.
Oh man,
your vote counts a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was like, how much can my vote really count when my vote wasn't recognized until like 1960 something? You feel me?
No.
That's all the more reason. That's all the more reason.
Like I look at it like
those
that,
people.
like,
I just want to say that.
To vote.
Yeah,
People
dude. I was gonna
fought for
say
you to
one of
be
the
able to vote.
one of the most crazy things to me. I learned this when we did. I did a whole canvassing operation out of Columbus in Georgia, the state of Georgia, the city of Columbus, and holy fuck. Old black voters there did not fuck around when it came time to voting. Dude, it must have been like half the fucking doors that we tried to knock on to talk about candidates. Hey, you gonna vote for Warnock? No, we already voted. We voted. There were so many old black people that like, yeah, the idea that you just recently got your right to vote, I think is all the more reason to exercise it. Not to talk to you as like a whatever white black shit, but like, I think that just because you only got it recently, I think that makes it all the more important to exercise it, not to take it for granted. That's a, ooh.
Okay, well.
But you don't have to if you don't want to, of course.
No, I mean, like I just don't like getting wrapped up in all that because I just see, especially nowadays, like how, like bro, if you say you like Trump, like a group of people are gonna hate you, or if you say you like Biden, a group of people are gonna hate you. You know what I mean? And it's just like low-key disgusting, in my personal opinion. And I know I'm pretty sure you guys aren't like that, where if like someone in here like Trump or Biden, you would hate them. But it's just like, I don't want to I want to like try to find the best thing possible and actually have good conversation with people. I feel like at least the people I know, I can't have good conversation with them. So it's like, I'm not really figuring out where one side leans or where the other side leans, seeing where my peers are siding to. It all just seems like, TikTok said this, or TikTok saying that, so I want to be different and go this way. And so I guess I want to be different and just, not do anything. Me personally, I don't think my vote would do anything. Like my single vote, like would my vote particularly do anything?
Here's like a question I always have for people that talk like this. So there are so many people that fight so much for things relating to voting rights. They might fight for the right to vote. They might fight for voting hours or how polls are ran or how booths are ran or whatever. Like, if people are so invested in those fights, it must be because they think it does something, right?
Yeah. No, I guess, yeah.
I mean, imagine if 100,000 people felt the way you did, then that'd be the difference between winning or losing in some states, you know what I mean? And some serious rights on the line. What about you, Abba? Did you vote?
He's Canadian.
No, I didn't vote in Canada or in America where I'm eligible.
I got you.
Damn.
I feel like if no one went out and voted and you didn't do any of that, because I feel like I don't know, I feel like it's all pre-planned, because I saw this thing where this girl, she did some lineage shit and like figured out that 40 out of like the 45 presidents were like related some way. You know what I mean?
Bro, you gotta get off the TikTok, man. There's some crazy shit on there.
But it's true though. It's true. Like you could it's actually true that 40 out of like 45 of the presidents are related.
Related how?
Through some king in England.
Ooh.
That's a pretty distant relation, right?
Okay, you
Obama
say that.
part of that list?
That's the fucking thing. Obama's part of that list. You're telling me that
That's
nigga
a very distant list. That's a very distant
out of everybody,
relation.
Obama sneaked his ass in there. Okay, if it was everybody else but Obama, I would be like, okay.
Right. I'll say this, just to Jadion's point. I don't think it's dumb to vote. I don't think it's the time. Well, I think it actually makes sense. I just don't care to get informed. I don't want to put the energy or the time, and so yeah, because I don't want to get informed, I'm not going to waste my time going to vote ignorantly. So
Wait, why is that? Why do you not want to get informed and see who's on the right?
Yeah, because I just think as a thing to invest your energy in, generally it leaves me feeling negative or it leaves me thinking negatively. And so for me, who does a lot of work, but at least this is true prior to doing YouTube, but before, I just found allocating my time to being really interested in politics was such a fucking emotional drain. So I was just like, well, I don't want to do it. That's it.
Oh, also, I found this thing from the Daily News. The 42 of 43 U.S. presidents linked back to King John of England. Just as a heads up, this was done by a 7th grader. Okay, but...
Nice.
But it's true, though. 7th graders are smart.
Okay, based.
So I want to see based Jadeon in the chat.
I think
Everybody's
apathy
poor
towards voting
guy.
is pretty common, too. I'm pretty sure, like, the things like, was like...
Well, yeah, it is common.
Most elections, I think you got, like, if not 25 to, like, 30% of people are not voting.
More than that for midterms, yeah.
It's pretty common. It's almost like relied upon for the other party to win at a certain point, right?
I think a certain level of disinterest is like pretty much inevitable. I think the way the politics is run, I think the way a lot of it happens in the media sphere, I think it's very natural for people to want to tune it out as much as possible. So people can get mad or busy about it, but yeah.
But it's like you know, you say, oh, your vote's important and stuff like that. But it's just like, if I vote against the person that you don't want in office, then it's like, is my vote really important? Like, it's important to you if my vote goes to the person that you want it to go to. But if it goes against the person and the values that you believe in, is my vote important to you?
Participation is important.
Aren't there things you care about, though? Aren't there things that you would
definitely.
like to see go one way or the other, like gun rights or abortion? Like, don't you want to, like, maybe you want to raw dog some chicks, you know? Like, I don't know.
Nah, definitely. I feel like all women should have control over what they do and don't do with their body. I feel like, me personally, I feel like, you know, I don't think it's necessary for us to be walking around with fucking nuclear bombs in our houses. But then again, it's just like, what is my vote gonna do? You know, I just look at it like what possibly can my vote do, especially here in Texas. Like, if I can't tell.
If enough people turned up to vote in Texas, that there is a very real chance of like swinging the state in a different way. You know, your vote is important as part of like a larger group of people. If everybody thinks the same way that you do, then, you know, pretty much we're like giving up a vote that isn't being cast is basically just giving all that much more power to the people who are voting, who
And
are
also,
voting against your interests.
We're literally influencers, right? Like, don't we? Like, can't we influence other people to vote or not?
Okay, but like, you know, I feel like that's even scummier. Like, I'm gonna use my platform to fucking manipulate the people that, you know, look up to me the most.
Well, we use our platform to like sell ads and shit, right? We might as well get them to vote too, no?
Man, I don't know. That's me personally. Like, I never want to try to push my political leanings on the people that watch me, because
But
I just feel like,
to be fair, you kind of do still with your videos to some
What-
degree.
why do you say that?
Well, irrespective of whether or not you push your own political takes on people, I think you do get involved in politics to some degree with some of your videos in regards to the type of content it is. And so because you take in interesting stuff and you highlight certain people, you are putting your hand in the ring itself, right? So I think even when you did that KKK video, that kind of had influence on the political sphere, even if by a tiny margin, no?
I don't think so. I never said, I feel like it never gave anybody a lean in. I was like, oh yeah, you guys got to lean left in this video or lean right. I feel like I like, because I feel like my videos are pretty just, you know, you just turn off your brain and you just watch and enjoy, you know, and just have a good time.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, fucking when Casey Neistat made that video, like, Hillary Clinton, I am voting for Hillary Clinton. It's just like, bro, I was fucking 14. It's like, you're telling a 14-year-old to go vote for Hillary Clinton. It's like, even if I wanted to, I can't. I can't. And then, like, in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, I look up to Casey Neistat, so I have to, okay, oh, damn, if I did like Trump, oh, man, I'm ostracized. Or if, like, I watched the Nelk Boys, and let's say I liked Biden and Harris, it's just like, fuck, I can't go to a meet and greet as a Nelk Boy liking Biden. They're going to eat my shit alive.
Yeah, I want to ask you guys, the ones you were telling us about voting and all this stuff. if you guys see that so many people are disinterested in voting, and that so many people are pretty apathetic toward the whole voting process, rather than the whole discussion being centered around like, don't you guys feel like you have a responsibility, or don't you guys want to exert this kind of influence, which is pretty much the same talking points you've been hearing for 40, 50 years. Wouldn't there be a better way to incentivize people to do so? I feel like the discussion is more so about like, take personal responsibility for the way that this country is being run or whatever. And that hasn't worked for so long. So at some point, don't you guys have to acknowledge that maybe the rhetoric around this is just ineffective?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously it seems like it, but I don't know what the solution is there. I mean,
right.
There's like so much political fighting over like people's right to vote. There was a lot of sacrifices made historically for the right to vote. Not even just for black people, but I mean just like the existence of the United States for, the defense and freedom that we had from the Revolutionary War onwards to every other thing America's been involved in. Like that, all of these institutions have been built up to enable us to have a pretty cool power, which is the ability to choose an elected official. And to,
but that's the cool thing about it. It's the right to vote. You know, if you don't want to, you don't have to.
Yeah, that is true. You don't have to participate in your democracy, but it's like it's arguably like one of the most important influences we as the public have, unless maybe like a billionaire or you have like a huge business like you or employ a lot of people, whatever. But like this is one of the biggest exercises I think of like one of the most unique freedoms in history that we've had afforded to us. So.
But I think this is where your pro-establishment stance kind of fails for me, is that you keep saying it's one of the most important and powerful political statements you can exert in terms of influencing the political sphere. However, the perception that people have of it is completely opposite, and that vast majority of people who don't vote really feel like their votes don't matter. And even for a lot of people who do vote, they sometimes feel that way, but they still exert it. And so at some point, there's got to be a failure somewhere, either in the fact that it's not as powerful as you claim, or that they've done a poor job of displaying the fact that these votes actually matter. And so there's a failure somewhere in there. I'm just not sure where.
I think the failure is that it's just hard to see like what is happening with our system. I think a lot of people just don't know how our political system works. Like if I had to guess, I legitimately would guess that less than 50% of Americans could explain what the Supreme Court does. I bet it's less than like 20% actually could actually explain like what the Supreme Court actually does in the United States. Or I bet like less than half know the difference between like the House of Representatives and the Senate. Probably like 10% could maybe not could explain like what an executive action is. Like I don't know, it just feels like our level of knowledge about the government in general is really, really, really low.
Yeah, I think we failed the youth on teaching civics and people understanding how the system works. Most people don't know you need 60 votes in the Senate to pass a bill. So I just think that's done on purpose to try to dumb us down, to try to keep us from engaging and feeling helpless that our vote doesn't matter. It's just one vote. So I think once you start learning about the system and you see how you can influence it beyond voting, I'm talking about organizing, I'm talking about knocking doors, things like Destiny did. I don't think anybody would say that Destiny is just a single vote and he has the same influence as anybody else. He organized door knocking. So there's a lot you can do to get what you want. And but that's the other side. That is a coordinated effort to make you feel like your vote doesn't matter. That is on purpose.
I agree with you about school because I'm class of 2019, and when they were telling us about like the government and stuff like that, it only lasted for like half a semester, and then we talked about some other stuff. Like I could tell you anything about Texas history, World War II, the Civil War, because history is my favorite subject.
Mm-hmm.
But like I couldn't tell you anything about like what the Supreme Court. Like all I know about the Supreme Court is like they're the judicial branch, I think, right? And like it's like 9 people, and they don't allow cameras. Like that's like literally it. Like that's all I know, really.
Yeah,
it's most people, more than most people.
Yeah, I feel like, but I think that schools failed us in a lot of normal ways too. Like, how many people left to their own devices could file their own taxes? Just a single W-2 earner. Like, I think most people can't do it. And it's not hard. It's very easy. But like, it'd probably take like, my guess would be like 20 or 30 minutes maybe to teach somebody to do it. But we just don't learn a lot of those things in school anymore. I don't know why. I'm not sure.
Well, we're too busy learning about pronouns, right?
Stop.
That's what the right wants you to think.
Sure, okay, yeah.
No, they teach us that on TikTok now. We don't need that in schools.
True.
So who you got?
You gonna vote now?
I don't know. I might fuck around. My mom's been trying to get me to vote because fucking it's a war zone out here in Texas. It's like Greg Abbott versus Beto.
Yeah.
And fucking,
Yep.
bro, oh my gosh, man. Everybody's on everybody's ass to vote.
It's an important election, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to like jump in here and say like you kind of came into this conversation talking about the Jewish question, and in a way that's also related to politics, race relations, right? You talk about how you care about women's rights to choose for their own body. And it seems to me if you care about these issues, if there's any way to sort of influence where the direction of this country is going, even if it's small, you might as well try, right?
But it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, all these fucking politicians, like, I don't know if they're like, you know, really rocking with Mark or not, you know?
So really, wait, what? Really what?
Rocking with Mark?
Yeah,
Zuckerberg or?
Like, I don't know if they want to run duos or if they're just gonna like betray us and just like fucking just try to get a squad.
Oh, I have
wipe.
no
Like,
idea.
You don't know what their true intentions are, because like they'll say anything during their fucking, you know, campaign rally, but then like once they get in office, you know, that's, I feel like when you see the real people. You feel me?
Dion, I want to ask you, do I don't know if you're like me, do any of your friends vote? Your close friends or the ones you grew up with?
My mom always told me that if you want to, like, you know, have civil conversation and not get into arguments, you don't talk about race, religion, or politics. So like me and my friends, we don't really talk about politics too much. You know, we just keep it to like surface level stuff, you know, and everything. So I think my friends voted like during the presidential stuff, I think. But what they did for like midterms and stuff like that, no, I don't think so.
I mean, I feel like you should. Okay, sorry.
My bad. Here, just continue what you're saying. My bad.
I was just thinking you should just compare the pros and cons then, right? Worst case scenario, you spent an hour or two, that sucks, whatever. They didn't pass what you wanted. Okay, that really sucks. But best case scenario, or like I guess the worst case scenario is that the opposite team wins and they pass a whole bunch of shit that you just are morally against, and you could have helped shift the tide, but you didn't. And then the best case scenario is that they follow through with what they originally said, and you know, you helped influence that, you helped make that reality. So I feel like you should keep that in mind before you just say your vote doesn't matter because you're not sure if people are going to deliver on their promises.
I mean, yeah, I agree, but it's just it's so toxic now, you know. Like even when you start getting into it, like, you know, I feel like I could, even if I did have like a political leaning, if I were to say it out publicly, it'll be one side to be like, oh yeah, base Jadeon, oh wow, you go. Like even this chat, like me saying I don't want to vote, like literally people in the chat are like bullying me into like fucking dumbass. Oh, this dumbass, he has a responsibility. He's not using his full rights. What a, like, you know what I mean? It's just like you're getting bullied either way.
Well, I mean, are you gonna let people bully you? Like, is that how you choose what to do in life, though? Isn't that kind of?
No, but it does make it less appealing. Absolutely, yeah. If people just start ragging on you for a decision you did or didn't make, for some that should be a personal choice at the end of the day, then yeah, I definitely think it does negatively impact people. Now, it wouldn't tell me what I should or shouldn't do, but it does color things. And the national discourse around whether or not you vote is essentially like, you're a fucking loser degenerate. It's like, holy shit. And also, let's not, you know, I don't know about you, Dion, but for me personally, growing up, like there was never a time where everyone felt like the system was working in their favor or working towards them. And so, yeah, there's a bit of a disillusionment, especially among immigrant communities, when it comes to voting to some degree. And so at least the people I grew up with, none of them ever voted. None of them ever took an interest in it. Just because in general, it's not even just voting. It's just a system in general. Folks kind of check out in a lot of ways. And so I think by extension, voting becomes an extension of that. And also, there is something weird where I don't know if this is just a narrative that's painted in the media or something that you just hear constantly, but there's always that bizarre thing where you vote somebody in on a bunch of promises that they never end up keeping, and you get that betrayal sense and that upset sense. And it's just like, what Pixie was saying in regards to the pros and cons isn't a lie, but I would argue that there is something to be said about investing yourself emotionally and time-wise into politicians who then thereafterwards do not commit to the promises that they said they would. And that is something that becomes very frustrating over time.
Yeah, but I mean, like, politicians can't do everything they want to do because there's only going to be so much support for what they want to do, I guess. The reality is that, like, at the end of the day, the type of system that we've elected to use relies on a populace that decides to vote for their leaders. And when that system fails, one, you make the vote of somebody that might oppose you twice as powerful because now you're not voting and they still are. And then two, the system starts to break down because we start to see wildly different types of groups participating in electoral outcomes. Like, as much as we feel like the rich and powerful and, you know, white people all control society or whatever, they're the ones that vote the most. You know, it's not just because they're you know, using their businesses to influence things. Like, it's funny because on one end we'll say like, well, I feel like voting doesn't mean anything, but then on the other end we'll go, it doesn't mean anything, and look at how much these lobbyists spend on these politicians. Look at how much all this stuff, like, obviously the political system is incredibly important. Why do people spend so much money on super PACs? Why do people spend so much money on political advertisements?
Did I misunderstand? So you were saying people were like, whoa, the political system doesn't work, and then afterwards you mentioned lobbying. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be an indication of why a lot of people don't like the idea of voting, is that they see these super PACs or filthy rich whatever conglomerates or whatever it is investing money into politicians to sway them to do their bidding and going against the very campaign promises that they kept on the campaign trail because they were paid enough money.
Yeah, but a lot of that lobbying
against your example of why I should
no. A lot of the lobbying and the super PAC spending is on political advertisements. They don't just give money to politicians and they're put in their pockets. They do it so they can spend on their campaigns when they go to on the campaign trail. Like, there's a reason why there's so much, why people spend a decent amount of money, like, advertising this stuff. Like, it's a big issue with who gets media time and who's, you know, buying whatever advertisements. Is like, like Citizens United was over like a documentary that wanted to advertise relating to arguably, you know, Hillary Clinton and climate change and stuff. I don't know. It just seems like people throughout history, like black people or women or whoever is like fighting for suffrage. Like, it's not like women were like, you know, do we really want to fight for the right to vote? Like, I don't know. Like, does it really matter? Like, nobody is saying that, right? Like, obviously the right to vote is incredibly important. And different communities, you know, like look at white nationalists or look at people like Nick Fuentes. What is Nick Fuentes' biggest fear? It's voting demographics changing. It's brown people coming in and changing the makeup of a state so that they vote in different ways. Like, voting is obviously an incredible, and a lot of people are invested in who's allowed to vote. Are mail-in ballots allowed? Like, I don't know. It seems like on one side people recognize the power of the vote, but then on the other side people are like really keen to just kind of throw it away.
Well, it's like if voting was like so like important and so like, you know, why aren't they making any updates? Why is it still only 2 people in Congress for every state? Like, you know what I mean? Texas has so many people. Why are they not updating it? Why are they not making it better? Why is it still the same way that it was in the fucking, you know, dark ages?
I mean, there's
a couple of things to say about this. I just want to throw this like really out quickly. There's also people who benefit from you not voting, right? And making it difficult and keeping things as they currently are. So you could make that argument on the reverse too. Like, voting is so important that they only want to make sure that people who are, you know, in their same district and their same, ideology vote, right? Which is why we see things like gerrymandering happening. So to say like, oh, why hasn't there been any update because it's so important? Well, in some places they prevent like, you know, having let's say a national voting day, for example, for that county or whatever. And they prevent people from getting there. Does that make sense?
A little bit.
Or I think like the way that I would think about it is like what was your original question is why aren't there any updates? The United States of America has the oldest surviving constitution of any government that exists on the planet right now. So it seems like, and we're the biggest and baddest country, or at least we are up to this point. There's a reason why. There's probably something to be said for how effective our system works. So it makes sense that it'd be really difficult to change it, and any changes would be done very carefully. But there are changes made, right? That's the point of our Constitution. We're allowed to vote on new amendments, and we have a Supreme Court that reinterprets the Constitution to change some things that we feel are important to change.
Jadeon, as like a fellow Texan, can I make my case too?
Yeah, what's up? Wait,
because
before you continue, what's your name?
I'm Aaron, but my ad is like Strured. What's up? I agree with like so many of your frustrations about how like, you know, voting. I think even statistically, the likelihood that your vote will be like the determining vote is very low. There's almost like an irrationality to even voting in the first place, but I think there's a reason to still do it. Like even I went to like a canvassing event trying to get Michelle Vallejo, who is like a progressive in my district, elected to Congress recently. And I early voted for her already. And there's like a ton of races. But the most important thing to keep in mind to people who I understand, like, they're disaffected. Like, I agree with a ton of your criticisms of it. But like not voting doesn't actually help solve any of the problems. It actually kind of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. You get me? Because like you don't like the way that the Texas government is run. But if you don't vote, there's no reason for any of your representatives or politicians to even try to improve things for non-voters like you, because they're like, what's the point? He doesn't vote anyway. And like, I don't know how much the like Texas power grid impacted you, but Greg fucking Abbott is getting up there trying to blame renewable energy, even though the ERCOT disaster and like 5 million Texans being left without power, that was his fault. You know? So to me, it's like, why should he not be held accountable for that? Like something like that, he should be out of politics forever. That should be career ending, you know?
No, I'm not gonna lie. That fucking power outage had my balls freezing. Like I'll never
But
forget.
Judea, how your balls freezing in your mansion, bro?
Well, bro, it didn't matter where you lived in Texas. You had no fucking power, right?
The mansion
I thought you had a
came.
generator, everything set up in your mansion, Judea.
The mansion came later. You know, I was still at mom's crib back then.
Okay, I got a question for you guys. So earlier I asked the question. This kind of rhetoric has been around for a long time, trying to encourage non-voters to vote, and it's been ineffective. Nothing really you guys said today's stuff I haven't necessarily heard. Even though they're compelling arguments, I'm not arguing against the substantiveness of it. If you guys had to incentivize people to, or even mandate it by law, basically saying everyone has to vote or they get a fine, whatever, what kind of solutions would you guys come up to encourage the non-voting party to vote, if any?
I feel like it has to be a cultural push. I feel like it needs to start in the schools. Like people need to be more educated on why voting is important, but probably not a good idea to make a law to vote, because it kind of, I guess you have the right not to vote if you don't want to. Although I'm torn on that. I don't think it'd be the worst thing in the world to force people to do it, but
I feel like where it gets dicey is like, you know, you tell people, oh, okay, you need to vote, and it's just like, okay, then it's like, you know what, I want to vote for so and so. Then they're like, no, don't fucking vote for that dude. And it's just like, you just told me to vote.
well, you don't have to vote for anybody. There's no requirement. You can vote.
No, but no, I'm not saying y'all. I'm just saying like when people say go vote, I feel like the right really doesn't tell people go vote. Like I feel like the right side they just.
Oh
vote.
yes, they do. I promise you, they do.
They do, but also a lot of their base, a lot of people who end up voting every year, who we don't have to really worry about telling to vote, are like retired people. It's usually like younger people and working people who we have trouble getting voting.
What about you? I'm really important. How would you get non-voters to vote, other than trying to just say like, "Hey, man, it's bad."
Well, I think you got to show people how it works for them. For example, look what's taken away from them in Texas right now, where women don't have access to abortion for like a year. And, you know, everybody's got somebody that's impacted them. Also, look at the student loan debt relief. That came from people getting involved. And I agree with Pixie that if you don't show up, then the politicians aren't going to deliver for you because they just think you're not going to show up. So if people start showing up, then it changes. But I think young people have to show up nowadays out of necessity. I didn't grow up with active shooter drills in my schools. That's some bullshit. And I would be marching and protesting over that. Young people have to worry about climate change. What's this world going to be like in 100 years from now? So they care about this stuff. So they're out there, and it's not an option. So I don't know what world Jadean lives in where he can float above this stuff. And, you know, sounds a little privileged to me, but there's a lot of people out there that are sweating this stuff, man. And it means a lot to them.
Okay, like, it's that shit right there. Like, okay.
But I'm going to come at you with this because you're just floating above it. Like, I don't care. I got no reason to vote. Well, that's cool for you, but some people are living and dying by this stuff.
You said that the Texas power grid affected you. Not enough, right?
One at a time, yeah.
Sorry.
It just sounds like you're saying, oh, I'm floating above it. How am I floating above it when I'm in the midst of it all? Like, the same shit.
Because your only excuse is because you're concerned about your audience giving a shit. Think about that. You got to put out your values. You do that every day with your videos, I'm sure. Why are you so afraid to put out your values when it comes to this kind of stuff? What do you care what people think about you? I'm sure you don't. You seem like a guy who's super confident. You don't care what people think about you, but for some reason you're falling down broken on this issue. Why is that?
I'm not falling down on the issue. It's not that I care about what people think about me. It's that I just don't want to vote. Like, if I cared, then I would be voting for something and then not saying publicly. That would be me being a coward. But I don't vote for anything because I feel like no thing is the perfect answer. No left person is the perfect answer. No right person is the perfect answer. There's nobody out there where I'm like, holy shit, this dude is spitting nothing but facts. I need to go vote for him. He has all my morale. None of these niggas have my morale.
I mean, what is it? Rome isn't built in a day or something? We're not going to get the perfect candidate probably ever. But the whole idea is that if we start pushing more and more for policies that we like, or, you know, the candidate that has the most policies we like or whatever, we'll eventually get there. But if we just decide not to do that because nobody's perfect, we stagnate. And if anything, we retreat sometimes.
Jadion, I share that frustration because I feel like I've never been able to really, well, with the exception of a couple of candidates, I've never really been like positively casting my vote. I don't really see it like I'm voting for someone. I usually look at the candidates and I'm like, who needs to go? Like, who fucked up? I'm usually voting against people. Do you get me? And even though, you know, I don't agree with everything on Beto's platform because he's Greg Abbott's opponent for governor. I agree with him a lot more than I do Greg Abbott, and that's why I thought it was worth it, worth the time to say, to take to go vote for him. You know.
I'm gonna say. Go ahead.
Oh, we'll go Abbott.
No, you go ahead.
No, I interrupted you yesterday. This is my this is my atonement. Okay, go for it.
I was gonna say I'm really important. I understand the frustration that you have, and rhetorically, I don't think what you're saying is incorrect. I just think it's ineffective in regards to the change that you want to see happen. And I think that's the important thing that I'm trying to get at the heart of this conversation. I think what Destiny said in regards to like cultural change sounds interesting. I don't believe it's likely, but at least it's an idea. That's why I'm asking you guys for solutions, because all I'm trying to say is in hearing this conversation, even the rebuttals that people are making to Dion, none of it's compelling for vast majority of people. So I think the outcomes you guys are wishing for are not the ones you're going to get from these kinds of conversations.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you 1,000,000%. I don't think there's much that I can say to convince an individual to vote. My audience, I could, because they're primed for it. But the problem is that all of society is bombarding you with messages that your vote doesn't matter. They're saying that lobbyists and Citizens United have bought elections. They're saying that ad campaign dollars at the end of the day are the only thing that matters. They talk about the revolving door between private industry and public. They talk about things like the military-industrial complex and politicians lying to you. And when you're bombarded constantly with messages that your vote doesn't matter, politicians do what they want, and who cares anyways, then like, yeah, at the end of the day, I'm not going to be able to give you some impassioned speech to talk to you.
But both
about,
sides
like,
do that. Like,
what do you mean?
The left said that shit whenever Donald Trump won. They said Russia hacked their shit and fucking sent them, fake votes. And then when Biden won, the right was saying that, oh, they were sending in dead people's voting ballots and stuff like that. And then Brody above me, I'm really important. Like, he just literally tried to fucking Hall of Fame press me. Like, nah, you
well, I mean, like, yeah,
you're not voting.
The reason, well, hold on.
Wait. I just tried to fucking press me into like just right now, just, oh, okay, you know what? Oh, damn, I'm gonna show him. I'm gonna go vote. It's like, oh,
no. He pressed you for a good reason, and he's right. It's because you're rich, and none of this at the end of the day matters to you. It doesn't matter to almost anybody in this room.
This shit fucking matters to me the most.
It doesn't, because no. Wait, hold on. Sorry.
It matters to all of us.
No. It does. If you don't care,
because I'm in a good financial position doesn't mean that my people are in a good position.
There you go. I get what you're trying to say.
A bunch of other stuff, you know. Just because I'm ahead doesn't mean I want everybody else to be ahead.
Yeah. Jadion says, basically, Jadion's trying to say, like, it matters to him because he cares about how other people are suffering. Destiny's saying it doesn't matter to you nearly as much because you're kind of insulated to a degree because of your financial status. Is that fair?
Yeah, financial status, and just I don't think you care about the other people suffering, because if you did, I think you'd vote. I think that's like at the end of the day, that's the most important thing. It's like one of the most important ways you can exercise power over your government.
I feel like the other people voting is also hurting us because we're looking up to these people. We're like, please do something. Please change this for us. And then we vote. We put all this manpower. Instead of fucking putting the money that's going into these campaigns into the community, we're using the money to fucking set up these stupid ass picnics and parades to vote for somebody. Then they get in office and we're like, okay, we got you here. We could use this money to do so many other good things in the community, but instead we got you up here. Now please do something. And then they don't do anything, and it's like, oh shit, what the fuck? And then they squabble.
Well, I think the thing is, though, like, that's it. They don't vote. There isn't voting. That doesn't happen. Yeah. Young people don't vote. Minority communities tend to vote less. local elections are almost, I get almost no votes, like 20-30% turnout in some areas, and these are arguably some of the most important elections. So I don't think the voting is happening.
People like to complain about parties and politicians not doing things for them or not coming through with promises for them. But like when it comes down to it, there is a responsibility to go out and vote so you can actually get that person elected, get enough representatives elected so they can actually effectively do change. If you're not going out there and helping your politician doing that, they can't do anything for you. And so you're basically, I mean, there are other politicians who are relying on you to be to not vote. And if the whole Texas power grid thing really it really meant something, you really did affect you, and it really you really did care about people who were sitting there with no power and were freezing to death, then I think it would be all the more reason for you to go out and vote. You can't expect politicians to do everything on their side and not put in some work on your side too.
Okay, by your logic, you saying that me not voting is me not caring, then before 1968, when people could vote, Martin Luther King didn't care because he never voted.
Well, people didn't have the ability to vote. People didn't have
wait, stop, wait, hold on, wait, real quick, wait, hold on. Martin Luther King fought for the Civil Rights Act.
No, but he didn't vote though. He didn't vote. He didn't vote.
I think.
Did he really not?
I think the point.
He got assassinated before he could even vote, so he never voted.
Wait, hold on, wait.
It's different.
So obviously he doesn't care because he never voted. So by your guys' logic.
Wait, do you mean just in that election for next, like when he got
And he was a felon, and he was a felon, so he couldn't vote even if he wanted to.
I think the point that Jadion's trying to make is that there's ways that people can care about political issues without being involved in necessarily voting. Is that what you're trying to say?
Wait, repeat that one more time.
Basically, you're trying to say, like, because they said you don't care because you don't vote, and what you're trying to say is there's ways that people can care and get involved without voting.
Exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay.
Right. I'm not gonna lie. I did go on a very extreme.
Yeah. Okay. I get what you were trying to.
I went on a very extreme tangent there.
Yes. Yes. That was wild. But I get what you were trying to say. I got you.
There have been like communities.
Got my point.
There have been communities in the United States that have fought so hard for the right to vote. I just don't know why we pretend today like it doesn't matter, like it never mattered.
I'm not saying it doesn't matter, honestly, but you guys are saying you guys are acting like I did everything. Oh man, bro, I put in some hard work. I got into my Honda Civic and drove to my local voting center and checked the fucking little box. Man, bro, I contributed to society. It's like, no, like that. Okay, yeah, you voted. That's a great thing. But there's so many other things. But just because you vote doesn't mean that you're contributing the most to society and that you're above everybody.
But in some ways, it's like the most important thing. Like I swear to God, I'm not trying to lean on racial issues because it's black people. I don't mean to do that. But like the best example of this that I can think of is when the BLM riots were happening. Everybody wanted to go out and march because it was sexy, because it was cool, because they could take pictures, they could post on Instagram, they could make YouTube videos out of it. Like that was the thing to do. But at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters is who are you casting your vote for in your local city election? Because your mayor is the one that's going to nominate your chief of police, and these are going to be the people that are going to make the call on how your society is going to be policed. If you show up for the rallies, if you show up for the Instagram pictures, and if you show up for the YouTube videos, but you don't show up to vote, nothing you do matters. It's not like different things matter. If you don't vote, nothing matters. Period. Like it's the only way that a politician is going to bend their will is if they think they're going to get more votes doing something, which is exactly what it should be. Politicians should work for the vote. And if people don't vote, then I don't think anything's ever going to change. They're just going to keep kowtowing the line of the older, whiter, richer people that decide to show up at the polls.
Okay, what if we got all African Americans that go to the polling to vote on an issue and say, you know what, instead of voting, let's go out and do different type of demonstrations. Let's go out and do different type of boycotts. Let's go out and put our money where our mouth is. I think the black dollar in America is, I don't know how much it is. Like, what is it? Maybe like what, 15.
It would be horrible. It'd be a waste of time. It'd be a total waste of time.
Okay, I feel like if you got all the black people that voted to do something else and boycott something and to actually build something else, instead of voting, I feel like that would get a lot more done.
Why would any politician do anything any of those black people want if they're not voting?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like you could do so much more than waiting on a politician if you were to get everybody together.
What could you go spend money on that would get police to change the way they treat people in custody?
If every black person, instead of fucking going to vote, went and got life policies on their life, and then a police officer were to kill a black person, and they're like, oh shit, damn, I'm not gonna lie, these fucking life insurance policies are going crazy. We gotta do something about these police. Then that would affect the police department because
hold on, do you really believe this?
Doesn't want to lose money.
Do you really? If you truly believe this, that's just going to be like the life insurance policy is going to become more expensive, right?
So you're telling me?
Yeah, actually, it might.
Oh, wait, hold on. I want to back and forth with Gideon on this. Wait, I just want to back and forth with Gideon on this. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Gideon. What's your response on it?
So you're telling me that the fucking insurance companies wouldn't like crack down on those police stations?
No. I think at the worst case scenario is the insurance companies would just raise their rates and it'd be more expensive to buy life insurance.
And it would disproportionately more expensive for black people. Actually, it'd be worse for them.
Okay. If we all got life insurance policies?
Well, because eventually it would just be anytime a black person goes to get life insurance, they would just charge them way more. That's what would happen.
Can I ask? Do you guys know a lot about life insurance policies?
A bit, yeah. I know if you kill yourself, you don't get to cash it out.
Gideon, do you know a lot about life insurance policies?
No, I'm not kidding.
Okay. So let's get out of this retarded example, okay? And let's just get to the actual meat of what the fuck he's trying to say, which is basically saying if all these black people, instead of voting, pooled their money together to exert some kind of financial pressure, I think that would have more impact than them all voting. Is that fair?
Yeah, look at the bus boycott.
Okay,
when black people walked instead of going on the bus. Yes. They had the fucking Alabama government like, oh shit, like we gotta do some shit.
It just feels like an unfair. I just want to jump in for a second. So this is a beautiful thing, right? Nobody's saying like to just vote. You can vote and also do other forms of activism and participation, right? The whole idea is that voting is the bare minimum.
Vote, though.
Well, you can vote and do other forms of activism, but none of the The reason why you do activism is to get people to vote differently.
Okay, can I ask you guys what other activisms you guys do instead of repping your political party?
You can do. What do you mean? Like
no,
personally?
I'm asking, like you guys particularly.
Me particularly, I spent $100,000 to get people to go down and poll to go door knock in Georgia.
Okay, so besides repping your political party, what else do you guys do?
Actually, Jadina, remember how you said one vote itself doesn't matter? I do think there is something to be said about the fact that Destiny does pull a whole bunch of people together to get all these groups of people to get out and vote. I think that probably has a sizable, so that is something that's large.
But I said besides their political party and backing that, what else?
Wait, why would I rep somebody besides my political party? That's who I want to win.
No, no. Obviously, you could. I'm saying something that's not like voting wise. No, what else do you do?
We talk about politics on our stream. IRI was literally here to go over midterms and stuff and like talk about like political engagement. Like
exactly, it's all about voting. It all goes back to voting. Like
that's because at the end of the day, that's the thing that matters most, right?
There's no community things. There's no.
I'm sorry, you're relying so heavily on politicians to be able to carry out and come through with their promises. But if we as voters can't even get enough people elected so that they can pass things, then we're not doing anything, and they can't fulfill their promises. Then it's absolutely useless. It takes two parties in this. There are two people in this, or two groups in this that are central, that are like super important to this: the people voting that get people in, and then the people who are in and can actually do stuff for us. But if there's not enough people in there, there's not enough voters on either one in these sides, then we're fucked. So
personally, I've worked with like community development before. So I've worked with trying to make mixed income housing more prevalent in certain areas. I've worked with with local businesses, like trying to like create like associations and stuff like that so they're not pushed out by gentrification. So I agree with you, there's things that you can do that are impactful, but like at the same time, the organizations I worked in, although they were private, they also worked with governmental organizations in the area. They worked with the local government. They wouldn't have been able to do a lot of the things they did if the local government was against their side. So I agree with you that, hey, you know what, there are other forms of activism that we can take. But at the end of the day, personally, I think we should do as much as we can, where we can, and voting is the minimum bar that we can do.
True. And to Dion, if you were asking like what other types of like nonpartisan activism like any of us engage in, I babysit sometimes. An activity that I had permission from their parents to do with them was that we we made these like little care packages for homeless people. Like we put like we made like sandwiches. We got a toothbrush, like some socks, just like basic necessities and stuff like that.
That's dope.
For them to keep in their car, for me to keep in my car. Anytime that we saw, or like anytime they were driving around or I was driving around, and I saw somebody who was panhandling, in case I didn't have like cash or change to give them, or like sometimes it can be difficult to like make that maneuver in the middle of like traffic. That was something that we did multiple times. I did multiple times with the kids that I babysat. And I also want to say, like, these things are never mutually exclusive. Like I was saying earlier, I see voting as more of just like a utilitarian calculation. It's not really about like hero worship, or, you know, the strategy I've heard is like, would you have a beer with this politician? You know, like, it's just strategy. Like that stuff to me is so irrelevant. The important thing is just making sure that you keep in mind, like, of the two politicians, like, which one for sure doesn't have your best interests at heart, you know? And like another thing that happened in Texas was like, how did you react to like the Uvalde shooting? Because I can tell you how Greg Abbott reacted, and it was disappointing.
The day that happened, I threw the first pitch at the Astros game, and I was like sick to my stomach like that whole day. Like, I'm never gonna forget that day. It reminded me of when I was in the 6th grade and the Sandy Hook shooting happened, and my mom took me out of school because she was heartbroken, and it really ruined my like month. Like, it was a very horrible thing. So yeah, that's how I reacted to it. Now things like you know, I did. You know, I don't live near there. I live in Houston, so I can't really like affect like the political stuff unless I guess I vote for the governor, and you know, maybe Abbott or Beto can do something that can better, you know, help schools, protect our children, especially here in Texas. But yeah, that's how I reacted to it.
And I had a very similar reaction. Like when I was getting my tires changed, and I was waiting in like the Firestone like lobby, and there was like 2 women there and a man, and they were doing the news report on ABC, and I had never seen people, like strangers in public, cry just over them talking about a news story that was so devastating, you know? And Greg Abbott's response, or I should say like non-response, was disgusting to me, because that, like, it's his state, you know? Even though it's a locality and stuff like that, his response to pivot, and like recently at the most recent debate between himself and Bethel, which was actually like in my city, he blamed gang violence. You know, like, this dude will not own up any responsibility or propose any meaningful solution to it, and he doesn't even ever express that he's willing to even like reach across the aisle, even though I feel like I see Democratic candidates all the time more than willing to you know, make bipartisan efforts to come together and try to like find solutions to these things, even if it's not, like you're saying, like overnight. It's not going to 180 and like everything's going to be fixed, but the attempt is what's really important, because like the small stuff, the devil's in the details, and the small stuff compounds and it can lead to something bigger. And once people can see like a measurable impact in those small ways, I think it kind of gives you some like hopium about voting, honestly. Because you see, like, wow, like all I had to do was show up, you know, take less than 30 minutes, mark this, you know, cast my vote, and I can see the ramifications before my eyes. Like, I would have rather had someone like Bethel or Wendy Davis or like other gubernatorial candidates that have tried to unseat Greg Abbott, you know, leading Texas at that when Uvalde happened, as opposed to Greg Abbott, because what he did was unforgivable to me. He did nothing.
Okay, Gideon, am I saying your name right? I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong. Can I just say Dion?
You can say whatever you want.
No, just say Gideon.
Gideon. Okay.
Say whatever you want, Brody.
Did any of that have any impact on you? I'm guessing no, right?
What the fuck?
No, I'm just saying, like, let's be real. Did any of what she just said have any impact on you? And I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm trying to be with you. I'm on your team right here, because I think that none of that impact you at all. What?
What do you mean? You're not on my team, bro.
No, because
You're
it's a
on my
personal
ass.
journey. I'm just saying, because people talk at you like that, and that doesn't have any impact at all. Listen, I don't know who you are, Aaron, but I feel you, and that's your journey. That's your story. Obviously, he lived through all that. None of that had any impact on him.
I didn't say shit.
No,
How are you gonna say it didn't have any impact on me? I didn't say anything, bro. I was sitting up here listening.
I'm on your side on this. Trust me. I'm on your side. I'm saying you get people talking at you like this, and it doesn't get you anywhere. I'm saying people have to meet you where you are. Going back to what Abba said, I agree, Abba.
You're doing everything I just did. Stop it. I'm trying to get through to like.
You're not getting through to him. That's what I'm saying. Like,
No,
you're just talking at him.
Was I not
Wendy
getting
Rogers and Abbott, and he doesn't know about any of that stuff. He doesn't care. You have to meet him where he's at, and I agree with Abba.
Yo, meet me where I'm at. Meet me where I'm at. Meet me up. Can you please meet me?
I think Aaron's Uvalde thing was actually a really good example. Oh God. Okay, after this, I'm gonna go hardcore. I'm gonna do way more censoring of the Discord groups. Oh God. Oh no. I feel bad for IRI because he got like dragged into
I would
this
be happy to do and get to know
Yeah.
where you're at and what you care about.
Jesus.
That's how you change people.
What's your IG? No, Master, can we talk after this? I want you to teach me. I need you to teach me.
Come on, man. I'm not trying to give you a hard time here. I'm trying to be real with you and say, like, I think people have to meet people where they're at.
Oh yes.
I'm not saying you don't have knowledge.
All right,
No, you're taking this all wrong. Man. I'm not trying to say you're below anybody, dude. I'm saying you're in a different place in life with different values, different things you care about. That's not a knowledge level thing.
You're right. Hey man, thank you.
So when
Do you
say,
honestly think-
hold on. So when you say you want to meet, let's say it's me, you're talking to me, okay? And you say you want to meet me where I'm at. What would that look like for you?
That would be learning about your life experiences, what you've gone through, what you value, things like that.
Okay, and I still think that's the wrong thing to do. And I'll tell you why. And I actually think you nailed it earlier with what you said. You have to demonstrate to the people that the system works. It's not enough to say it rhetorically, because what we see in the media and what we visualize in the news every day is that it doesn't work or that it's always corrupt. And maybe that's a problem with media and how we're ingesting stuff, but generally speaking, if you ask most people who are non-voters, they feel like the system doesn't work. So if you come to me, you're like, well, these are your problems and voting is going to fix it. I don't believe that voting is going to fix it. First, you have to prove to me that voting actually has the intended effect. And then if you tell me, oh, it really can fix these things, then from there, I think you can transfer it to getting people to vote for the issues that they care about. But the first step has got to be proving that the system actually works. And I don't think enough people believe that.
Okay,
Well, I have nothing. Can I just respond real quick? Don't disagree with anything you said, Abba. And I think my whole point is that I would have to get to know you to see what you would care about and how I can make those connections for you.
You gotta get
like,
to know me, but you're making assumptions like, oh, y'all, you don't care. That's how, like, you're contradicting yourself.
No. I said you're privileged. The way you're talking about it is privilege. That's not you don't care. I know you care, but just from talking to you here, I could tell you care.
I feel like, Jadian, you said earlier that, like, I remember that Casey Neistat video where he was like, Hillary Clinton, I'm voting for Hillary Clinton, and you know I am doing this because I have backbone. And that was met with a lot of, like, a huge polarizing response. Some YouTubers supported it, some came out and endorsed Hillary Clinton, others didn't, and you said you didn't really like Casey Neistat's video, right?
Oh, you said I didn't like?
Well, I think I heard you mention that you didn't, you weren't particularly a fan of, like, Casey Neistat's video.
I just feel like, you know, just because we have social media following and stuff like that, we put ourselves on a pedestal of like, all right, y'all, follow what I say. You know, I know, right? You know what I mean? I feel like you see that especially with the mainstream media, and now you're starting to see it with social media. You feel me? Like your social media influencers, where we think that we know what's best for every single individual person. So we're putting our ideals and our ideologies on everybody. When I feel like I feel like social media should be like low-key like the teaching place, where it's like, you know, when you're teaching and stuff like that, you shouldn't be talking about your political views or your religious views and stuff like that, you know? And I feel like that should be the same thing with, you know, the social media space, but obviously it's not going to be like that, but it is like that.
Gotta get rid of people like Destiny and all their political takes.
You know who actually kind of like shared your criticism? Destiny's had him as a guest on the stream before. I think his name's Louis Rossman.
Okay.
And he made a really compelling rebuttal to Casey Neistat's video. It would be cool if someone could link it in the chat. I don't know the title of it, but he was saying that he understands why Casey made his video. You know, like, he's like, you got this big platform, you feel like you want to use it for good, and you decided that, like, endorsing Hillary Clinton is what's best. And Louis was taking a more agnostic approach and kind of saying like, look, I'm not interested in like getting in anyone's face and wagging my finger, telling them you need to do this, you need to do that. And I don't think like it's incumbent upon influencers and all of us, like we don't know what's best for you. But I do remember like the general sentiment that I took away was not, he wasn't saying don't vote, and he wasn't even criticizing Casey too heavily for being like really partisan. But what he was saying is that he kind of understood the like innate revulsion that you had to that strategy of like, you know, you should vote for Hillary Clinton because I'm telling you to, because he was saying what he's found to be more effective is actually like talking to people one-on-one, engaging with them, having a conversation, hearing them out about their reservations about voting for a particular candidate or learning what's really important to them, because he's always found that that is way more useful than like making it this huge moralizing issue of like, if you do or don't vote for this candidate or that candidate, you're a good or bad person, because it's not really about that, you know. And that's not productive. That's not a productive conversation like whatsoever. And like Lewis, like I think he was kind of like also blackpilled like on voting in the same way that you are, but like damn it if he didn't go to like Congress, I think, trying to pass like right to repair, like an issue that's like super close to his heart. Like it would be interesting if I could like to talk to him and like learn, you know, like or if you could talk to him honestly, and he would be able to tell you like the like I think the importance and like the perspectives that he's learned over the years, like seeing people's endorsements and stuff like that, and like disagreeing with Casey and like trying to understand like what's the best way I can like leverage and utilize my platform for good, and like what does that matter if I'm not actually trying to like get policy like and all of this like down in law, you know?
But you see, I feel like, you know, like, you know, like Brody's saying, I'm really important. He's saying that, oh, it's easy to like not have an opinion. Oh yeah, that's like the cool thing to do now. Oh, not have it. Like actually, I say it's the opposite. I feel like it's actually rare for someone not to put their political opinion out there and, you know, have the world eat it up. You know what I mean? Like, you look at it in the mainstream media, and now you're looking at it like social media. Like everybody has their political affiliation as their like sole identity, and for people just to like keep that shit private and stuff and keep it between them, I feel like that's a commendable thing, you know? Not everybody needs to know which way you're leaning or who you're voting for and everything like that, because at the end of the day, you need to vote for what's best for your community and what's best for you in particular and your family, you know? Like what fucking Abba wants and what I want are two different things. What
no, we want the same things. Why you throwing me out?
My bad, Abba. Bro, Abba's like my spirit animal. You know, Abba's me.
Don't even act like we buddy anymore, bro.
Don't you my dog, man.
All right.
I don't think
Hold on, say something.
The issue isn't. I think you have an obligation to put your values out into the world, and I don't agree that.
Bullshit.
Okay, let me phrase that more strongly. If you don't, it's because you're a spineless coward, or you're too lazy to do the research on your own to understand. It's not the exact. No. The real cap is being too lazy to vote, too lazy to register, and then going, actually, I'm doing this because this is the respectable and commendable things. I just don't want to tell anybody. Bullshit. What's respectable or commendable about having fucking rape panels where Republicans are going to be deciding whether or not a girl was actually raped for having an abortion? What's respectable or commendable about keeping quiet about that? Well, what's respectable or commendable about keeping quiet about what types of...
You hear Ryan Toy Review's fucking opinion on these rape panels?
If he feels like it's important for him to share...
Ryan's Toy... Where is this energy towards Ryan's Toy Review?
Do you think that Kyrie...
Why does he not say shit?
Do you think Kyrie's...
We need Ryan's Toy Review to talk about this issue.
Okay, earlier you expressed fear over the way that the Jewish media or Jewish like interests were pushing back against Kyrie. Do you think that he shouldn't be speaking about anything that he believes in? I want an answer to that. I want an exact answer to that. Do you think that all NBA players should shut the fuck up when it comes to... Do you think that Kaepernick was wrong when he took a knee? I want to hear you answer those questions. Don't dodge them.
No, you can talk about whatever you want. If you feel the... if you feel the fire to talk, you can talk. And if you don't feel the fire to talk, you have the right not to talk. Just because you don't talk doesn't mean you're a spineless fucking weasel.
Okay, so hold on. So if you do feel like you have a strong thing that you believe in, you do have a right to put that out. You have an obligation to put that out.
You have a conviction to talk. Yeah.
Okay, do you think that Casey just didn't care, and he just put it out there for no reason, or?
No, he does. But
then what is your problem with what he's saying?
But the difference between Colin Kaepernick and Kyrie is they weren't telling you who to go vote for. They weren't telling you what political side to. Tell me where Kyrie said, "Yo guys, go vote for Trump." Tell me where Kaepernick said, "Yo guys, go vote for Hillary Clinton."
Kaepernick, who's supporting BLM, who do you think he wants you to vote for? Really?
He didn't say shit. He didn't say shit. So I don't know. I don't know what he's writing for.
I don't know either. Then I don't know. I have no idea.
Gideon,
Who knows?
I feel like
I have no idea, man. Who knows?
Hard red for all I know.
Who knows? That's true. He might
All
be.
he did was take a knee. All he did was take a knee.
He take a knee and say, "Yo, stop."
That's the difference.
That's true.
They didn't tell you who. They just stood up for a conviction.
But Gideon,
Casey Neistat was telling you what to do.
Gideon, be good faith.
What?
When he's endorsing BLM and when he's endorsing all this stuff, you don't think there's a heavy Democratic or left-leaning lean when he's telling people to take care about this issue?
Did he tell black people to vote blue? Yes.
It's not about telling people to vote blue. It's about putting your values out
there.
But
no. Casey Neistat said vote blue.
Okay.
You used the comparison. So did Colin Kaepernick or Kyrie Irving say vote blue? Yes or no?
I want to ask you, do you agree that statement is political in nature? When he's taking a knee and he's telling people to care about this issue, is it political in nature?
It depends.
Destiny, do you want to explain to him why it's political in nature?
I don't know if I can do it without losing it.
Explain to him why that.
Well, there is an issue surrounding police and how they treat black people, and that is an issue that can only be resolved through political processes that usually involve elected officials that are elected by people that are voting. Feels like a political thing to me.
Okay, but I need a citation of where he said vote blue.
So is your only problem is as long as they don't tell you who to vote for, you're okay with people telling you to go out and vote?
Bro, like I'm saying, you have the right to tell people to go vote, but when you're using your platform to tell people who and what and where they should lean, that'll be like me. I hate it when black people, if a black person tells another black person, "Oh, bro, you're voting red, bro? Oh, you fucking coon. Oh, man. Oh, you like the shuck and jive for the white people." I feel like that's even.
Okay, hold on. No one is saying that here. That's not.
But what I'm saying is one
part of
thing.
the discourse. He is right. That is part of the discourse.
I don't care. Okay, well in that case, and you're always going to let yourself be yanked around by the worst actors. You're letting these people control your lives. You're letting the people saying that control you. You're going to protest, not vote because they call other people Uncle Tom.
Okay,
that seems like an insane thing to me.
Bro, but the left does it and the right, everybody does it.
Who cares if everybody does it? What you're gonna let them you still? Yes. Why wouldn't you want to put your values out?
If said I leaned red, you would fucking attack all the different points. Well, this is why you're stupid that you lean red. I'm
going a step further.
Yeah, of course, because those aren't my values, and I'm gonna fight for my values. Yeah, that's what I do.
Exactly.
I'll go a step further than what Gideon said. It's not that you're going to call him stupid. Is that he's going to be socially ostracized for his political leanings. And so it's completely disadvantage to him to be able to say that openly. And so there's a big difference between you guys coming out and saying this stuff. It's not just some people just call you stupid. It's not just that.
Okay, that's a good point, Albert. So you're saying that he is what? Because there might be a repercussion to coming out and saying who he's voting for. He's what? He is a something, or he has a feeling. What am I thinking of?
Okay, if I'm so
because you just explained why he's a coward. That was what your explanation was.
Okay,
he's worried that if he says something, there might be some blowback. He's not going to get canceled. He's not going to lose his YouTube channel.
If I'm so spineless, whenever the whole Pokey situation happened on Twitch and everything, everybody was making TikToks going at her. I could have just rolled the wave, bro. Everybody was on my side. They're like, "Gideon, you did nothing wrong, man. You're in the right." I could have been like, "You know what? Yo, I'm not getting any repercussion. You know what? Yeah, I am in the right. But you know what? No." I say, "You know what? I was in the wrong. I feel bad. I met up with her. I apologize." I went against what was the popular thing. I went against where the tide was rolling. I say, "You know what? I genuinely feel like I'm in the wrong. I don't care that, people are going to be mad that I apologize because it doesn't matter what they think." I feel bad.
You can say that now. That's great that you felt that way about Pokemon, but literally earlier, like you literally said that your concerns were how people would think about you if you were to come out and say things. You were worried about what other black people would call you, or you were worried about how people would view the way you vote.
No. I'm not worried about me. I'm saying in general, if I was to lean right, black people would be like, "What the fuck, man? You over here shucking and jiving." Da 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 da. I'm saying what happens. I'm not saying I'm afraid. I don't give a fuck, bro. Did you not just see my latest video? The fuck? If I give a fuck, then I would have never posted that. So obviously, you can't use that as an example.
I don't know why. I just if I have a large platform and I have a voice.
And bro, everybody in the chat saying just lean right. You see, this is the bullshit. You guys are so fucking like just in like a barrel where it's just lean left, lean right, da 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 da, and it's like you just can't open up your mind, bro.
It's not about.
I understand why it bothers you. I understand that it bothers you. I don't exactly understand why it bothers you, if that makes sense. Like if people think that people expressing their political opinions or, you know, dunking on someone else's political opinions, I'd like to know more about why it bothers you.
Because I feel like that's such a surface level thing, you know? That I feel like that's the same thing as if like you say you're Muslim and I was dunking on you because you're Muslim. You know what I mean? That's so surface level. It's like, why am I attacking what you believe in? Well, would you ever tell people to attack people's religions?
Yeah, if it was a horrible fucking religion, sure.
Okay.
Like, what about ISIS? I shit on ISIS when they do terrorist attacks. Are you saying I shouldn't do that?
Okay, but isn't ISIS like a fucking gang?
No, it was a heavily driven Sharia, no, not Sharia, Sunni extremist group, wasn't it?
I've never heard anyone say ISIS was a religion. I've never heard that before.
What do you think ISIS stands for?
What does ISIS stand for?
It's literally the Islamic State of Iraq, or the Lebanon Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, like.
Or the one true faith.
It's a Salafi jihadist fucking branch of fucking Sunni Islam. Like, what do you mean? Of course it's religious. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Is this true?
Absolutely, as a resident ex-Muslim. Okay. But I will say this, Gideon. If let's say the Republican Party came out tomorrow and said that they want to create a system in which, you know, Nick Fuentes is king and everyone else is kind of beneath that, okay? And you afterwards came out and wanted to be able to say, I support this system, I support this idea and this party, and I don't want to be judged for it. Do you not think that people have the right to come at you very strongly because of the fact that you're supporting a system that's inherently going to oppress them and yourself?
Okay, but that's such an extreme example.
But I want you to appreciate that the way that they're viewing it and the way that they're viewing the stakes in these next elections, that they view it pretty dire to that degree. When they're talking about women losing the ability to have abortions or all this stuff, they see it as being an extremely dire situation to that degree, you know? So I want you to appreciate that for them, the way that they're viewing this political issue is that.
The right thought that the world was going to be over when Biden got in office, and the world was perfectly fine. Okay. The world thought that the world was going to be over when Trump got in office, and the world is perfectly fine.
It's not fine. Wait, no, hold on. Wait, to be clear, it's not, it's...
You guys freak out every time someone gets, bro, just roll with the punches. We'll be okay.
No, it's you're privileged, bro. That's some rich person shit. You're on you're on a cloud right now. We lost the right. We lost the federally protected right to have an abortion because Trump was president. It's great that it doesn't affect you and you don't care, but like, bro, you can't just say.
I can't have an opinion.
Your opinion is wrong. When you say nothing changed, you're wrong. That's not an opinion. That's a statement of fact.
Nothing changed. I said it's gonna be okay.
Okay for who? If you're a woman and you live in a state and you get pregnant and you don't have access to an abortion, now it's not okay for you. What do you mean?
Oh, that's why you vote. Okay. Where the fuck is your voting at then?
Hold on.
I guess you're not riding hard enough, you know? Because I think women deserve to decide what happens with their body.
Don't say no. Don't say that. You don't give a fuck what happens to women because you don't give a fuck about voting. You're not allowed to say that. You can't have an opinion on that.
No, I can't. So give my support to women just because.
No, you don't. You don't support. You don't care about what happens. You don't care about abortion rights.
Every felon in the world doesn't matter. Okay.
You haven't lost your right to vote. You didn't lose your right to vote. Don't act like you're a felon. You're not a felon.
If you're a felon watching this shit, you don't fucking matter. Said so by destiny. Stamped and signed.
Hold on.
All my felons out there, write it out. You don't matter. Your life doesn't matter if you're a felon.
I think that's exactly what I said.
Your life doesn't matter if you don't live in America.
It's a virtue signal. You're doing the virtue
vote.
signal. This is the virtue signal. This is the virtue signal.
You don't live in America. You're a fucking Canadian, Alba.
Hey, well,
ass nigga. It doesn't matter what the fuck you think.
I choose not to vote in Canada. It feels good. But I was going to say, I want to ask you the question, Dion. If a woman is telling you that she's terrified, but let's say she was trying to have an abortion, all of a sudden the newest political party made that illegal.
See, if a female close to me was scared, you know what? I would try to help my best financially and get her to a state where she can have her.
Okay, but let's say you can do that because you are in the financial position to do that. Let's say in every state it's no longer possible as a result of a new political party, and your close friend, she says, bam, I can't have an abortion anymore because of these people that are voted in. Do you not feel like at that point it's not just roll with the punches, but this can have life-changing consequences for people?
It definitely can have life-changing consequences.
Right. So do you understand?
And I think they should vote. They should vote for what they believe in.
But this is your close friend, and she's saying this is going to affect her. Do you not feel like at that point you would have the obligation to vote in the next election if you really cared about the fact that this severely impacted her, and now she was stuck in this situation?
Okay, so this is the thing, though. Okay, she's my friend, and I'm gonna vote for that one thing. But like, just voting for I can't just vote for a person for one thing when there's a whole other things I have to look at. You know. What if that one thing I agree with that person with? That's like saying Alex Jones said one good thing.
This is a
so
cope.
I have to side with Alex Jones. I can't do that.
That's a cope. This is a cope.
Hold up. I don't necessarily disagree with you. My question to you is, do you not see that how you just say like, yo, just roll with the punches, but you're now talking to your best friend who now may have to get an illegal surgery that may cost her life or whatever because of the fact that she couldn't get a legal procedure done because it's banned throughout the country. You not understand that, like, even though you say it's just roll with the punches, that's not exactly the truth. Like, these things can have extremely dire consequences. People can lose on their business because new loans are no longer available, or a bunch of people who are at risk are no longer going to have the funding from the government because of the fact that new political parties slashed public funding.
Well, you know what? Why do we need to vote this shit in? Well, like, what would happen if all doctors that practice medicine say, you know what, this is a violation of human rights. All women are able to get an abortion if they need to.
Because then they go to jail.
Okay, then that's when we protest. Then that's when we protest. Then are they gonna arrest every doctor?
Facts.
So you see what I mean?
That's facts. That is facts. We gotta protest everything. True.
So why can't we? So fuck it.
True.
Dion, what you're describing is literally the consequence of like GOP policies, like Republican policies, because you're like, what would happen if doctors went on strike and and I guess not refuse the service, but like decided to perform abortions anyway? That would be pretty powerful, but you know why they can't? Because in Texas, collective bargaining, aka like unionizing, that's illegal, and it's illegal because of politicians like Greg Abbott and the Republican Party.
Okay, well, you know what? I know Greg Abbott and his fucking noodle legs want to walk, so he's gonna want to fucking talk to a doctor. And when his noodle legs don't work, and no doctors work for him because he has this bullshit policy because women can't get abortion.
Wait, no, hold on. I got a question. Stop. Wait. Hold on. Wait. I got a question. Do you think that businesses should be able to discriminate against people for like their race or their religion or their sexuality? Should you be able to have a sign up that says we're not hiring gay people, or we're not hiring Christians, or we're not hiring black people?
You know what? You know what? I'm gonna do a controversial take and say yes, a business should, but that means we shit on that business. If a business does do that, then we attack them. You know what I mean?
Okay, then why ever fight for rights in front of Congress or the Supreme Court? Why can't we just boycott everything that we don't like then? You really think it works that way in the real world?
Why don't we?
Because not everybody has the opportunity to drive to a...
They did that during the civil rights movement.
No, they didn't. Don't say that. That's bullshit. Stop. Stop. You're lying. Don't fucking... Dude.
I lied.
Yes.
They didn't boycott.
Doug, you don't think MLK talked about fucking voting? You're insane.
There were no sit-ins.
You're insane. MLK had speeches about voting. He literally had a speech in 57 called "Give Us the Ballot." Don't cite the fucking Civil Rights Act as a reason for why you're too lazy to go fucking vote. That is an unbelievable thing to do. Don't do that.
You know what? I would much rather fucking get every single doctor to fight this because it's happened.
What are you gonna do when half the doctors are MAGA Republicans and they won't do it? They'll say like, "Oh, cool, let the other half sit out," and then fuck it. Then what do you do? Now you just have a bunch of, now there are no more doctors that are on the left, and it's all just Republicans.
You see, the difference between your thinking and my thinking is I'm trying to do action. You're waiting. You're sitting and waiting. Fucking,
you're not doing any. You have no action. You don't care. You don't care about voting. None of your action matters.
I want to do shit. You want to just, oh man, let's hope and pray that, you know.
I'm not. You're the one that wants to hope and play. I'm saying show up at the ballot box and vote. That's the only thing that matters.
Is that not hoping and praying? Is that not hoping and praying?
That's not. That's doing something. You're the one that hopes of a boy.
What are you doing?
You're voting. The most important fucking thing you can do.
Abba, tell me here. You know what? If Abba tells me I'm wrong right now, I'll shut up. Abba, am I wrong?
Yeah, you absolutely wrong, bro.
What the fuck? Okay. Why? Okay.
Hold on.
Abba, tell me why I'm wrong. Why am I wrong? Why am I wrong?
I agree with the sentiment and the idea and the feeling like voting doesn't matter and the system's kind of broken. I just think your arguments are just kind of off base. I do agree with some of the sentiment in regards to like there's different ways in which you can exert political pressure without just having to vote. I don't agree with Destiny. That's the only thing that matters. I really reject that notion. But I do agree with Destiny. That's probably the more powerful one in regards to actually making that kind of systemic change. So,
You're Abba. I mean, mere Destiny.
Yeah. I mean, I actually be honest. Just based off the arguments that were made, still not compelling me to vote.
Who do you think's winning right now?
Well, it's not a matter of winning. Who cares?
It is. It does matter, bro.
Everything's about winning.
We're in fucking war right now. Because apparently I'm really important. You know, I'm a dumbass. You know what? Chat. I'm a 21-year-old fucking buck stud out here. Like, how long you been debating Destiny?
Dude, I never said you're dumbass.
Wait. Hold on. Destiny, how long have you been debating?
How long have I been debating? What?
How long have you been debating?
Oh, I don't know. Probably 6 years, 7 years.
6 years. Chat, I am 21 years old.
Facts.
Beating Destiny with pure facts, analysis, and data.
Okay.
You cannot.
Hold on. You just trolling now.
No, bro. But like, bro, I feel like I'm making a point that Destiny just doesn't want to look at.
What is the point you're making that you're saying I'm not looking at?
Like, bro, I'm saying, I feel like we agree to an extent on certain things, you know. I find, you know what, since I guess, you know, I'm not gonna fucking I'm gonna grow a little backbone and say I lean a little left. You feel me?
Okay.
And I also lean a little right. But I feel like for the most part I lean a little left. You know, I believe in the we're all equal bullshit. You get it? Okay, I'm a pussy. I'm in the same boat as y'all. So listen, I believe in that stuff, but I'm being real in saying when you just wait around for shit and you're like, okay, we're gonna vote and we're gonna make this happen. Waiting around doesn't get shit done.
You don't have to only vote. You can do other forms of activism as well.
Bro, you're not doing other stuff though.
All
you're doing is just getting,
dude. You got it, dude. Stop.
To vote.
Dude. Stop.
That's all you're doing.
Hold on. That's not true. Okay, I've made huge investments into the fucking runoff elections in fucking Georgia, which is
elections. Voting is all the same.
That's
shit.
not the. But I also talk about and put out my values on my stream every single day. What the fuck do you want me to do? Is it only your form of activism that matters? Activism, not Activision.
Activision is base.
Fuck you.
I like seeing people boots on the ground getting shit done.
Okay, what are you doing? Boots on the ground.
True.
What am I doing?
Yeah. Don't say donate to a homeless person.
I'm not gonna cap. I'm not gonna cap. I mean, I do donate. I'm not gonna tell how much because that's none of y'all business.
Donating is boots on the ground to you.
In this sense, I don't do shit. I'm not gonna lie. I don't do anything. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I do not do anything. But I don't do anything because I am not investing that much time to research into stuff.
And that's fine. And listen, that's great. But don't be out here saying shit like I support women or some shit. You don't get a fuck. Or when you say wait, don't scream at me. Hold on. Just say
Jadion, you gotta let him finish.
Yeah, just let me finish. Yeah. I just want it so like when you talk about your community and shit, just be clear. Be like, I don't give a fuck what happens to my community. I got mine. Fuck them. Just be honest about it. I'd be like, okay, that's cool. I can respect that.
But that's not true though.
That is true. You don't give a fuck. But that's cool. That's fine.
Wait, tell me why I don't give a fuck. Can you please tell me why?
Because you haven't put any.
Wait, Abba. Okay, tell me.
Because you haven't put any effort whatsoever into figuring out like what the fuck is going on in your community or what needs to be voted for.
So you know what? According to Destiny, all I need to do to give a fuck is I could go vote tomorrow.
Or tell your audience
so
to vote. Have some values and put them out there.
You know what? I guess since I have more followers than you, me putting on my story, yo, go vote for Beto is more than you've ever done.
It could be. Yeah, true. It could be. That's Gideon. You're right. Gideon.
You out here doing 10-hour streams a day. All I need to do is post one story and then post one tweet.
Yes.
And
I don't disagree with you. That's why I'm so upset. If you were a random fucking dude saying, I don't vote, I don't care about it, whatever. But it's the fact that you do have, what, like 5x my fucking following or whatever? Or what?
Oh, bro, that's so stupid. You're saying for me to do a lot, all I need to do is post some bullshit?
Welcome to being a celebrity. That's
stupid.
That's your life. You are an e-celeb. Yes. That's why people pay you $30,000 to advertise a product for 4 minutes on a fucking YouTube video. Yes. Why do you think we get paid money to do it? That's why YouTube AdSense pays you out 6 figures a month. It's because people do shit that you tell them to do. You can't sit here and collect all the fucking money from your fame and have none of the fucking responsibility. If you don't want it, that's fine. But just be honest about it. Don't be out here pretending like you fucking care while you're collecting fucking money hand over foot for being famous, but you don't want to take any of the responsibility for being famous. That's bullshit. That's max cab.
That means Kim Kardashian and all of them have done way more than MLK because they post vote blue.
It's not doing more, but they have a lot of influence. Bro, what is one of the things Ye is complaining about is fucking Kardashian getting phone calls from the Clintons telling people to get vaccinated. Yeah, obviously she's politically active. I love you, sir.
I just don't feel like you see how like surface level that is.
What you're saying is the surface level. I don't want to vote because it's boring and it sucks, and I think other activism is more important and I don't do any. That's the surface, bro.
Okay, when the fuck did I ever say voting is boring? You see,
what you just said.
I never said that. I never said that. I've never even uttered the word boring.
Hey, you know what? In Gideon's defense, he didn't say it was boring. That was
okay. That is okay. My bad. I'm forgetting who I'm hearing sometimes.
You just
rip.
Oh, Sneeko tried to join.
I'm not Sneeko.
I don't know if he's in my Discord.
Bro, that's so surface level, bro. Oh, but it's not surface level as fuck.
If they're saying this stuff and people are actually going and engaging in this behavior, I don't think it's surface level. Like if you told your fans to go help build a school or to go, build a bunch of care packages. I don't know why I keep saying care packages. What is that?
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Not giving body armor and weapons to like homeless people, but like, let's say you're building care packages for like refugees or whatever. Wouldn't you say that's substantial or no?
No, yeah, that's benefiting everyone.
Okay, so then if they're getting their people to go out and make these votes happen or go out and get these vaccines, then you'd also have to acquiesce to the fact that that's also.
But you're telling me that putting your political ideology on your social media is worth more than Mr. Beast's entire YouTube channel.
No, I wouldn't say
No. I'm asking Destiny. If I put Mr. Beast has never said anything political. So if I post on my story something political right now saying go vote red or go vote blue or go vote fucking tangerine or whatever, I've done more than Mr. Beast's entire YouTube channel. Yes or no?
If he has never talked about politics or encouraged people to get politically active, then sure. But I don't know what he's done to tell people to get politically active.
So me posted on my story, go vote something, is doing more than what Mr. Beast has ever done.
For politics, if he doesn't tell people to do anything politically, yes.
I cannot agree with that.
It does make a difference because like in 2018, I looked it up, like it says vote.org says they saw nearly 65,000 Americans ages 18 to 29 registered to vote in the roughly 24 hours after singer-songwriter Taylor Swift posted on social media encouraging fans to do it. It can make a difference.
I feel like the Mr. Beast example is kind of weird too, because you can argue, and this is like kind of out there, but certain of his like charitable acts can also have like ripple effects that can somehow like go back to politics. So for example, if he primes his audience to donate to causes that he champions or believes in, and those causes have to do with, let's say, income inequality, for a random example, that might also prime his audience to just be more giving and also donate eventually to political campaigns. So I feel like that's like a really weird example, because you can argue that Mr. Beast's effects have ripple effects when it comes to politics. It's not completely based somewhere random.
So Gideon, do you think that he doesn't vote? Mr. Beast probably votes, honestly.
No. That's the thing. I don't care what Mr. Beast votes. Like that's the point I'm trying to make. It doesn't matter what he votes for, if he's fucking red or blue. It doesn't matter. He is doing a great thing for the human race. He is helping people.
No one's saying he's not doing a great thing for the human race. You can help people. That's fine. But what
I'm saying is people like Destiny are putting, oh, but if you vote though, oh man, you're a level above Mr. Beast. That's why I'm gonna
I never said any shit like that.
You literally just said if I posted on my story.
I said he would be more politically effective. Yeah, it doesn't mean you're
no. That's cap. Destiny. You said if you don't vote, you don't fucking care.
If you Wait, hold on. Yes, that's not saying the same thing as you're a better person if you post something in your story than Mr. Beast.
Well, I think people that care.
What do you mean? That's a totally different thing. If you don't vote for an issue that's important in your area, it's hard to say that you care about it. But just because you vote or don't vote doesn't mean you're better or worse than another person. There are a lot of things that make you a good or a bad person. Not caring about voting doesn't make you the worst person in the world.
No, but you were using it in the context of like, if you want to get involved and get involved in these kinds of things, pretty much voting is the only way that you can show that you care or that you want to get involved.
I didn't say that, but I'll reiterate now. I literally said there are tons of ways to do activism, but at the end of the day, the whole point of activism is to get people to vote.
Okay.
Activism without the voting is nothing. It's a virtue signal.
Okay, I'm not mad at that take.
Okay, I love you. I love you too, Gideon.
You can yell at me anytime, bro. You can call me a dumb bitch too on stream because I got a bigger channel than you.
True.
I'll call you a dumb bitch. Feel better.
Well,
I don't want to be an Abba Preach React video, okay?
I need you to drop an hour-long exposed video on Destiny for me.
Don't do it. You gotta do an expose on Gideon.
You dropped 5 videos on Sneeko. I think it's time for Destiny.
Oh, you drank the Sneeko Kool-Aid.
He did. They're talking back. Sneeko's trying to call me. I told him to join the Discord, but he won't.
All you young niggas just get together.
Bro, you and Preach are the hood version of us, bro. Like you guys represent. You guys are the hood.
Don't do that.
You and Playback, we need you.
Nah. You know what I'm gonna say though?
I can't represent the hood, bro. I'm not smart enough. I fuck with people. I'm not like, bro. You know what's the craziest thing? Everybody in this fucking chat is over here taking me seriously and shit, bro. I'm a 21-year-old guy that fucking goes around just having fun around the world, man. Like I'm the last person to take seriously. I just like doing this stuff because I like.
Hold on. Stop. I gotta push back there. Gideon, because you're young, you actually influence a tremendous amount of young folks all around the world. Now, you may not choose to, but the same way you big up Mr. Beast for the kind of influence that he has, you can have a similar, albeit on a smaller scale, influence with your audience. If you think that Mr. Beast is a force for good, then you can't just discount yourself as a 21-year-old who doesn't know. Like, you have the opportunity. Now, whether you take it or not doesn't make you a good or a bad person. I'm just saying, don't use your age as a way to, like, man, yes, you're young and that gives you a bit of leeway, but you're also a grown man who has a tremendous amount of power. Now, maybe you don't utilize it. Maybe you don't get involved in politics that heavily, but I don't lower yourself in that regards.
But it's like, bro, how can I get into politics so heavily? And it's just like, I haven't even experienced so much of life yet. You know what I mean?
Fair.
But like, I need some more XP. Like, I'm on fucking rookie mode right now. And
Why?
You guys want me to be on veteran. You know?
Why are you like gatekeeping yourself? Like even just a few minutes ago, you were like, "I'm not smart. Like I don't even know why."
He's not gatekeeping. It's cap. That's what he's doing. It's cap right now.
Like,
I'm not capping.
It is capping. It's maximum cap.
Bro, I know my limits. I'm not. Now, if we were fucking talking about the NBA, like I know I'll dunk all over your ass. Like there's no way you're holding me in that. But I know my limits in certain categories, and I feel like that's a good thing to know. A lot of people. They like to pretend that they know everything about everything, and
literally no one is talking about that. No one. I don't know who you're talking to when you say that.
I'm not saying you guys in particular.
You're just saying you're just rambling.
There's people out there.
No, he's not. I know what he's talking about. He's not wrong. Keep going, Sneeko. Keep going.
I just don't want to be that guy that just because I have a fucking audience, I think I could talk about any subject and I'm automatically right because I have a big audience.
I'll get your screen recorder out for your next documentary about me.
Hey, that boy Sneeko.
You became so irrelevant after your deplatforming, I barely remembered you existed.
Damn.
You made 3 videos in the past 2 weeks about me?
In the past 2 weeks? Yeah, that was before you got deplatformed. Now that you're gone, there's no reason to. Because I'm a clout chaser, right? I do it for the views.
Jesus.
And talking about you is gonna get me none. So
Sneeko, this is the first time
on Rumble, brother.
This is the first time we could team up, Sneeko, okay?
What's this argument about?
Bro, fucking Destiny's trying to bully me. Destiny, and I'm not gonna forget about fucking you. I'm really important. I'll never forget about that shit. You fucking
What
tried
did
to
I
little bro
do?
me.
Don't forget
No,
him.
no, 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 no.
He
no.
did
You
try to
tried
little bro
me.
you. I heard
You
it.
little bro the fuck out of me.
He did.
No, that was unacceptable.
Listen, if I want to little bro you, I'll little bro you. I did not, man.
Fuck
Trust
no.
me.
You little
I'm
broed
trying to
him.
get to know you, man.
You little broed him, dude.
I'm trying to get to know you.
I felt the disrespect.
Destiny just fucking around. Come
Don't
on,
make me
man.
turn my
Throw me to the
webcam
wolves
off.
right
I'll
now.
fucking get on
It's
all your
good.
asses.
Oh, listen about them midterms. So,
Hold on, we've got a.
you want me little bro people? No, listen. I would love to. Man, I'm not gonna fight with you, bro. You're right. You're a young
You
guy.
see, you
When I was your
little
age.
bro with me again. Don't do that shit, bro. Fight me. No, fight me, bro.
What is this
Why?
argument about? What happened?
Judeon was sharing the view that voting doesn't matter.
Did you vote, Sneeko?
Sorry. I'm so sorry. That I didn't mean that.
I don't know.
Why are y'all Why are y'all laughing?
I don't know. Ask Abba. He laughed, and then I laughed. It sounded like I laughed first because it was because of the latency. It was actually.
Nah.
The only people here that been
No,
respectful is
it's-
ladies. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Shout out Pixie and shout out Straight. You guys are awesome. I want to see Wixie in the chat and Wait in the chat.
Bro, you and I are gonna be best friends. Watch.
No, fuck you.
Whoa.
Wait, I just want to
up?
say something quickly, Judeon. When you were talking about like how you need more experience and stuff to be able to feel like you can form better opinions, all I want to say is that you can also just look at the effects, right? And I know that takes like a lot of work, like a lot of reading, studies, etc. But it's possible to not have all the experience in the world and still figure out if something is like right or wrong or should or shouldn't happen based on reading what happens to a shit ton of other people. So I just want to throw that out, like keep that in mind in case you want to use that in the future.
That kind of sounds like a little bro to me.
Well, I don't know. Like I don't mean to little bro, but I was in a very similar situation 2 years ago when I started streaming. I liked politics. I was really into it, but I get it. Like when you're young online, like it's intimidating. Everyone's like screaming at you all the time. Like fuck.
Apparently, just because I'm in a certain tax bracket, I can't say shit. I just gotta shut the fuck up.
Based.
And listen to what.
But that's not the argument. That's not the argument.
That's what it is. That's what he just said it was.
Destiny, that is what the.
That is the. Yeah, he said it.
I don't give a fuck.
True.
I have to shut the fuck up. I don't
Based.
care about women's rights.
True.
I don't care about my nieces or my sister or anybody. I just don't give a fuck.
Judeon, I think the point that they're making is that because you have a bit of financial insulation, you can afford not to care nearly as much as people who are going to be directly impacted by the new laws they enacted. For example, if they say you can no longer get an abortion, as a rich person, you can just fuck off to a different country and get it done. A lot of poor people don't have that option. And if you can't go cross state because it's federally banned, then it's a different implication. So what they're saying is rich people are often insulated from a lot of laws that are put into place. And that's why they're saying you have a privilege in that regard.
Bro, I'm not even rich.
Sorry.
Come on, bro. Judeon, you'll go back and forth between trolling and
I don't do anything. I just wear my Crocs and I just pay my employees and I just chill. Like I don't do anything. I'm just chilling, man.
Destiny pulled up your fucking numbers.
Yeah, I wanted to see how not rich he was. I was curious.
Bro,
Yeah,
motherfuckers out here making millions.
You said that you were just gonna stick to your videos, bro. Why are you back in the Destiny panel, Judeon?
What happened?
Yeah, wait, are you trying to keep him away from me? What the fuck?
No, Sneeko. I want to stay away from you. It's your people.
What's happening?
Like your people are the fucking cancer pit, Like,
You're on your side. Everyone's been here defending you. They're saying
Destiny people, they'll call me LaDion in the chat, but they'll be cool afterwards, I can join back tomorrow and they'll be like, yo, what's up with Dion? Your people, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with your people, bro. They're lost.
What's wrong with them? What are they saying?
No. You got the Nick Fuentes people.
Oh, Jesus.
I thought you was Walmart Andrew Tate.
Judeon, you don't like white people calling you nigga?
Huh?
Good one, Pixie.
Wait, what'd you say?
You don't like white people calling you nigga?
I mean, it doesn't happen that often.
Damn, you need
so
to.
What's the problem? What's wrong with what they're saying? What's worse than LaDion? What are the Nick Fuentes people saying to you?
Bro, okay, never mind. You know what? You got to sneak up.
I'm asking you a question. I don't have anything.
Bro, bro, you got it.
All right. Well, I thought you weren't going to keep doing these debates anymore. I thought you said this wasn't your thing.
No. I'm not debating. I'm not debating with you anymore.
Just with blue pill people,
bro.
Biden, Harris,
you're on that. You're on that bullshit, bro. Yo, what's the one?
What's the bullshit, Jadion?
Bro, you know what? At least they like. You're the most surface level nigga of them all.
Jesus, what are we doing?
Okay, how? What does this have to do with what you're talking about?
Bro, just stop, bro. Like, just stop.
What surface level? Answer a question. Don't say you got it and then make a statement like I'm surface level and I'm worse than the blue pill people in here. Bro, what? Say something.
Abba, finish my leftovers.
I'm not doing nothing, bro. I got nothing to say. God rest the dead. You know what I'm saying? No beef for me.
Yeah, and you realize how surface level that was to make those claims and not have anything. Say you got it and then call me surface level.
Bro, because I don't want to get into it because I could bring out a fact and then you're gonna bring out some fucking like you never.
I'm surface level.
Okay, yeah. You know what? I'm surface level. My bad. I apologize. I'm a bot. I'm in the Matrix.
Hold up. Just to mediate, because I think you guys are actual friends. I think he wants to avoid having a conversation in public, so maybe this time y'all should keep him private.
All right.
There you go.
I just say fuck everyone who.
As much as it would be entertaining for the audience, I just think that might be better. But Aaron, actually, I'm going to pose a question to you and then to everyone else on the panel. Since we've all been talking about how the fact that a lot of people don't vote and they don't care to vote, and everyone's been talking about rhetorically why people should vote, I'm thinking systemically how we can create incentives for people to vote. And so I wrote down maybe 3 ideas. Maybe they're shit, maybe they're great, but I'm just going to run them by you. What if we just paid people to vote a small amount? How is that unethical? Or is that bad? And would that not be a good system to encourage everyone to voice their opinion and be incentivized to?
They've actually thought of a similar proposal. I think it has to do with like voting vouchers or something like that. And it's not that you get paid to vote, but you get a certain like a dividend that you can put towards a candidate so that everybody's encouraged to contribute financially to a candidate of your choice. So like if they give you like, I don't know how much, it would be like a small amount or whatever. But if I get like a dividend of like $50, then I can put that towards my candidate. And now that's not really at an expense to me, like on my wallet or whatever. Like that's already just taken out through my taxes, and I can put that towards a candidate plus vote. So I got a financial backing, and I'm voting. You know, I think that's a little bit a better area than just like paying people off. You know, I feel like it's kind of like bribery. But yeah, that's something that they've thought of. Yeah.
Wait, but why is it bribery? Why is that necessarily a bad thing to pay people to engage in their civic duty? Why is that bad? Can anyone make that?
Well, because I would hope that people are voting, not just.
But they don't. But they don't. We already know they don't. So
no, well, they don't. But in your paradigm, where like, or in your hypothetical, where like people get paid to vote or whatever, unless are you saying like everybody would get paid like the same amount to vote?
Exactly. So generally, the people who vote the least are at least incentivized are generally either the poor people or the younger folks. But I think if you just put down $100, it's not a lot, but it's just $100 for people to go spend 30 minutes of their time. I think a lot of people would go do it, and I don't think it would be the biggest strain on our economy if it's only something that happens every 4 years.
Then one political party would, instead of putting $100 down, they'll put $200 down.
No. It's mandated federally, irrespective of whatever party is. So I'm saying they just flat board $100. You come to vote, you get cash. No question.
Whatever gets more people to vote, I'm open to it. I gotta say though, like a way I got someone to vote for Joe Biden was because they were telling me like I don't like Joe Biden, and I was like, who cares if you don't like Joe Biden? Like he's not gonna call you, okay? You should vote for him because we could get another stimulus check. That was kind of like, dude, you could get paid. Like you should vote for Biden because you can get the stimulus check. But that was like one election and stuff like that. But I mean, it encouraged them to go vote. So it might work, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you vote?
Me?
No, Sneeko.
No, I didn't vote.
Fuck everyone who laughed at you, Sneeko, when they were like, did Sneeko vote? I think Destiny laughed. Abba, I think you laughed. Like, as if this is not just as much Sneeko's country as it is yours. He should be fucking voting.
I think I laughed just because like it's a whole Matrix thing, and he doesn't like the Matrix, so that's why I laughed.
What's the funny part about that?
The funny part is the person asked you the question like you would vote. If you would have said you voted, that would have been the most shocking thing, even more shocking than the deplatforming. So that's why I rather laughed.
I'll vote for the president maybe, but in Florida it's pretty much already decided.
Word. Actually,
doesn't
it's
make
pretty
that much
close.
of a difference.
pretty close in Florida. Your vote would be pretty important.
What's the count right now?
No votes have been counted yet, but Joe Biden lost by less than 3% in 2020, so it's pretty close.
Destiny and I'm really important. What do you guys think about the whole $100 idea? What's bad about paying people to vote?
I've heard about incentives for voting before. The only thing I'm not sure, I've gone back and forth. I'm like 51-49 in favor or against like mandatory voting. The only question that people pose to me is, and I think like in Australia they do this where they pay people to vote or they fine people if you don't vote, is do you want people voting that have no interest or engagement with the system at all? I don't know the answer to that. Like, let's say that it was the case that 20% of the people showed up to vote, but you pay the other 80% to show up to vote. Do you want them voting? If they don't like get any more informed at all or anything, I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to that.
I could qualify this another way. Do you think uninformed people? Do we want uninformed people to be voting? And
yeah,
there's already a lot of uninformed people who are voting, and so whether they vote because they're incentivized or whether they're uninformed, we have a lot of people who probably shouldn't be voting right now. So I would encourage them all to vote if we already allow a group of them.
Are you Canadian? Why are you guys trying to get more people to vote when like didn't last year that was like the most people that ever voted in American history?
Yeah, but it's still what, like 65-70%?
67, yep.
Do you guys think women should be able to vote?
No, absolutely not.
I think we all think women should be able to vote, yes.
Wait, you could still, there's still 2 more days to vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really important. What was your answer to the question?
I think it's good. I mean, I don't mind paying people to vote because I think a lot of people would actually invest in it and be like, all right, if I'm going to vote, I'm going to look into this and see what's up and probably learn. And interacting with the government and touch points, like I think that's good. It leads to better things. There's going to be a small percentage that just fuck around and fill in all the dots and move on. But I actually think a lot of people would get more engaged if they were forced to interact with the government like that in a positive way.
Yo, why does everybody hate? How do you say your name? Love?
Because every time she joins the conversation, it ends up being about her at some point. Even when we were talking about, black feminists and their hatred for black men, somehow Lav became the center of the conversation. So it's just like it's her natural ability to take up all this space and make everything about her. As a 5'1" white woman, she's impeccable at it. So I
all right, chat. So the stream is basically
It's really
over
me who makes it about me, though.
Be sure to like the stream right now. The stream is basically over. So like the stream. Bam, W stream in the chat. We had a good 8 hours, chat. It was
appreciate you, man. Y'all have a good one, man. Cheers. Enjoy Laugh.
Jesus Christ. What a...
I actually left.
Oh, wait. Oh, Abba left. Wait, I thought you were leaving. Wait, Abba, why the fuck did you leave me here? Come back.
Bro, it's a W stream, man.
Oh, no.
You're still mean to Lav, and she hasn't said anything. Every time I've been on, Lav has been content.
Yo, Lav versus Nico. Go.
We did that already. We had 2 hours of that.
Who won? Bro, do you guys get tired of like debating? Like people
I
watch.
don't think we debated. We had a conversation.
Like Destiny. Do you get
Professional raw dogger?
Bro.
That's a good shirt.
Destiny, like, do you ever get like tired of just like, going against people that like are like? You ever have like positive streams where it's just like all happy and it's like, oh yeah, nothing negative? Or...
Yeah, I'm just trying to play Factorio, man. But then you come in here telling me shit like you don't care about voting. Of course you're gonna trigger the fuck out of me.
Wait, hold on. You cannot say because I was quiet. I just wanted to hear better, so that's why I joined.
Oh, well, no, it came up. Obviously, it's an issue that I'm very passionate about.
Bro, do you like me, Destiny?
Yeah, I think you're a cool guy.
I don't know.
I like a lot of people though. I like a lot of I like Lav. I like Sneeko. I like Abba. Yeah, I like a lot of controversial figures. I like the other 3 people: Pixie, Straighterade, and I'm really important in this call too. Yeah, I like everybody.
You watch my videos?
Sometimes. Yeah, we watched that one where you did you went to the LARPy. What was it? I don't even know what they were role playing out there, but yeah, we saw that. Yeah.
You liked it?
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
okay, you're getting my book. I like you too, Destiny.
Thanks a lot, man.
What about me?
You know what, man? Are you gonna stop little bro me?
I never did.
Oh no.
You know what? I'm down to bury the hatchet if you are.
Based. I'm down. We'll hug it out, all right?
All right, here, let's virtual dap up.
Yeah, everyone getting dap ups and everyone's being nice. You're asking if they like you. Jadeon came in here calling me surface level, saying you got it.
There we go.
True.
And I came in here to defend you. I thought you were getting in an argument. I'm like, what's happening to my boy Jadeon? And you came in here insulting me, and now you dapping up everybody else.
Bro, Sneeko, man, you know you my boy. You know I like you. I lived at your house for like a week.
In 2 days.
level then.
I really don't know anything about Sneeko except that he's apparently like really sexist. Like that's the only thing I've ever heard about Sneeko. Like
Based and probably true, but nice.
You know
show.
what? One thing I can say is when I was living with him and his girlfriend, Sneeko is very respectful to his girlfriend. You know, he's very. You know what? I might fuck up his business, but I would say beta male-ish. Like, you know, he really helps her out. He looks after her. He's a great guy with his
Alpha.
girlfriend.
What the
Other
fuck do you think
girls-
of, what is a beta male to you, Gideon? Being nice to a woman?
He said beta male-ish. To be fair.
I don't know.
That sounds alpha. Being respectful to your woman feels very alpha.
Like I would say he acts like a simp behind cameras, man. Like, you know, he's a good boyfriend.
That's
He's
not a
very good
simp.
boyfriend.
That's what you're supposed to do.
You know, he asked, like, I see him multiple times. He was like, "Do you feel comfortable? You okay?"
That's simping to you?
Bro, he's a great guy. I think
Asking if you feel comfortable is simping?
it's online, and it's okay. And you know, he's a great
All
dude.
right. What have you heard, Pixie? Is that your name? Pixie?
Hi,
What,
can you hear me?
what makes you think I'm sexist?
Well, I don't know. That's why I was asking. Because, like, every single time I see a thread, it's like, Sneeko's so sexist. And I don't really consume that much online content. So that's kind of why I was asking. Because I want to learn what that is about.
Well, basically, like, the only existence I have on mainstream platforms now is hit piece videos. Like, Abba, he left the call, but he's made, like, 3 in the past 2 weeks.
He's
and
obsessed.
Then we'll backtrack and say, I'm irrelevant. He's made a lot of videos, and, like, we'll overanalyze. And everything that they put is just negative clips. And I was talking about that with Lav. All the documentaries are just trying to make me look as bad as possible and not listen to the good things I'm saying. And Gideon's in here saying that I'm a simp.
Weird.
After saying you were surface level too, Gideon, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't understand.
I think we
Destiny,
found the new biggest ABBA fan. I think it's Gideon.
I don't understand. Destiny, do you think
I
that
think
you and
it's
Abba...
popular to shit on Sneeko right now. I think that's what
Yeah,
it is.
it's very fun.
Oh, for sure, the views, yes.
Destiny, do you think you and Abba try to find a moral high ground and you look down at you're passive aggressive about it?
I don't know if ABBA does, but I do, of course. Yeah. What do you mean? Of course.
Okay. Why are you so quick to admit that for yourself, but not Abba?
Moral high ground sounds bad. I don't know if people would like to view themselves that way, but like I feel like I have important beliefs and positions that I want to advocate for on a platform. So of course I'm going to fight for those beliefs. I'm going to fight against other people for them. Yeah. Do you not feel the same?
I wouldn't say moral high ground, but it's
Well,
little
hold
things
on.
like,
I don't care what you'd say. What do you mean when you say moral high ground?
I'm trying to say, like, as soon as I got on the call and immediately I get in, like, you and Abba will do things like laugh when nothing funny was said, or like make like a
Well, hold
like
on. We laughed because somebody asked
you'll
if you
make a little
voted,
face.
and the most obvious thing in the world is you're saying I don't vote because obviously you think voting doesn't matter because it goes along with the whole Matrix
No, I'm
thing.
gonna vote. I'm gonna vote tomorrow.
Oh, well, in that
I'm gonna
case,
go
you
vote
know what?
tomorrow.
I'm eating
Well, I just
shit.
moved
Good
to
job.
Florida. I just
All
moved
right.
to Florida, so I have to register and everything here. I'm gonna vote tomorrow.
Okay, well, that's
you
good.
might not be
Okay.
able to vote. It might be too late because you have to register 29 days in advance. So you
There's
might...
that voter suppression. Damn.
Yeah, and I just moved here. But it's the little things that I noticed between the two of you. You guys are very similar in that way. Like, you'll make like a like a suggestive face. If it's like as soon as Lav came in, it's like you could hear a lot of what you think, and it's very. Do you see what I'm talking about? Like you'll make like little gestures and stuff like that. Like, oh yeah, Lav's here.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
They
yeah.
need a villain. They need a villain.
Well, no, she is a villain, so of course we're gonna make jokes and shit. Yeah,
I'm
of
a
course.
villain?
Yes, of course.
What have I done that's villainous?
You constantly flip-flop between positions. You constantly make this appeal to being empathetic when you're one of the least empathetic people in here, and you find a way to make all of the
How?
conversation revolve
Okay,
around
whatever.
topics related to you. Of
Whatever.
course you're a villain. What do you mean?
It's happening right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's like you like trapped me in that.
Okay. Well, you
whatever.
asked a question. Damn. Okay. Sorry. Well,
I'm doing it right now. Pixie, shut the fuck up.
True. Pixie,
I'm
more
saying
like
that-
pix me.
Nice.
It's okay, Lab. I've been the villain in DGG before. I've gone through there.
Of course you have.
I have. You can search up my name and you'll see a bunch of threads
I
that are
won't
like,
do that.
Pixie, dumbass, so we hate her. Like, why the fuck does she ever talk? I
Pixie,
hate her
your
voice."
bubbliness is at like an 8, and Lava's like a 2 bubbly person, so you need to turn it way down, okay? We're gonna big mismatch of energy here.
No, I'll be lovely.
We need you to be way more booty, okay? Go break out the eyeliner.
DGG hates me sometimes, and it just is so unfair.
Can you like drop your voice like an
feel?
octave?
How do you all feel about DGG?
I love it. What a great community of people.
You think so?
Yep.
What would you say the demographic is? Like, if you could explain like the average person, what does
Destiny, she was calling your audience a bunch of liberal incels.
Well, of course, she's like stuck in like the hardcore like feminist excuse mindset where every single thing bad that happens to her is because she's a woman because she doesn't want to take any responsibility for her actions.
Like what?
What's wrong with being
like
liberal,
being
though?
constantly?
Dude, this is so. Steven.
Hold on, you just asked me a question. Do you want me to answer? Or do you want a grandstand?
Actually,
if you want a grandstand, go ahead, grandstand. Okay, go ahead.
I'll go ahead and do
that. Okay, go ahead.
It's funny because
yes,
like
queen.
When I'm not here, you'll like steel man all of my points, and like everything I said, you will literally repeat verbatim almost. And then when I'm in front of you, you have to like dunk on me for your fans to watch. It's embarrassing.
Can I please speak? Can I speak, queen?
Am
I allowed to speak, queen?
Very funny.
Can I speak?
I'm the sexist one of the two of us.
Like I left. I literally today I like was watching your stream with that guy who came on, and you were like steel manning all of Anna's points. Everything I was saying, you were literally repeating, but I'm the bad guy for saying it.
I steelman other people's points when they're not around because one, I don't like to beat up on the weakest versions of arguments, and two, I don't like people being bullied when they're not here. I will attack Sneeko for what he believes or anybody else or you, but when you're not here and other people are shitting on you, I don't like that to happen. I don't do that. So if somebody were to come in later and they would say like, I think that Sneeko is like a piece of shit.
So you're flip-floppy. So you're doing that and then you come in front of me and it's completely fucking different. That's flip-floppy.
I think that's women respecting. No, stop. I want her to think. I'm muting everyone in this call. Stop. Hold on. Think about that a little bit more. When you say it's flip-floppy, think through what I just said. Let it just stay in your mind for a moment.
Yeah.
When you're here and you say something that I disagree with, I'm going to fight you on it because I disagree with you. But when somebody else is here and you're not here and they start shitting on the worst versions of your arguments, I'm going to say, well, hold on, she probably thinks this or that or that. Doesn't necessarily mean I agree with you. Just means that I'm representing your argument to the best light, so it's not just a pile-on, shit-on lab session because she's not here. I'll do that for anybody. That's not flip-flopping.
Okay.
Cool.
It is when it's from one extreme to another, though, because then you call me the villain now.
Calling you the villain has nothing to do with flip-flopping or non-flip-flopping. Didn't you literally tweet that you were the villain? Didn't you literally tweet, the more they hate me, the more I'm going to join? If that's not the definition of a villain, is it what, like...
That's not what I said. I said I'm going to keep going on Steven's streams. You can't stop me.
Is it... Somebody find the tweet. She said, as long as y'all hate me, I'll keep coming on Destiny streams. Notice how you just did it right. Notice how you laughed. Notice how you just did it right now, where I said what you said and I was pretty correct, and then you lied and said something different, and then I just pulled out what you actually said. Yeah, you said, oh no, I think I just said I'm gonna keep going. That's not what you said. You said, as long as y'all hate me, and now we're gonna move past it like you didn't just do that. But if I didn't have the tweet on hand, I would look like the dumb fuck, right? And now we're gonna pivot again. But go ahead. But I just, hold on. I just wanted everybody to see what just happened. That was like, what we just saw was a lavism right there. We just saw lavism in real time.
You're unlocking my toxicity.
Yep. I'm trying pivot to a joke, make a joke, make a meme, make a boo-hoo, I'm a woman, boom, 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 and then go to the next point. Go ahead. We're here. I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
What the fuck is your deal?
I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Go. Tell us what you want to say.
Oh, God. Steven. What is going on?
Lav, were you banned from the Discord?
Yeah, I was.
What happened?
I told someone to die in a war, and then they got mad and were like, mods, and I was like, oh, you're gonna call the mods on me, and apparently you can't snitch shame, so I got banned.
Oh, not for the death threat, but for the snitching?
It wasn't a death threat. He said every time you come on, I like am able to like get work done or something, and I was like, well, maybe you should get a job. And then he was like, he said to, it was a nothing thing. I shouldn't have gotten banned. But
gotcha. Are you gonna email Destiny asking him to unban you?
She is literally in the Discord server right now, so she's obviously unbanned.
Right, nice.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Jadian's just got my energy amped the fuck up. Okay, I'm just another. Let me bring it down.
What did I do?
You triggered the fuck out of me. That's what you did.
How did I trigger you?
The voting conversation got me all riled up.
Bro, I thought you guys were all about my body, my choice. If I don't want to,
I want you guys.
My body, my choice is a ballot option, my friend.
I want you guys to notice how easy it was to shit on Sneeko to make yourself feel better, and how like literally you could tell that it like hurt his feelings, and nobody cared.
Okay, I'm gonna use the S word. That was the hardest simp I've ever seen in my entire life.
Are
you serious right now?
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I think
Wait, obviously you don't. That's part of simping. No shit.
I think especially Gideon, you literally, this is literally what you did. You literally was like, yeah, he's a respectful person, and I stayed with him for a couple days, and then because it's popular to shit on him, you shit on him? That's
Hold on, you're talking about intra-friend
weird.
group dynamics that you are utterly clueless on. I don't know if you know any of the history.
But now publicly, he's like denigrating Sneeko in front of everyone, calling him surface level. What the fuck?
Sneeko does that to everybody.
I don't give a fuck if Sneeko does
Then
it.
you obviously give.
Practice.
Okay, if you don't give a fuck if Sneeko does it, then you're not allowed to give a fuck when anybody else does
I
it.
didn't see Sneeko do it. If I saw,
Then maybe you shouldn't comment on it. If you don't see anything, then maybe you shouldn't say anything. If you're utterly clueless, it's okay sometimes to just not talk.
Holy fuck. Holy fuck.
Hey Darius, if you want to say something to Lav, now's your chance.
Darius, you're about to get banned if you want another scream spree. I got my thing over the button. Ban right here.
I always notice just Darius sneaks into these chats as soon as Lav joins.
Yeah, and then he starts screaming.
Yeah, and then it makes me sympathetic to Lav, and then I hate him for it because I hate her.
For Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
Hate's a strong word, Abba.
Oh no, it's a very valid word. You know,
No, it's
there's just something about this particular individual.
There's 10,000 people in here, and only 2,000 likes, man. What the fuck are y'all doing, man?
We don't do likes here.
5,000 likes.
You're posturing like a motherfucker. I don't.
5,000 likes right now, chat.
Why are you saying posturing? Like we don't actually feel these things.
I don't think Abba actually fucking hates me. I refuse to believe he hates me.
Do you believe that you? Hold. I'm curious. No. Like maybe it's cognitive, or maybe you're just disillusioned, or maybe you're so addicted to attention and randos. I'm actually curious. No, I'm actually curious. Do you think do you not think you're hateable? The way that you conduct yourself online?
I think that you can dislike me.
That's all I need to know.
No. Hold on. You not think you're hateable?
Wait, no. What the fuck have I done that's hateable, Abba? Get fucking real. What have I done that's hateable?
You want to know?
Destiny, can you play that piano a little bit louder?
I can tell
The
you.
conversation became about the lava guy.
Like to vote. Hit that like button, man. All my people out there. Everybody that doesn't hit the like button, you didn't vote and you don't care about our society. So hit that like button right now.
Okay, so I called you an attention whore who essentially makes every conversation about herself, even when it's probably inappropriate to.
You come in.
No, hold on.
Let
me finish. I don't care if you join the conversation. That's fine. What ends up happening is there's a conversation about a specific topic, and then it ends up being centered around your experience and you afterwards. That's the difference. There's plenty of people who join on a regular basis that I'm not bothered by. However, when it's you, everything becomes about you and your experience. And I'm an empath, and I feel people's feelings. Yo, listen, empathy is so overrated. Nobody cares. Every discussion that occurs turns out to be about you and your life and the way that you feel. I don't care. I don't care about your feelings. So when I say you're hateable, it's because of your self-centeredness. Go ahead.
Okay, here's the thing though. Like, I will join calls to like have a conversation with Steven, and he tells me every time, come on, like it's fun. Obviously the views go up. People like to fucking hear me speak. They like our banter, they like our dynamic, right? I come on, and then people like fucking Cherry will come on and make it a whole nother fucking loop conversation about sex work or something else. Oftentimes it is not me who's bringing up my own fucking life. It's someone saying something, someone seeing that I'm in the call, wanting to dunk on me, and then me having to fucking defend myself. That's usually what it fucking comes into. Yesterday, when the whole conversation happened about, you know, like black women, Anna, I came in when I heard Aaron and Steven talking, whole different conversation, and then Anna came into the call to talk about, and then it started something else, right? And then Anna was immediately getting dogpiled, so I stayed because I have the same feminist viewpoint that she does, so I thought maybe I could add something here, I could make myself useful. Also, I don't want to see like a bunch of people try to like embarrass a black woman live on stream, especially if she's like, you know, a feminist who's like really strong in her ideas. I'm gonna be here to support her, whatever. And then you see the subreddit and everyone only talking about me in the fucking 3 sentences that I fucking said in that whole fucking call. It's like, I'm not making everything about me. People are actively making it about me.
Right. Everyone's just obsessed with you.
You came in here and you were like, you said that I was hateable, and then I asked you a question, and now we're here now.
Go ahead. I'm really important.
So we were talking about voting. So why did you come in here in our conversation about voting? What did you want to contribute?
True.
Sneeko was in here, and I saw that Gideon was bullying Sneeko.
Okay, so
What were you gonna do to help him? Tell me. I'm curious.
What do you mean? Why did
What
all
were
of
you
you
gonna
guys
say?
join? Are you
What
guys
were you
trying
going
to
to?
make
I'm
me feel bad
curious.
for
What
wanting
were
to
you
hang
gonna
out?
say to help
Space
him?
when all of you
I'm
guys do
very
something
curious.
Stop.
What were you going to
Nuts.
say to
Who's
help
this
him?
other guy now? What
He's
the
just
fuck?
he follows live into every VC in the
What
other.
is this is your
Yes.
schizo family,
Don't-
Destiny. This is
Just
crazy.
Just tell me what you were going to say to help him, please.
I feel like I had a really long conversation with Sneeko a couple days ago,
okay.
and I feel like I really understood him.
Oh, here we go. The empathy. Here we go. Empathy time.
So you were gonna give your empath perception of
I don't
him
give a fuck if
in
you
order
don't-
to
if you
help
don't think that's
Gideon
valid.
with his own grievances.
Did you vote? Did either of you two talking right now vote? That's what I want to know.
There you
Lav,
go. Get back to it. Thank you.
Did you vote?
I early voted.
I'm in Los Angeles, and my vote doesn't even fucking count.
There's some
You
competitive races
pissed.
in Los Angeles. We might lose the House because of people not voting in Los Angeles.
You think that's true?
Yes.
Everybody in the stream that didn't fucking like the stream, you didn't vote either, so you don't care. So like the fucking
True.
stream, you pussies.
I vote pretty independent.
Yo, I got something to
I don't
say.
think that people would like my vote.
All right.
shit.
Low tier God. What you want to talk about? Voting? Or you want to talk about something else?
Shit.
I'm gonna agree with Gideon. I don't vote.
You don't vote.
Why?
There you go. That's what
Why?
I'm talking about.
Why do you not vote?
I was watching. I just feel like it serves no purpose as far as the presidential candidate shit goes.
There you go.
Really?
Based.
How
I
come?
feel
don't think
like
Biden
we
put
can agree
20K
that
in?
there's.
Base
What's
in the
up?
chat.
Wait, so you think that when it does count for presidential, or that's only when it counts, or you think it doesn't even count for presidents?
The reason why I don't agree with it is because, like, Obama's second term, like, nothing happened for blacks. So, yeah, after that, I was like, you know what? I'm cool off voting. I feel like we were kind of swindled into voting
Wait,
for
so
a black
can you
president, and we got
honestly
nothing out of it. Not saying we deserve like reparations or anything like that, but I feel like we got nothing.
Can you
If anything, it was
honestly
like rap songs and shit made, but yeah, blacks got nothing.
But can you honestly say, like, the past couple of years, like what's happened so far would be the same if Trump was in office instead? Do you think things would be
Of
like the
Obama?
same? No, like like the most recent election. Let's say Trump won again.
Wait, hold on, real
Do you
quick.
think
I have to
things-
step away because I have a 10:30 business call that I got to do real quick. I just want to say real quick, the reason why Obama didn't do anything for a second term was because people voted. It's because Republicans voted and he lost the House and the Senate. Just as a heads up on that, but I'll be right back.
All right, so I mean, but was anything ever promised like for blacks? I mean, not saying that I wouldn't need anything because I'm not that type of person where I'm looking for free shit. But nothing was done when Obama was in office for blacks. But I think everything was done for LGBTQ, the Latino community.
Asian.
So after that,
Don't forget the
I was
Asians.
just like, fuck it. Oh, the Asian
people
community
within
as well.
the-
Yeah, the Asians, man.
That's what
Everybody
I'm
got a
saying.
little
Nothing
piece
was
of that
done.
bread.
Nothing was done. And the thing is, I think since we're talking about voting, are we talking about Trump too?
Well, we're talking about voting in general.
Okay, I was about to say, I guess.
How is nobody saying shit?
Hold up. Do you guys notice the pattern that I'm talking about? Is like people don't think the system works, so they tune out of voting. And that's why I'm saying if you don't convince them that the system works and that it's work as intended, they're not going to give a fuck about voting. And so whether me, Jadion, Low Tier God, or like the other 46% of people who don't vote, there's a disconnect there in regards to like feeling like the system doesn't work.
That's just because this stupid ass nigga doesn't know about fucking Obamacare, doesn't know about Obama phones, he doesn't know about anything the fucking Obama did.
Darius, you can't just come here and be fucking disrespectful and then have a civil conversation. I always tell you
We're
that.
not having a conversation. There's no point. If this dude don't know about basic shit, then what the fuck's the point of even talking to him?
Oh, Darius, calm down.
Who the fuck is that?
Bro,
Unless he's a cartoon PFP.
he's the Bollywood nigga who says the N-word. He's really weird, bro.
Okay, I seen a cartoon PFP. I was like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, no. It actually looks like him in real life. I don't know how he gets on the pass, but apparently he does.
Yo, you gotta upgrade your mic quality, cartoon PFP.
God damn.
Sounds like it's talking into a fucking pillow.
Darius, do you have a YouTube channel?
Yeah.
What do you do on your YouTube?
There we go. It's a little bit crispy.
It sound good now?
Yeah, it's much better.
Okay.
Do you guys think Trump is going to run again?
Yep.
Yep.
He's gonna announce in 8 days too. Watch.
What do you think is going to happen?
Beautiful.
More
gonna
riots.
lose miserably. That's all.
You think so?
Yeah, he won't even get out of the primary.
Whoa.
Why do you think that, IRA?
Because Ron DeSantis is way more popular. He has already started fight with him, threw some shade at him last night. Ron DeSanctimonious, so he knows.
Yeah, I've heard him called Mo Ron. He's,
Well,
he's not my fave.
I thought Trump was going to jail. What happened to that?
Oh, he will, trust.
You think so?
Takes time. Yeah, you got to build a real solid case. You're going to put a president, ex-president in prison, you know what I mean?
Yo,
Trump's not
who's
going
his
to
I do
competition?
not think
jail.
that he's. I do not think that he will go to jail.
Who's his
Does anyone
competition?
actually think he's going to jail? He's not going to jail.
I hope that even if he does, that Elon Musk lets him get back on Twitter. That's really important to me.
Do you think Elon will run one day?
No. But I want Trump to get his Twitter back. I think the world was a better place when he did.
I think that's gonna happen.
I agree.
He'll get back.
What about you,
yeah.
professional Raw Dogger? Do you want him back on Twitter? Do you want him to have a voice again?
I just want to push back on something that Low Tier God said earlier. Just like the whole thing about like, oh, Obama wasn't able to do shit for Black people in his second term. Like a lot of the things that he was like trying to pass was blocked by a Republican House and Senate. So the presidency isn't capable of like doing a bunch of shit by itself. It needs.
What was he
the
trying
Senate.
to pass for blacks though?
From what I understood, like there was probably reform having to do with what is it, like Obamacare and shit like that. But I can find specifics if you want. But either way, don't you think it's a little bit of like a fallacy that just because one president didn't do stuff for your community means that every president afterwards is not?
Well,
going
let's
to?
keep it 100% factual. Anybody that was black only voted for Obama because he was black. Young Jeezy, he did like a stupid video. Oh, my president's black, my Lambo's blue. Like for some reason, we all thought we were just gonna get like, I don't know, a piece of Montana as soon as he got in office.
Remember the Obama phone?
No, I definitely didn't have one of those. But
what was the Obama phone?
Everybody, all the niggas were supposed to get phones.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, so I think people thought just because Obama got in office, just miraculously shit was gonna get better with the black community, but it did nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So after that, we needed somebody else to hate. So black people, we started hating Trump once he got in office for absolutely no reason. At first it was like 100 rap songs, probably like 150 rap songs that just loved Donald Trump. As soon as he got in office, we all hated him for no reason. So I guess we shifted our.
Low tier. Do you remember?
Yeah.
I think there was a perception that things would improve for black folks under Obama, and maybe they did, at least in the first term. But in the second term, I think one thing that I heard a lot of black folks say in the States was that basically, it's kind of weird that he passed this legislation for LGBTQ folks or Latinos or Asians, but there was nothing passed exclusively for black folks. And I think people felt a little bit betrayed considering he was the first black president. And so I think that was like part of the betrayal. Am I right?
I mean, that's correct, but I mean, you can't fix the black community. So
What kind of things would you have wanted him to pass?
that's what I'm saying. He technically couldn't have done anything because you can't fix the black community.
No, but you can certainly improve things. You don't think so?
Legislatively? Like how?
I mean, in order to have a tight-knit community in the first place, you have to have unity. You also have to have language. We lack that. First, we lack unity, and we lack language. So if we had a whole Jamaican community, they'd be getting together, having festivals, jerk chicken, everything like that. Black Americans, we can't be fixed.
Wait, so
as harsh as that sounds. So.
Jeez,
you don't
really think that?
Wait,
yeah, I 100% think that.
You don't think things like the prison system currently hurts black communities?
I mean, it's your choice what you do. So, all right, here's a quick story. So, I used to drive this shit car. So it was me and my friend in the car. So we got pulled over because I had like Senate trees in my rearview mirror. So it's a certain way you act around cops. So we get pulled over. I'm quiet because I want to go home. My friend's irate because he just wants to talk shit. So that could have fucked up the whole situation. I mean, it's about choices.
Wait, so you don't think like black people are ever unfairly targeted by the criminal justice system, or
I mean, I've never experienced racism. So, I mean, it's everything's a choice. I personally, being black, have never experienced racism.
So but you can understand just because you haven't experienced something doesn't mean that a lot of other people don't have that experience or do have an experience. Like I've never experienced being in a
What do you consider racism?
Other people don't.
I don't know, being called the N-word. I've maybe experienced prejudice. Like if I walk into a
Yeah.
store, they might think,
Yeah.
you know,
So
just
like
by
violent
default.
racism.
Racism, I guess, would be just calling somebody a name. I guess that's
Or
blatant
like a
racism.
hate crime. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Like I've never been picked on by anybody outside of the black community growing up. So yeah, I've never experienced racism outside of that. I had one girl call me the N-word when I was 16 because I said she looked like Gonzo. So I guess maybe it was warranted. But outside of that, I mean, you can't. I mean, that's the black community is just something you can't actually fix.
So if
in
you
America.
think that if
Can
you're
you acknowledge
black,
that racism has happened even though you haven't experienced it? Like, can you
I mean,
acknowledge it happens to other people?
here's the thing: people get racism mixed up with prejudice. So it's easy to just say racist, but it's harder to break down and define like prejudice. Like, are people really fucking racist? Like, are people going around in America just really just hating blacks, or are they just prejudiced because of what they see on World Star Hip Hop?
Can I ask you, do you think representation matters?
Absolutely, because if I put on World Star
Oh.
Hip Hop right now, what's the fuckery you see on the website?
Okay, so do you think like having a black woman on the Supreme Court is a big deal?
I think it's a great thing. I think black
Hey, that
women
wouldn't
are.
have happened, but that wouldn't have happened under Trump. That happened because Biden got up there.
I mean, probably it's a demographics issue. I mean, you gotta hire a black guy if you have a Fortune 500 company. Like, it's demographics. So it's by law you have to have a certain demographic in your company. I can't just have a business and just hire all blacks. I don't know. Can black people do that when we have a black owned in parentheses business? Do we have to hire a white guy?
We can. We just can't say it's only black people. We got to be like, yes, they were the most qualified. And
I feel like the thing to fix the black community, and I feel like the black community has to accept this first, is that we have to fix ourselves before we go to other races and like talk about other issues. Because if you're not united on one accord, then it's hard to get certain bills passed. But what Low Tier God's saying, that the black community's like lost and it can't be found, I don't think that's true, because I just think we're at war and we don't have a governor right now.
Yeah.
And I feel like once, there is an established head and there is someone that actually knows what they're talking about and everything like that, then everything will be good.
Who would that person be? Would that person be like a foundation like head talking piece, or like a president?
We just had a foundation, Black Lives Matter, and everybody sees how that went.
Yeah.
So obviously, I feel like
So
it has to be
president?
Black people, we're visual learners. We have to look at somebody. We have to see someone, be about that action, do it and stuff.
Yeah, we like to, for some reason we like to emulate.
And so, you saw it in the 60s with Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. And I feel like that has to be a perfect tandem. You have to have that one person who is the more lovey-dovey, and you have to
Stacey Abrams.
You have to have another person that's more raw truth and stuff. So I feel like if we get another tandem like them, I feel like it'll be great. But until that happens, we're low-key in shambles right now. But
You think that's not happening? Do you not think that there are like powerful black figureheads right now, like
name
Stacey
one.
Abrams?
Stacey Abrams? I don't even know who that is.
Stacey
I don't know
Abrams
who she
is
is
like
either.
she's basically who like got people to like black people mostly to vote in where was it? I'm gonna say the wrong thing. Georgia. She like made sure. What did she try to pass to make sure that like black folks could vote?
Did she offer
She got a ton of people to vote that otherwise wouldn't have.
But you see,
He
like,
registered a
it
bunch of
all
people.
goes back to like voting and stuff. Like, I feel like this is like circling back to the thing before.
Well, that's how you take power. That's how you
I
take that power in
understand
a
that, but
democracy.
how can you tell a group of people when we're already like, this is a black issue? Like, we are not in agreement all together.
No,
like,
neither are white people.
When our culture, when we have the biggest promotion of us is rappers and athletes and stuff like that.
Exactly.
It's hard not to have we're not getting the representation that we need. You go to Japan, all people are gonna think is Michael Jordan or Tupac.
Sure.
You go all over the world, they're not gonna think about Martin Luther King. They're not gonna think about Malcolm X, because that's not what they're seeing on the media. That's not what's being shown, and it's really not what we don't have. We don't have that. We had Obama, but like
Who would you say that is for white people?
For white people, it's not that you guys have a person. It's that you guys.
You just think black people need one.
You
They're
guys
more
are just
structured. White people are more structured than blacks.
Exactly. Like you guys have, like you.
Or you could
If black people weren't in America right now, white people would be fine. Whereas if you took all black people
I think we'd pick
out
up
of America,
Definitely not.
if you took all black people out of America right now, gave us our own land, and said, "Here you go, do your own thing," I'm not gonna lie, I do not think it would end well.
It would be like Smallville.
We would need to get together first. So yeah, you like we cannot just all leave America right now and have our own land and end well. It wouldn't.
So I have a question for a low tier god. If you say that like the black community like can't be helped, how do you live your day-to-day life? Like what do you like if you're just completely black pilled, so to speak? Like how do you live your day-to-day?
As an individual, I got to the point where I realized that in this realm, it's never going to be any unity involved. All my fights, physical fights, IRL have been with blacks. Anytime I've ever been teased for how I've spoken growing up, it's always been with blacks. Anytime I've had any beefs in real life, it's always been with blacks. But that's my personal experience. I still love being black. I still love black people, but I feel like it's just an unfixable issue. There's too much envy in the community, if you want to call it a community.
So, low tier.
It's definitely not fixable.
Lev, I got a question for you. What did you mean by the statement "black men mistreat and disregard black women"?
Okay.
Damn, we getting on that?
That's what I was. That's what I was actually going to bring up. Also, though, is I was going to talk about what you thought about the what you thought about Anna, or just Anna's viewpoints in general.
But before we tangent, can I tell low tier god something that I think
about the black experience?
Well, yeah, exactly. So as a white man, so no, hey, listen, I took a college class, okay? Yeah. So no, there was actually so the truth is that like this unity is an illusion, and I'm talking about for white folk, for black folk, for whoever. Like if you look at white history or whatever, we have this big narrative of like, oh, we've been organized for so long. But if you look at like the 1800s were a fucking mess. Like everybody was fighting everybody over everything all the time, and they all had different ideas. And even in like the early 20th century, Zora Neale Hurston, who's a black female author who grew up a few miles away from my house, she rejected Black Harlem because there was like a black Illuminati, there was like a black Enlightenment movement where they were trying to say, we're going to create our own culture, we're going to do our thing, we're going to get money, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. But what they thought was fancy, what they thought was correct, was adopting to white culture. So they wanted everybody to be really well read and really well spoken and really fit into like white expectations of what black folk were supposed to be. Whereas Zora Neale Hurston basically said, fuck you, there's parts of our culture that should be independent and we shouldn't adapt in this, that, the other way. So what I'm trying to point out is that like, if you're looking for like a perfect unity or cohesion of culture, it's never going to happen. And basically the only thing that you can do is advocate for your group as best as you can.
Yeah, that's the point that I'm trying to make when I say that it's unfixable. I think we got to get past.
Do you mean external or internal? Because like you fixed it for yourself, right?
I would say as a whole. So if we're going internal, right? It starts from within. So my thing is the envy. The envy is almost like it can't be fixed in the community. And I feel like I feel like we're blaming the wrong people. So when we want to blame slavery on, I guess Europeans, so on and so forth, if you really read back, I don't know if you ever heard of the Dohimbe tribe or something like that.
Yeah, the Dohimbe, the Benin. Yeah, Benin.
Yeah. So they were responsible for 1/3 of African slavery. So they sent over like 500,000 blacks to America.
Do you know what movie was based off of them recently?
The Woman King.
Yeah, and not only that, do you know who the female warriors from Wakanda are based off of?
Yeah. So yeah,
the fucking female warriors of Benin.
Exactly. So, I mean, we got to get out of the whole blaming system. I feel like what we do now is when we don't get our way, we try to use that pandering card. Now, a lot of people probably think I'm trying to, I guess, maybe be on the white side. That's not what I'm trying to do. What I do is I go against the grain. but I still like I'm still for blacks and for positivity and everything like that, which is one of the misconceptions that I had like a couple months ago with Gideon. Like it never was I was like trying to diss or anything like that. I was just like, yo, you're blessed, this and that. Maybe it's not like a racial issue. And I was trying to think of like maybe a bigger issue like business 101 because I'm a business major. So, you know, I'm a business graduate. So I look at things differently. So when I go and I read back that one of the biggest, you know, slave trades or some of the biggest slave trades were Africans themselves, who do we really have to blame? And when do we pick up the pieces and just say, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just, you know, let's be like the new Asian or something. Let's get a San Gabriel. There'll never be a black San Gabriel.
Well, the shit for me though is like, so I see it both ways. The one thing that you said that I super agree with is like, how about I stop trying to blame, or white people stop trying to blame black folk for fucking problems. Black folks stop trying to blame white people, and we just say, hey, the country's a fucking mess. Why don't we fix it? Like that would be an infinitely better attitude to adopt. Is, hey, it's fucked up. Let's fix it. But when we say, hey, it's fucked up, let's fix it. I can't help but notice that like Republicans, conservatives, like I come from that world. We always talk about equality of opportunity. We always talk about like, oh, in America, you can be anything, you can do anything. But that dream is kind of dying with the way our economy is set up. And then also not just that, but like educational access or high quality educational access, that's a major problem. Like a lot of people who go to dog shit schools end up having dog shit results later on in life. So that's kind of my thing where it's like, I don't give a fuck what you call it. Call it disparate outcomes. Call it systemic racism. Call it whatever the fuck you want. But recognize there's a problem and we should all be pushing in the same direction.
I feel like it's like, you know, if a overweight person goes to the gym, but they're forced to go to the gym, you know? They don't want to help themselves, but they want to get back in shape. So they go to they're like, help me. Then the trainer's like, okay, do you want to get back in shape? How hard are you willing to work? It's like, well, you know, I just want you to do your stuff. It's like, okay, but you have to do the work. It has to be on you. And I feel like we haven't really accepted that. Like, if black people to get reparations today, I still feel like it'll be like a major problem just because like
I just had this conversation.
We wouldn't have, like, Dave Chappelle made a whole skit about it. If black people had got reparations today, they were like, you know what, all people get their reparations. It wouldn't go to the right things, you know. It wouldn't go to the right infrastructure to have generational wealth. And that'll be trickled down to generation upon generation, you know. It's already bad enough that, like, when someone has, like, a black business, you know, it's, like, sometimes we dog each other. It's not like, yo, let me support that, you know. It's like, oh, look at him trying to do this, you know. Like Ice Cube, he just created the Big Three, which is the first recognized African-American sports league in American history, you know? And, you know, I too, you know, Alba, do you watch the Big Three?
Hell no.
Little Tear God, do you watch the Big Three?
I watch that shit.
Exactly. I don't watch it either. So, but it's like, you know, in spirit, I support it, but am I supporting it financially? Am I shouting it out on my social media?
Bruh,
am I doing all this? No.
I'm going to keep it a stack with you. I ain't supporting something just because it's black. It's got to be quality. I'm not saying it's not bad. It's just not part of my interest. Maybe if I was a huge basketball fan, I might watch that shit, but
I feel you. I feel you too. It does have to be quality, but this is the thing. You see, like, okay, let's say this isn't quality, okay? But we're supporting something, the NBA, which has been around forever and is majorly run by
white people profiting off of black athletes.
Exactly.
Okay, what kind of white people?
Is there any
Shut
black
the fuck up.
Is there any black owners in the NBA? Like I don't know. I feel like that's ridiculous that there's not at least one. Oh, except for Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan's the only, and for him to be an owner, he has to be the greatest basketball player of all time.
Yeah.
You feel me? So he has to be the exception of the exception of the exception just to be at the top tier of the NBA.
Doesn't Jay-Z own a team?
He owns like a small percentage
of the Nets, yeah.
The team. Yeah.
Wait, it's not the Nets. Sports. I'm pretty sure. Wait, who owns a portion of the Nets?
Jay-Z owns like a small
Jay-Z?
Yeah.
Oh, Jay-Z, yes.
So
Someone
if you guys,
but he put himself in that position because he let go of the whole systematic racism bullshit. Like, so when everybody was kneeling, and
I don't think he did.
When everybody was kneeling, take a look at this. When everybody was kneeling, Jay-Z was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna go talk to the NFL and get shit back going again. I know everybody said Jay-Z is all about his money first and then everything else second. But I mean, the fix shit sometimes is not always just like a big black issue. Like he got shit going again because he sat down with the NFL. Once people seen like a positive black figure say, fuck it, let's put it behind us, play football and get this money, I feel like that's when shit started picking up again. Because let's keep it real. Complaining or us going on strike or anything like that, that's not gonna do anything. At the end of the day, like if basketball players go on strike, it solves nothing. If we all kneel, it solves nothing. If anything, in America, let me say something real quick. In America, I feel like what black people need to understand is that at the top of the tier, we're allowed to be millionaires. So anybody that's black can be a famous millionaire. So what the fuck are you complaining for? I mean, we got people like Blueface who's rich. You're gonna tell me that you see somebody that's rich as fuck like that fucking around and you're still complaining? This is America. Anybody can get money.
That's not
there was
the exception, though.
yeah,
not the
and
rule.
well,
No,
well,
I think
what
he's
what-
just saying that's the viewpoint of those people. I don't think that he actually believes
Hey,
that.
you guys are hanging around two millionaires, okay? Two black millionaires. Don't tell us we're the exception.
Okay, so well, then this is
mean-
kind of my point. Is I felt like there was a real political moment that happened basically in the wake of George Floyd, where everybody, largely conservative Americans, were like anti-BLM, anti-police reform, anti, any kind of criticism of the police, blah blah blah. But then after George Floyd was like so fucked up that you basically had 2/3 of the country that was behind police reform, and then that got squandered. This is kind of the thing where, for me, I get a little fucking pissy. I don't know if IRI is still listening or not, but for me, I feel like the political class just completely dropped the fucking ball on police reform during that moment, because there's real things you could do, like federal subsidy.
Okay, that was
shit, he
bad.
just dipped out.
But before he comes back, I just want to say, like,
I think
statistically,
this
it
is all cope. This is all
I-
cope. All this talk about the exception. Honestly, if people are struggling and they got these issues, they can use the creator kit. They can find ways to get money. They
That's
can
what I'm saying.
get the skills they need. I know plenty of people who run courses. So I feel like if you haven't used, if you're struggling, if you're 18 or whatever you're watching, then you should try out the creator kit.
Yo,
Okay, wait, no,
can
I want to. Okay, yeah, sorry, you go first.
I ask you a question, Alba?
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think? What do you think about the black community? Do you think it's more of like, do you think the black community is the lost cause, or do you think it needs like a leader and govern to kind of like help, like, okay, this is what we should be doing, yada yada, where it's like not everybody has to follow this, but like mostly the vast majority like is moving in this way, like back in the 60s.
Let me counter you with a counter argument. So to Jadion and Lotier, I'm going to ask you too. Okay, and this is something I think about all the time. It's like, on one hand, we're all black. On the other hand, it's like you don't know how much you're tied to each other. You know what I'm saying? And he kind of said that too, alluded to earlier, but like how much of a community is it really? It's like, I think so long as we tie ourselves to this idea that kind of blackness is going to constantly unite us, I don't think there's going to be much opportunity for much uniting. I don't think there's that much of a bonding factor as you make it out to be. And maybe people say this because I'm of African descent. Well, Lotier, what are you? Caribbean?
I'm a mutt.
Okay.
I don't 100% know. I know my dad was adopted. I'm gonna label myself as black.
Okay.
But you see, that's the thing about like, especially like American black people, is like, bro, when I went to the UK, like I felt like that was like the most eye-opening experience, because I would have people be like, "Oh, yo, what are you?" I was just be like, "Oh, I'm from Texas," and they'd be like, "Man, if you don't shut the fuck up with that, like, where are you from? Are you Nigerian? Are you like?" And then it's like it really puts like a spotlight on me, and I'm just like, damn, I don't know exactly where I'm from. I don't know what my heritage is.
Yeah, different. Absolutely.
And like it's like, I'm not gonna lie, it's like low-key like a really it's kind of like a scary thing. It's kind of like it's like having Alzheimer's, It's like you fucking ended up somewhere and you don't know how you got there. You feel me?
We got to do 23andMe.
Exactly.
Can I ask y'all a question that might be kind of like contentious?
Sure.
Someone brought up like an accomplishment, something that Ice Cube just did, like something positive that he just did.
Oh, he created the Big Three.
What is that?
It's a basketball league.
Yeah.
The greatest basketball league where they play 3-on-3 with all the guys who can no longer play in the NBA or never made it.
Y'all were talking about like Kanye earlier and like the anti-Semitic comments and Kyrie Irving, and like Ice Cube has a history of, I think he's like either tweeted some like anti-Semitic memes and stuff like that.
No, he got some lyrics. He got some lyrics talking about the Jews.
Okay.
What year did he say those lyrics in?
The lyrics were like, everybody gotta pay the money to a Jew or something like that. I might have made it up, but it sounded like it involved money and Jews. That's all you need to know.
What year was it though?
This was part of NWA.
I don't know.
Okay, that's why he got away with it.
But
That's why he got away with it.
Yeah,
Ice Cube was speaking out against like Kanye West, and he literally tweeted like, "Please leave my name out of all the anti-Semitic talk. I'm not anti-Semitic. I've never been anti-Semitic." And like people were saying like, "But you shared anti-Semitic memes," because I think he did. I think it went beyond the lyrics. I think he did share some memes that had like bankers basically, and he was kind of alluding to like a Jewish cabal or like the Illuminati.
Yes.
And I think Steven was saying earlier that he thinks that there's like a particular problem with anti-Semitism in the Black community. Like, what do y'all think about that?
I feel like I think Kanye said it in an interview where a lot of Black people, we say stuff and it's just stuff that we've heard for so long. Like, you know, it's like kind of like white people not seasoning food or you know, stuff like that, where we think it's some backhanded shit where we don't think it's racist, but it's just like when you do put a magnifying glass to it, it's just like, oh shit, this low-key does have some like racial origins. And I think in a clip, Kanye was talking about how he was talking about Jewish people, and he was saying how like that's just how he's always grown up to learn. But it's just like, you know, it's like, where did you learn that from? Because when you look back and see where all these tropes of like Jewish people own all the banks and stuff like that and all this and that, when you tie it all back, it ends up being like white supremacist groups saying that stuff. So it's just like byproducts of stuff we've heard, but we think it's just stuff that we've always been told.
I don't even think it's that deep. I don't even think it's that deep. How about I tell you this? Like, this is true for like a lot of minority communities, but there's just a lot of prejudice against other communities, period. And so if you think about Asians, oftentimes the representation of Asians in Black communities is generally the guy who owns the liquor store or owns the corner store or whatever. And so they have that relationship with the Asian community through that lens. Or if you think about anti-whiteness sentiment, is generally seeing them through the lens as like, these are the police officers or these are the racist folks that we encounter from time to time. So there's a prejudice against white folks to some degree in regards to like racial experiences that you have. And so you think about Jewish folks, and then you hear being rapped about all the time, or these are the guys who are in power, and these are the guys who are fucking over the people and the record labels and doing all this stuff. So from a media perspective, the way that you internalize it is generally negative. So in terms of prejudice or like negative sentiments to a lot of minority groups, it's done through the lens of these people have power and they fuck us over often. And so there's a bit of a negative resentment there. Or these people have mistreated us, and it's kind of like a constant media portrayal that's like a feedback loop.
Listen, I got a little bit more anti-Semitic in this conversation because a powerful Jewish man pulled me out of the chat temporarily because we were talking about Black unity. So I'm getting a little suspicious.
Yeah.
Oh, are you talking about Dan?
Fuck yeah.
you guys remember? I remember Dave Chappelle had this bit about like him going to the corner store, and the way that he described the man who ran the convenience store as being incredibly suspicious the moment he walked in is the way that a lot of people have encountered experiences with the Asian community in terms of like being in their corner stores within a lot of inner city spots.
What was that one movie? The movie where the guy shot Menace to Society, I think. Where like Asian people were like, hurry up, and he like ended up shooting them in the movie.
Yeah.
Like, even in our media, like, you know, like.
When people say it's anti-Semitism, I always cringe a little bit because I think of anti-Semitism, I think of the sentiments that ferment society to lead to the point where it creates the Holocaust or whatever. And I don't think the sentiment that Black folks are espousing in regards to like that would lead to that outcome. I understand that the roots may seem similar. I just don't think like the power structures
the roots are exactly the same.
Yes, but I think where the starting point, I think the starting points of the people involved are not. And I think the power dynamics involved are not. And so I understand the historical context.
Why would you let that get loose in the first place? This is why white people bitch.
But you guys understand, like, hold, you guys understand the relationship that they have to some degree with other minority groups is similar to the relationship that they have with the Jewish community. You guys are saying it's different because there's Jews involved, but I would argue that if you polled most people and you ask them like their opinions of like either the Asian folks or the white people or Jewish folks specifically, they would have probably the same negative sentiment towards each group, irrespective of like.
So here's the problem. Here's the problem with that is that now we live in a technological age where Black and white people are integrating at rates that they never have before. So if Black people online are sharing these anti-Semitic memes, these anti-Semitic sentiments, and white people are sharing these anti-Semitic sentiments, it's like Germany uniting against Jews again. So I'm Jewish. I'm in a bunch of Jewish spaces. And we see right now, like more than ever, are people like Groypers and Black people, the two most like unlikely allies, coming together and spewing this like crazy shit. And it's extremely reminiscent of Germany in the 1940s. Where it doesn't start with let's kill all Jews. It starts with this is who's in power, or even questions about it, like this is who, why are these people in power? What is, and then like this false kind of narrative that the money hungry, the jokes. It starts with jokes. Like these are things that it just snowballs.
But this is where like right wingers or liberal anti-social justice warriors get pissy or whatever, and the Black folk can play their smallest violin for me. But when you like normalize like rhetoric where you're like all people are fucking in this X group are pieces of shit because of whatever reason. When you talk about like the dialogue of whiteness, when it comes to intersectionality or CRT or whatever, that shit it can be flipped on its head so fucking fast because Asians and Jews technically do better than white Americans. So if you go from a systemic analysis perspective, you could just as easily arrive at anti-Asian or anti-Jewish sentiment.
I saw some dude on TikTok. He was breaking it down, and he was basically saying like the anti-Semitic rhetoric. Like,
shit ain't gonna work for me.
Why they're like, why? Oh, why is this a bad thing? We're saying they're good with money. We're saying all this and everything like that. But the guy was like, the reason why it's a bad thing.
This shit, right?
If someone came out and was like, Black people are stupid, their brains don't function the same and stuff like that, they're viewing Black people as not as a threat and just like lower. Whereas
we'll see if it works because I'm on a Elgato Cam link.
People are good with their money. Oh, they always stick together. Oh, they control everything. They're saying that out of like a place of fear, and they're saying because they view them as a way of a threat and stuff like that. So when he put it in that perspective, I was like, it really clicked for me. I was like, wow, I like it really hit for me like why people I can see like how that can be very alarming and stuff because it's just like that's why Hitler did what he did because he saw Jewish people as a threat.
Okay, can I ask a quick question? So I would argue that Black folks as a whole probably have a more negative sentiment towards white people specifically than they do against Jewish people. Do we think that the anti-white sentiment in the Black community is going to ferment some kind of white Holocaust?
No, but I think it's more dangerous because white people don't hate white people. So you have like a big enough community who's hating Jewish people, who's also like a mega minority now. Like now, Jewish people there's less Jewish people than there are Black people. And then you put into perspective that they've already gone through a Holocaust. They're the highest when it comes to hate crime rates. Like even you are more likely as a Jewish man to get hate crimed than you are a Black man. Like this is true in America because there's just less of them, like on the street.
So you're saying more people hate Jewish folks, and Jewish folks are small in number, so it's more dangerous.
Yes. Because they don't have any institutions put in place to like protect them, and also nobody gives a fuck.
Right, I need to start making more babies so we can get this Jew hate on.
People do give a fuck. Like there's been a lot of
no
backlash
people do not. Dude, there was anytime a synagogue is shot up, nobody gives a fuck. It's in the news for a fucking day, and that dude, it's like it's gnarly.
That's so cap. That's okay.
That's not cap. It's not cap.
That's okay.
No, I think sometimes
no. I get it. That's cap.
No. Like
the last time that happened
about is kind of true. Like at Parkland, the Nicholas Cruz shooting, I think in Florida, that school that he shot up was like majority Jewish, and I didn't really hear like any media outlets. I could be wrong. Somebody could link me articles. Cover on the fact that I think a lot of his of the motivation for that crime and that school shooting had to do potentially with anti-Semitism. But like another thing I wanted to bring up was y'all were saying that like I think Abba, you're kind of making the like there's making the argument that there's anti-Semitism within the Black community, so there is some prejudice there, but y'all don't have the power to actually like enact that
Actualize
prejudice or
it,
meaningfully. And of course, I know you're saying it's still bad, but what do you think about like the Breakfast Club having like Louis Farrakhan and like Charlemagne the God kind of like talking about or like defending and playing defense for these figures who are like openly anti-Semitic in a lot of different ways?
Charlemagne the God is not, bro.
Yeah.
Charlemagne the God.
He's the
shit
GOAT.
The fuck out of Kanye.
Y'all don't.
He's
You
denounced
don't
him
like him?
so hard.
GOAT. What you mean? I'm gonna take up for Charlotte.
Charlemagne the God denounced the hell out of Kanye.
Yeah, exactly.
Really?
I mean, the real reason why
but did you see
Kanye
the
is
Charlemagne the God clip from fucking 10 years ago?
Oh yeah, I saw that too.
Wait, you don't think he should have denounced him?
Huh?
You don't think he should have denounced him, Gideon? For the
Yeah,
comments that he made?
Well, denounced who?
I don't
Kanye,
know.
for like the anti-Semitic comments that he made.
Maybe you guys feel the same about this, but I feel like the way that Shaq and everybody in the Black media came out super strongly with their like, oh, I'm so sorry that you guys.
I feel like
man, y'all doing a bit too much. This is a little bit.
That's
too
exactly what I feel.
They know what their
I
checks
feel like
are getting signed, so
Y'all look like y'all about to
But
cry. This is a bit much.
like, what place does Shaq or Charlemagne the God have to denounce Kyrie for saying something anti-Semitic?
Because I think there are
None of them
around
are
Jewish
Jewish.
people but they're around Jewish people
Sign
who
our
they love.
checks.
They work. Okay, sure, but also these are their friends.
No, I'm saying I agree with-
This is who they're around.
That
Of
would be
course
like,
they're gonna
someone
care.
said something
No,
racist.
stop.
I mean, like if someone dropped a hard R and they're like, "Love,
people to care.
you know what? We
That
need
is
to get
fact.
Love to denounce this person." Like, why are we going to Love to denounce someone that said the hard R? You feel me? Like, why out of everybody, why you?
Can I answer a question Abba asked a second ago? So basically, do white people think that a black genocide against white people is coming? No, but white people are trending towards a minority status in the country. So unless there like becomes like a racial conservative alliance between conservative Hispanics, conservative whites, and conservative blacks, it could get really ugly along racial lines, and that's what people are afraid of.
Well, it's more so.
I feel like it was very smart. I feel like it was very smart that they got every
Okay, they're
single.
Lord Southern.
I feel like it was very smart that they got every single.
Don't talk shit about my boy.
It's not gonna happen.
Like what I saw was like whenever they had everybody go, like when Kanye said what he said, they didn't go to Jay-Z or Drake or anybody to.
Oh no, they tried. They emailed everybody, said, "Hey, how do you feel about doing a comment?" And then they slid them a couple of checks. They said, "Yo, listen, we'll pay you to do this."
But like Shaq and Chuck and LeBron, like it's like why ask them? You feel me? I'm not saying
I get you. Are you saying that you think it's like
you should denounce Kyrie, but why ask LeBron? Why ask Shaq? Why ask Chuck? None of them are Jewish. None of them are Jewish. The only thing about them is that they're prominent black athletes. And me personally, I feel like
came forward and said that Kanye was.
I feel like it was more to set a I feel like it was more to set a point of like,
get in line.
We have the biggest black figures to say Kyrie was wrong. I honestly think that. I feel like
do you not just think that's a matter of your algorithm? Because what I saw is Jamie Lee Curtis come forward crying about it on like The View or something.
That was the most
of course
cringe.
it was. Of course it was cringe. But I'm wondering because like I didn't see all these like black people come forward and were like, "Be nice to the Jews."
It's because you don't watch Sports Laugh. But if anybody turned into ESPN,
I do watch
it was 48 hours of like rabbis telling NBA players who can barely read that they're that they need to apologize.
That's corny. Yeah.
Oh,
they're like, yo,
Understand
get in line.
Like
we got checks coming.
Like this is the type of energy that like I feel like politicians should have if they say something, anti-Semitic or racist, not a basketball player.
Don't you think that's kind of racist on its face too? Like getting all these black people to answer for like one mentally ill black person is like crazy.
Yeah,
it's not that it's racist. It's that they know.
I think it's racist.
You have to make an example, and they want to make an example out of Kyrie. It's just
I guess
like,
I guess it just shows how
cool.
Shaq's an NBA player though, or like he was an NBA player. He's involved in it. That makes sense. But do you take frustration with the fact that you felt like individual black like prominent black men and celebrities were made to answer for like another black man's like anti-Semitism, and you think that's bullshit? Or like why don't you like this the denouncing? Because they didn't organically do it themselves, or because like you kind of felt like they were asked to, or do you think that that's like a big
I don't think
virtue
they were asked to. I
signal?
think they were told to. I really genuinely think they were told to. I think even before,
By
like,
who?
because bro, all these,
who laughed?
Okay, that's not, you know, I'm not here to answer that question, but what I do
No,
know
this
for
is
a fact
okay.
is
Beep,
before
I
the
want you to be
people
careful. I want you to
go
be careful though, because this is what
online.
I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
You
So
know,
it's
I'm
funny.
not saying
It's funny.
a
It's
particular
funny,
group or nothing,
but this is the stuff that gets people to start fucking being suspicious
but
of a very
definitely
small
before, yeah.
minority. So it's
But
a little spooky. You have to walk the line a little bit.
okay, but this small minority out of 10, how powerful would you say it is?
Discord can.
Jews? I mean, when you look at like who's Jewish in like the House and Senate, like not a lot of. Are there a bunch of people in the media who are Jewish?
I'm talking about
Sure.
titans. I'm talking about titans.
What do you mean titans? Like the
He's
most
talking about, like,
wealthy?
People,
millionaires.
people who are wealthy, influential, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Tell me, like how
But do you think? But here's the thing.
overrepresented are
But
they?
here's the thing. Do you think
Overrepresented?
Do you think that Jews, like, how do you think that Jews got there? Like, this is what I talk to the Groypers about this all the time because they think that there's like this conspiracy that like Jewish people have like somehow taken over like all this money on purpose. Like, why do you think there are so many rich Jewish people?
Yeah, and can I point out something
Hey,
horrific after
hey.
you answer that question?
If you're asking me the why, I don't know the why, and there's probably a valid reason why that would.
But you have to think about the why when you bring up the what. Like you have to.
I don't disagree. I'm just saying I don't even think you're allowed in mainstream media to even say that that's true. Now you can get to the why. I just don't think you can openly even say that.
But
So wait,
I just want
I
to
get to the
drop
why?
this very quickly, and then I'll let everyone talk. Like, I hate whenever this point is brought up because, you know, the vast majority of people are like millionaires or like billionaires or straight up Christian, and yet like we don't talk. And, like there's a fucking Vatican Church, right? Like oh my God, the Christianity has so much like power over the world, whatever.
The
you
Mormons,
don't hear-
how much money they're funneling in?
Yeah,
Crazy.
you don't hear about like this vast like Christian.
How much power does Christians really do have over the world?
That's facts, man.
Because
Tell 'em.
anybody
What do
can
you
talk shit about a Christian.
What do you mean? How?
Bro,
Wait,
no,
what?
no, because they're doing it for
Why do you
I
think
went on Twitter
separation
right
of
now,
church and
if
state
I went on Twitter
exists?
right now and said some stuff about Jesus and everything like that, I might
Yeah.
just piss off a couple of my fans and stuff like that, but I would never get canceled. But we all see what happens, and this is
We all see because the Jews went through a genocide not even 100 years ago. We're still a little
and
sensitive
slavery
about
was
it.
200 years ago. You know, at some point we gotta move forward.
Well,
Wait, Abba, do you think that Jewish
Wait.
people are kind of like oversensitive about like the Holocaust and anti-Semitism, or no?
Yeah, I mean, low key.
Really?
Wait, what? Because I don't feel like Jews bring it up ever.
You know what I mean? Listen. You know, segregation was like 40, 50 years ago. We got to get over that. I mean, at some point, motherfuckers got to get over it.
Don't you think Jews have gotten over it? They've created their own wealth. They've created their own communities. They
I
got
mean, it
their own
does sound
fucking
like it. The
country.
way I saw Charles Barkley crying, and then Sarah Lee Thomas, the old white lady. It sounds like
it's just a trauma. It's just a trauma. So if I mean, it's the same thing. Black people are talking about the prison industrial complex in the same way because it scares you.
But the only thing is about slavery.
Not just because it
Here's my
scares,
thing.
but
I think you
also
gotta
because
pick
like there's
yourself
still
up.
effects on both. Like today, like you can't just pretend that like, oh, like, you know, this was basically grandparents' generation. Like, oh no, like now the effects have gone away because we're over with that time period. Like, holy fuck, it wasn't that far ago.
All I'm saying is this. Sometimes I want to be able to just criticize somebody and not it be because they're a woman. And the other times I want to be able to criticize a Jewish person and not be because they're Jewish. You know what I mean? Sometimes I feel like they're too sensitive.
But when you criticize,
the way the world
especially
is,
when
though.
you're
It's a piece of
talking
work.
about the
Yeah, you know what I
what.
mean? They just got to pick themselves up by the bootstraps
But
and
the
just keep it
problem,
pushing.
Abba, the problem is when
Oh.
you're talking about the what in response in when you're talking about Jewish wealth, when you're talking about the what, there's the implicit shadow of the why, which can be hateful. So you need to be sensitive about it. And you haven't answered why.
Yeah.
Why do you think why do you think Jews are
When
rich?
he's done,
point,
can I answer
Abba,
why
like-
without Dan pulling me out?
On that point, Abba, I think the problem is that like when you criticize misogyny doesn't look like the Jewish question. Like anti-Semitism presents in exactly the way that Lav is saying, where people kind of gesture and imply that there's disproportionate Jewish representation and control, and they're getting at that there's like a Jewish conspiracy, that Jewish people are making up their oppression, that there is a cabal, that they are conspiring to revolt against the United States. I don't see the woman question. You know, I don't hear, like, misogyny doesn't really present in the way that anti-Semitism does, where people think that like women are involved in like cabals to like oppress men or something like that. It's a lot more denigrating or benevolent. I think that's you're saying like, well, if I can criticize women without being called misogynistic, why can't I criticize a Jewish person without being called anti-Semitic? And it's like, well, the way that you were kind of presenting it, you know, by asking that question, like, I don't know, that's like kind of like classic anti-Semitism, my dude.
Well, wait, okay, well, here we're just using the examples that we have at hand with Kyrie. Everybody knows exactly what he did, right? He shared the link to the book.
To one of the greatest documentaries ever made. Yeah.
Has not answered the question, and it's really important when he's talking about that he thinks that Jews are being too sensitive, and he won't answer this question. Come on, answer the question, Abba. Why do you think Jewish people are rich?
I think they're just born this way.
Nah.
So it's in their blood.
All right, can I do it?
Structure.
So. All right, so I'm gonna do it. I want 2 minutes, Dan. Leave me alone. So basically, if you look at medieval history, during medieval history, Christians were prohibited from usury, and as a result, a lot of Jews were forced into business as a trade. And on top of that, it basically it behooved them, by the way, this is from Jewish history, to integrate themselves into the society in the most useful ways possible. That way, they wouldn't be persecuted or killed because they were too useful to be persecuted or killed. Also, when you talk about the modern 20th century and it comes to Israel, with Israel, it was not a foregone conclusion that the state of Israel would be successful. There were plenty of times that it was almost destroyed. And people basically had to back each other up in order to make sure that the state was formed. This included, by the way, taking technologies from Western countries that prohibited the sale of technologies that were necessary for Israel to succeed. And as a result, you get all these conspiracy theories about Mossad when they actually operate pretty much similarly to the United States CIA. And the reason why they have to be aggressive with both allies and foreigners, I'll wrap this up in a second, is because they're on a fucking state the size of Rhode Island surrounded by hostile neighbors. So they always have to be on guard. They have to be smart.
And also, they weren't put there because people felt bad for the Jews after the Holocaust. Nobody wanted to live with them, so they delegated a place in a place that they thought that they could have control.
Well,
that's another thing.
I do not appreciate.
Final quote. Abba, I love you. Final quote. Brett and Eric Weinstein from the Weinstein brothers, they said this, and I think it's really smart to keep in mind. The reason why Jews celebrate Passover is because the Jews who waited for the bread to rise did not escape Egypt. And so that's like a mentality that's been passed on for thousands of years, that if you are not on guard and if you don't survive, or if you don't pay attention to your own survival, it will be taken from you. And I'll shut up now. Thanks, Dan.
That's part of it. Also,
that was a very base take.
Yeah, I'll just say one thing. I say as a pro-Palestinian individual, I don't want to listen to two pro-Israeli individuals just go on and on about Israel's right to exist.
Wait.
So I just want to say
let
that.
Abba respond. Let Abba respond. Let Abba finish. Wait, let Abba finish his response.
No. This is a problem because you said two pro-Israel individuals. Who are those pro? Are you saying that because I'm Jewish? You think I'm pro-Israel? This is a problem, Abba.
What
are you doing?
I'm pro-Israel.
Okay, that's
saying,
fine.
Like, I'm pro-Israel.
Wait, I'm pro-Israel.
That's like what a strange thing. What a strange thing to assign to an American Jewish person. This is what I mean.
That strange. It's a generational thing. There were plenty of people.
It's not strange, but what it is it's fucked up. Like it is. This is lowball anti-Semitism, and it's fucked up, and you need to call it out.
I got a question for counterpoints.
Sure.
So everything you said that the Jewish people were able to do you think that could have been replicated by blacks? Don't worry about being racist. I'm a new age black. It doesn't matter.
No. And,
exactly.
and actually...
Wait, careful. Qualify that. What do you mean when you say no?
Yeah, so what I mean by... actually, this is really interesting. Again, I'll try to be brief. West Africa actually has like very specific geography and topography and agriculture that's required, and jungle, mountains, agriculture, all this kind of stuff, where a lot of the technologies that were used in the Mediterranean and Europe weren't required in West Africa, and so and they wouldn't even be that useful in West Africa. And so basically the development that's required, where you're constantly under threat and pressure from other groups to develop technologically, I just don't think it was present in West and South Africa until the arrival of colonialism. So, yeah.
Are any of you guys Jewish in here?
So going on that real quick.
I was Jewish.
you just explained how basically it was almost written. So since it was almost written, maybe this is the actual order of blacks. When you think about it, we're probably not supposed to be on that wavelength.
I don't
This
think
is just
so.
the way it was written. It's premonition.
Wait,
but okay, but hold up. So I think that nature and nurture feed into each other, and people evolve over time, and they also evolve with technology. So, for instance, like an American black person who lives in the United States is going to have a completely different experience than a West African black person in the 19th century or even now. And also, like, geography is going to determine resources. Resources is going to determine wealth. Wealth is going to determine education. Education is going to determine opportunity. Opportunity is going to determine the next generation's opportunity, so on and so forth. And as a species, I think it's our job to try to enable the maximum of human potential in each successive generation.
All right, I got a funny question for you. Why do you think black people don't get credit for Egypt?
Because they're West African and Egyptians are North African. Sorry.
Like, I know that's a fucked up topic. I just had to say that. Yo, Abba, what do you have to say about that? You're African. Did he leave?
I think Abba's probably North African or East African.
He's going to a synagogue right now to repent.
No.
Nah, I doubt that.
Where did Abba go?
I
Or
don't
why
know.
did
That
he
was
leave?
random.
I kind of want to push back on something that Low Tier God said earlier. That was basically like, oh, like people just have to like choose better, et cetera, et cetera. And then like, I don't know. I felt like you were responding kind of weird when it came to the whole idea of like, does racism exist or do people experience it outside of yourself, et cetera, et cetera. And I just want to point out something quickly. You said, oh, Black people just have to choose better. And I think, I don't know if you've obviously taken this into consideration, but whatever. There's a huge problem where Black people just literally choose the same thing as like a white person, but they will be punished for it. For like the best way you can see that is when it comes to drugs, right? When it comes to like marijuana convictions or like the rate of usage when it comes to a lot of drugs are similar between Black and white people, yet Black people are much more likely to be punished for it. So I think it's weird when you're like, oh, you just have to like choose better when you're making the same choices as other races in certain areas, and yet you're still being punished or basically being punished more for it.
Okay. So if I know that the system, you know, Black people say the system is against us. If I know that the system is metaphorically against us, why would I try to replicate the same thing that everybody else is doing, knowing good and well I would not be able to get off the same way? So if I run at a cop and I'm big and I'm Black, I'm 6'5", I'm like 219, right? So if I'm big and I'm Black and I run at a cop, fuck you, motherfucker. Like, what do I think is gonna happen? But if I'm looked at as a non-threat, because most police officers, a lot of them that aren't raised in an urban area, when they see Blacks, they see everything that is happening on the screen. They don't see the positive side. They see what's going on in World Star Hip Hop, so on and so forth. So me being 6'5" and Black, anytime I've gotten pulled over, I know how to act accordingly because I know shit can go left if I don't act accordingly. I'm not doing that because I'm being a good boy, you know, to the white cop, but I know how the world is structured. Therefore, I'm gonna sit there. I'm not gonna talk back, and I'm gonna leave. Every time I followed suit when I got pulled over, I never got a ticket from a white cop. But
and as an ex-cop, sorry, real quick.
Oh,
if I pull
no.
over Lavloon,
I'm crying and I'm going away scot-free.
Oh, I know what you're gonna say.
No, if I pull over Low Tier God or if I pull over Lavloon, who am I, like, even if we have a perfectly good conversation and it's all pleasant, who am I going to be more on edge around?
You're gonna be on edge around me because that's what you're
6'2", Black male, 220 pounds. If I get into a fight, it's going to be rough.
6'5".
6'5". So he's an inch taller than me, and I'm a tall motherfucker.
It's almost like we give up more of a threat.
You can be on your best behavior, or you can act even better than white people. But the point is that in certain areas, prejudice is so strong that like it doesn't really matter, right?
Wait. I think we gotta be really careful. Hold on, real quick. We have to be really careful when we say that. It always matters. There's never a case where it doesn't matter. Like, people can always like do better, even if there are some cases where the odds are stacked against you. There's never ever a case where it doesn't matter. Yeah.
You probably agree with Anna then. Did you watch all of those conversations? Because she talks a lot about personal accountability and stuff like that.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
When was I didn't chime in. Was it yesterday?
It was. I think it's been most of the week.
Okay, yeah. I've chimed in a couple of times. My thing is, I've made the correct choices in life to where I didn't have to experience the bullshit that maybe other black people have put themselves in those situations that could have actually been prevented. Anytime, now I'm just bringing it back to something that black people complain about, being arrested or being mistreated by cops. I have acted accordingly. The only cop that ever impounded one of my vehicles was a black cop. Everybody else let me go. You don't have insurance? Oh, okay, get the insurance, I'm gonna give you a ticket. The time I was caught by a black cop, I happened to be driving on a suspended license like hella years ago, right?
Did you grow up in a black or white area?
So I was raised a little bit in LA, and then I moved to the high desert, which is like somewhat suburban, but they're still like multicultural.
Interesting.
Okay, but you can agree that even if you acted the best way, et cetera, there can be somebody out there who acts the best way, and it doesn't matter. Like if somebody already
do you think it doesn't matter, really?
Well, let me finish this sentence.
Every single video I've seen.
What I mean by it doesn't matter, right? What I'm saying is that there can be a person out there who acts in their fucking best behavior, and if you have a cop that is like already so prejudiced or so scared or whatever, they're gonna see everything that black person does as a potential threat, or they're gonna already basically have believe
of course
it.
it happens, but how often do you think that happens?
Well, I just want to make sure that low tier God acknowledges that exists.
because
because earlier when I was pressing on it, he was like, just make better choices. So that's why I'm asking and clarifying.
Free Abba in the chat right now, man. Free Abba in the chat. They fucking locked him up. Free him.
I don't make excuses. Like, I understand how shit can go. So for me, it's all about choices. If you know being black in America is dangerous, especially when it comes to law enforcement and how you're perceived, why don't you act accordingly? I was in Neiman Marcus, right? I could afford anything in there. I went in there. Just quick example. I went in there. The guy was looking at me weird. I'm like, okay, I understand, because he probably just has that, just based off of what he's seen on TV and this and that. That's just how he thinks. But it's up to me to change his mind just on a single-handed way. I've talked to people who are actual skinheads. It was like, yo, you're like the only black guy I can talk to. Like, sometimes you just got to change somebody's mind.
Okay, it's just a yes or no question. Are there times
yes or no question for what?
That sometimes people can act on their best behavior and other people are still going to be racist, prejudiced, and fuck them over. Like, even though they're acting in their complete best behavior.
I think he knows that, but I also think he said that he doesn't believe that that's extremely frequent.
It's a
chance, but you could change your outcome.
So it's a yes or no question. Yes, like you believe that. Okay, if somebody acts in their best behavior, there's always gonna be a change. Or you said that, like, they're gonna change the outcome. You don't think there's any point in time where if somebody's in their best behavior, they're still gonna get fucked over?
No.
Okay.
I think you need to bite the bullet on that. Like, I think that what you're saying is you think it happens extremely infrequently. The problem is he's already answered you 4 different times. You're like posturing over a black man.
Stop! Oh my god! Hold on. Stop. Hold on. Wait. The number 1 rule for this Discord server, okay? No racial slurs. And no opposite of the racial slurs, which is virtue signaling. None of that bullshit, okay? Don't ever do that.
That's what I feel like Pixie's doing.
I don't care what you feel like she's doing. Okay, go.
Like, let me ask her a question. Do you have a black boyfriend?
What'd you say?
Do you have a black boyfriend? Does she have a black boyfriend?
No, I'm not dating anyone right now.
Why did you ask that?
I was just asking because maybe you had some sort of sentimental, maybe you came home and cried on a pillow or cried on your lap.
Suck it,
I was just trying to...
Oh my god. No, I just think the whole thing of like,
the question because I know sometimes
your choice is bullshit, because it's not always your choice. We can say it's your choice half the time. We can even say it's a lot of time, whatever. But to say it's always your choice, I think that's kind of dumb.
Okay, here, let me bridge these gaps, okay? To say that it's always a choice is stupid, and low tier God, if he's pushed enough, will admit that it's not always your choice. You can do everything right and still get fucked up. And probably for black people, you can do everything right.
Officers?
What?
Are police officers?
Yeah, you can do everything right and still get fucked up. It can happen if you're white, it can happen if you're black, probably a little more likely to happen when you're black. Something that low tier got, I think he was going to say this earlier, but I think he got cut off. I think what he was going to say was, oftentimes when you see videos of people getting fucked up by the cops, black or white, usually there's some stupid shit happening first. Now, occasionally, you do have your Philando Castiles who do nothing wrong. I don't think he did a single thing wrong. But then oftentimes you'll see videos where people are doing dumb shit, shady shit. It looks like they're grabbing a gun, they're fighting the cops or whatever, and then something happens that's not cool, it's not acceptable, it's not good, but it's a situation that was like entirely avoidable. I think is the point Low Tier God is trying to get across.
Yeah, and the thing is, if I say certain shit, I know people are gonna think about me weird. Like, can I remind you guys that I would choose nothing else but to be black? Like, I'm an attractive black guy. Obviously, I would choose to be nothing else. So I'd probably look weird. But I mean, it's when you look at the history of like shit that has happened, like if you look back on Rodney King, like that shit could have been prevented. Like you just, when it comes to police officers, you simply just don't resist. Like if you want to,
wait, you think Rodney King could have prevented what happened to him?
I'm using that for an example. Like if you look back on certain shit that has happened, all you do, look, when you get pulled over, put your hands on the steering wheel, ask the police officer, may I get my license? Like I've been pulled over like fucking 10 times and I've only gotten like 3 tickets.
Here, I'll give you a really hold on, wait, real quick. I'll give you a really hold on. Wait, we live in a spans. Okay, hold on. Here's a really spans. Okay, hold on.
Of course, but I think that's what Pixie wants to hear.
No.
Like Pixie wants to hear Low Tier God say like, it also sucks that we have to do this, but like I will because it's the situation that I've been given.
Sure.
Like,
okay.
That's what Low Tier God is saying.
Sure. So George Floyd could have been completely avoided. That's a situation that was avoidable.
Thank you.
But that sucks to say, but like that's a situation that 100% started with a criminal activity, continued with resisting the police, and then ended with him dying, which sucked, and he didn't deserve to die. And I'm glad the cop got convicted, but that was a situation that was 100% avoidable.
Wait, Destiny, how are you saying it's avoidable? Like if he had just like not
he could have not done the illegal activity in the first place, or he could have not resisted the cops when they tried to arrest him.
Okay, can I say a couple of words?
Go for it.
It was a choice. Get it? So when she says something about choices, George Floyd had a choice. If he could have, just like Destiny said, he could have completely, that situation could have never happened. Yet it happened, and I bet you there's a lot of black people that are happy it happened because they got a free Dior bag from busting the windows out of a store in a Atlanta mall.
Jesus.
Yeah, I
wouldn't have gone that far, but
I'm
black, so I can say that.
Well,
you can optimize choices based off of environment. You can optimize education. You can optimize redistribution of wealth. You can optimize culture. You can optimize all these external environmental factors. And our society is not perfect. It is fucked up. So while I am happy to hear choice bootstrap rhetoric on Twitch and YouTube, or on YouTube at least, we should also optimize the environment because the truth is things don't have to suck this bad.
And it's all based on choices.
Why does everyone think, because obviously we know, I think that like black people are like brought up to fear the police, right? Because of like what has happened to them. Why do you think that these black people, Low Tier God, are still like getting killed? Why do you think they're reacting in a way that someone who was scared of a policeman like wouldn't act?
I mean, it starts in the home. First off, black people, what we do is we look for the fastest way to get money, which AKA is scams. So when you're doing illegal shit, you're gonna be scared.
I need to get more.
Like if I get
I need to get other black people
I'm
here.
Tell a couple of, if you
God
search
damn
for
it,
car,
dude.
go ahead, this and that.
Oh, fuck.
It starts in the home. So if we grow up looking at rappers who are committing scams or rapping about flip.
Wait, people are saying free ABBA. ABBA didn't get banned. I don't know why people are saying free ABBA on YouTube yet. He's not banned.
See, the thing about black people, we love to replicate what we see on TV, what we see in movies. That's what happened. How many people you think did drive-bys to Tupac? Because they felt amplified. So it's like it starts in the home. If your parents teach you, you know what, fear the police, fuck the police, this and that, don't ever let a cop know your rights. That's the bad way to teach the community. So if we're consistently being taught to fear police, we're gonna act in a certain manner that puts us in danger around police officers, and it's gonna be a revolving door. Yeah. It's never gonna get solved.
So what do you feel about the black absentee father point?
I mean, most black men, we fornicate for pleasurable purposes. So we're usually not looking, for a wifey when we're having sex. And I think it also starts at home too. Like my father wasn't there, but it didn't morph me into a guy that's just gonna, shoot the club up, AKA, or ejaculate in a bunch of chicks.
Definitely.
And just be a fatherless black guy. Like you still have a choice. Like I can break the cycle. I can have kids now and I could be absent, or I can have kids and make sure that I'm hands-on and create the best specimens that I could possibly be. I mean, that they could possibly be. But the thing is, I don't date black women. So, I mean, that, I'm looking for
Dear
culture.
God,
This is literally what Anna was talking about.
Wait. Before you guys continue, like, I'm not gonna lie, low tier God. Like,
Yeah.
I see where you're coming from, but you saying stuff like this enables people like Nick Fuentes to like just have like field days and stuff like that.
I mean,
I think so.
but that's not what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do
Oh,
is
I know. You're being realist. You're being realist. I'm not gonna discount you and say you're not being real, but we can't just I know we should put the blame mostly on us, but we can't always just like the blame's not always gonna be just on us.
Yeah, I'm not trying to allow other groups to talk about this. I feel like there should be like-minded Black people that only are allowed to speak on this level of quote unquote scrutiny or blatant. When it comes to
none of them are gonna because they don't want to fucking get like canceled and shit. So none of them are gonna say shit in here. So of course they're gonna agree with you. Like they're gonna have to agree with you. You're the only Black dude talking, but like what you're saying, like we're asking for this and stuff like that. We're not asking for this. The Black community is not asking.
Well, what exactly? When you say we're asking for, what do you mean exactly?
Like the Black community is not asking for police to beat us or
oh fuck no, absolutely not
controlling our communities 24/7 or to be fucking like if we really want to be real, a lot of the weaponry that Black people are getting, we're not creating guns. We're not going to Mexico to get this shit. So where is it coming from?
But we're fucking buying them though.
We are buying them, but but we got to find the source of the problem.
But let's how about we do it like everybody else? Let's go get a gun license. Let's register that weapon instead of picking up that weapon illegally. Let's register it so if we shoot, everything's registered instead of just I'm gonna pick up a gun from Jerry. Yeah, I'm gonna pick me up a Glock. Like let's do things correct. See, the thing is,
LTG, can I hit this real quick?
Of course, go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, like, this is the thing from the community that really, this is where I really do see it both ways, okay? I appreciate what you're saying because I think on an individual perspective, you have to take that because you have to deal with the way society is and you can't wait for somebody to come and save you. The system isn't going to be fixed by the time you and I are dead. So taking like an individualist mindset, I can only control what I can control. And if I act the best way possible, I'm going to have better outcomes, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's a perfectly good individual thing to adopt. But when I was working in the communities that I was working in, there were kids who were smart. I actually worked in the schools. Very smart, but around 8 to 10, they were told that cops were the fucking enemy, that education was a fucking sham, that they weren't going to be doing anything else except for basically dealing drugs and burglarizing shit. And on top of that, it was a good thing that they were going to do that. So they created like a burglary ring of teenagers who were breaking into shit. They catch their felony. Once they catch their felony, they're basically prohibited from voting. They're prohibited from so much other part of life. So they double down on the criminal lifestyle. By the time they're like 16 to 18, they're slinging weed, they're slinging coke. And then by the time they're in their 20s, they've been in and out of the system so fucking bad that it doesn't matter. And it's the family that's recruiting them into this lifestyle because that's the lifestyle that they were brought up in. So what I'm saying is, if you wanted to break that cycle, you would have to have better schools. You would have to have better mentorship programs. You would have to have better shit because a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old can't decide whether or not they're going to become a fucking criminal. That decision is already being made for them by their family. So if you want to break that cycle, yeah, sure, the personal responsibility shit is fucking awesome, but we could have a fucking better system too.
We could have a better system, but
and low tier God, I feel like we're doing better in today's community as well, where it's like kids are seeing now, okay, I don't have to just be a rapper, rapping about, oh yeah, I just fucked Shaquita and I shot Tyrone in the head. And, and they're also saying, oh, I don't have to just be a basketball player. Now they're saying, people like you, people like me, people like Kai, Rage, Bruce, all these other Black, Flight, everybody, like, oh, okay, I could just turn on the camera and create like that. And I could and then now what we need to do is we need to show other avenues. We need to start promoting, okay, Black doctors, Black lawyers, Black attorneys, this, that. Imagine if I'm not saying Johnny Depp had to get one, but like imagine if Johnny Depp's defense attorney or whatever was like a Black guy or girl. Like imagine with how publicized that was, how many people like young kids that could have been inspired. You know what? I want to be a lawyer. You feel me?
Yeah, I feel you. And the thing about this is what I was telling Destiny before. So, you know what me, you, Rage, everybody else, Kai, everybody has in common? And you know why we get money?
What?
You got the answer?
Why do we get money? It's because we're entertaining.
Exactly. So why we could say, oh, you don't have to be a basketball player, rapper, this and that. It's still a circle of entertainment. And just what I was telling Destiny a couple of weeks ago, the only real way black people can get money in America on a grand scale is entertainment. But I guess what you're saying is it doesn't always have to be through rap.
Okay,
but the thing is,
I do agree with that. I do agree with that. Like, I do feel like in the grand scheme of thing, that's all we're looked at as good as, you know.
So why not chase that if that's where your, you know, the road to your Emerald City leaves? Why not just chase entertainment if that's what America wants to give us? If black people are like, oh man, Jewish, this, that. You do realize that a lot of Jewish people sign our checks. Like, they do own these companies. And I think that we're allowed to become millionaires. We're allowed to be expressive. But there's just certain shit you cannot say. Like, why if you're making millions of dollars a year, do you want to say anti-Semitic comments? Like, what is the point? What does it change? You're damaging the community again by saying stupid shit, because you're gonna get black people that are like, wait a minute, I should be able to say this. But at the same time, think about it.
How does it affect Kanye? He's a multimillionaire. He's a billionaire.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying. Kanye
fuckloads of money in clout.
So what is even gaining?
Kanye is crazy. Kanye is having a mental break from reality. Okay, that's
true.
Kanye.
The only reason Kanye is saying this weird shit is because Kim started fucking Pete.
Yeah,
it's half true, but it's because he's like has some.
That's like every black guy.
Because he's got some insane mental shit going on.
A white boy with a 10-inch dick.
Yeah, like I don't know what this weird stigma is. You know, we always think we're the only ones with like big ass cocks. Like, that shouldn't even have been an issue. It should have been like, if it was really a problem, he would have been saying this shit with the red hat on. Where was the anti-Semitic comments when he had the red hat on? It wasn't until Kim left him and started fucking, you know, some 28-year-old guy with a fucking
Isn't Pete Jewish?
He's from Staten Island, but I think
his parents.
If you're from Staten Island, you're culturally Jewish. Just by
I think his parents are Jewish.
But this is kind of like the anti-Semitic shit or whatever. So his wife starts fucking a Jewish guy, but the Jewish guy's dad was a firefighter who died in fucking 9/11. You know what I'm saying? Like, the math isn't adding up for the global cabal to lead to your wife fucking another guy.
No, the cabal is like, it goes nowhere. This cabal thing just makes no fucking sense.
This whole fuckery, look, see how the world plays out? This whole fuckery started because Kim didn't want to fuck with Kanye anymore. Now all of a sudden, all these blacks, now we're talking about Jews. Like, this is what Kanye wanted.
It's always about
I do agree. Like, I feel like talking about Jewish people is the least of our concern. You know, I do think, you know, I feel like the things that we do unite on low key be sometimes the dumbest stuff. It's just like, why? Like, because I'm pretty sure you've seen, like, why is it that all black people are trying to unite on? Why can't we say anti-Semitic stuff? Whereas, like, you know, you should be able to, like, you know, work and build on something else. Is that what you're trying to say, Lil Chair God?
Yeah, I feel like we got to be a sport about it. So if we want to say anti-Semitic comments, what would have happened if two white or Jewish, let's just say this, actors, let's just say Seth Rogen and somebody else, say, you know what, fuck it. You know, black people, they made white girls or white chicks. Why don't we dress up as two black chicks and just make the funniest ghettoest comedy? Now, we would have just, oh my God, we would have just had a
Robert Downey Jr. did a fucking awesome job in fucking Tropic Thunder, okay?
That's what I'm saying. That shit went under the radar though. But I'm saying, like, if we were to, I want to figure out why we're allowed to be racist, but we're not allowed to, or quote unquote racist, or is there another way we can call this shit?
Because white people feel bad for fucking you over for 400 years, so we're letting you catch up a little bit. That's all it is.
It's not 100% white people's fault. Like, we just talked about all those Africans that were slaughtering and doing cannibalism on blacks and killing 1,200 blacks.
But the same way that you were saying, like, okay, we as black community, yeah, it's not the guns. We're the ones who are buying them and killing people with it, right? Like, the way that you're taking collective responsibility for that is the same way that white people should take collective responsibility. It was free labor. They probably knew how fucked up it was. They were watching other human beings suffer and die, and they didn't care. And they made whatever justifications they wanted to. So we have to take collective responsibility as a nation for what we did.
Okay, and I think a lot of white people feel bad about that, but you guys aren't doing shit to us in real time. That is real damaging.
Can I point some shit out?
We're doing shit to each other in real time.
No. Okay, I want to point this shit out. So for instance, like I went on Lauren Southern, ABBA joking about that is kind of funny. We went on a fucking documentary shoot in Baltimore. Okay, so we go to West Baltimore, South Baltimore. It's all fucked up, right? Infrastructure sucks. Pipes are still lead. Lead. They have fucked up water, shitty schools, no funding. Everybody's leaving it alone. I literally go talk to the cops in the Western District, and I'm like, hey, where can I go that's safe, day or night, in order to talk to people and shoot a film? They literally tell me it's not safe anywhere. You will get carjacked or shot day or night in this neighborhood. That's how fucking bad it is. And so you can't tell me that, yeah, and when you have 20,000 people who are underemployed, who don't have any money, don't have any hope, don't have any education, don't have anything like that, I could see how people would think that that was like intentional neglect, because it's so fucking bad. And we're talking about the richest country on the planet. How the fuck do we have no-go zones in the United States, the richest country on the planet?
Same way we have sundown towns.
I think, so, Lord to your God, I think everything you're saying has elements of truth to it. Have you ever seen videos of people who turn on the cell phone and the video starts and one partner is insanely fucking unhinged and the other person is being really calm? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like these types of like relationship abuse videos or like the freak out videos or whatever.
It's a double fire.
What do you mean by that?
Double fire is when, if you're arguing with your girlfriend, right, and you argue back, that's double fire. But instead, one person could just collectively absorb all the fire, and then it fizzles out over time. That's just, I don't know, that's the way I do things. I don't argue.
Well, sure. What I'm saying is that, like, one thing you can do is you can get somebody super fucking strung up, or both of you are being unhinged as fuck, and then one side can turn the camera on and can look at the other person and go, look at how fucked up this person is. But they're recording, so they know they're on their best behavior, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of like weird, it can be cop videos, it can be relationship videos, it can be abuse, whatever. There's a lot of videos where the footage starts at a certain time, and when I look at it, I go, I wonder what happened 20 minutes before this. Sometimes it feels like when the way that you talk about these black issues, I know it doesn't come off this way, but the way that it feels like it, you or other people, white people, black people, when they talk about the black community needing to take responsibility, sometimes it feels like starting the video right at the point when the white person wants to, while looking at the entire black community. That like, yeah, where the black community is at right now is super fucked. Nobody's denying that. White people, black people, whoever. But it's not by accident. It didn't happen randomly. And there's a whole bunch of shit leading up to it that to start at this very moment in time when the footage is rolling and say, look at how fucking crazy and horrible these people are. They need to do better. And it's half true. Like, they do need to do better. But damn, there's a whole lot of shit leading up to it that put them in that situation that nobody would have been able to crawl their way out of. That's, I think, is like the point that other people think they're going to try to make. Or that I would try to make.
That's Anna won't concede on.
I don't care. I'm not talking to Anna.
So mad.
I mean, so you believe that in America there's no way... You believe that in America there's no way out of the maze?
In America, I think that any person can find success. I don't know if a whole people can find success. There's always going to be exceptions to any rule, right?
I mean, yeah, it's not meant for everybody to be successful. We need people that's going to deliver our Amazon packages. That's just the way the world works. But I mean, why not at least try, especially if you're in a fucked up area? Always imagine if I stayed in LA. I mean, I go visit my family. Nobody's doing shit.
I mean, like, you can always, yeah, you can always try. You can always try. But like, let's say that I find out that my son is walking to school every day, and he tells me that as he's walking, there's always like 3 kids that try to like fuck with him on the way to school, right? Yeah. I could tell him like, well, take a knife or learn to defend yourself or whatever. But realistically, what's going to happen is, well, I'm probably going to start walking with them. If you tell me that there are kids that are bullying you, well, I'm going to go with you. Because at some point, like, you can only tell people to do better so many times where they need a little bit of help to get out. Now, you still should try to help yourself. I agree with that. And sometimes that message gets lost in this permanent fucking victimhood. And people, like, dude, I agree with you. When I see people building statues of George Floyd, it's the most cringe-inducing fucking shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Yeah, absolutely. But on the other hand, it's like this pull up the ladder mentality to where there's like a certain game, there's like a rat race kind of that it feels like black people have been put into sometimes, where you set the cops on them, you put them in certain communities, and their only way out is through entertainment. And now they're entertainers, and all they want to say is fuck the cops and fuck these communities because they fucked with us. And now other people are turning around and going like, wait a second, that was the only way out for you, but you got the way out, and now you're shitting on the cops? Well, why are you being so disrespectful? Like, why can't you act right? Like, what's going on here? And it's like, it was almost like you were set up to fail from the start. And again, I agree, you got to do better, but The request is a really big one, and that needs to be acknowledged. That's a really big request that nobody else in any other group is making. Nobody's making that. Nobody else in the United States is expected to overcome that much, right? I don't know if anybody else in the United States could overcome that much.
I mean, I want to go back to, and it kind of plays off what you said. I want to go back to, because you said something about entertainment. I want to go back to Gideon, where he said, where if Johnny Depp had a black lawyer, it would have made a bunch of, like a bunch of the black youth say, you know what, I want to go to school for 7 years or whatever and pass the bar. Let me ask you a question. How many black people do you know that would just sit on their ass, study books, and pass the fucking bar? What do you think the percentage of black lawyers there is? We don't want to do that shit. What we want to do, I'm saying we.
You could just say that, but
it's too much work. We want shit fast, right?
If we go to college, we go to colleges and see the work and HBUs and stuff like that, and then see what would people rather do. Then you could just say that. But if you just say it right now, then I would just have to agree. Yeah, no nigga wants to be a lawyer, but
it's too much work.
That was against fucking what's his face, O.J. Simpson. He was black.
Well, here's the question. Real quick on that. On what Low Tier God said there for being a lawyer, right? I agree with you. Nobody does want to do that. What do you think is one of the biggest drivers for whether or not a kid actually would go through and get a college degree? It's if mom and dad has one, right? So when you got if your parents have a college degree, you have a 3 in 5 chance of getting one yourself. If they don't, it drops to 25%. So and who's more likely to have a degree? People who have a history of having all the rights afforded to them, all the economic opportunity afforded to them, and everything through the generations that this country have existed, or people who didn't have civil rights protections up until 2 generations ago. Right. Again, not that it's an excuse, but even when you talk about the reason why black people don't want to sit through school and get a degree is because, well, what the fuck? What is your success as a black person in the United States? I think we all agree it's through entertainment, right? I'm not going to become a fucking rapper or an NBA player by sitting to school and going to college and getting a degree. And if you don't see that, if you don't see people around you succeeding doing that, a lot of white people do, Jewish people sure as fuck do, right? But you got parents that are getting degrees, when you've got strong members of the white, fucking Latino, black, or not black, Asian community, all these other communities that are doing it, you see that. I think that's what motivates kids to do it. And when black people don't have those role models, I think like Gideon said, seeing a successful black lawyer on TV would do something, I think, to push kids in that direction.
You know what's fucked about that? So if you look at all these cases that's going on with the rappers, and people who commit stupid ass crimes, so on and so forth, they fire the black lawyers, or the main lawyer is a Jewish guy. So we're crying about Jewish people, yet we only want to hire Jewish lawyers when we get in deep shit. And our supporting lawyers are black. Anytime you watch a video, let's just say DJ Academics, anytime he's covering a crime, he makes a joke oh man, you got to fire that black lawyer, get you a Jewish lawyer because such and such. So what's the point of going to school to be a black lawyer, right? Passing that hard ass test, the bar, if we're just going to go with the Jewish lawyer anyway when we commit the fucking crimes that we could have prevented in the first place.
Don't let DJ Academics get away with that bullshit. Call him out on it.
And also it's good.
Black lawyers.
No, actually. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask him because you're saying that the majority of positive black representation in media is going to come through entertainment, celebrities, etc. What did you think about the fact that Takeoff, recently passed in Houston? He was involved in a shooting. Even his wealth and privilege and stuff like that didn't save him from his untimely death. Because I was speaking to somebody and they he's biracial, and he was telling me that he felt that Takeoff almost kind of did it to himself, because he said he transcended his impoverished circumstances, but he chose to hang around the wrong people. So he's partially responsible for it. I don't know what you think about that, or what Gideon feels about that.
I don't know, Gideon, you want to go first? You want me to speak?
Nah, I said the exact same thing because I'm actually from Houston, and he was hanging out in 5th Ward, and 5th Ward is one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in America, let alone Houston. So you being a rapper, being in 5th Ward is it's like the president going to fucking Iran. It just doesn't make any sense. So I feel like it's a stigma
especially in the rap culture where it's just like you have to still look hood and stuff like that. You still have to be down with the cause. Like, you know, all these top rappers, they all have to check in, you know. Takeoff and Migos have to check in with Jay Prince. You have to check into Houston. You have to check into LA. You got to do all that. But, you know, what's their face? Katy Perry doesn't have to check in with anybody. Post Malone doesn't have to check in with anybody. And it's like a bullying mentality. And I feel like it's the thing that's the worst thing in our community that needs to be taken out. But, you know, it's here to stay. So it's sad.
And just to throw a little chime on it. So I did a YouTube video on it. You know, I do my videos, I get off, blah, blah, blah. There's a bunch of detractor channels, this and that. So my message doesn't get out there crazy. But I woke up the next day and somebody sent me the TikTok of somebody taking a clip of what I said about Offset and the whole situation. And it got like 2.5 million on TikTok. And it wasn't even on my channel. So, I mean, I said what I had to say about it. We put ourselves in these situations. If I'm kicking it around, you know, if I'm kicking it in the hood, if I go to South Central right now to visit my family, I immediately lower my life expectancy just from being in that situation. So you can lower your life expectancy. I mean, when you're black, you already know how shit goes. When you go to certain areas or you're around certain demographics, this and that, you kind of put yourself in those situations. Not saying that I feel like when you're killed, it's never your time to go. I feel like it's only your time to go through disease or natural causes or something like that. But when you're killed, it was never your time to go. It's based off premonition, space, and time. So I feel like it wasn't his time to go, but he put himself in that situation of rolling dice and being in that, you know, that amped up environment. And if you watch the video, there's a certain type of a bravado that black men have towards each other where they don't want to look like a bitch. Nobody wants to submit. So when you watch that video, you know, you're hearing Quavo saying, yo, y'all keep doing this, I'm gonna hurt somebody. So he tries to walk off and then somebody tries to hit him, which causes the gunfire. So it's almost like, was it meant for him? Like, could this been prevented? Yes, it could have been prevented if bravado wasn't in place. That could have been 100% prevented.
This phenomena that you talk about where like no black man wants to like look like a bitch, where do you think that comes from?
It comes from growing up. I mean, I was always the quiet kid growing up. You know, I was always tall. I was being made fun of for being tall and quiet because I wasn't amplified enough. And in the black community, if you don't speak loud enough, you know, if you're not, you know, one of the loudest ones in the room, you're looked at as a bitch. Also, go ahead.
Where do you think that comes from? Like what, like
can I give another sociological answer? There's a theory about like motivations in different kinds of cultures. There's like dignity cultures, there's honor cultures, and all that kind of stuff. And my guess would be that black hood culture would be classified as an honor culture, where your reputation is important. And so as a result, you basically
why do you think that is? Like what builds an honor culture? Like what's the foundation? What builds an honor culture? Like, because I think honor culture comes from places that are like heavily riddled with like war, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if you grow up and you're basically in like a war zone, which like I think a lot of black young men think that they are, I think that makes sense.
I mean, negative media too.
I think more, even more than like negative media or war zone, I think that the idea is like, what are the ways that you can show like you're a man, or where does your masculinity come from in a community where you have no economic opportunity? I feel like there's a lot of reasons why, especially in black communities, there's like so many kind of weird associations with masculinity and gang culture, is because I think for a lot of people, like the only path to success or the only way to exhibit those characteristics are sometimes through like criminal activity. Like you just don't have the ability to go do like white collar jobs, go to college, get work, and then kind of like be the nice providing dude for your family. And when you don't have those types of opportunities, people will gravitate towards the other.
And if I could read this real quick. So honor cultures emerge when a centralized state authority is not present or not legitimate, and when people are extremely materially vulnerable. Under these conditions, people will take offense very easily, grow quickly fearful, and engage in higher rates of defensive, preemptive aggression, as well as vigilante justice in order to settle their disputes. So they're literally saying that it's like a sociological structure. And then dignity culture is more of a modern phenomena because there's a central authority that people resolve violent disputes through. And then as a result, what actually matters more is that everybody involved in the contract maintains their dignity. But I think if you were to do some kind of sociological analysis with this, I think you would you would find some pretty quick correlations.
And Steven doesn't care, obviously, because he has already shut it down. But for the viewers watching, I wish that this conversation could have been had with Anna, because this is literally the direct like counter argument for someone like Anna, who has all like the ingredients of something, like has, you know, the statistics, but also like doesn't have the empathy, or doesn't even care about the empathy to understand like what culture Black men live in and why it's different than Black women's culture.
This was the biracial chick that was on.
I don't know if she was biracial. I think she was just lighter skinned.
Yo, low tier God. Before we end, well, not before this isn't my stream, so let me stop that. But you know, we've had our well, I wouldn't say it's a back and forth. It was just a one-time incident. But you know what, man? You know, me personally, I have no problem with you. I just feel, you know, man. Damn, I don't know how to say this.
Say what you gotta say.
I see the clip of you saying it. You know, I think your mom said, you know, it's the way you say things and stuff like that. You have a way of saying things, and you know, it rubs people the wrong way. And when I did my video, your reaction to it, especially with you being a brother, it made me feel a type of way. But you know what? I feel like that's your right as, you know, a man. You can feel, you don't have to feel the exact same way. You don't have to feel, you know, you don't have to be by my side, especially just because I'm Black and stuff like that. So, you know what? All means that way, you know, I have no hard feelings towards that, man. So, you know.
Yeah, it was never
it's no beef.
Yeah, it's nothing like that. So for you, I look at, you know, you and a bunch of the other guys. I know you guys, I don't know, I use like a bunch of jokes. So my personality is either you're really going to like me or you're going to be like, what the fuck is this guy saying? Like, that's just the way that I work. So for me, when I was doing that, I was like, yo, this guy, like, Gideon is like, you know, he's one of the most popular, if not the most popular Black content creators on YouTube. And I was wondering, why the fuck does he give a fuck about Twitch? Mind you, I've been banned on Twitch like 6 times, literally, for, I don't know. I used to be real crazy like some years ago. So when I seen that, I was like, yo, why does he give a fuck if he's really successful? So it was probably my wordplay. And as you could hear me like throughout this conversation, my wordplay is like, either you're going to take it away or you're not. So my thing was never directed at you to try to like shit on you or anything like that. I was just wondering, you know, from somebody who's in a less successful type of aura, why you would really give a fuck about Twitch. So it was never like I'm trying to shit on you or other Black content creators. And I think it caused a shitstorm because everybody's like, yo, this guy, low tier God, is a fucking hater, this and that. I want all Black people to win. If all Black people won, the balance would be reset. So yeah, I was never.
Then we can get working on that white genocide.
You know, I like, you know, imagine you game up with your homies, you know, you have the ability to make a living, and like Destiny, you know, who would you say you're like? Imagine if YouTube was like, yo, you can't have Abba on your show anymore, you know, like it just ends, dones, you know, you can't have them on. Like it takes the fun out of it, you know what I mean? And so that's the reason why. That's the reason why I feel like I'm most hurt about Twitch, is because it's just like, damn, you know, like I can only talk to my friends when they're not in their grind mode, and it's like, you know, sometimes it's, you know, it's kind of hard because, you know, I'm over here grinding, doing my thing, then all my friends are out here grinding, doing their thing, and so like we have to find time, you know, in between to catch up and see how each other are doing, or like, you know, where moments where like they had a moment on stream where it's like I could have been there with them to say my piece or whatever. It's like, you know, I have to wait till after they get off and then I have to be like, yo, man, congrats on.
Bro, I know that feeling 1,000,000%. Like, I'm banned from Twitch and my wife is a Twitch streamer and I can't be on her stream with her. So it's pretty fucking weird. Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
I know all about
like, it. You know, like it's not a monetary thing at all. You know?
Yeah, it's like the meme of like the kid that's like inside, like watching his friends play outside, and he's just like upstairs in his room, like the little Peppa. The
fucking
frog.
SpongeBob, like the SpongeBob. Man.
Oh yeah, the SpongeBob.
Like,
Squidward. Yeah. Or
yeah,
Squidward,
how do you think I feel? Yo, Gideon, how do you think the fuck I feel? So after I gifted Kai 20 subs, miraculously my shit got hit for fraud. Now, mind you, I've had that account since 2014. So it's just like, damn, I was trying to support, you know, throw him like 20 gifted, and then I lose my fucking account after. So I'm right there on that SpongeBob meme with you. Like, I can't even watch people's streams. I gotta go on desktop just to see some shit, and I can't even log in. So I get where you're coming from, but it was never like a shot like that. But ask yourself this question. So if I would have never had that, like, that type of arrogance and said this and that on the video, you would have never found out who the fuck I was. Like,
No,
the way I do.
no. You can't even say that, like, you know, because one of my best friends, the reason I found him is because all he would do is just comment on every video, being like, "Oh man, that was a great video." Da 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 da. It wouldn't be on no stuff like, "Yo man, we need a collab." He would literally just showing love, and I just hit him up and I was like, "Yo man, like, yo, you always showing love on my videos," and I was like, "Where you stay at?" He's like, "Oh, I stay in Houston." I was like, "What the fuck? I'm in Houston," and then we became friends. So like, I feel like you shouldn't have that mindset of, oh, I gotta say the most outlandish things, or, you know, be out there like that and say something crazy to get people's attention, because, you know, how your first impression goes a long way. You feel me? So, I'm one to talk too, because a lot of people are like that with me, where it's just like, you know, my first impression with them is like, they're like, "What the fuck? Look at this dude." But then, like, over time, they get to know the real me and stuff like that. But
I think after a while too, when you start to become a bigger content creator, you actually start to specifically avoid people that are negative, because what you start to learn is when you give those people attention, everybody tries to build careers off of being haters. And it's like the most annoying fucking thing in the world when you know that some dude is on some wild shit because he's, holy shit, she's in here. Because
Hi, Annalicia.
Oh God, you removed me from Discord. I didn't know you were still on my server. But yeah, when you start giving those types of people attention, everybody starts to talk shit about you, because everybody just wants to get on your radar so that they can be a part of your like orbit and shit.
But you know the fuck thing? Nobody ever put into light. So remember when you went to like the world's most racist neighborhood? So I reacted to that video on stream, and I was agreeing with everything you said. This is way before you knew who I was. Nobody clipped that, and I was labeled like some black guy. Like, people, they'll like Photoshop me with a fucking Confederate flag on. So it's like nobody showcased. Like, I've really been rocking with your content for a while, but nobody showcased that. But I don't know. I got this weird fucked up type of stigma on the internet where I'm a small content creator, but when I say shit, for some miraculous reason, it sticks. Like I said, it's probably my delivery, but I guess maybe there's something I need to work on. But it was never any like ill will at all. I've never been like, man, fuck Gideon, man, I hate this motherfucker. Was nothing like that. So just want to throw that out there. I've always checked out your content and supported it.
hey man, that's love, bro. That's love, and I really appreciate that. And you know, I'm gonna start peeping yours, and you know, yeah, man. Like, I don't like to have any ill will towards anybody, because I feel like everybody in here is trying to get it. You know, everybody in here is a content creator, right?
Yeah, that's why I don't have any hate.
Yeah, man.
I like to see people succeed.
And you know, that's why I have respect for Destiny. You know, like, I don't like to come in here to, like, you know, try to, like, you know, like, get clips or nothing like that. I just genuinely just like coming in here and, like, because, you know, whether I agree or disagree, is just, you know, everybody's just working towards something, and I feel like that's the common goal. We all love this platform. Everybody in chat, man, you know, chat's being great hosts, so shout out to everybody in chat. Shout out to everybody in this Discord. I'm gonna go get me some pizza, and
100%.
I gotta go celebrate the Astros won, so I gotta go to the parade. But everybody in chat, be sure to like the stream.
Wait,
I'm out of here.
Gideon.
What's good?
Yeah, not everyone's a content creator. Annalicia, she's not a content creator.
Hold on, she's here. Yep, she's here.
I think it's really interesting. I think that it was so at certain points I would have some people who would send me the stream so that I could hear whatever the black men that you were having conversations with earlier were saying. And I think it's interesting how black men come up here and tell on themselves, first of all.
Wait, what?
I also think that it's interesting how black men come up here and just affirm everything that I've said. Absolutely.
Wait, who are you?
Hold on, Jaden, careful.
You're coming in really hot.
Hold on. I'm not trying to come in hot. I just think that, and I'm not going to get hot. First of all, my throat hurts. Like, I'm not a fucking superhero. But I think that it's really interesting because some of the things, you know what's really funny? Every archetype of the black men that I described yesterday that are negatively contributing to either the culture, the community. I think it's interesting that the black men that and again, these are the ones that claim to be the good black men, right?
True. Yeah.
So I think and Abba, I don't want to have a problem with you, but I don't appreciate, like, sometimes you have to learn the temperature of the room, and sometimes the ad libs and the condescension and sarcasm, sometimes it's gratuitous. So let's just have the conversation.
Yeah, I agree. Everybody,
Because
let's
I really
keep the
wanna-
temperature.
I
Wait, hold
wanna-
on real quick. Let's keep the temperature low in here if we can.
I'm out the loop. I'm kind of out the loop.
Okay, low tier God. This
To be
is
clear, my ad libs are only in honor of the Migos passing. So that's it.
All right, see, already, see, that's what I'm saying.
Don't let him
Well,
forget. Don't let him forget.
Annalise,
Blank
can I ask
slate.
you a
Blank
question?
slate. Blank
Well, like,
slate.
what is your
No,
beef
I'm
with
trying to
black
hold on.
men?
Wait a minute. I'm trying to come
No,
in here.
no. What is your beef with black men? What do you have against black men?
So I'm literally coming up here and to have a conversation, and then this is what you're doing.
No, you, bro. I don't know who you are, so I'm trying.
Right.
To
So why
what
don't
the
you let me
problem
finish
is.
speaking?
You're not saying nothing. That's the problem.
Okay. Well, I don't know what. That's a
Everyone
different kind of problem.
Okay,
That's
hold
a
on.
different kind of problem.
Jadian, just to bridge the gap, Jadian, she's somebody who, follows.
No, I can speak for myself. No, I can speak.
you
Just
sound like
allow
you're
me to
Go
speak.
ahead.
Okay, I asked you, what are you on about? Can you please tell me what you're
He's
on about?
cutting me off, and like allow me. I can speak for myself. I'm
To the
fine.
stage.
Everything's
You
okay.
got it. Let me hear you.
So I think it's interesting that every archetype or every type of issue that we're having in the Black community, you saw one by one come up here and talk to Destiny. You saw the hopeless and absolutely conquered. There's nothing that they can do, and this is just the way that it is. You saw the what's the problem with having a whole bunch of women and being in an open relationship on my end and closed on her end, and someone who tried to justify otherwise degenerate behavior, even in a marriage or within a relationship. Okay. And if you guys think for 1 minute that people come up here to make arguments that they don't themselves adhere to in some way, or at least identify with in some way, you're crazy. First of all.
Okay. So
second of all, hold on.
Okay, my bad.
Right now, Gideon, she's referencing people that came on my stream earlier, so you're not getting this. Yeah, so yeah.
Oh, okay, this is nobody now.
No, nobody now. But I think she's probably getting there. She's warming up. Okay, go ahead, Anna.
So you had the Black man who said there's nothing that they can do. They have to carry their guns. They simply must. So that's one. And then you had the hyper promiscuous one who was really only concerned with his ability to access as many women as he wants. Really, we know that this is a problem in the Black community. We also know that this problem obviously leads to the fractured homes in the Black community. And then now you have who's the gentleman here? LTG.
Low tier God.
Yeah, low tier God.
Yes.
Right. So now we have LTG, and I don't want to be disrespectful to you, because I don't know you, and I really want to have this conversation with you, because what you're saying really breaks my heart. I expect it from the white men at the top, but your position is extremely heartbreaking for me, because you've completely you've resigned yourself entirely from the Black community, so much so that you don't even date Black women. Which is also that's also interesting to me. And if you think that that's not intrinsically connected and linked, that's absurd.
One thing, and I'm gonna let you continue. Every relationship I've had with a Black woman has been domestic from their end. I've been hit and socked and pulled and busted lip from every Black woman that I've dated.
Okay.
So why would I go back if every Black woman has beaten me that I've been in a relationship with? Continue.
Okay. So again, I told you that. Well, that's. I'll put that to the side for now. I'm only bringing that up because I want to make the correlation between your mentality and the fact that you think that, the system is just what it is, and you've resigned yourself entirely. And the sad part is that, first of all, Lav and anybody else, and Steven especially, who for whatever reason said that I didn't think that anything could be done. That's a lie. I never, ever said that. My position was never a hopeless one. My position was that if we can't agree, it's hopeless. My position is that if accountability is not placed at the feet of the individuals where it belongs, it is hopeless. So for you guys to come up here and superimpose your positions and try to act like that was mine, that's a problem. I don't have the same sentiments as LTG at all. I think that there are absolutely things that you can do. Absolutely. Politically, economically, socially, and familially. I think it's absurd that you guys really want him to just lean. You want him to drown into that victimhood. You love it. And he loves it too. But I think that it's...
So what would you prescribe men to do?
Are you kidding me?
What would you prescribe men to do? Because I think that LTG is describing everything that you've laid out for men to take personal accountability.
Before you continue, do you date black men?
Personal accountability also means in your community. Personal accountability doesn't mean you divorce yourself from your community and your blackness. That's not how that works.
So you believe in like a tribalism.
Personal accountability.
I don't live in the hood. I denounce my blackness.
That's not what I said. But if you want to kind of like deduce it to that, that's cool.
I haven't denounced my blackness. I've evolved. I'm a new age black.
No, whatever that means.
A new age black means that we don't make excuses for being black. We're black in America. We try to succeed. We don't blame what happened hundreds of years ago as to the reason why.
Here's the thing, LTG. Here's the thing, because you come up here saying you're a new age black man. You come up here and saying that you don't blame anybody. But if you don't think that you sound like a victim when you say there's nothing that you can do, if you don't think that you sound like a victim when you say, oh, well, could we do what the Jews did? No, we couldn't. So this is, it was written, it was destined. That is, if that's not a victim pathology, I don't know what is.
Let me ask you a question. Who was the first civilization to sail the seas? Was it Africans or Vikings?
What? It's 2022. What's your point?
No, listen to the question. So when I say it was written, the first people to sail the seas literally
I'm not doing
Vikings to conquer everything. Now listen for a second.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. Wait, chill, hold on. Anna, you did this linking me shit from 1964. You wanted to talk history, okay? He's allowed to talk history too, okay?
No, hold on. No. I use that.
I'm giving you a quick example. I'm giving you a quick example of how order can be set.
And it better be happening right now today.
Let him flesh out his point.
Go.
I'll give you a quick example of why shit is the way it is today. Because Africans, we didn't sail the seas. Vikings sailed the seas, started fucking Asians, fucking blacks, fucking everybody, right? Implemented their seed, took a risk. Now, if any other ethnicity decided to do that, that's who would be in the upper echelon of everything. The reason why people are the way they are is because that's the way it was fucking written. So I believe in a multiverse. So I believe there's a multiverse where black people are in charge, white people are in charge, Hispanics are in charge, Asians are in charge. We're in the fucking multiverse where blacks, we're just simply not in charge. So why are we complaining about something we just can't fucking fix? Instead of just, doing like me, right? Doing like Abba, doing like Jitty, and really just getting our shit together instead of making excuses. If I go on Twitter and complain, there's nothing I can fix in the black community. If Abba goes on Twitter and complains, there's nothing he can fix in the black community. If Jidian does it, there's nothing he can fix. And we all have numbers, we all have reach, but that fixes nothing in the black community. So it can't be fixed. What you can do is fix yourself as an individual. And it sounds to me like maybe you've dated black men who have fucked you over, who have cheated, this and that.
Oh my God, I'm not you. No one's beating on me. This is what I'm saying.
No, I didn't beat on anybody. Women beat on me.
Okay, well, but I'm not. What I'm saying is I'm not you. I'm saying that I'm not you, but listen to what I'm saying, because I understand the personal accountability, and yes, that's my position. But the problem that I have with what you're saying is, there's nothing that we can do. You're college educated, right?
Yeah, of course. I got 2 degrees.
Okay. Ooh. So when I was talking about Pookies and Ray Rays, and again, you guys misrepresented what I said, which is a problem, but whatever. When I was talking about Pookie and Ray Ray, what do you think is? First of all, it was an analogy or a metaphor, maybe. But Pookie and Ray Ray, really and truly, you could be a Pookie and Ray Ray.
Impossible.
Let me tell you how and why.
Impossible.
Can I tell you how and why?
All right, I'm gonna turn into one right now. All right, so what was that? So you said I'm a Pookie and Ray Ray?
I'm trying to have a serious conversation in good faith. And
you can't keep saying Pookie and Ray Ray and say you want to be serious.
We're just keeping it light. He's just keeping it light.
You want me to talk like a Pookie? I could do that. All right, so what's good?
Right. Okay. So no, I can explain it. I'll explain it.
All right, say less.
Pookie and Ray Ray. Here's the difference. Pookie and Ray Ray's in the hood. They're being degenerates, but you date out, right? So any wealth that you acquire or accumulate over your lifetime, where do you think who is going to get access to that wealth? Do you think?
As far as like the type of woman that I decide, my archetype.
That's right.
I mean, I've seen your pictures. I mean, you look like you would be my type. You know, you got the peanut butter skin, mocha skin. I've seen the hair length. I usually do biracial or above. The reason why I do that is because if I do 100% black, it hits too close to home for me. Both my mom and my sister are dark-skinned women. So if I date a dark-skinned woman, it just hits too close to home. I'm not going to get 100% erected by dating someone that looks exactly like my fucking sister, my mom. So I like to date more, you know, culturally mixed type of people. So I've always been attracted to the light-skinned girl in the yard. So when I was in third grade,
how
right?
come you can ad-lib him, but I can't ad-lib you? Stop.
Yeah,
let him
him.
No. Stop. Let him talk.
I seen her picture. So you're the type of girl, right? And in third grade, you're the type of girl I was attracted to. I like the light-skinned girl with the long hair. I like that. But when I traveled out of that area, I started to discover more things. Wait a minute. Ooh, Spanish pieces. Ooh, wait a minute. Becky's? Excuse me, I'm saying Becky's. I guess that means white women. What sounds better to you, Becky or white woman?
Stacey.
You choose. What was that?
Stacy.
Okay, we'll do Stacy's. All right, so I decided to step out of my comfort zone because I was like, wait a minute, me and black women bump heads. Now, I like the empowerment of black women. I think black women have got it together more than black men, right? They want to go to college. They want to, you know, I love Candace Owens. I like what she's doing, right? She's holding black people accountable. Most black men, they just want to sit on here and complain on social media and this and that with a hood accent, right? Do you want me to talk in a hood accent for you? I could flip it like a light switch. Would you like that, or you want me to keep going with intellect?
I want you to keep having this conversation with me. I'm doing my very, very best, and it's difficult for me.
Fine.
So
That's
I
fine.
would respect if you could do your best.
My thing is this: I would date a black woman if she fit my archetype, and it's a preference. I'm not 100% against dating black women, but you must be biracial in order for me to rock with you. Why? Because biracial women are more toned. They're less ghetto. Even though you're yelling, it's like it's like a beautiful yell. It's not a ghetto.
Jeez. Oh, jeez.
No, listen real quick. It's not a ghetto, annoying. It's more like, okay, I can deal with this. Like, I don't mind. There's a little bit of sentimental shit right there. But for me to just straight up date a bone Quisha archetype, that's just not my style. It's a preference. So when you say, will a black woman get access to that? There's a possibility. It's not completely out the window, but you must meet my archetype. And you know, black men, we love our archetypes because we don't want to date women that really look like our moms and sisters. We need something a little bit spicy. We're tired of seeing the bone Quishas, you know, the fucking Mercedes, the diamonds. We need something that's out of our community that looks different. And we could actually thank the Jewish people and everybody else who scattered us all over the world as to why we could walk down the street with a Latino or, you know, some chick that looks not 100% black. And I'm thankful for that. Go ahead.
So actually, I think that you're worse than Pookie and Ray Ray, and I'm going to tell you why.
Damn.
I think that you're worse than Pookie and Ray Ray because not only do you clearly have a sense of self-hatred, it's seething and it's obvious, and that breaks my heart as well. And I understand that your experiences, because you put that out there and you said that, you know, you I think you talked earlier about your childhood just a little bit. But I paid attention, and I think you talked about your experience with black women and the domestic violence. So that I feel bad about that. But everything else, because those things can be true, and those things can affect the way that you see black women. It doesn't have to be permanent. But that's
different styles of black people, though. Do you agree?
Wait a minute. That doesn't have to be permanent. But you know the reason why it's going to be permanent? Because you don't really have a sense of love. You don't have a sense of self. And especially when it comes to your blackness, you really do want to divorce yourself from it. Just like you want to divorce yourself from the community. Because here's the thing. I'm not telling you, oh, you know, there are not issues with the system. I think all of the black men up here have agreed that there are issues. And I think all of the black men here have sort of said, well, there's not a whole lot that we can do. When in reality, that is objectively not true. It's not true. All of you guys have the influence if you wanted to. If you collectively wanted to, you could all help to change the culture.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Hold on. Can I finish?
I mean, you've been talking a lot, so like, if you're gonna call us out, like, we want to know what you're doing, so we can.
No, I know. I'm really trying to have this conversation with him. To be honest with you.
Okay, then y'all can leave if you want. We're all in here, so.
But the thing is, you don't know what a Pookie and Ray Ray is.
Hold on,
like,
can
I'm
I?
not
And hold on.
not a Pookie and Ray Ray
Hold on, wait a
archetype.
minute. Let me finish speaking, because
Of course.
there is no Pookie and Ray Ray. Only black men want to say, hey, the Pookies and Ray Rays, they're the ones with the guns, they're the ones with the drugs. But really and truly, you don't even deal with the black community. You don't even deal with black women. So what's the difference? Because you're college educated, you think that makes you better than Pookie and Ray Ray?
Absolutely.
I've dated so many black women. I've tried, and it just does not work. We just bump fucking heads. So that's when I decided.
And you think that has to do with the black women? You don't think that has anything?
Do you think you've dated educated black women? Like what? Because you said you don't want like the bonquishas. Like,
yeah.
Have you dated educated women of like your or like higher than your education level?
Yeah, I mean, I've dated chicks that are biracial. Usually, those are the types that, to me, we fit better because there's some sort of balance. When you got that 100% black blood and you're a sister, I can't. I got to be careful because I've been uppercut. I mean, I've been elbowed, I've been kicked, I remember there was
the problem is that you're like ascribing now like a violent gene to black women is the only problem.
I mean, I believe that's so. I mean, have you seen the World Star Hip Hop videos of the whole?
Aren't you just
my fucking white guilt's kicking in. Jesus.
Talking about the negative effects of World Star Hip Hop on black men?
I mean, yeah, that's a negative effect on black culture in general, for sure.
Right. So now when it comes to black women, you ascribe to it and you believe it.
I mean, I believe that as far as just black women, World Star Hip Hop is bad for blacks in general. Like it gives a bad depiction of us.
But it seems like you're describing like a primal urge for black women, whereas like with men, it's just culture and you're like above it, like naturally.
I feel like black women act better when they're dating a guy that's white or Hispanic. They treat them like kings. Now, when they get with us, they like, oh, well, you got to do this, you got to do that, blah, blah, blah. First off, I'm not going to date a woman that I cannot throw into a pool and she's mad about the hair not getting natted.
That's all women, bro.
Yeah, I think that's all women.
I mean, but yeah, if I toss my Latina or my my mixed my Afro Latina or my mixed chick in the pool, yeah, she's gonna recover a little bit faster. But if she got that fresh lace front end and I throw in the pool, oh, I'm definitely getting uppercutted.
So Anna,
hold on, Lev. I don't respectfully. Hold on. LTG,
bro, he doesn't want to fucking date you. Like, why are you?
Real
trying
question.
To date black girls?
No, real question.
No,
Anna, what's your name? Annalisa.
I saw what you look like. You're the last person to speak.
Annalisa.
Oh no, he's a big, handsome black man. Pause.
Annalisa, can I ask you a question?
Hold on. No, LTG, one second.
Are you biracial?
No, I'm not.
Then why are you light skinned with long hair?
I have no idea.
You're biracial.
Weren't you guys the one up here saying, "Oh, we don't know where we came from. We have it's like having."
That's true, but you're biracial. Your features. I seen you yesterday. I got on the stream. I said, "Wow, who is this?" You had a smooth nose.
Oh my god.
You had a smooth nose. Your face was a different symmetrical. You didn't have any hardcore African features. So if we did a 23andMe, I would guarantee that a chunk of your percentage is not 100% black. You're a biracial woman.
Low tier God, what do you mean?
Listen, wait a minute. You're not gonna sit up here and tell me what I am.
If you put me next to an African man, I look like we're talking about like somebody from Ghana. I have an African homie. We stand next together. I look nothing like it. Why? Because they're Scottish running through me. They're European running through me. Everybody that was in my lineage was not black. Just enough black people fucked to have me black sitting here in front of you. But I understand that. Some of my forefathers were not black. That's why I'm able to sit here and have this conversation with you.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out if you're really being like, you really just don't like, you don't like yourself. You don't like black people.
I love being black.
You love being black. You would want to have black kids.
I'm a handsome black man. I'm a handsome black man. But here's the thing. Did you know that being biracial actually is a plus genetically?
No, but did you know that that's a myth?
Did you know that biracial kids actually excel at a higher percentage than regular black children?
Let them have the conversation.
This is it's not that
let them have the conversation.
This
Let the
isn't
two
a
of them go at each
conversation.
other. Have the
This is getting
conversation. Let them go.
personal.
Yeah, there's no shit. It's personal. They're both talking about how they hate black men and black women to each other.
This isn't personal.
Hold on, wait a minute. Why are you saying that I hate black men, Steven?
Anna, because he's the antithesis of you, and you don't realize it.
No, he's not, because I think that the black community can absolutely be improved, and he does not.
He's doing what you Anna. If you're going to say things or give this tacit approval to people that are saying things like abort all black babies.
No, but that's
right?
not what I said.
That might not be what you say, but those are the people that you vibe with. Those are the videos that you link me, and those are the speakers that you tell me represent
you're
roughly
fresh and fit then. So you believe what they believe.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You were on their podcast, right?
Anna, can I ask you a question?
I don't recommend fresh and fit videos to understand my ideology.
Wait, is that what she did?
But you go on their platform.
To argue with them, yeah, like you're on my platform. You don't agree with me, right? You're on my platform.
Right, but hold on. You go on their platform. You don't agree with them. I don't even go on Cynthia's platform, and I don't even. It's not even like I'm promoting her videos. We were having a conversation.
You were
with her.
literally promoting her videos. You literally linked me like how many of them yesterday in DMs, telling me to watch them.
It had to do with the conversation. I'm saying in my real life, I don't promote anyone. So for you to sit up here and say that,
I have a
question.
Real quick. Anna, one question.
This is
I have a question that can easily differentiate.
Wait, hold on, hold on. Just on, Anna. Okay, wait.
Hold on.
Yeah, let her go. Yeah, go.
As loud as Anna's getting, you know what? It's soothing.
No, okay, I want to ask a question that differentiates.
As loud as she's getting is soothing because to me, this is music to my ears.
Because the things that you were saying were truly heartbreaking, and unfortunately, I mean, I know that everybody thinks that I hate black men, but I really don't. And if I did, I would come up here and I would be championing everything that you're saying, and I would be self-hating along with you.
With the wrong type of black man.
Unfortunately, I do believe that black men can do better, and I don't think that.
Can you explain that to us now?
1 second. I don't think that every black person needs to be a millionaire tomorrow. And I don't think that it's going to be easy. But I know for a fact that there can be incremental and marginal improvements made over time. That's how change works. It is not instantaneous. It happens over time. When you have a mentality like yours and any other defeated black man who came up here and said, there's nothing that we can do. We got to pick up these guns. We have to sell these drugs. We have to be open relationships.
She was talking about the guy earlier.
I didn't say pick up the fucking guns.
She was talking about the guy earlier.
Okay, I have to go soon, so I just want to ask this question. Anna, do you believe that when it comes to like changes in the black community, et cetera, that there is a level of systemic change that can improve the black community?
That's what I wanted her to say.
I do believe that, but I do believe that black people have to initiate that systemic change. I believe that I believe that they absolutely can.
Okay.
I don't think so. I think we want free Gucci instead.
That is the difference between me and you. If I hated myself and I'd resigned myself to anything that had to do with the black community, I would be sitting up here with you, championing, high-fiving you, talking about how much I don't want to deal with and how ghetto. The fact that you guys can really sit up here and
I don't want to be in the hood. I don't want to live around black people.
And I don't feel disrespected that
do you
people
live in a black neighborhood?
I feel disrespected.
Well, I mean,
you live around blocks?
If your opinion is that he's somehow self-loathing and he has some kind of subconscious bias that he can't see and it's driving him to be, self-loathing or whatever, that's fine. But most black men you've interacted with online have the same prescription for you. Yesterday, I literally listened to you sit here and say that black men individually should suffer prejudice because of the group identity of black men and how they're perceived in the media. Yeah, there's a lot of ways that there's a lot of ways in which you interact with people online and address it. It is what you said. I'll play back.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, whatever.
She also labeled me a Pookie and Ray Ray when there's different styles of black men.
But she said you were worse.
I want to appreciate. All right, are you going to keep talking over?
Hold on, wait, chill. Let Abba, guys. Okay, hold on, wait. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. Hold on. Everybody, take a deep breath. Okay, hold on. I'm not staying up until fucking 5 a.m. Okay, we're not doing a 1 hour conversation in 6 hours because every motherfucker is screaming and talking over themselves. Okay, so most people, you guys are mostly doing okay. Chill. Anna, you need to fucking hurry up with your answers because you talk a lot. Low tier God, you're doing fine. Jaden, you're doing fine. Everybody's just trying to talk over each other. Okay, Lab, you're doing great. Everybody's doing fine. Just trying to talk over each other and try to move along with your answers a little bit faster. Okay, go ahead. Good luck.
All right, and just to wrap it up, I just think it's interesting that you feel comfortable enough to ascribe to low tier God a subconscious bias that he can't see, but you are 100% certain that you have zero subconscious biases against black men, even though every black man you've interacted online says that you have disdain for them.
Okay, so Abba, if I had a bias for black men, which is again, you think that I hate all black men and I think that they're this and that, why do I believe that they can improve their situation in their communities if I have a bias against them? Why?
Blueprint. Give us the blueprint. Don't ask him the question. Give us the blueprint.
I'm talking to Abba. Why is that, Abba? If I'm up here and I'm trying to talk to this black man who I'm absolutely heartbroken about his worldviews and his positions as a result of his self-hate and self-loathing, why would I care? Why would I care?
Because consciously you may still want good things for black folks, but subconsciously you may have negative opinions about black men that...
I tell you how I feel about the negative things that black men are doing in the communities. I may say, and I may say it in a way that's hyperbolic. I may say it in a way that's vitriolic, but I'm absolutely overt with the way that I feel when it comes to the negativity and the destruction that black men are contributing to their position in society and the black community. But if I also believe that they can change it, where's the bias?
Why are you just saying black men though? Like, why are you not including?
I'm talking to Abba. Talking to Abba.
The bias lies in the ways in which you engage in these conversations. The kind of
no. Okay, then Kevin.
All right.
Then everybody has.
If you're gonna ask me a question, I can't answer. Okay, all right. Well, listen, I'll let you just go. Speak to yourself or speak into the void. I really don't care.
Yeah, no.
Congratulations, you are fantastic at facilitating.
I have a question because I feel like I know where I know where the disconnect is, because I think that both of you guys obviously talk about personal responsibility and value it. I think the only difference is that a low tier god doesn't feel a responsibility to the black community, and it feels like Anna, you really believe, maybe not in separatism, but sort of like tribalism, and you feel like black people have a responsibility for each other.
Okay,
that's what it's coming across as.
Maybe
that's what it's coming across as. So correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay. I know I will. So it's not that I think that black people, I think that if any change is going to be made, that is going to require a level of conscious organization. You need to have a militant approach. That doesn't mean you have to sit around and talk about, I hate white people all day. No, hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
What I'm saying is we have to collectively at least have an understanding of what is the problem, what's pervasive and what's pervading in the black community, whether it is behavior, conditioning, systemic, whether it is...
Wait. Can we shortcut all this? Can we shortcut all this? Low tier god asked you, what's the blueprint? So we understand that you're saying there needs to be consciousness about the problems. What's the blueprint? What do you want people like him to do?
It's bullet points.
Well, I have to know why I have to know where the self-loathing comes from. I have to know why he wants to divorce himself from himself.
He already explained. Hold on. Wait. What? No. He's already explained all of this. Talk on it. You've heard him say why he doesn't date black women. You've heard him say, yeah, go.
So because you've been in abusive relationships with black women, and again, I mean, it's kind of difficult because it's one-sided, right? You're saying that you were the one that was being beaten on, but nobody really knows, and I don't know.
Wait, hold on. Don't focus on him. Give the overall blueprint for like the black man.
No, stop trying to police my answer.
No, because you're trying to make it personal. We don't care.
No, because it has to make this. If I'm going to answer the question, I have to have a full picture, and I have to have the full scope of what's happening.
So you can't give a general blueprint to the black community. You have to talk to every single black man.
You're asking me for a blueprint, and you think that it's going to just stop.
Destiny, kick this bitch.
Stop. No, shot, Gideon. Stop. Chill.
You know what, Destiny? No, we need her.
Destiny, I have to appreciate something. Destiny, I have to appreciate every black man that you brought on to have conversations with her has grown to hate her and find her insufferable to the point where conversations are impossible. Let me speak, Lav. Shut up, Lav. Shut up. So what I'm saying is, in this moment, I think you have to appreciate the way in which she interacts with other black men on these platforms is absolutely toxic to the point that it makes people actually incredibly mad. And so I think there's an understanding that Janine has where she doesn't facilitate any conversation, cuts people off, and avoids answers.
Abba, I agree with you. Abba, I agree with you. That's what I'm trying to I'm trying to get her to answer the question because she's extremely combative.
No, she's not just incredibly combative. Like the things that she says about black men, I understand why people get so upset. And Janine has experienced it for the first time. So whilst his response was out of pocket to some degree, you have to understand Annalisa has been sitting up here and been saying crazy things about black men for multiple days, and he's just getting the t-shirt.
I understand.
Same way about black men.
Can I respond? Can I respond, please?
Wait, can you just give a blueprint instead of doing this pointless argument?
No. So Abba can say what and I can't respond to what he's saying.
Yeah, no, you can't.
Annalisa, before we continue,
hold on 1 second. I'll teach you 1 second.
Hold on, wait. This is a compliment. This is a compliment.
Saying that Abba is upset that I'm saying what I'm saying about black men, but before I got up here, all of you guys were talking about what they are negatively doing and how they're contributing and how there's nothing that can be done. And I'm the only one that thinks that there is something that can be done.
All of us think something can be done. We're asking you.
You don't.
Literally, you are literally the only one here that hasn't told us what you think should be done. Everyone here gave an answer. You haven't said shit yet because you're trying to fucking psychoanalyze low tier god over here.
Here's the thing.
I have to understand what his issue is.
No, you don't.
Alicia.
You don't need to understand the issue of every single individual black man to give it. Sorry, go. LTG and Anna, go. You too.
I gotta ask her a question. I gotta ask Annalicia a question. First off, I want to tell you your voice does not annoy me. I'm not offended. I'm enjoying this. Second off,
I don't care. Honestly,
okay.
Whichever like black women are in the chat, I just hope that they're paying attention to this.
Wait a second. Listen real quick. So I gotta ask you this question about black men. Are there different styles of black men? Like, so let me. All right. Do you understand the question real quick before I continue?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So there's different styles of black men. You labeled me into the realm of a Pookie and Ray Ray. A Pookie and Ray Ray is somebody like this. All right, so basically, look, this is the way I'm gonna explain this shit, you feel me? I'm full of fillers, I'm uneducated. On top of that, I'm loaded with tattoos. I got a bunch of jewelry on. I need all this fucking designer and bravado, so on and so forth. You know, that's what you label in a Pookie and Ray Ray. I don't understand structure. I don't understand family values. I'm fucking with multiple women. I got a bunch of different chicks pregnant. Mind you, I have no children. Mind you, there's no multiple baby mamas. I'm not in that Pookie and Ray Ray atmosphere. I would put myself in the same realm. I am like a Michael B. Jordan, Will Smith archetype with a little bit of swagger. Not a little bit, a lot more swagger. There's different styles. There's Lenny Kravitz blacks. There's goon blacks. There's there's Gideon blacks. There's fucking ABBA black. We come in so many different styles.
Okay, I understand. So what I'm gonna say to that is.
All right, wait, one second. Before I finish. I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna let you talk because I don't mind hearing you talk. All right. So when can I ask you a question? Do you have children?
Of course she does.
Okay, so you have children. So is your kid's father black? Where did she go?
She doesn't answer personal questions like that.
Oh, okay. All right. So I think maybe there's a little bit of resentment based off past issues to the point where maybe you dealt with the Pookie and Ray Ray. Have you ever heard of Pookie and Ray Ray articulate themselves like this? Have you went on my YouTube channel? Do I look like a Pookie and Ray Ray? Check the Instagram. I'm far from a Pookie and Ray Ray. You know what? There's actually girls. Real quick. There's actually girls that have never fucked with a black guy, but wait a minute, I fit the meta because I attract all types of women. Pookie and Ray Rays cannot attract Beckys. They cannot attract Latinas. Like, I've went ahead and broke the barrier. I've dated Chinese girls from San Gabriel that never fucked with black guys before. Why? Because I'm not a Pookie and Ray Ray.
Okay.
All right, there you go.
So here's the problem that I have.
Also,
and again, Pookie and Ray Ray is an archetype. It's an idea. And in a lot of ways, it's an analogy. It's right, but it also represents a member of the black community that is otherwise not contributing and destructive in some way. If you know that in the black community that the black family is fractured, if you know that the marriage rates are low and the divorce rates are high, if you know that any issue that happens in society, and it also obviously affects the black community, only it's compounded and it's worse because they're already in a marginalized position. If you know that, then you marrying out is just as destructive as what Pookie and Ray Ray do. That's the point.
Okay, so
Anna, is your prescription for low-tier god to marry interracially? If you had to give a prescription.
Right. So no, but we're past the reason that we're past that is because he doesn't like himself.
Okay, but let's say he loves.
Why don't you just let low-tier God respond?
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand.
Because you guys are trying to milk Anna and make her a lol cow, and that's
stop saying that. They're having a conversation. No one's trying to milk anybody.
You're fine.
It's not a fucking white savior. You guys are trying to
yes. Every time you come into these spaces, you're always like, I can do it for you. Let him respond.
I'm not doing it for her. I'm literally asking the questions that you guys won't ask because you want to see her like talk herself in circles. Ask a fucking question.
I've asked her 15 questions 50 times and she won't fucking answer any fucking questions. Stop saying that. That's not true.
Let's say we believe low tier God and he loves himself. What prescription would you give to him?
So obviously, any black man in the black community, if you are affluent, if you are educated, it would behoove you, or it would be advantageous to your community. If you're thinking about generational wealth, if you're thinking about building black families and communities, it would be advantageous for everybody if you obviously married black women and had black children and gave them that structure and you gave them that socioeconomic advantage. So that
which makes sense. Unfortunately,
Destiny,
it's just a separatist argument.
What's up, Gideon?
So what would you say
Wait,
to that?
hold on, wait, Gideon, what is it?
What do black women need to do, Anna?
They're doing what they need to do. They are.
Lav, she didn't.
But this,
Oh my God, Lav, just shut up and let them have the conversation. We don't want to hear a white woman interject every 5 minutes.
You talk for fucking low tier, God. I can't be on.
This is
Dude,
not about you. This is not
We
about
don't
you.
want to hear from a white feminist to inject her
Anna.
theory every
You are
5
not a
minutes.
black
Just
woman,
shut
so
up.
I do not
All the
like
black
you.
people want you to shut up.
Oh my God.
Anna, what do black women need to do?
Abba, you're a piece of shit. You're an anti-Semitic piece of shit. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Levine, I like your sweater.
Now go
I like
on
your
Twitter.
sweater.
Okay,
Twitter,
we're good. Everybody's got. Okay, we all got our feelings out. Okay.
Anna, what do black women need to do
about what?
About the destruction of the black family? Because it takes two to tango.
They should continue doing what they're doing. They should continue getting their education. They should continue rearing their children the best that they can, obviously, with the resources and tools that they have. They should continue. Black women bought up some land in Georgia to build homes for Black men, women, and children. They should continue that. They are growing in entrepreneurship. They should continue that because we know that entrepreneurship and economic mobility puts them in a great position. They should continue basically doing what they're doing.
So your black women are doing nothing wrong right now.
That's not what I said. You said what should they do?
Okay, you know what? I did say that. I did say that.
Do you know what the black woman archetype is right now? You know what most black women look towards to for role models now? Instead of Mariah Carey, she was biracial, but instead of Mariah Carey, they're looking at Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, Ari Fletcher, so on and so forth. So it starts with the black woman's role model. So if your role model is Megan Thee Stallion as a black woman, I mean, me and you can't vibe because she preaches promiscuity. Cardi B preaches promiscuity. All of the black women that are role models, quote unquote, in that role model position, because whether you like it or not, when you have, a certain amount of money and a certain amount of fame, you automatically become a role model. Even though I'm a small content creator, regardless, there's people that tell me I've taught them this and I taught them that. So if I have influence with my small audience, what do you think somebody like Megan Thee Stallion has that teaches promiscuity? It starts with the black woman.
You know what's even crazier? Low tier God, fucking Cardi B and Nicki Minaj and Megan Thee Stallion, they're all booed up.
Exactly.
I think that's the craziest thing about it. They all talk about, oh, girl, let any nigga eat you out. He a munch.
Yeah. You got to buy me a bag. Like, look what's being preached.
All these girls are booed up. Every single one of those female have a man.
So you guys, are you guys saying that these female
rappers, your leaders
are
are leading you into a ditch? Is basically what's happening. They're telling you to do one thing, but them themselves are getting strong men and leading you guys astray.
So what's really interesting is if that's going to be your argument, then black men are doing the same thing. They're telling you to sell drugs. They're telling you to shoot each other and kill each other. Only they're insulated from some of those consequences because they have money and those black men in the black community don't.
I don't hear guys saying in songs, "Yo, guys, sell drugs." They talk about them selling drugs, which is
I'm not going to have this conversation.
It's not good, but they're not telling you to sell drugs.
Yeah, women actually tell you
to cheat on your nigga, get your pussy eaten out, all
get this bag,
cheat on him, hot girl summer. But you're not hearing any rapper tell you to sell drugs.
Is this really your argument? Like you guys are really you're hyper focusing on the Cardi B's, who, mind you, in comparison to rap and black men are a small minority. Are you really making that comparison right now? Is that really your move?
All right.
I think they were just asking you what you thought about those black women.
And Alicia.
And
I think that
they make.
And Alicia, can I ask you a question? Who do you think is more replicated in the black community, Candace Owens or Megan Thee Stallion?
Are these is it like? I feel like I'm.
Ask you,
Anna, you gotta engage. You gotta engage with the questions.
I'm not gonna be and trolled.
What?
I'm trying.
No, I'm not trolling. No, I'm being 100%. I'm not the guy that's trolling you.
Felt bad. Hearing the things that the black men have been saying today is really, really bad. And you guys don't have any skin in the game. So why the fuck would you care? It's entertainment. It's all click for you. But this is fucked up.
But you didn't answer the question. Who do you think black women replicate or associate themselves more with? The Ari Fletchers, the Cardi B's, the Megan Thee Stallions, or Candace Owens? Remember, because who has the money and fame, that's who's in power. So I'm asking you that question.
So Candace Owens doesn't have money and fame?
She has money and fame, but I'm telling you, there's probably like a 0.1% of black girls that want to grow up and be Candace Owens. I promise you.
Well, why is it more than 0.1% of black women that are getting their education?
You said, why is there more?
Right.
Because they want to get guys that aren't black. I mean, I know tons of chicks that are gearing towards towards that Caucasian husband.
Right. That's not why they're going to school. They're not going to school because they want to be with non-black people.
Well, the thing is, black women are also less confrontational than black men. So you would have to agree with me on that, correct? So if I go step on a black man's sneakers, oh, we're probably gonna fight. If I step on a Mexican person's sneakers, I could be like, oh, my bad. He'd be like, all right, fool, just watch where you're going. If I step on a white guy's sneakers, he's like, oh, all right, excuse yourself.
You guys are fucked up people. This
Excuse
is really
yourself. Like, I can go outside right now and get into a fight with 5 black people, and I can go outside right now and not get into a fight with anybody else. I could stare at a black person the wrong way. We're fighting. I could stare at a white guy. He's like, what the fuck? Like, why is this guy looking at me? I stare at a Mexican guy. He's like, is there a problem, fool? And walks away. Black men are, and I think you got to agree with me with this, we're extremely confrontational. That's why I believe that it cannot be repaired. Now, luckily, we're in a panel with 3 black men that are not confrontational. Gideon, I feel like Gideon is like the Hulk low key, because when some guys are too nice, they're fucking monsters. And then you got Abba here. None of us are confrontational, but there's a style of black men that are confrontational. Those are the Pookie and Ray Ray.
LTG, you would say that. So I guess because you're saying all these things, you would put yourselves in the category of the quote unquote good black man, just like the black man earlier who talked about being in an interracial relationship because he was the good black man, so it was okay. Would you say that's the category that you're putting yourself in?
I wouldn't put myself in the category of the good black man. I would put myself in the category of a new age black. If I was in the category of the black man you didn't like, it would have been problems. So what I've done is, regardless of what you said about me, I complimented your hair, your bone structure, your features, because you don't piss me off. See, that's the thing. Like, most black men you're going to deal with, they're going to argue with you. Me, I'm not going to argue. I'm going to let you chew me out, and then I'm going to let it fizzle out, and then we're going to get over shit. So when you say I broke in your heart, I'm pretty sure that I can actually repair it.
Okay, so I promise you, when I'm saying you broke my heart, I don't mean you really. I just mean that it's really sad that you, as a black man, actually most black men today share the same sentiments and the same worldviews about the black community, and then to tie into that,
we'd all be successful.
To tie into all of that, I think it's also interesting that, yes, of course, you almost exclusively date outside your race. So I just think that that's interesting. I think that it's really sad. And I think, and I also just want it to be understood that I don't think that you and I are in the same camp. I think that, yes, you and I both agree on personal accountability, but I think that I'm a bit more community minded. And I actually think I'm a bit more realistic, because for you to actually say that the thing about other communities that have been, criminalized, marginalized, or subjugated in some way, they sort of over history made incremental and small changes because most people started out in ghettos, in very degenerate and dangerous ghettos, white and black. The thing is, though, they collected and organized together, they mobilized, and then they moved out of the hood. That's kind of the idea. But if you have that mentality where there's nothing that you can do, where the system is the system, and you just have to kind of, be subservient to it and operate within it, and, to just try to get by, I think that that's fundamentally different than the way that I see the world and the way that I see the potential that black men could have. That's the difference between you and I. That is also the difference, I would say, between black women and black men, because that's why black women are pushing forward despite the adversity, despite the systemic racism and the systemic issues that they face. That is the difference. And that difference is absolutely everything. And
Could I ask a question for low tier God?
Sure.
So in terms of what she's saying, so part of her argument is that if you have you've broken out of the Pookie and Ray Ray archetype and you become a successful black man, you've got your college degrees, you are pretty successful. How do you feel when she's saying to you, like, let's say every single successful black man decides to step out of the black community and date elsewhere? Doesn't it just drive black women and the rest of the black community even further into the hole? Or what's your response to that?
Does it drive us farther into the hole? I wouldn't say so. We live in America, right? So everybody has a preference. You ever seen two black people in a relationship at Walmart? They look fucking miserable. But when I see, when I see a black guy with a Latina, they look like they're in love. When I see a white, I love seeing black women with guys that aren't black because I know there's a proper balance. So for me, I feel like if we get out and experience, maybe it's for the better, because the only way we're ever going to see blacks recovered as a whole is if we hop into a cryo sleep machine and awaken 500 years from now, because we're literally never going to fucking see it.
LTG, can I ask you a question? If you're saying that, you know what, black women are just problematic in relationships, why do black men have a 200% divorce rate with white women and other groups of women?
Because they think the grass is greener on the other side. Also, I think marriage is not really a thing for black men, considering we didn't grow up with that type of structured household at a high percentage. So I think that a marriage also is just a contract. I also don't believe that marriage is actually something that helps a relationship. I think, honestly, it hurts it. It adds dexterities to the relationship. As soon as we sign that contract, it's about finance. It's about tying everything together. So from that point on, you're fucking up the relationship. As soon as we sign that contract, it's no more serendipity. It's literally paperwork. So what is a marriage? It's literally a contract. So
Yeah,
whether we're divorcing,
my point
whether,
is,
but the thing is,
no, that's not my
go
point.
ahead.
My
Go
point.
ahead.
You don't, and let's understand what a preference is. A preference is, hey, I love two things, but I like this one a little bit more. Yours is not a preference. You don't date or like to date black women. Let's be very clear. That's what you said. So that's not a preference. Right, that's not a preference. That's straight up. They're excluded. Preferences are inclusive.
No, black women are not excluded. Black women are not excluded.
You said you don't date black women.
I mean, yeah, if you said black, because the correct term would have been like, but I do date biracial.
So Anna, I have a question. Do you think black men need to be the head of the household for there to be stability back in the black community? Because that kind of sounds like what you think. Like black.
Wait, Gideon, can you repeat that?
Like I think Anna's trying to say that black men need to be the head of black women in order for there to be stability back in the black community.
But black women don't like to be conquered.
Well, that's what I'm asking. That's why I'm asking Anna. I'm asking Anna, is that what you're subscribing to? That you want black men to get their shit together so they can be the head of the head of the woman to lead the black community? Is that what you want?
For a community, yeah.
Anna?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I would like, ideally, so if my prescription would be for black men to step up in the communities, in their homes, because a lot of people say, well, if you look at men and women in their relationships, women are a reflection of the men. So based on a social hierarchy, you have men and then you have women. So women most of the time are at the mercy of men. So if you see women in a community failing, you kind of have to look and see what men are doing.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's very fair to say. So, but do you not see because when you go on social media now, it's really, really bad where it's black women saying this about black men, and then black guys saying this about black girls and stuff like that, and it's a never-ending cycle. So, do you not see how while it is an important issue, do you not see how this is such a surface level issue that really does not need to be talked about online? And just needs to be dealt with individually, because it's a really broad scheme to just be like black men aren't showing black women love because do you see what I'm saying?
You're asking me if I think that because black women are saying things on social media that we shouldn't have.
No, it's not just black women though. It's both. It's both. It's never Kevin Samuels. What do you think about Kevin Samuels?
Oh, that's a good question.
Right. So again, black women and black men doing what they're doing on social media, I'm more concerned with the things that we can control. We can control the culture, and if you guys don't think that we can, again, that's a problem. So social media is in many ways a part of culture. How much you allow social media to influence and impact your life is a part of culture. So whatever black women or black men are saying online, potentially, if we were able to revitalize culture, that those things wouldn't be as because you're saying that it's a big problem and it's all over social media. It would kind of dilute if we could kind of get a hold on these things and not let them have so much control over our lives.
So what was your opinion on Kevin Samuels?
my opinion on him as a what? As what?
Like what he was saying. Did you like him? Did you like what he
Was
was
he
saying?
good or bad for the black community? Like,
Exactly. Was he good or bad? Was he a good? Was he a Pookie Ray Ray or was he a good one?
So yeah, in terms of the black community, if you look at the black community and you look at, you just look at the numbers and you look at what's happening. If his message is women, black women, lower your standards, you're asking for too much, you want too much, and his prescription is sort of exclusively directed to what black women need to do, change, fix, then I would say that, yeah, that's not helpful to the black community because it's not truly representative or indicative of what actually needs to be done, which is that black men who are falling behind are the ones who should probably step it up so that there are greater numbers of good quality black men for good quality black women to choose from and have nuclear healthy homes and communities.
You see, I'm so happy you said that because all the people that he would help with their self-look and image and everything, they paid to have him talk to them, right? So all the black women that you see him talking to, they paid to talk to him. And his main demographic was to help guys. He wanted to help guys better themselves, better their image. He was an image consultant. But then a bunch of women just started, paying just to go back and forth with him. So at the end of the day, when he was trying to help black men, he couldn't because he was getting more orders from women trying to debate him and trying to oh, you said the da-da-da-da-da, when his real message was trying to help men better themselves, be more high value, all this and that. So do you kind of see how it doesn't line up when his message is for men, but women are buying his services? So of course he's going to help women. And when he gives them the truth, then, they get mad about it.
Gideon, do you know that Kevin Samuels, and there's actually a video, do you know that Kevin Samuels actually said that when he tried to talk to black men didn't want to hear it. They were not receptive to the message. They were not willing to accept anything. They had absolutely no interest in it. And he actually said out of his own mouth that if he was to start talking about black women, he would go viral and he would blow up. So I think, again, that the idea that these women are paying him for their services, again, especially when you have these very marginalized and criminalized communities, women are truly at the mercy of men. So of course, I would expect black women who are looking, yes, these women are looking to get married. They're looking to have families. They understand the importance that will have on the community. They understand the importance of it just as a structure. So yeah, it makes sense to me that black women with low self-esteem are going to call into the show to see what they can do about their situation and their circumstances. And it also makes sense to me that black men were simply unable and unwilling to, considering the fact that they're not accountable for what's happening in the black community and what their part is in it.
Well, I mean, I could tell you multiple clips off the top of my head where he was talking about guys, giving them the same hard truths that he would give girls. Because at the end of the day, he's an image consultant. So if you pay for a service, he's gonna, if you're overweight, 200 pounds and stuff like that, he's gonna tell you you're not high value. You need to get your standards in check. Like there's nothing wrong with that. So I don't see how you're, letting the girls off the hook that pay for his service because they're self-conscious about themselves. They paid for his service and he gave them the service. And the guy, and it's sad that was the thing that went viral the most. But, when it's nothing but girls just calling to try to debate him to, try to get a point across or, trying to make him look bad and stuff like that. Of course, that's what's going to go more viral, is because one is actually seeking help and the other is trying to fight him and go against him and stuff like that.
I understand what you're saying. But again, if I'm not, no one's off the hook. No one is off the hook. Not just from a subjective standpoint. Objectively, no one is off the hook. We live in a capitalistic society. It is extremely difficult. With the economy, socioeconomics, all of these things, no one's off the hook. But the problem that I have is the way that is going to permeate into the culture and the message, the overarching message that is going to push to the masses, which is that black women, you're not good enough. Black women, you need to do better. Even though historically we know that that's what black women have been doing. That black women have literally transcended their plight to the extent that it's 2 or 3 to 1 when it comes to black men getting educated and black women getting educated. So while I can understand black women need to be accountable for their choices in life, their health choices, whatever they're eating, I understand that, but that's a separate issue because, again, the message is not about, well, you're too big. He also talked about black women as a collective. He also talked about the black community and black men as a collective. And the message was the same. The message is that black women want too much. He even went in on their looks. He even said, out of his mouth, that the white beauties of standard are the only beauties of standard, and black women will never live up to them, and therefore will not be good enough. So again, what message would that have on the black community? What do you think that's going to make not just black men think, but black women think? You think that that's a positive thing for the black community?
Well, I'm not gonna lie, like I just can't take surface level you just saying that out of the blue as a fact of him saying that. If he did say that, then that's a whole nother thing, but I just can't, take that. I have to take that with a grain of salt.
Okay, well, he said that. That's fine. So, no, I think that he was good for the black community.
Oh, that was your answer?
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna agree. I wouldn't say that he wasn't good for the black community. Kevin Samuels just provided entertainment for the simple fact that I don't think maybe he had the black community in his best interest, for the simple fact that he did die while fucking a Latina. So, I think that it was an opportunist thing for Kevin Samuels to basically kind of use black women to catapult his fame. And it worked because simply and clearly he liked Latinas. I just wanted to chime in on that.
So that's my problem. Again, that black men have been using black women to sort of get where they need to go, do what they need to do, and then discard them. And then the perception that they give out to the overall society is that black women are shit and should be discarded and should be pumped and dumped. So again, you see the same thing with Fresh and Fit. You see the same thing with these black content creators in these spaces, and it's the same thing. It's the same message. And if you think that is good for the black family, or like that somehow is going to help how fractured it is, you think it's going to somehow help black women's and black men's self-esteem or somehow bring them together, then yeah, again, I would have to say that's
why do black women get so like bent over? There was this guy, he was doing this experiment where he was trying to date 50 women in 50 states, right? And out of all the 50 women in the 50 states, none of them were black. And there was a big thread on Twitter where black women were really pissed about it, that he never dated one dark-skinned woman. So like, you say it just being, black men and stuff like that, but I feel like it's an insecurity. I feel like we all have an insecurity, black men, black women, but, especially with black women, I feel like black women have an insecurity between all races where it's just like a feeling of not feeling good enough, where it's not just black men not satisfying them for them, but it's also other races. So why is it like whenever a white guy says, "Oh, I don't like dating black girls," black girls feel so offended and get so uptight about it?
Sorry, you said that white men saying that they don't want to date black women are getting offended?
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Well, I don't know. I mean, because out of all races, black women are the least like one of the least likely to date out anyway. So that to me is an anomaly. I don't understand that. Personally, I think that black women have historically always been race loyal, and that's kind of why they're in the position that they're in today. So I don't really I understand that you see that that's your experience. I don't see that. Even in spaces and in academia, workspace, I don't see that. I overwhelmingly see black women wanting to date black men to the extent that they're going to date black men that are not socioeconomically on their level, or academically and educationally on their level. So yeah, they kind of push everything to the side just so that they can be with someone that looks like them, and so that they can have a sense of self and preservation. That's what I see, and that's what the numbers also reflect.
Can I ask you a question?
I think black love is the best love on the earth. I think a black man should find himself a black queen and stuff like that. But I feel like, you coming in here, getting on to low tier God, I feel like that doesn't help anything. Like, if he doesn't like black girls, it is what it is. There's enough brothers out there that love melanin, like, I feel like black women think that
what does
black
enough
guys,
mean?
What do you mean enough? Like, there's a lot of, like, I feel like the majority A black guy.
Because there's more black women who, because like she said, black men are dating out, and there's more black women than there are black men. Like who want to date like hypergamously.
Out of all my homeboys that are black, I know all of them like to date black girls. So
the problem with that is, if you look at just raw numbers, there's not enough eligible black men for every eligible black woman. Just if you just look at the numbers, right? Just raw numbers, raw data. So you add to that, and by adding to this, compound the problem in the incarceration rates. You add to that, other intersectional challenges. So what you're left with is a very, very tiny pool for black women who are looking to create stable environments and families. They have a very small pool to choose from. And this is why dating interracially can be problematic.
But the main reason why me and you were talking on this, what do we call this? A show, a podcast? The main reason why we're talking right now is because we have white people in our lineage.
What is your point?
What do you mean? Did that go over your head?
No, what's your point?
I mean, you're talking about dating in the black community, this and that, but that's not how we got here. We got here through race mixing, quote unquote. That's how we got here in the first fucking place.
Right,
that's why your skin is white. That's why your features are red.
We're here now, right? We're here now. We have autonomy and agency, and we make our own choices, right? Now, in 2022.
And, speaking of powerful black women, why did Serena Williams diss Drake and skip over Common to marry a white guy?
Sorry?
I said, why did Serena Williams, since we're speaking on powerful black women, why did she diss Drake because he wasn't, why did she diss Drake? Why did she say fuck Common and marry a white guy and have a mixed kid? I mean, I feel like black women practice this shit too. Actually, black women get congratulated when they get themselves a white guy. Black men, we get frowned upon.
Wow.
You guys are rewarded.
I actually don't think that. Yeah, I think that because black men have historically been doing it so much more than black women. I don't think that. Don't use me as the representative. I think that black women, the only time that we have an issue with black men marrying outside the race is when black men like you come and say the reason that they're doing it is because black women are bequishas and ghetto and all of the other homonyms that you just brought up. I think that's the only issue that black women have.
That's not the reason why. That's not the reason why I started to.
It is the reason why. It is the reason why.
So you're telling me the reason why I decide to date women of a different ethnicity?
No, I'm telling you the reason that black women have a problem when black men date out is because it's never really about just dating out for them. It's about dating out because black women were either too much of something or not enough of something, and that's simply not true. If it was true, you would have better outcomes with other races, and you don't. So that's not true, and that's why black women have a problem with interracial dating when it comes to black men. When black men interracially date and they are gone and they do their thing and they keep their mouth shut and they're happy, nobody really cares, actually.
What I'm doing when I actually create multicultural children, what I'm doing is I'm instilling culture. So if I date a Latina, right? I'm giving my kids language. I'm giving my kids culture. What is black culture? Hip hop, jewelry. Why don't you tell me what black culture is? Tell me what black culture is in America. Let's see what that is. Was it fried chicken? Why don't you tell me?
Yeah, no, this is a waste of time.
It's not. You're not answering the question. If I race mix, right? If I step outside of my quote unquote ethnicity.
Yo, LTG, man, you gotta chill, bro. You gotta chill.
Hold on, yeah, no, it's a valid.
But like, you gotta
he's not trolling. Let him ask the question.
Yeah.
Let him ask the question.
I'm just saying. So if let's just say I marry a black woman. Well, fuck the marriage thing. It's a contract. Let's just say if I have children with a black woman tomorrow, what type of culture am I giving my kid?
Sorry?
What type of culture am I instilling in my black kid if I have a 100% black child with a black woman? What type of culture am I instilling?
Whatever culture you want to instill.
But that doesn't make sense because what is black culture? Now, if I have
Makes
this
sense because you're a man, right? So you get to decide what's
But the point is there's almost like no beneficial, I mean unless we're going for athletic specimens, there's almost no beneficial for me to, quote unquote date a bonquisha unless I'm just trying to create NBA athletes. Because if I do that, I'm trying to create a household that's going to have tension because black men and black women, we have tension, whether you like it or not. There's tension there. On top of that, my big thing is culture. When Abba asked me, what am I couldn't even tell him. But see, the good thing is I can actually, if I have a kid that's biracial, I could actually give them a piece of something to claim. They could be like, oh, my mom's Hispanic, blah, blah, blah. I heard people come from this and that. And yet, you know, my dad's black. So at least he has something, or she has something to describe herself.
LPG, it's sad that you don't think, as a black man who also is not a victim, that you don't have any agency, that you don't have any influence on the culture that your children subscribe to and are raised up in.
What
it's
culture?
sad that that's
what is black culture?
One second. You can't have it both ways. You can't say I'm not a victim and then say, oh, well, there's no culture and there's nothing I can do about it. So I have to be with another race who has a culture and I have to superimpose myself into that culture because there's nothing. You can't have it both ways. If you think that there's a problem with the culture, you are in a position to influence the masses and to do something about it so that you can actually have children and say, yeah, there is a culture and it is not degenerate.
So question. Hold up. Can you guys just engage with the original question, which is, what is black culture? What is it in the American context? What is black American culture? Help them define it.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Black American culture, what is it?
Yes. Age black. That's what
Black American culture is. It's the food. It's the music.
Wait. Hold on. What type of food? Are we talking gumbo?
I'm not saying a specific meal. I'm not going to say like spaghetti. I'm saying that food and the food that we eat is a part of your culture.
It's a little general though. Do you have any more can you give some specific examples of like these foods? These types.
Can we just say can we not just say soul food or what? I mean, what is there a reason? Am I missing something?
Cauliflower, spinach,
okra,
pork chops, okra. Yeah. Some chitlins. We love.
Did nobody else say oxtail besides me?
Oxtail is not even black American culture. That's like
fried chicken.
Caribbeans.
Yeah.
Soul food.
Oh, Caribbeans are black.
I don't know why we're not going with the obvious ones here.
I think none of us have the fucking answer. I mean, now if we talk about Jamaicans, now when I say blacks, I'm talking about American blacks. I'm not talking about blacks on a broad spectrum globally. I'm talking about American blacks. So when we ask you this question, what is black American culture? All you've said so far is gumbo.
Okay, Jesus, hold on. Can I volunteer an answer here? I don't know why. Anna, hold on. Anna, is there such thing as black culture to you?
No, this conversation it's not serious.
It is a serious conversation. Hold on. There's like 11,000, 12,000 people that want to hear if you know what black culture is. What does black culture mean to you? I'm curious.
Listen, I don't have to prove anything to you.
No one is asking you to prove anything. It's just a question. Does black culture mean anything to you?
And to the extent that this is the type of time that these black men are going to be on, and now I can see that, and I've seen it play out. I've seen it all day, as a matter of fact. But
can't answer the question because black culture doesn't really
black people in America were lost, Anna.
Let's appreciate. Low tier God's being told to preserve the culture, to enrich the culture, to make it better through his own having.
Yeah, and she has no answer to what she's preserving.
It's a valid question. So he's asking you, what is this black culture that you want me to fight to preserve? And he's asking you to identify it, and you're saying it's goofy.
I answered the question, and you don't like it. I said I said to create your culture. That's what I said. I said
wait. What? Nobody creates. Wait, hold on. Nobody creates a culture. That's not true. We're born into cultures, right? Nobody can single-handedly create a culture.
Right. Just like nobody can single-handedly create one, it's going to take more than one person to change one, right?
Why would you want to change a culture that doesn't even exist? And you're telling people to just create it. There is
a culture.
Oh, there is a culture. What is it? Tell us. What is the culture then?
What I'm saying to you, when I say that you create the culture, I'm saying that you as a man, you have a part to play in the culture. That's what I'm trying to say.
So there is no So there is no black culture right now that you want to preserve. There is no black culture.
No.
Oh. Then why do you care if he... Wait. If there's no black culture then, and that's all gone, then who the fuck cares if he marries outside of his race? There's nothing to preserve. Who cares at that point?
Because again, culture can be changed.
What? There's nothing to change. You said there's no culture. There's nothing to change. It's gone.
There is a culture, but it's a degenerate culture. So why am I gonna? Why is that the culture that I'm going? No, there is a degenerate culture. It is self-destructive. It is extreme, and it's extremely exploitative and lucrative.
What makes it degenerate?
Wait, hold on. No, wait. I'm gonna play the ABBA game from yesterday. Can you name 3 positive aspects of black culture?
No, I'm not playing that game.
It's a tree game, yeah.
That's
play that game with somebody else.
All right.
Okay, I want to appreciate something. So you're saying it's a degenerate culture. Now you want him to marry with black women who's from that degenerate culture that you named degenerate, and then afterwards you want him to father children who are black who are going to be ascribed to that, and you want him to be part of some kind of collective movement to change that thing that everyone that you agree is degenerate.
Right, that's not really how it works. When I'm talking about him having the capacity to change the culture, what I'm saying is, he's in a position of influence. So from that position alone, he has an ability to change. I'm not saying that he's going to revitalize it overnight. Obviously, it's going to take a very long time. But what I'm saying is, him dating out is not going to help the situation and the current state of the black community. All. It's not going to help the current state of the culture at all. That's what I'm saying. Oh, the only thing that dating out does to the culture is reaffirm that black women should not be married and dated, when in reality, statistically speaking, that is not even true.
Okay, but Anna, can I ask you a question? Because, like, on the one hand, you don't like that black men are not marrying black women, but then you've also said that black women who are marrying black men are marrying low-value, degenerate men, and you've also said that black women and men need to be more race loyal. So what do you think black women should do?
And I said that black women are doing it to their own detriment. My prescription is
no. I'm asking you, what do you think black women should do?
Black men need to be
I'm asking you what you think black women should do. We're not talking about black men. I'm asking you what you think black women should do.
Black women, I said that they should continue doing what they're doing. They should find men. They should find men who have more commonalities with them. They should find men who are more aligned with them academically and educationally and socioeconomically.
Can those be non-black men?
All of those things.
But you said you wanted black women to be more race loyal.
All
but
of
you're
those
also saying
men,
that black men.
All of those things are a part of culture as well.
Okay, but there's an issue with that. Earlier, you said there's less black men than black women. We all agreed, and that now with the current college dynamics and how things are changing rapidly, that black women are completely outpacing men in terms of college education, and they're pretty much outpacing them soon in terms of income. That's not going to be possible for them to date their equals or their superiors. So they're going to have to eventually start dating broker men or men who make substantially less than them, because one, there's less men, and two, the amount of men who are educated and who have the education that you're describing don't exist, or there's not enough of them to go around. So what are you saying to them now?
Sorry, to black men?
What are you saying to black women? Because your advice doesn't work because there's not enough black men to go around.
No, it does. I said to find men that are more aligned with your values, to find men who are more aligned with your education and your
Right.
Those be black men or white
So
men?
those
or
are non-black men, though, right?
Right.
Okay, so you want them to date out.
In some cases, yeah, it would be.
Okay, so you want them to date out and marry outside.
No. You have to understand.
Ideally, I think no, right, Anna?
You have to understand cause and effect. It's not that I'm saying, hey, that's the effect of black men not actually doing what they should be doing. It's the cause is black men. There are not enough good black men to actually marry good black women, and as a result, the effect is they don't have a choice. But
yeah, no one is saying that's ideal, but that was basically the same answer earlier that Low Tier God gave. Like, I'm sure, or he can answer if he wants, but if the black women that he'd met, or if he felt black women in general were a different kind of way, he probably wouldn't mind being in relationships with them. But he's giving the same answer that you gave, that he didn't have a choice.